And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader.
There we go. All plugged in on a Friday, the day before our last, I should say the day of our last show of 2024. Getting nostalgic already. And by the way, the man lied again. Marcus Boucher not here today. He'll be here Thursday, January 2. Look who we got. They say the 12 days of Christmas. How about the 3 days of Brooksy?
That's
How about
enough.
that?
That's enough.
Rod Brooks sitting to my left. He's our Santa. He's our elf. He's our Christmas tree. He's our walking present. And by the way, speaking of presents, so I didn't, listen, Rod, I got stuff for the staff and everything. They got their gifts earlier. I'm a liquid present guy, but I'm not going to, I said, I can't not get Brooksy something. So here's the Murphy family Christmas card. Actually, you got the cut rate version. Doesn't have the dogs on it.
Thank you.
There was a big dispute about that. And then I was like, you know what am I going to get Brooksy? Just some fieldwork beer. That's it. Simple as that, brother. That's it. No overthinking it, bro.
Thank you very much.
And it's
Thank you very much.
radios and rodeos.
Thank you very much.
Because you did some radio.
I will suppress my inner Tom Tolbert and not crack any of these bad boys on the air.
You know what? Why don't you embrace your inner Tom Tolbert and crack one right now?
If it were the afternoon, I would, but I know my mother is listening, and I probably shouldn't be cracking open a tall one at 6:01 Pacific Standard
Mama
Time.
Brooks, he is of legal age. He is of legal age. It's all legal, man.
Thank you, brother.
Listen, just small gesture, but you're awesome. As I wrote on the little card here, spoil what I wrote on the card, but in a really tough year at KNBR, your guest hits have been one of the lone bright spots, buddy. So
thank you, man.
Getting sentimental here on them. By the way, it's hot as hell in here, dude. I'm going to shed my shirt.
It's hot in here.
And you crushed it on your T-shirts all 3 days. I didn't even get a chance to talk to you about your Phi Slamma Jamma yesterday.
Yes, sir.
Which was huge because, first of all, I was a huge Houston Cougars fan back in the day. And Benny Anders on down. And I remain a staunch defender of Hakeem Olajuwon.
Larry Misha, Clyde Drexler.
All day. But not only that, but the guy who coined the phrase Phi Slamma Jamma, Houston Chronicle sports writer Tommy Bunk, is a friend.
Really? I didn't know that.
And he lives here in San Francisco.
I did not know that.
In North Beach.
No way.
Now, he's not listening because Tommy's right now, he's having a glass of wine right now somewhere. He and his wife, Robin Carr, who was a longtime Giants media relations head, they met in a press box and now have this incredible life in North Beach where they cocktail and they travel. And Tommy Bonk invented the phrase Phi Slamma Jamma to describe the fraternity, the mythical fraternity that the Houston Cougars dunking basketball team.
Well, here's why Phi Slamma Jamma and that U of H team is special to me, not just because of what they did in college. And for folks who don't know, that's the team that lost on that miracle shot.
There's no way young. I know that.
And that's fine. I know his eyes are rolling up in the back of his head.
This would be a good one to end
it's a 4-hour show.
I'll look forward to 9:58 to end the year on some Phi Slamma Jamma Houston Cougars.
That's the team that lost to North Carolina State on that miracle shot where you see every April, you see Jim Valvano running around like a madman looking for someone to hug. By the way, I've not seen that shot go in since that day in 1983.
It's your Matt Barr.
Absolutely.
I have never.
You've never seen that field goal go through?
I've never seen Matt Barr because I stormed out of the room, pulled a comforter over my head. I've told this story before. When the New York Giants got the first down that assured they were going to run out the clock to the field goal.
That was enough.
I stormed out and I picked up some jeans on my floor and I chucked them. Ready for this? Chucked them against the window. They were button fly jeans.
Oh no!
And I heard the button fly.
Oh no!
crack the window. And I was like, I literally said to myself, "Oh, you're out of control."
You know what?
So I've told this story before. But I pulled my comforter over my head, and I was with my girlfriend at the time, and she stayed in the room. And here's how I found out Matt Barr made the field goal. She walked into the room about 90 seconds later and said, she opened the door and she goes, "I'm sorry." That's literally how I found out the kick went in. I still don't know if it went in or not, but she said it did. But anyway, Houston Cougars.
You should do a show one day on sports events that made you mad to where you broke something in your house or at someone's house.
That could be good.
Because I mean, we've all done it where something happened and you grab something that you thought was fairly innocuous. Like, it's okay. Like, you pick up a brick and you throw it, you're not going to break something. But if you pick up a stack of jeans, you never think you're going to actually break something.
Yeah, no.
But anyway, the reason that is special.
You never saw it because you were so heartbroken.
Well, yeah, because I was so heartbroken. I saw it go in once live when it happened. I don't need to watch it again.
It was stunning when it happened.
Absolutely.
It was stunning and there was no real big replay or multiple angle replay.
In 1983, they only had 2 cameras.
You had to did that really happen? Right. And then the game ended.
And it's hard to avoid it as long as I have once you get to March.
Right.
Because they show it all the time. Because it's one of the greatest moments in the history of sports.
Well, it's what helped make March Madness.
100%. 100%. Yeah. But the thing is, and why it's special to me, to continue to bore people, is that growing up in Houston on the South Side, I saw Clyde Drexler went to Sterling High School, which is in my neighborhood. I didn't go to that school, but I used to see Clyde Drexler play at the park. I saw Clyde Drexler play in high school. Larry Mishaw went to the high school that my parents went to. So Akeem Olajuwon obviously came from Nigeria. Yeah. But basically he came right off the plane, went right to U of H. So not only did these guys go to the college in my town, but they were guys you would see in the neighborhood.
That's incredible.
That's the thing that's most special to me. So, yeah.
In all your years, have you had a chance to meet? We had Clyde the Black.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Clyde and Dream. Oh, yeah.
What a jet. We used to do and today's the day, we used to do the year-end Murph and Mackey Awards. He won a Murph and Mackey once as most welcome and amiable in-studio host of the year. Because he would have stayed for 3 hours. And at the end, he goes, I like you guys. He goes, I've made you guys honorary fraternity brothers in Phi Slamma Jamma. Do you believe that?
I haven't even got that.
I'm an honorary fraternity brother of Phi Slamma Jamma.
Come on, dog, let me in. Let me in. No, but Clyde's been that way, his entire life. Back when he was in high school, so being able to watch him play. So that's
so anyway.
Yeah, so that's why that seems special to me.
Today's shirt is different. You can all tune in just to see it here. And by the way, we've done a nice job stalling. Not talking about the Golden State Warriors. Oh my! As I like to say, Rod, they're not booing; they're saying Schroeder. Wow. Okay, was that? I said to the guys this morning when I came in, I said, "Was that a game or was that a cry for help?" I mean, there's only 2 ways to look at this thing: outlier, forget it, flush it, or bro.
Yeah,
this thing is problematic, and the season's about to slip away. And the early return on the Schroeder era is not good. Well, I mean, they don't know each other, but I just want to drop this before you give your take here.
Sure.
Steph Curry did not make a basket last night.
Draymond Green didn't get a rebound.
Or an assist or a point. But Steph Curry didn't make a basket. That's the first time in his 16-year career he didn't make a basket.
That's an out. Well, first and foremost,
he made 2 free throws.
There's a lot of things. Memphis, from the beginning, they were like, we are not going to let Steph Curry get off on us. They were face guarding him 94 feet from the jump, basically the entirety of the game, or the entirety Steph was down there. So while Steph should not have a game where he goes scoreless, even if he is being guarded.
He scored 2.
He shouldn't have a game where he only scores 2 points, even if he is being guarded, face guarded for 94 feet. Memphis, at the top of their chalkboard, their whiteboard was, we're not going to let Steph go off. The season is not over because this is one of 82, and I do think there is an kind of an air of flush it, move on, because it is the NBA, and you got a game against Minnesota
tomorrow.
That is a problem, and I believe I mentioned this to you yesterday. The Warriors will always have problems until they get bigger and more athletic with teams that are younger, bigger, and athletic. Well, Memphis might not necessarily be bigger. They're definitely younger and athletic.
Zach Edey and Jaren Jackson.
Well, yeah, he's definitely big. Okay, yeah. So they're bigger, they're younger, athletic. Same thing with Minnesota. Bigger, younger, athletic. This has been a problem for the Warriors because they are the opposite of bigger, younger, and athletic. All that being said, you should not get dusted 144-93, losing 9 of 11. But here's the problem for me, and what sends off alarm bells. Not what they did or did not do offensively last night. It's more what they did not do offensively last night. It's for the second game in a row, Dallas and then last night against Memphis, they got their asses kicked defensively, okay? Memphis shot 54% from the field last night. Dallas shot 60% from the field in the previous game. Memphis shot 56% from 3 last night and had 60 rebounds. Dallas, 51% from 3 last night, 36 rebounds the Warriors had last night. How many turnovers for the Warriors last night?
Last night they had 17 turnovers.
And points off of those turnovers. It was 31 points off of those turnovers. That's the part. Yeah, Memphis, 31 points off of those turnovers. That's the part that is problematic, is that the Warriors defensively, 2 games in a row, put up absolutely zero resistance.
143 and 144 in back-to-back games. That's insane. And Jerry Stackhouse, like early on at 12-3, we were like, man, Jerry Stackhouse has these guys playing D. Well, not the last 2 nights. That's for sure. Yeah.
To be non-competitive defensively,
yeah,
that to me is a problem.
And an indicator that something is amiss. I hate to do that on your Friday before Christmas. My God, we're in such a great mood. Everybody's giving out presents.
It is what it is.
It is what it is. And oh, by the way, we had a fair catch free kick last night in a football game. We'll have to get into that at some point. The Chargers and Harbaugh are out celebrating their Christmas. 49ers at Miami on Sunday, starting their 4th running back of the season, it appears, with Patrick Taylor likely going for Isaac Guerendo. So we got a fun Friday. We got Christmas rejoins all day. We got people fighting to get in their rejoins. We got Rod's got some requests. Overnight Dave's got some requests. I sent Tony an email last night. Said, it's my damn show. I've been doing it 20 years. Play my songs.
Yeah.
But you know what? I'm all about the team. If you guys want to get some in there, we'll get those in there too. And especially Overnight Dave, who works so hard. And then we just found out that he's the guy who comes in here and cranks up the heat in here. Because it's hot as... Can I say this? Hot as balls? Can I say that?
You can do
hot
whatever
as
you
balls
want.
in here. And I said finally, and Overnight Dave goes, yeah, I'd like to come in there and crank it. He does some Bikram yoga in here. So anyway, we're cooling the temperature down. We're raising the alarm bells on the Warriors, and we're getting ready for a Friday football. We got forecasts coming your way, best bets coming your way, and a great guest list next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning. Happy holidays. We are in the giving season, and we are giving away 2 weekend passes to the 2025 Aftershock Festival. Right now, you can get early bird tickets at aftershockfestival.com. The lineup is still not out yet, so you can just stay tuned because you can get 2 of them in the 9 a.m. hour this morning. Just stay tuned. Rip off the knob. Just stay tuned right here, 104.5 and 680 a.m. When you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Usually it's Murph and Marcus, but today it's Murph and Brooks. Brian Murphy and NBC Sports Bay Area's Rod Brooks on KNBR, the sports leader.
Spike, you're one of the greatest storytellers of all time. I know there's been documentaries about Willie Mays. I wondered, did you ever think about maybe doing something on Willie? Are you thinking about doing something on Willie? Has that ever crossed your mind?
No, my friend Nelson George did a documentary already, and very good one. But I'm just glad that I got to know him. We hung out sometimes. And in close before I get on the plane, growing up in Brooklyn, I used to get fights all the time sitting on the stoop. You know, we call them stoops in Brooklyn. These guys saying Mickey Mantle was better than Willie Mays. I was like, get the out of here.
All right, so what's going on right now is our highlights from the year is what we're doing here. We're going to do some rejoins today of highlights of the year, and that was an incredible bit of fortune. Rod Brooks was in the day we landed Spike Lee, legendary filmmaker Spike Lee, in his trip to San Francisco. We got him to pay homage to the life of Willie Mays. Spike had been on the West Coast to do something in L.A., flew up to San Francisco, laid flowers at the Willie Mays statue. We got a hold of his phone number. Curly called him. He answered. Rod and I talked about Willie Mays with Spike Lee, so there was highlight number one. That was pretty fun.
It's a great day.
Pretty cool.
Sad day, but it was a great day.
No, it showed the impact of this guy. It's incredible. Now, meanwhile, I lined up a bunch of songs for the Christmas rejoins, and many of them sentimental and sort of like traditional. And then overnight, Dave kicked down the door and said, no, I'm playing this. This is Run, Rudolph, Run.
Run, Rudolph, Run by Billy Gibbons, Dave Grohl, and then Lemmy.
What are you going to do about Billy Gibbons?
Do we need to explain to you the significance of those three men and the bands they played in?
Dave Grohl, I've definitely heard on the show before. The other two guys, I'm a little, I need some help.
Gibbons from ZZ Top is your guitar player's favorite. Your favorite guitar player's favorite guitar player. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's you know what I mean. He's like, and then Lemmy is from the classic metal band Motorhead, which I am not a PhD on Motorhead. By the way, they have umlauts like Schroeder.
Yes,
like Schroeder.
Over both.
I do know that.
Both files.
Just like Motley Crue did. So Dave, you get this one so much from I'd lined up. Christmas Time is Here from Charlie Brown. Little different vibe.
We'll just make it a grab bag of Christmas music.
Okay, there
it's
you go.
The last day before you go on vacation for the rest of the year. You can do whatever you want to do.
I did. I sent an email to Tony. I said, blanket, I'm putting my foot down. Yeah. All rejoins are mine tomorrow. And then Dave goes, no, I want this one. I go, yeah, okay. All right, so, there you go. It sounds good, Dave. That's for you, buddy. Overnight Dave. And I want to tell Overnight Dave that I went to John's Grill for lunch yesterday with the Provident crew and Provident Credit Union. Great. Jim Ernest and John Haggerty, who are so awesome. And Chris Young, our account exec, who arranged the lunch. We walk into John's Grill. First guy I see, Jim Plunkett. That's for you, Dave. First guy I saw was Jim Plunkett. They were having a Stanford football lunch. That's the kind of thing that happens at John's Grill. You see the Maltese Falcon and Jim Plunkett. So anyway, very Christmassy vibe, and we'll do our own little thing today after the show. So that's all good. It's funny because we have this great vibe going. We're giving out gifts. Everybody's having cards. We're playing songs. And then the Warriors lost by 51. So that's going on, too. I do want to get a little bit in. First of all, say good morning to Young Tone. Young Tone, good morning. Happy last day of the year to you,
Good
buddy.
morning.
Yeah, you feeling Christmassy?
I am, yeah. I was literally driving in this morning listening to some Christmas music. Actually, some of the stuff we played yesterday.
Nice.
And I was just smiling on my way into work.
Look at that, Young Tony. You know, my wife said yesterday, Candace, she goes, I'm a Young Tony fan.
Let's go.
You know what?
Yeah.
You're a made man now.
I said, you're going to
You
have
got
to
the
be.
Candace bump.
I hate to take you from the high to the low, but I said, and she goes, am I taller than him? That's what she says.
Oh, wow. Jeez. Man, from the highest of
Well, she was
highs
just
to the
trying
lowest of lows.
She was trying to just place you in her mind. I said, you're going to love the kid. You're going to love the kid. She actually said she thinks you have great radio pipes. How about that?
I appreciate it.
You know what? Now you're back up.
All right.
There you go.
It's like a roller coaster. Goodness gracious.
Love roller coaster, the Ohio players. There it is.
It's all coming back.
The Soulful Christmas, you said you played some, so that means some stuck with you. What were the ones that stuck with you?
Ooh, I actually just went through the listening history. I'm blanking on some of the songs we played. We played
This
so
Christmas,
many.
Donny Hathaway.
Donny Hathaway was the first one I queued up.
What
this
Christmas means to me, Stevie Wonder.
Yep,
from
that was
Elf.
one of them,
Yeah,
yep.
yeah. Okay, well, cool. Well, today we'll give you a grab bag, including some sentimental ones, too, to make you get you all warm and fuzzy. Not warm and fuzzy watching the Warriors last night. I couldn't believe it. Like, I've been an ardent supporter of the Dunleavy era. I've been like, I like Dunleavy. Again, could be an Irish bias. Could be that going on here. But, the trading Jordan Poole I thought was ballsy. I liked it. Saying goodbye to Clay, I appreciated that he had the stones to do that, even though it was painful. I kind of liked the team he assembled at the start of the year. So I wanted to support the Schroeder move. I turned on the game last night, and they looked small.
Yeah.
They looked small. That was one of my biggest takeaways. Rod mentioned it in the first segment. Jaren Jackson and Zach Edey are their bigs, but Warriors obviously Looney and TJD are their only guys, but that was a problem. And as Rod also pointed out in the opening segment, too, if teams are going to say, we're taking away Curry, well, Schroeder was supposed to be an offensive outlet. He went 2 for 12 last night from the field, 0 for 4 from three-point land. He was a minus 34. The plus-minuses are hilarious. Steph's a minus 41. Draymond's a minus 42. Here's Draymond's line. 19 minutes, 0 field goals in 4 attempts, missed his only three-pointer, no rebounds.
That's crazy.
No assists, no blocks, 4 turnovers. I'll give you this, Rod. He had a steal. He had one steal.
Yay.
So after the game, Young Tone, Kerr was kind of quick and crisp. Curry might have been
Kind of like the ass kicking last night.
Well, honestly, I said, as I said, my line I'm going to use every hour. Was that a game or was that a cry for help? This was the first game of the Schroeder era, and I understand it's only one game, but that was I'm a little alarmed. Like, my alarm bells went off. Like, that's how they performed the first game after and oh, by the way, somebody said to me, I think it's my kid, he goes, well, it's the NBA, they're tired. I said, they've had 7 of the last 8 days off.
Right.
Like, that's the other thing, is they should have been completely fueled up and ready to go.
7 of the last 8 days off, and the last game they played looked, from a defensive standpoint, just like what we saw last night. Dallas shot 60% from the field in the last game the Warriors played. Last night, Memphis shot 56 or 54% from the field. 144 points they gave up to Memphis last night. They gave up 145 to Dallas. Now, the Warriors were much more competitive offensively, but what is alarming to me is that defensively, these last 2 games looked exactly alike.
Yeah.
And turnovers and giving up points off of those turnovers. 31 Memphis points off of those 18 turnovers last night, and Dallas 30 points off of 16 turnovers. That's the part to me that says this is non-competitive basketball. Yeah. And they're better than that to, in back-to-back games, be absolutely non-competitive defensively.
Minnesota becomes kind of an important game in terms of setting this thing. Marcus Thompson wrote a tweet last night, said this thing can slip away pretty quickly. Now, they do have Indiana and the Lakers at home next week. Lakers on Christmas Day, which should be a safe landing, but man, oh man, we'll see. Just some quick sounds from last night. We'll get the guest list then and get into some football too. But Draymond Green was told after the game that he and Steph combined no baskets.
Damn, that happened?
First time ever.
Oh, that's crazy. Well, it ain't because I didn't make a field goal. No, I'm just playing. No, they did a good job. Give them some credit.
Okay, damn that. And then he did try to say it is December here. Don't.
And it is.
So here's what he said.
It is.
Because we know the group that we have. We know it's a connected group. We know it's a group that's more than capable. We just got some things that we got to figure out, and we will be all right. Ain't nobody won a championship in December.
Okay, so there you go.
And again, I don't believe that that's flippant. I don't believe that's just talk and let me get these guys out of my face with these microphones and cameras. It is just December, but you have lost 9 of 11, and you have in back-to-back games defensively.
Yeah,
you can't stop a nosebleed.
Insane. A couple more sounds I wanted to get at. Curry on Schroeder, because you like the low-lying fruit is, or the low-hanging fruit is say, wait a minute, Schroeder came and they lost by 51. Is it a Schroeder thing? Curry defends him here, yeah.
The vibes are good. I mean, obviously saying this after that game, you don't want to let the results of tonight kind of paint the picture of what Dennis can do for our team. Still excited about implementing him into our locker room and adjusting to what he does best. Kind of a perfect storm of new starting lineup, Dennis in there, the way Memphis defended us, and the way they played overall. Like we ran into a buzzsaw, but we obviously know we're better than that. I got to be better than that. We got an opportunity to try to turn the page before Saturday, so excited to have him. Like it's gonna be good. We just got to figure it out.
So he says the vibes are good. He says, I know it's hard to say that after you lose by 51, but the vibes are good. Biggest blowout in the NBA this year.
Two things. Last night had nothing to do with Schroeder.
Okay.
But
thank you.
What Steph said, how they defended us, it's really how they defended him and how that affected us, how that affected the rest of the Warriors, because they took Steph away. It killed the head of the snake. The body died fast.
Yeah, and
so that's the trick. And what they hope from Schroeder is Steph's got people, a person or people guarding him. Can you get to the paint? Can you finish in there? Which he can and he will. But can you take some of the pressure off Steph by having the ball, having eyes on you, and then guys collapsing possibly on you, getting them out of their defensive rotations, get the ball back out, swinging around. Buddy Hield makes a shot. Steph makes a shot.
Let me ask you a crazy question.
Wiggins makes a shot.
Would Klay Thompson be the answer?
No.
Okay.
Because he's not a ball handler.
I wanted to ask you that.
No.
Okay, so guest list on a Friday, 12/20/24. Well, I frequently am off work, but I don't usually work as late as December 20, so it's kind of nice to be here this late. And again, it starts making you panic. Dude, have you done all your Christmas shopping? Young Tony's like, yeah, dude. Did it weeks ago. Good morning, Tony. What do we got today, buddy?
All right, well, coming up at 6:50, we will have Brian and Bobby's best bets. We will test Rod's knowledge on football this weekend. We got some good games this weekend, too. Good game tonight.
I trust the Rod father.
All righty.
Yeah.
Greg Papa will join the show at 7:30. The big hit is going to be John Lynch at 8 o'clock this morning. Cooler of Content is going to be at 8:30 this morning. And then a legendary soccer coach, Bruce Arena, the new sporting director and head coach of the San Jose Earthquakes at 9 o'clock this morning.
Did not anticipate a Bruce Arena hit, but hey, let's go. I'll talk international footy the debut 5 days before Christmas. On the other side, there was a football game last night that featured one of the most unusual things you will ever see. And Jim Harbaugh was quite happy about it. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, time to talk about something that the Warriors didn't do last night, and that's smiling. All right, not a lot of smiles in Memphis, but we got smiles with the Invisalign brand. That's right. When it comes to the smile, my kiddos, we've made a choice as a family. Invisalign clear aligners. Both the 17-year-old and the 13-year-old are rocking the Invisalign. And by the way, you don't have to be a teenager to have Invisalign clear aligners to help your smile. You can go all the way through adulthood. Let's go. Just rock that smile through Invisalign, the #1 doctor-recommended brand. Now, for kids, it's awesome. It stays in there all day. Nobody notices it other than your smile. Or, as the 13-year-old said, hey, Dad, with Invisalign, you can make your smile shine. We got rhymes, kids. It's transformed over 18 million smiles all over the world. My 17-year-old wears them at night. 13-year-old wears them all day. It's awesome, and the smiles are rocking. In fact, the staff could see the smiles on the family Christmas card. Invisalign gifted those smiles. Check them out, Invisalign.com.
Marcus is off the rest of the week, so Rod Brooks is in. This is Murph and Brooks on KNBR, the sports leader.
In a kickoff formation with body sideline to sideline, Dicker backs up at the heart of the bolt at midfield. His heels at the 50. He takes a couple of side steps to his left, a left to right kick try with the ball spotted at the Denver 47. There is no snap. He's going to the teed up ball. He launches his right cleat into it. This boot with great distance, and Dicker drills it with zeros on the clock. He converts for three, 21-13. The Denver lead at the break as Dicker does it with zeros on the board.
Okay, so, and by the way, shout out Vince Guaraldi and the Charlie Brown Christmas. This one, come on, man. We're skating on the pond with Linus and Snoopy right now here. Sounds good, Young Tone, as our Christmas rejoins continue. And we'll mix in highlights from the year also. We heard the Spike Lee hit earlier today. But, Rod, last night, Rod Brooks in for Marcus. Good morning, Brooksy. I had the sound down last night. Oh, quick digression. Did you get buffered by Amazon last night? We did.
I did not.
Yeah,
no.
we did. In the fourth quarter or something, or third quarter. No, it was when Herbert, I can speak, Justin Herbert, on the 3rd and 10, if you recall, deep in his own territory, scrambled for 20 yards. Yeah. If you're watching at that point in time, that entire play was buffered into oblivion. Start, fuzzy, start, fuzzy, start, circle, start, circle.
Pixelated.
Pixelate. I just, that play is a rumor to me, I think. But anyway, so I had the sound down at the end of the half, and I was kind of eating dinner too. We're eating dinner, and I noticed all this stuff with the timeouts and the
hubbub,
and Harbaugh's face, where he kind of looks like he has gas or something, you know, he kind of grimacing. He's looking up at the clock, you know, he's got the mouth open, you know. And then this guy's kicking, and And I'm like, is this a kickoff or something?
Yeah, guys holding the ball.
Holding the ball.
Yeah.
I didn't piece it together till later what happened. And so most people tuning in right now might know, some don't. But Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers last night invoked a little-known rule called the fair catch free kick rule. And here's the rule in the NFL. If a player makes a fair catch on a punt, we see it all the time, the team may attempt a kick from that spot rather than beginning its next possession. Now you say like, well, what? Who would do that? Why would you ever do that? A fair catch on the 21-yard line, 79 yards, 79 yards, you're not going to kick it? And how many times are you going to fair catch it within field goal range? Like never, right? Nobody's punting to the 30-yard line unless something dramatically bad happens to a punt. So you're like, yeah, I've never seen. So the Chargers caught the fair catch, also got a penalty.
That's the kicker.
That moved them up to the 43-yard line, their own 43 from the 28. Now, that's still 57 yards from the goal line, 67 yards from do I have that right? Was it from the 43-yard line? Is that right? Dude, they bring out Cam Dicker. Now, here's the other catch, Rod. Cam Dicker was featured in yesterday's Cooler Content. He had that really creative used car salesman ad to be on a Pro Bowl. And it was really funny, and we played it. It was like, Cam Dicker, vote for me for the Pro Bowl. And he was like selling used cars and all that. And young Tony said that the San Diego or the LA Chargers social media team is goated. Isn't that what you said, young Tony? You can tell me that?
Goated.
Yes.
What did OG Murph learn today?
Because, well, I could figure that one out easily, but but you learned that. You
still learned it.
I did learn that. I didn't know it could be used as a verb.
Yes.
There you go. So Harbaugh brings out Cam Dicker, and they kick a 57-yarder, and it goes in with no time on the clock.
That's the thing. There's no time on the clock.
There's no time on the clock.
It was at the half.
Because if he misses it, the Broncos can return it.
Right.
So why?
They still could have returned it even if he did miss it with no time on the clock. But it's worth the risk because all of the factors set up. The punt, the penalty, and it basically being an untimed down.
Now, here's many things going on. Apparently this happened as recently as 2019 in a Carolina Panthers Tampa Bay Buccaneers game.
But how would you know that? Because you have to watch the Panthers and the Bucs.
Exactly.
And unless you got money on it, you ain't doing it.
Among the many fun things about this, including Cam Dicker's newfound celebrity and Jim Harbaugh's craziness, is that the last guy to do it in an NFL game was Ray freaking Wersching, who was a 49er icon. And he did it as a San Diego Charger in 1976. So that adds a whole other layer to it. It adds a whole other layer to it. The longest one ever was by Paul Hornung, former Heisman Trophy winner. Shout out Notre Dame, who will be maybe in Brian and Bobby's Best Bets in a little bit. In 1962 or so, he kicked like a 52-yarder. So this is also the longest fair catch free kick of all time. And Rod, it kind of changed the game because it was 21-10 Broncos.
Yeah.
And I thought I had taken the Chargers minus 2.5, and I was pissed. I was like, I can't believe I missed this one. And then that kick kind of changed the energy, and in the second half, the Chargers won the game and covered.
Well, the Broncos just completely screwed up that last possession, their last possession, getting towards the end of the first half, going into halftime. They got cute. They got real cute, which is why you shouldn't get cute. If you have a chance to kill the clock to go into halftime with a lead, and I think the lead at the time was 11, do it. Now, that was the beginning of the Chargers being able to score and win the game. And I don't know if the game flipped on that. It was a nice, cute little story. But the reason the Chargers won that game and the Broncos lost that game is Broncos defense finally showed up. Because in the first half, the Chargers defense finally showed up because in the first half, the Broncos were getting whatever they wanted on the ground. That Broncos offensive line was just absolutely mashing the Chargers defensive line, their defensive front. That script got flipped in the second half. Bo Nix was able to run around, do stuff because they was all coming off the Broncos run game, which they did not even have in the previous week. It really hadn't had all season. Once they shut that run game down and put the ball into Bo Nix's hands, that was the Bo Nix I saw playing at Auburn, running around trying to do way too much with too much dip on his chip.
He did lead 3 touchdown drives in their first 3 possessions.
That was the first 3 possessions. Now tell me about the last few possessions.
Right. Now, the Broncos still have a chance to make the play. This is huge for the Chargers who are coming off getting blown out by Tampa Bay on Sunday. Here's some of the fun stuff. First of all, here's another detail I didn't know. That in 2013, Harbaugh did this with the Niners and Phil Dawson. I don't remember that.
I have zero recollection
You
of
might
it.
have been on the sidelines for
I
that.
have
I don't
zero
know.
recollection
It was a
of it.
71-yard. They had Phil Dawson try a 71-yarder. He missed it. According to quirkyresearch.com, there have been 29 of these. 29 of these in the regular season. Here's a couple fun reactions. Justin Herbert thought he was going to throw a Hail Mary. So he was trying, now as we'd all do, throw a Hail Mary. No. They call him back. He was confused. Here's outside linebacker Bud Dupree. Everybody was trying to figure out what was going on. We knew he could make up. We just didn't understand. We knew he could make it. We just didn't understand. Was it going to be a 2-pointer or a 3-pointer? Or do we get the ball on the one? We
Half
didn't know.
a point, what do we do?
Gus Edwards, the running back who had a big night, said, man, I don't know whose idea it was to kick at, but they know ball. I was as confused as S. I ain't never seen that before, said Gus Edwards. I was confused as S. That's Gus Edwards, who had a big game last night. So here's Harbaugh after the game describing it here.
Free kick, yeah. Let's talk about it there. Cam Dicker on the free kick.
What was the process there?
It's my favorite rule in football. And just been trying to get one of those like every game. You know,
You've been trying to get one of those?
Yeah. It's the first one we've made. We tried one with the 49ers. I think it was like a 70-yarder or something. 71, thanks. Mr. Dawson, probably a little. I wanted it so bad that I tried a 71-yarder, but it is my favorite rule, and that was. And Cam Dicker stepped up and nailed it, and I thought that was a huge, good momentum. Got the momentum back, and going into halftime.
Guys, by the way, quick sidebar: how about 2024 Jim Harbaugh? The relaxed, how different he is from 2011 Jim Harbaugh, 2008 Jim Harbaugh at Stanford. And it's all about going 15-0 and winning a natty at Michigan has changed this man's perspective on the world.
So,
also, a little older.
When he was with the Niners, he was wound tight like a golf ball. Mm-hmm. Now he's just wound tight like a baseball. It's just there's still a tightness to it, but it's not as tight. I got something to blow your mind. It just popped into my head when you mentioned Phil Dawson being the last Jim Harbaugh kicker to try a free kick. Cam Dicker went to the University of Texas. Where did Phil Dawson go?
Hey.
University of Texas. And Jim Harbaugh tried free kicks with both of those players. Did I just blow your mind?
Well,
maybe
what
not.
you did is you might have changed my idea about who to pick in the Clemson-Texas game on Saturday.
Oh, Texas. Texas is going to beat the wheels off Clemson.
There's a spread. Well, you're getting ahead of Brian and Bobby's. By the way, you look
I'm
at
just telling you, Texas is going to beat Clemson.
It's a 10-point spread.
Hey, baby, make it light on yourself. How much you want to put on? No, I'm just kidding.
By the way, so Cam Dicker was an undrafted kicker. This is what I'm talking about.
Dicker the kicker.
And I don't mean to, I did not open this segment with any intention of taking a stray at Jake Moody at all. I did not.
Since it's there,
I did not.
Since you got the Jamie out, why don't you go ahead and cock it and shoot it?
I just came to the intersection, I looked right, and there he was. All right, that's all I'm saying. Because I was like, Cam Dicker's now my favorite kicker after that used car salesman ad and making a 57-yard free kick. He was undrafted out of Texas.
Leave Jake Moody alone. Hey,
you can find kickers undrafted. You can find them. You don't have to draft kickers.
Jake Moody did his job against the Rams, scoring all the Niners points.
I heard a guy say
I'm just
that on
saying.
TV. I heard a guy say that.
I'm just saying. But yes, your point is correct.
Yeah, thank you very much. Tim Ryan
spending a third-round pick on a kicker is.
I didn't like it. I hated it the moment it happened, the instant it happened. Tim Ryan joins Dirty Work with Copes and Depop at 4:30 this afternoon. We're still giving away 2 weekend passes to the 2025 Aftershock Festival, where you might hear that Run Rudolph Run cover with Billy Givens, Dave Grohl, and Lemmy.
It would be an interesting choice.
Yeah, to play in October in Sacramento.
It would be an artistic choice.
By the way, October in Sacramento, can we Aftershock Festival /A's playoff game? What do you think? Aftershock Festival /A. Luis Severino, they're going out there. Then they make another trade for the Rays lefty, didn't they?
You ain't right.
By the way, if they make the playoffs, is there talk of them not playing them at that field because of the capacity? But anyway, talk about a digression. I just got the A's to the playoffs in 2025, dude.
You did a lot there,
That's what we do on live radio, baby. That's what we do. All right, what we also do is we run the damn ball. I'm wearing the hat on a Friday.
You have to get me one of those.
You know what's so great about this? Some people think it's a different red and white hat with lettering. if you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's hilarious.
I know.
People are writing in, they're like, Murph, what are you?
People start looking at you sideways if they can't read, or if they're just making snap judgments by your headgear.
Larry David with the ultimate episode of Curb Your Enthusiasm, where he realized that the hat could be used socially. There was a guy who kept nagging him to go to lunch, and he did not want to go, and then he knew the guy was politically anti-DJT. So he had the idea to wear the MAGA hat to lunch. And the guy was so offended, he stormed out of the restaurant, and Larry got what he wanted. He didn't have to have lunch with the guy. Conversely, later in the episode, he cuts off a motorcyclist, a biker, and the guy wants to take out Larry. He's zooming up, and he's like, let's fight. And then Larry pulls the MAGA hat out and puts it on. The guy goes, yeah! Gives him the fist bump and drives off. It's so funny. He uses it socially to get in and out of things. So funny. But that's me wearing the hat today. Okay, so Rod, we do the Brian and Bobby's best bets. And you picked 2 NFL games, pinch hitting for Marcus.
All right.
I picked my favorite 2. They call me Saturday Murph.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Ironically, I named myself.
Like Kobe giving himself a nickname.
I'm the White Mamba. Yes.
Yo.
From now on, you are. Them's the rules.
On that one. Although I could be Friday Murph because there's a game tonight. And then I give you the top 5 couch potato games, which, by the way, was quite competitive this weekend. We're going to have to talk about those that didn't make the cut. All right, that's next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Hey, give everybody a high five!
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Brian and Bobby gave me the opportunity to really learn.
KNBR heads, you ready for your weekend picks?
Yeah, baby!
It's Brian and Bobby's best bets on the sports leader. But wait, who the are Brian and Bobby?
There it is. You've heard it every Friday since, early September when we had sunshine and baseball. And I always associate the U.S. Open tennis with the start of the Brian and Bobby's Best Bets Friday football forecast. We're doing those way back when you thought the 49ers were going to be good this year. And here we are now, the Friday before Christmas, still doing it. Although Brian and Bobby have been subbed out for Brian and Rod. The Rod father is here because Boucher off until Thursday, January 2. We're doing our Christmas rejoins. I got to tell you, I told you guys this multiple times. When Bublé came on the scene in 2011 with his Christmas album, I was like, get the blank out of here. Don't touch my Crosby. Don't touch my Sinatra. Get out of here. And then you give it a listen, and you're like, you know what? The frickin' Canuck, he can sing. The Canadian.
He's doing a very good Bing Crosby impression here.
Yeah, he does.
For
Young
sure.
Tony, you support him, don't you?
We are currently being Bublé'd.
Hey, easy, dog.
Marcus.
Come on, man.
You had the same
We're
reaction.
at work, bro.
Same reaction Marcus had.
Man.
I didn't anticipate this. I said, we played this earlier in the week. I said, we're about to get Bublé'd. Marcus was like, whoa, whoa.
Hey.
Marcus spun around in his chair.
Pause.
That's what he said. And I said to him, I had no idea. But Rod went to the same place. I guess I gotta crank up my dirty mind.
See, like in the Avengers, it's a good time for the Hulk to get mad, and he goes, well, my secret, I'm paraphrasing, is I'm always angry.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. Turn your dirty mind on if it's always dirty.
I need to get a little Prince dirty mind.
There you go, baby.
There you go, buddy. All right, well, listen, this is what we do. Brian and Bobby's Best Bets set to the Christmas rejoins. I take my 2 college games. Rod sitting in for Marcus takes his 2 pro games. Then I give you the best 5 TV games of the week, which is hard. So it's also hard because, I'm very excited. Last week there was only one major college football game, and I had to pick Army-Navy, and I went 1-1. I lost on the spread. I took Army. They lost. But I hit on the over-under, so I went 1-1. Ready for this, Rod? 14-16 this year. And ready for this? That's actually an improvement because I started 1-7. So we're good. Since November 1, we're in the green. Just don't talk about September and October. So we're going to try to finish strong here before we take this into January. And I'm looking at all 4 college playoff games. They do call me Saturday Murph. There's one on a Friday. And that's Notre Dame, Indiana. Notre Dame giving 7 to Indiana tonight at South Bend. I'll give you the other 3 spreads just for your edification, and you guys in your cars and in your morning workouts can figure out which one appeals to you. Southern Methodist University. Rod and I are old enough to remember the Pony Express. Young Tony, no way you know the Pony Express.
Well, I remember Chalamet referenced the SMU Ponies.
Dude, the Chalamet performance, we need to, because that happened on a Saturday, and then usually by Monday we're talking Niners. We need to revisit that guy's life-changing performance on sports.
Can I tell you
on
that
game day?
I had never heard homie speak, and I thought he was French. And then he got up on the game day set, and he started dropping football knowledge, and I was like, okay, player.
And also, by the way, he's from New York City.
Had no clue.
And the name, you dislike him right away. Timothy with the accent.
That's what I'm saying. I thought he was French.
Man. Yeah. Do you have the Rappaport? Do you familiar with Mike Rappaport?
Absolutely.
Saw him during pandemic, saw him on a street in L.A., and started filming him going, hey, man, are you... He got
that's not creepy at all.
He got his name wrong because the kid's name is Timothy Chalamet. Is it? No, his name is Chalamet. Well,
not to be confused with
Rappaport
Shalamar.
calls him Chalamet. No, don't give me that.
See, that's why
yeah. I might. Does Shalamar have a Christmas album? Let's play it. All right, dude. Anyway, Shalamar. So this is Mike Rappaport. We use this sound so much during the pandemic because he's on the street in L.A. and he just starts filming Timothy Chalamet gets his name wrong. Calls him Chalamet. Here it is. Here.
My man Chalamet. Chalamet, what up?
What's up, bro? You filming me?
Yeah, you Chalamet, right?
Yeah, we'll see you around, bro.
Act like you all that. You ain't all that. F*** you.
F*** you, man.
F*** you, Chalamet. Acting like you all that. F*** out of here.
Yo, Rappaport's a jackass.
The craziest sound of all time.
He's a jackass.
The craziest sound of all time. You ain't all that, Chalamet. So anyway, Chalamet turned us on to the Pony Express. They're getting 8.5 at Happy Valley. Think about that one. Next up is Rod's favorite, Clemson, Texas. Clemson's getting 10.5 at Texas. And then the last one is Rod's Tennessee Volunteers.
Hey.
Getting 7 at Ohio State.
Settle down, all right?
Okay, first of all, I love 4 home playoff games. I've been waiting for this for years and years and years and years. Back when old Pat and I used to lock horns about the BCS, Pat Connor, Pecan, Peaches, used to support the BCS on these airwaves, I would be outraged. I almost threw some button-fly jeans at the window when I heard Pat support the BCS. I always wanted a playoff. When they went to the 14 playoff, I said, it's not the ultimate, but it's better.
Yes.
And then when they went to the 18 playoff, I want an 18 playoff, not a 12 team, but I'll take a 12. I'm delighted. I want 2 rounds at home, though. We can talk about that at a later date. Let's get into the damn picks because I got to get going. By the way, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And they always say in the SAT, you got to go with your gut, right? Got to go with your gut. And from the moment Notre Dame, Indiana was announced, I said Notre Dame's going to beat them. And Notre Dame's going to beat them soundly with the ground game, and they won't be able to handle Notre Dame's relentless offensive line and a 3-headed running back system in a cold weather game. We saw Indiana at Ohio State. I hate to blame them for one game. It was just one game, but they were out-athleted against Ohio. I'm going to take Notre Dame and lay the 7. Sorry, guys. 10. I mean, I think Indiana will put up a little bit of a fight. I do. Mm-hmm. It's going to be a prideful game. It's a very important game. By the way, shout out to Hoosier State. I know we're out here on the West Coast. We don't give a lot of thought to the great state of Indiana, but this is a big deal in Indiana, man, because Notre Dame, they didn't even Indiana football. They're like, what are you? Does Indiana even have a football team? They're like, they're Bobby Knight and Steve Alford. They're the Hoosiers. No. Indiana football trying to punch Big Brother in the mouth here in your Hoosier State showdown here, but I'm going to take Notre Dame and lay the 7 in that one. The other 3 were all intriguing to me, but I just keep going back to the fact that none of us believes in the Ohio State Buckeyes. We all think Ryan Day is just this weird-faced fraud who can't win big games. He's got the red. He looks like he's had some work done. The beard is kind of too trimmed and all that. I think Tennessee's got athletes.
It's the trimming of the beard, you notice, and not the fact that it is devoid of color.
Yeah, that whole deal. Painted black.
Why is...
He went Rolling Stones painted black on his beard.
Hey, Brian Wilson, former Giants closer, looks at Ryan Day's beard and goes, that's a little too much, my guy.
It's true. And Tennessee's got a monster D-line. They got first-round talent on that team. Josh Heupel has them going on. They're coming from the SEC, well-tested, and you're getting 7 points. So maybe Ohio State squeaks out a close win, but maybe Tennessee wins the game. I'm taking Tennessee and 7 points in that one. The other 2 were I was very tempted to take SMU in the points, but I'm just going to lay off at the last second. Stage might be a smidge big for them, and Penn State might beat them by a couple touchdowns, so I'm going to stay away. So I'm going Notre Dame, lay the 7. Tennessee, give me the 7. Rod Brooks, take him to the bank, maybe. And now you got the Saturday, I'd say the Sunday, but there's Saturday NFL this week. So
and
maybe
I'm actually going to go with the Saturday game, if I can ask you sort of a rules procedural question. Do I have to go with the spread, or can I go with a number?
You know what? You can go with the number.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. So I will go with Houston at Kansas City tomorrow.
Is that game at Arrowhead?
In KC, at Arrowhead, one of my favorite places to see a football game. If you ever get a chance to go to Arrowhead, do it. 80,000 people, no suites. They're right on top of the action. It is so much fun. I want the number. It sits at 40. Both of these teams are very good defensively. And both of these teams have dynamic quarterbacks behind offensive lines that need to do better for their dynamic quarterbacks. So I think this is going to be by NFL standards, a fairly low-scoring game. So give me the under.
Okay, the under.
Bad boy, and
Mahomes is apparently going to play.
And he's going to play, but he is clearly hobbled. Now, that doesn't mean anything because a hobbled Patrick Mahomes is still a really good quarterback and a dangerous quarterback. But we've seen Kansas City play tight games, live dangerously all season long, and eventually pull it out of the fire. I'd like for my Texans to actually be the ones who pull it out of the fire. But to me, this just smells like a game that is going to be very tightly contested. It's a very low number. Yeah. So I'm going to go ahead and live dangerously on that one because I don't like the spreads in any of these NFL games. Because when you get to this time of year, the folks in Vegas who set these lines, they got them airtight. They got it locked down. So you're not going to catch them slipping. So that's why I was asking if I could take the under in that game. Let me get, you know what? I'm going to go with the Niners winning. Miami minus 2.5 in Miami.
It's actually down to 1.
Well, okay, I'm looking at covers.com.
Okay, I'll give you that, though.
So if if it's 1, that's even better. Give me Niners.
No, you're getting a point.
Give me Niners.
You're getting the Niners and a point.
Give me Niners.
Okay.
Give me Niners.
Give me a reason why they're going to win this game.
I think they're going to be better offensively, even though you got a Miami defense that statistically against the pass in particular is pretty good. They get a really nice secondary back there. I think the Niners are going to be able to actually run the ball. And
Pat Taylor?
I think they're going to do it.
Okay,
I really do think they're going to do it. And I wouldn't be surprised if you got back to a little bit more screen game. You got back to a little bit more play action to see if you can loosen that secondary up. So, and what the Niners have done defensively over the last couple of weeks against the Bears and the Rams, now that they have Hufanga back, now that they have Dre Greenlaw back, with Bosa being back, you're getting that pressure from Floyd. I really do think those young guys in the middle, like Evan Anderson and Sam Okawanu, I really do think that they've provided that interior defense that they need. That defense is going to travel. This is a proud Niner team. All they have to do is just enough offensively, and I just don't see them having 2 back-to-back bad offensive games.
On the road at Miami. And
it's not a particularly tough place to play, and weather should not be an issue.
Post Devondre Campbell fallout.
Yeah.
All that stuff.
And also, they've had 10 days.
And by the way, ruining the draft pick.
And they've had 10 days off. Well, you can look at it how you want to look at it.
Okay, so you're in the books, buddy.
All right.
And the best part is you don't, by the time we're on to the next, nobody's going to remember or cares. I do. I've written it down. So on Thursday, January 2nd, I'll tell Marcus what went to. By the way, Marcus last week hit on both of his Arizona, New England, and Green Bay, Seattle. He's 19-11. 19-11, so he's in the plus this year. Okay, here comes the Couch Potato Guide, the top 5 games you got to watch while you're doing your last-minute shopping. I put that in air quotes because shopping on the 21st and 22nd is not last minute in my book. I had 7 great games, and I have only room for 5, so sorry. Philadelphia Eagles at Washington Commanders does not make the cut. Sunday morning at 10 a.m. on Fox, although it's a pretty big game in the NFC East. And in fact, in my pool that I'm in where I try to win points, I took the Eagles in that game and made it my key game. You like the Eagles to beat the Commanders this week?
I do. Yeah. The Eagles are rolling, I hate to say.
And the other one that did not make it, this is going to be surprising and controversial, but I left out on my top 5 Clemson, Texas. To me, that is the least appeling of the 4 playoff games. And I had to get a couple. Yes.
You see appealing. SMU Penn State is more appealing?
Yeah. Well, first of all, my longtime neighbor and longtime baseball coach assistant, Coach Mike, is a Penn State Nittany Lion forever. I've been imbued in the navy and white for the last 13 years, so I follow Penn State pretty closely. So, yeah, I'm interested, too, in that sort of little brother, big brother matchup. I also love Penn State's unis. I like the home scene there. Actually, they're better home atmosphere than Texas does. So
I would absolutely agree with that.
Yeah, so I'm looking for that. So plus it's on Saturday morning. But yeah, that's my choice. So Clemson, Texas, Saturday at 1. That's on TNT. By the way, all these games are on TNT.
Not all of them.
How odd is that? No, that's true. Not all of them. 2 of them are. That's correct. We'll start with the 1-star game, and it's an NFL game on Saturday that you stayed away from. It's the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Baltimore Ravens. Saturday at 1:30 on Fox, also on KNBR. I like this game a lot. I'm interested in this game. Lamar Jackson, some are saying, still has a chance to win the NFL MVP award, although some have said it's Josh Allen's locked down. Do you know Lamar Jackson's problems with the Pittsburgh Steelers historically? He has big problems with the Steelers. His numbers are terrible against the Steelers. He turns the ball over against the Steelers. It'll be a very interesting game. I'm interested to see what happens in that. That's the
Don't know if TJ Watt's going to play.
I just heard Dan Graziano on the way in and said I think he's going to play.
Really?
Yeah, I think I heard that on the way in.
Interesting.
But let me double check that for you. Saturday, 1:30 on Fox. That game's on KNBR. if you're driving around. My 2-star game is the SMU Penn State game. Again, I like Penn State's unis. I like how they televise. I'm interested to see how SMU does in this game. Plus, it's a Saturday 9 a.m.er. I like a Saturday 9 a.m.er to get me going.
We talked about it a couple of days ago.
Exactly.
There's nothing better than waking up and there's football on at 9, 10 o'clock in the morning.
Tomorrow morning, we're going to have a college football playoff game in a home stadium at 9 a.m.
Yeah, man.
That's America, baby.
Yeah, man.
That's the America I want to live in. All right, buddy? That's the America I want to live in.
God bless it.
Yeah, I mean, people have their opinions on the country, whatever. I say this is a turn in the right direction for this country. Saturday at 9 a.m., TNT. That's on 1050, too. It's on KNBR 1050. My 3-star game. You ready for this, young Tony, John Joe? I told you guys, the Niners don't have a lock on the 5-star. They have dropped down to 3-star status. I have the first time all year they're not a 5-star game. 49ers Miami, let's be honest, it's not a 5-star game. It's a 3-star game because they're the 49ers. Sunday at 1:25, Nance and Romo on CBS, Papa and Ryan on KNBR. So what?
Do not forget about the Niner pregame show on NBC Sports Bay Area 1 hour before the Niners-Dolphins game. Myself, Dante Whitner, Carlos Ramirez. We will get you set right up to kickoff at, I still call it Joe Robbie Stadium. Niners pregame show, NBC Sports Bay Area. And join us for the postgame show, also on NBC Sports Bay Area, immediately after the Niners finish beating the Miami Sea Mammals.
Free plug here, like I give to Provident Credit Union on my Yeti, or John's Grill for lunch yesterday, or Invisalign for Make Your Smile Shine. Free plug. I am conditioned that after a Niner game is over to go over to you guys.
I appreciate that,
I am conditioned.
Thank you, sir.
No, I do. It's part of it's like my Pavlovian response.
Thank you.
So I enjoy you guys after a game.
Appreciate it.
All right. So I just got to start working on you guys before a game. All right. Well, usually I'm watching the red zone. Is the problem? I'm watching games climax on the red zone.
I get it.
So save your best stuff for after the game.
We're
all right?
fighting against a very strong tide when it comes to changing people's football viewing habits.
Your guys' post-game coverage is outstanding.
Thank you, brother.
It really
appreciate
is.
it.
And when I'm in the car, I got to go with my KNBR homies.
Yeah, man.
All right, there you
Absolutely.
go. Which you used to do. Didn't you used to do the post-game radio?
No, always did sidelines.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm back to my last. You're like, what 2 games could be better than the Niners? You Niner flagship guy. Well, I'll give you one of them. It's Tennessee, Ohio State. This is a very appealing game, and it's Saturday night at 5 p.m. It's on ABC and ESPN. It's also on KNBR. These are two titans. Now, here's one small subplot. How many Volunteers fans will squeeze into the Horseshoe? I understand they were only allotted 3,500 tickets, but they're planning a takeover. We'll see if Tennessee, have you been to Neyland?
I have not been to Neyland.
That's got to be a bucket list type thing, right? Talk about stadiums that televise well and atmosphere that
televises
well.
Yeah, man. That joint it's a special joint from the folks who've been there.
Our mutual pal, Jen Violet Kennedy,
is
a big burnt orange gal.
Her husband, Michael.
She married into that, and she reps them hard. I would love to do. UCLA, by the way, can you believe we once went there and beat them? I think we beat Peyton Manning. That's what we used to be. Talk about like freaking crying for the old day. We used to roll into Neyland and beat Peyton Manning. Now we're like, I don't even want to talk about it anymore.
Frustration.
So anyway,
I know the feeling, dog.
So that is my 2-star game. My 4-star game is Tennessee, Ohio State. I love the idea of these 2 gigantic programs clashing in a Saturday at 5 p.m. That's before I go see my buddies in the 85s at Sweetwater on Saturday night, by the way. And then finally, you're going to be maybe surprised at my 5-star pick. This one appeals to me the most. Indiana, Notre Dame. That's my most appealing game. I don't know. I might be wrong. You guys might disagree. It's tonight at 5 o'clock. It's on ABC, ESPN. It's on KNBR 1050. And the reason why, multiple reasons. I love the Indiana story. I really do. I love Signetti, who's, by the way, he's got pedigree. He was Nick Saban's recruiting coordinator. He's been in Bama. He's been around.
Hey, let me tell you something. No disrespect to Deshaun Foster, current coach at UCLA, but Signetti would look really good on the sidelines of the Rose Bowl coaching your UCLA Bruins. I'm just saying,
dog. Would be, ready for this? It would be a step down for him right now. You know what I mean? We just stole their offensive coordinator, though. We did. No, true story. We did. We stole their old coordinator. He starts as soon as the bowl game's over.
Saying.
And then Notre Dame is hosting. Here's the deal. Notre Dame is hosting a college football playoff game tonight. There might be light snow flurries, perhaps.
It's snowing now.
Yeah.
And they're projecting snow tonight.
So that's why it's my 5-star game. It is the very first 12-team college football playoff game. It's tonight at 5 o'clock. It's happy hour central. Snow at Notre Dame. Indiana, Notre Dame. Come on, baby.
There is nothing better than watching a football game played in snow. It's what high-definition television was made for.
Did we not? Brooksy wasn't here, but after the Buffalo game, did I not say, Tony, that I said, I challenge the listeners to tell me what is a better visual in American sports than a snow game.
Nothing. The only thing
Masters on a Sunday late.
Just about to say that.
Back nine of a Masters on a
Just
Sunday.
about to say that, but but that gap is wide.
All right, there it is. Brian and Bobby's best bets in the books. I feel edified. I feel good. I feel nourished. And now we can talk about how insanely bad the Warriors were last night. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Willie Mays gave me the chance to realize what real greatness is. And it's a curious combination of intelligence, dedication, the will to win, and a fundamental humility to believe that the effort is the prize. A gift he leaves us all with, and that I hope we can all share and cherish for the rest of our lives. God bless you, Willie. Thank you.
Man, we're doing highlights from 2024. Bill Clinton at the Willie Mays Memorial at Oracle Park. That was awesome. That sounded great. And then he hung out forever. And by the way, yes, we're doing Christmas rejoins. I sent Tony a list. You got to play Last Christmas by Wham. I know we've played it. It's turned into a classic. It's the new Bing Crosby White Christmas.
It's a classic. My oldest son, that's his go-to sing around the house Christmas song.
It's incredible.
Got back from basketball practice.
Is he 13?
Yeah.
My 13-year-old said the other day, this is my favorite Christmas song.
It must be on Fortnite. It's got to be on Fortnite. He got back from basketball practice last night, and he's in the shower, and I hear, Last Christmas. I'm like, that's my boy right there.
You know what? I mean, let them enjoy their version of Christmas. You know what I mean?
And
we
you know
all
what?
get nostalgic.
And it is a good song.
George
Michael is.
He was a hit-making machine.
Yes, sir.
Second maybe to only Paul McCartney in the last 60 years in terms of that. Dude, by the way, raise your hand if you've seen George Michael live.
Yeah, I saw Wham live.
Oh, dude. That's incredible. That's incredible.
I saw Wham live. I was a freshman in high school, and it was
Where was the venue?
It was this place called Southern Star Amphitheater. We had a knockoff Disneyland in Houston called Astroworld, and it was across the street from the Astrodome, which is why they called it Astroworld. And behind it, they had built this shoddy amphitheater called Southern Star Amphitheater. And I saw like Run DMC and the Fat Boys, and they used to have this thing called the Swatch Fat Boys Fest.
Wham.
Yeah. So that was when I was getting into my teenage years. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
That was the spot where I'd go see the hot bands.
707 says, Rod, it is on Fortnite. I don't know if that's true.
It must be.
Another 707 says, I'm 43 and it's my favorite Christmas song.
It's a great song.
Listen, I told you, Michael can do it. We can go all day on Wham. I watched the last Christmas, actually, no pun intended. I watched that Wham documentary on Netflix.
I have not seen it yet. I heard it's good.
Poor George, he left us too soon. In fact, remember, he died, I think I want to say, on Christmas a few years ago. I believe we were at Christmas.
Look it up.
Yeah. Because I remember my sister breaking that news. All right, so here's the deal. We're doing a lot of stuff today. We're having fun, giving gifts, cards, the whole deal. We got Greg Papa coming up in just a few minutes talking 49ers, Dolphins, and all that.
Christmas Day, passed away.
Yeah.
2016.
I remember it. I remember Katie, we were wrapping up at my brother's house, and my sister held up her phone. She goes, George Michael just died. I said, what? Because she was the Wham fan. See, I grew up with an older sister, so I had a lot of that teenage girl music filtered down to me.
Mm-hmm.
Billy. That's why Paulie Mack and I would fight about Billy Joel forever, because she was a Billy Joel fan, so I was raised on Billy Joel. Paulie thinks he's something on the bottom of his shoe, but and then Wham. She was huge into Wham, and so I was like, all right, well, my sister's listening to Wham. I guess I should too. Creative Tony used to talk about his sister's influence on him in the soundtrack Grease. Like they would just listen to Grease all the time because he had sisters listening to Grease. So if you have sisters, it affects you in a certain way. If your brother's like a metalhead, you go, Motorhead, etc. You go to the Aftershock Festival up in Sacramento. Okay, so here's the deal. That was Bill Clinton at the Willie Mays. And afterwards, he stayed forever. And if you go to my Instagram account, at KNBR Murph, there's a picture of me and Bill Clinton and the kid who played sax that day at the service. One of the great moments in 2024, dude. I said the right thing, caught his ear. I said, hey, let's take a pic. And I think he's still there, shaking hands right now.
Oh, it's Bill Clinton, absolutely.
Somebody go check home plate at Oracle. He might be still there right now.
The saying, nightmare blunt rotation? You, Bill Clinton, and the kid that played the sax at the Willie Mays tribute. That is the good blunt rotation.
I like that. Very good, very good.
And Bill will inhale.
Here's a nightmare blunt rotation. Steph, Draymond, and Schroeder.
That was a nightmare shooting rotation.
It's incredible, man. We got to just spend a few minutes here on this because, no joke, that might have been bigger than just a loss. It might not have been bigger than just a loss, but I'm alarmed. You get Schroeder, you have all those days off. They played one game. They played Houston last Wednesday, blew it, had them beat, blew it. They had Thursday off, Friday off, Saturday off, played Dallas, gave up 143.
Allowed him to shoot 60% in the process, and 30 points Dallas had off of 16 Warrior turnovers.
Had Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday off. So in the span of a week and a day, they played one game. They made a trade. I was like, okay, fresh legs. I understand Memphis is playing great. They're 18-9. They're at 19-9 now. They're second in the Western Conference, and it's at Memphis. So it's never an easy game. And there's a rivalry that goes back there for years and all that. But I didn't expect them to not just be non-competitive, but have the biggest blowout of the NBA season and look absolutely lost, flattened, despondent, discombobulated. Like that can't be the Warriors on December 20.
You're 100% right. But here's what days off and that Schroeder trade does not change about the Warriors, and it's a fundamental issue. When they run across younger, bigger, athletic teams, it's hard for them to do anything about it. The Warriors then have to shoot the lights out, and they obviously didn't do that last night. They couldn't do that last night because Memphis was dead set on, we will remove Curry, and everybody else, if they get it, they get it. And the Warriors, offensively, once Curry was removed, they did not get it. So, and just to go back to the Houston game, how they blew it in the fourth quarter. Let's talk about fundamental issues we've seen from the Warriors this entire season, from their good start to where they are right now, losing 9 of their last 11. One of their big issues still is, blowing it in the fourth quarter, having these long scoring droughts in the fourth quarter, as they did against the Rockets, if I'm recalling correctly. One of their fundamental issue right now is when they see younger athletic teams, and they will run across the exact same thing against Minnesota in a couple of days. In Minnesota, the Warriors have no answer because they ain't getting younger, they ain't getting bigger, and until they make a trade, they ain't getting more athletic. And I just go back to, while I do think there is a certain amount of, it's December, you got to kick it and move on because you have another game against a superior opponent in Minnesota. What I'm more alarmed about is that in back-to-back games, the Warriors have allowed 143 points, 144 points to Dallas and Memphis, respectively. And as I mentioned, Dallas shot 60% from the field. Memphis shot 54% last night. Memphis made, how many three-pointers did they make? 27 last night. They shot 56% from three, and they had 60 rebounds. Draymond had 0. And on top of that, Memphis scored 31 points off of 18 Warrior turnovers. So they're still turning the ball over way too damn much, and they're still giving up too many points off of those turnovers. That's what's the most distressing thing to me, is that in back-to-back games with days off, in between the Dallas and Memphis games, defensively, the Warriors looked exactly the same, which is not good.
My general early positive vibes on the Warriors are slipping away fast, and that's the problem. Is the season might be, I don't want to say this. I mean, but
that's the thing, though. It's way too many games left.
I know, but last night, like I've been joking, not joking, saying, was that a game or was that a cry for help last night? They looked small, and I have to admit, I was enthralled with the idea of Schroeder as a scorer and an electric guy. He looked small,
but I think
and
he can still be that
night.
thing.
But he had a bad night last night, 2 out of 12.
And listen, and Memphis now, they see the Warriors as food.
The Warriors are supposed to be trying to win a championship in Steph Curry's final years.
Yeah, I mean, you could try all you want to, but if you don't have the pieces to do it,
they started out 12-3. I thought they had the pieces.
Yeah, but go back and look at the competition. But and again, that's the thing about an 82-game NBA regular season, is that you're going to look good at sometimes, unless you're just a really bad team. You're going to look good at sometimes, or you're going to look terrible at times. So right now, the Warriors in these last 2 games have looked terrible, and they've lost 9 of their last 11.
At least they scored 133 against Dallas and made all those 3-pointers. Steph Curry, as somebody wrote in on the text here, 415 says, you know you're a legend when they're guarding you at half court. And you were saying even before half court. So here's Steph Curry on them just saying, we're going to remove you from the game.
You have to kind of accept that that's what they're going to try to do, knowing I'm not going to get a lot of touches early. Me being a screener is usually great, but, they had Zach and Triple J in the paint, and they were taking away, good looks from three and taking away the rim. So for us, I think it's accepting that they're going to try to take me out the game early and unlocking. We thought we could unlock Wiggs, which he played well. He shot the ball efficiently. Dennis was a little we talked about it. He's a little uncertain of how to whether pick and choose his spots, whether look for his own shot or try to get the ball moving. And I think Memphis fed off of that the whole game. So with the way our lineup is constructed, if a team wants to do that, then we have to be able to, and I have to be able to say, okay, I might not get a lot of FGAs, but you got to be able to create good looks. But we got to be able to get stops and then make them have to second guess whether that's going to work or not. Tonight, everything worked. So
right. Okay. And you want to make sure that he's telling everybody, Steph Curry did not make a basket last night, first time in his career. Did not make a basket. 0 for 7.
I wanted to go back to what he said, because if you're listening, he just told you everything. Start at the end. You got to get stops. They did not get any stops last night for the second night in a row. But in the middle of that, Dennis Schroeder, one of the reasons they got him is they want him to get into the paint, get to the hole, and finish. That's what he's done his entire career. If he could finish around the rim, bam, you got points. You get fouled, he's a very good free throw shooter. If they collapse and he sees guys that are open, kick the ball out. Hopefully it finds its way to Steph. Steph drains a three. That's how they want the offense to work. But you heard Steph say, Jaren Jackson, Zach Edey were in the paint waiting on Dennis Schroeder. Nothing he can do. And that's the thing with the Warriors right now. When they run across a team that's got size and they could get guys in the middle, Dennis Schroeder can't do anything about that. And that's like concrete in the washing machine to what they're trying to do offensively right now and survive.
Right now, I don't see a ton of solutions. So we'll see what happens tomorrow at Minnesota.
Well, the solution is you got to play much better defense to start.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay,
right
if they're going to meet you with defensive force, you have to some way equal that as best you can.
And he says also, Schroeder admitted he was confused as to what he truly should have done with the ball. So we'll give him some time, give him some grace, see what happens in Minnesota. Indiana Monday, Lakers on Christmas Day. But man, oh man, was that an insane sight last night. More fun watching Jim Harbaugh do 57-yard fair catch free kicks. All right, 49ers Dolphins. Brooksy feels good.
Oh, yeah.
About the red and gold way down in South Florida. Long flight down to Miami before Christmas. Nick Bosa will be home. Hopefully he'll be enjoying it. We'll talk to Greg Papa, the voice of the Niners, next on the Sports Center. Yeah, I love talking about Amici's Pizza. Rod knows that. I was just telling him how much I love Amici's. I do love Amici's. And I've been eating their thin crust and their wings forever. But they're like, yeah, well, guess what? We're going to get bigger and better. We spent a year developing and testing Detroit-style pizzas. How about that? What's a Detroit-style pizza, you ask? I'll tell you. It's rectangular. That's a start. That's different. It's cut into square slices. That's different. It's got a thicker crust. That's different. It is light and airy in the middle. That's a true story. And then I get to tell you this part. The outside of the dough is coated with a layer of provolone and Parmesan cheese. You're like, yeah. So what happens when you put it in the oven? Well, that caramelizes against the high-sided pan, right? It's a pan during the cooking, and that creates a, ready? Crispy, cheesy edge all the way around the pizza. Hashtag crispy, cheesy edges. So that's Amici's for you. That's their Christmas gift to you. Get all the good stuff. Thin crust, Detroit style. Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Time to come to Papa. Come to Papa. We now prepare you for game day with the voice of 49ers football.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Papa. On KNBR 104.5 and 680.
The mic was on. On the same side, 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 the mic was on.
We're doing highlights of 2024. We heard Bill Clinton at the Willie Mays funeral. Heard Spike Lee on our show talking. But this happened earlier this year. We were playing, want to be starting something in our 80s Friday. And we started talking about Mama Say, Mama Sa, Mamaku Sa, and Greg said, "Wait, what are you talking about? I'm going to sing the side the mic was on."
On the same side, the mic was on. On the same side, the mic was on.
Got creative. And Greg Papa Mix was born. A highlight of 2024 as we welcome Greg Papa. He's sponsored by Friedman's Appliance, proudly serving all of, that's getting in my head, proudly serving all of Northern California with a wide selection of luxury appliances. Visit them in Pleasant Hill to see the Friedman's difference. Greg is also sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle. With its lakes, parks, and schools, start your tour today at riverislands.com. Try getting that out of your head. Papa, I got Brooksy here. Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, we've lost some of the greats too young. Obviously, Michael, I heard you guys talking about George Michael. Love George Michael, without a doubt. I remember the day on Christmas Day that he died. We lost Billy Martin on Christmas Day. We lost George Michael. Did you guys, getting off tangent a little bit, because I was just texting with Shane Leckler like 5 seconds before we got on.
That's perfect. Yes.
Did you see the TikTok video that John Gruden, Rod, did you travel with us with the Raiders when Janikowski was a Raider?
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, my God. So he's telling this story. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't seen it.
No, I want to see it. Tell me about it.
Well, I saw John in Tampa when we played there, and he's got a big old belly. He's drinking his beers, and well, we texted the next day about coming on, and he goes, "I got something going on. I can't right now, but I'll get him on the radio." Anyway, he signs this huge deal with Barstool Sports, and then he drops this. He does his TikTok videos. Yeah. So he was talking about it. I remember this trip well. We were going to New Orleans. Was it his rookie year of 2000? May have been. I don't know if it was his rookie year. Anyway, so we check into the hotel in New Orleans, and Rod, it's like it takes forever for all the players to get up the elevators. So I would go to the bar right away with Run Jones usually.
Yes, rest in peace, Run.
R.I.P. Run, yeah.
Hey, Run. The San Francisco Bay Bombers with Joni Weston. Anyway, and I would wait for the elevator to clear, and we're in New Orleans, so I'm not staying at the hotel bar. We went out with JT. It was an epic trip anyway. I barely made the game myself on Sunday. Anyway, we go to Bourbon and French. But anyway, Janikowski's at the bar when we're doing the same thing, me and Run and Janikowski, and we're having a few drinks, and I go up to put my luggage away. I come back down, and it's almost curfew now. And Janikowski's still sitting at the bar. Of course, Run's there. He never left. And I'm like, Sebastian, you're going to hang at the hotel bar for one thing. You're in New Orleans. And then just go up and make bed check. It was like 11 o'clock or midnight, whatever it was. And then, go back out, or like the old Raiders do, get a dummy in the bed, whatever. So he's like, yeah, he's still pounding at the bar. So I'm like, see you later. So I remember in the story, Sunday morning, so apparently he missed curfew that night, obviously. John tells the story that he missed it Saturday, the night before the game, which I didn't know. But I remember going into the Superdome that morning of the game, and Gruden's on fire. And it's like, Janikowski's kicking for free today. He goes, I'm taking his game check. I'm like, what? I'm like, are you allowed to find a guy that entire game check? What the hell I am? And that game was on fire. And I had a little bit of a hangover going on that day. I remember Lance Johnstone was it Aaron Brooks' jaw early in the game, and their backup quarterback? Yep. And then Andre Rison went off. So it was like the wildest game ever, which I did not need nursing my own hangover. But Janikowski had like a 50-plus yard field goal. I remember John rooting for him to miss the first kick. I'm like, why are you doing that? He's the Polish cannon, John. I think he's had a night of drinking and then gone out and made every field goal. He kicked great. Anyway, it's all over social media. is Gruden telling me the story. And all I can remember was that morning was, I'm taking his game check.
Oh, my God. So I'm going to go year here. So at New Orleans, I'm looking it up. Was it 2000?
His rookie year? That was his rookie year.
So Raiders 31, Saints 22. Would that have been right?
Maybe. Look at Andre Rison scored right away. Lance Johnstone.
Would it have been November of 2000?
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, no, right before that, you got a little pre-Thanksgiving New Orleans. Greg, you bring up something because, the Niners, the Saints were in the NFC West in the 7 years I covered the Niners. So I did those every year, and there was always that noon kickoff, which was... And dude,
brutal.
Greg, Rod, I have what they call, I think the shrinks call it identification reaction. If you see something and you have a reaction, like when I see the Superdome, my mouth goes dry, my head starts pounding, my stomach turns. I've never not been in the Superdome hugely hungover, if not still legally drunk. It's such a tough trip.
Totally. We had one of the greatest Raiders. The Niners game a couple of years ago there. The 45-42 game when George had 3 and Breeze and Jimmy went back and forth and Kyle and Sean Payton at his height of his powers. What a game that was. They had a tight end early, Jared Cook, former Raider and Packer. We could not cover him. Trevarius Moore wasn't big enough. He scored the second touchdown. He caught it above his helmet and he landed back on his head in a whiplashing motion and he concussed himself. So I was like, great, get him out of the game. Give him a touchdown, but we can't stop that guy. But that game went back and forth. And then obviously, the Niners and Super Bowl 47 in that dome and the Harbaugh Bowl. So the Super Bowl is in that stadium again, Mercedes-Benz Superdome. They put like a $500 million into that stadium, and they need to because it smells like Bourbon Street when you walk in. And the lighting, it's just so dark in there.
Yes.
No,
the lighting affects the mood in your head and everything. You're like, oh, man, is it dark in here? I feel terrible. Yeah.
I was still looking forward to going back to New Orleans this year. I'm not sure we're going.
I've never felt good in the Superdome. Never.
Hey,
never.
You know what, though? Just thinking about it, Pop, and you understand this. We get this traveling around the NFL. New Orleans is one of those cities that'll get you in trouble. New York is that way. But quiet is kept. Miami can be one of those cities as well. Now, I don't think the Niners are going to go to South Beach and get turned and not be able to play. But Miami is one of those cities now where you could go out and you can end up in the swamp or you can end up in Cuba if you're not careful.
Well, believe me, I'm well aware.
I know.
It always goes back to the Raiders. The 2002 season, Raiders got off to a 4-0 start. And then they lost 4 in a row. And then Rod Woodson had an interception, ran it back 98 yards for a touchdown to beat Brian Griese, our quarterback coach now, going back to Miami, and Bob Griese for a touchdown. Anyway, the Raiders wound up winning 7 of their last 8 that year, and then beat the Jets, beat Tennessee, and Aaron McNair, went to the Super Bowl, obviously. Saw Gruden. But that year, Friday night in Miami, we land. And like tonight, when we get there, we're going to get there at the hotel like 11:45. Right. And curfew's about midnight. They do that purposely, where the guys really have to go to bed almost immediately. But the old Raiders, so it was Charles Woodson and Charlie Garner. I remember they went out Friday, missed curfew, and Bill Callahan wanted to suspend him for the game. And Al said that, it's my best defensive player, my best offensive player. But the Raiders did lose that game in Miami. So in any sport, just about, the South Beach flu is real. But these Niners aren't like that. These are all good guys. They're gonna make curfew. They're gonna show up on time on Sunday.
All right, just a little bit before I let you go on the game. Rod likes the Niners in this game. I don't know. I have no idea what their motivation factor is going to be. I have no idea how they can run the ball with Pat Taylor. I don't know. I don't know how Mike McDaniel's Dolphins are going to be. I'm kind of going in as a blank slate here, Greg. What you got? Any clues as to this thing?
Well, I mean, the motivation is they're playing professional football, and if they don't play hard, they're going to get taken off the field. So one way or the other, you got to play. It's not like that. This is not the NBA where you tank seasons, and I've seen Nelly and Pop do it for multiple years. They don't do that in the NFL. Suck for luck and all that. It's just you'd have to take them off the field. If they're on the field, they're playing, and they're going to have to play hard. So there's none of that. I remember when Kyle's first year, they were 0-9 and 1-10. And they traded for Jimmy. What was the motivation then? They won their last 5 games. Remember, they beat Jacksonville on Christmas Eve in a wild shootout in Jacksonville with Saxonville that year. Should have won the AFC Championship game. They had a bad PI called on Miles Jack in New England. But anyway, they're going to play hard. Taylor's going to be a good back in this game if I can't go. Abanikanda, Israel Abanikanda, I think is going to be, we'll see if he gets up on game day. He's picked up the zone scheme, and he was a New York Jet, so they ran the Kyle's offense there. Everybody does in the league right now. He just looked a lot sharper on the practice field. Keyshawn Vaughn, they'll find a way. I think you got to run the ball wide on Miami. Sealer and Calais Campbell. How old is Calais Campbell? My God. He's still playing well inside at age 40+. And then the key thing is going to be, matching their speed, and obviously Tyreek Hill, A-Chain, the running back, and Jonnu Smith has 70 catches and 6 touchdowns at tight end. So you're going to have to choke over the middle, and that's where, getting Dre Greenlaw back last week, that the key to dealing with Miami is your middle linebacker play in particular with Fred and Dre. And I remember when Miami came in a couple of years ago, and that's the game that Jimmy got hurt by Jalen Phillips and Brock came in. But on the defensive end, and Miami was running more RPOs then. They're not doing that as much. But they're still all those in-breaking slants and glance routes, the digs, so essential in the Miami offense. The Tua gets out on time. The Niners, Fred and Dre just kept dropping and getting such depth where he could not get it over the top of them. That deep dig that the Rams ran with the greatest show on turf, they run a lot of that, and Fred and Dre just took it away from him in this game, in that game. So I think the Niners, with their speed at linebacker, will be able to choke off the middle. But it's going to be in South Beach, 70 degrees, should be a fast track, so it should be a fun game.
I think they can run. I think they're going to have to run to get those safeties to try and cheat. Maybe try to help out in the run game and then be able to attack that secondary, because to me the secondary for Miami is the strength of that defense, with Poyer and with Ramsey and Fuller back there. So I just kind of think it's almost simple football. The Niners are going to have to run in order for them to be able to do what they want to do in the pass game.
But they're tough to run on. Zach
I
Sealer,
know. Yeah.
Good inside player, and Calais Campbell. Are they going to get Chubb up for this game? I kind of get a feeling they are, and they got the rookie Chop Robinson on the end. I hear you. It's a very veteran secondary. And then you got Kohu in the slot. And Jalen Ramsey, we know him well, obviously, from his Rams days. They move him around a lot. He goes in the slot some. He normally man-matches somebody. I don't think there's anybody on the Niners he'll travel with. We'll see how they want to line up with Anthony Weaver. And then on the other side, it's just, Tua's going to get the ball out fast. We know what he likes to do. And it's just not only do they have the speed down the field. I don't know if Jalen Waddle's going to play in this game. His last game against Houston, he got rolled up on, and his knee got planted on the ground. It looked bad. So we'll see if he can go. But without him, it's a track team. We had Raheem Mostert on the show yesterday, and Raheem's 40 time. What do you run, a 4.33, 4.34?
Something like that, yeah.
Something like that. They got A-Chan ran like a 4.2 something, and Tyreek. They got, and Waddle, I don't think he's going to play, but they got some of the fastest players in football. And what they do, where the Niners like those condensed formations tight to the line of scrimmage, Miami uses the width of the field, all 53 and a third. And, Kyle kind of broad. And even John Gruden years ago, talking about John Moore with the ghost motion with James Jett, going back to hold the backside end. But and Andy did it with Tyreek for years in KC. But they run this exit motion. Kyle calls it the cheat motion, where they have Tyreek Hill coming in motion at the snap, not pre-snap, and then he turns the corner going downhill. And that guy, he's not just fast. He creates such separation with his speed, because you got to get on top of him. But then he opens it up for all the comebacks and curls and outs, and they run fades to that guy. He's a little guy, but he goes up. He is tough, and he will fight for the football in the air. So we'll see. Miami's defense is good. There's no doubt. Their offense, have you seen the numbers on Miami's offense and the Niners' offense? How far they are down. Miami's in the bottom third in points per game, and the Niners are right around the middle of the pack this year.
Well, and the numbers on Tyreek Hill and how down he's been this year. He hasn't had like a pass over 30 yards since week 1.
Well, I think everybody's playing too safety, too high.
As you should.
It's the Vic Fangio, and you play top down. You got to.
Yeah.
The guy's just too fast. But last year, how many yards did he have receiving last year? Like 1,900? He was talking about breaking Calvin Johnson's record coming into this year and getting to 2,000 yards. He was voted in the NFL Top 100, the players vote on it. He was voted the best player, number 1 in the entire NFL.
Oh, man, that's incredible.
Well, I mean, he's a difference maker, but I'm not sure I'd vote him that high. But the point is, the other guys that have to deal with him respect Tyreek the Streak.
Yeah.
Greg, it's great. And by the way, just to round out everything, so oddly enough, Aaron Brooks did throw 2 touchdowns that game to Willie Jackson twice, 53 and 9.
That got hurt. Somebody who started the game.
Rich Gannon threw a 34-yarder to Andre Rison. Yeah, and then he
go on. Who was New Orleans quarterback that started the game?
Who was the Raiders quarterback?
New Orleans.
I'm sorry, New Orleans. I don't have that box score. I'm sorry.
Lance Johnstone broke somebody's jaw, and then Aaron Brooks.
I don't have that, unfortunately.
Aaron was a Raider. Later in his career. The problem is
Jeff Blake. Jeff Blake.
There you go, Cincinnati Bengals. I remember
There it is. I found it. All right, we solved the mystery. Safe journey. Hope you get some Joe Stone crab at least Saturday night. Hopefully.
Going to Overtown, huh? Going to Overtown?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. And then have a great trip. And we won't talk to you until next year. Happy Christmas. Merry Christmas.
And Bruce Springsteen's Santa Claus is coming to town.
We got to do it.
Listen.
Ask Derek. The kids would not get their presents at the top of the stairs. They would sit there until Santa queued up Santa Claus is coming.
There you go.
There's nothing wrong with the pants-dropping, heart-stopping E Street Band. All right. Well done, Greg.
You've been good. You've been a good boy, Clarence. I don't know.
Be good, Greg. Take care. Greg Papa. There he is. John Lynch is next on The Sports Leader.
Hold it now.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
And then finally, just a personal note. Young Tony, our producer, still walking on air that a Hall of Famer, a Hall of Fame football player, shook his hand and knew who he was. So, John, you made the
Well, I
kids
like
day.
that pregame chat. I saw Murph and young Tony right before the kickoff, and that was awesome.
It was good luck.
Yeah, it was good luck. We got to keep that going.
We'll try to make it a regular. There are highlights of the year we're playing. We played Spike Lee visiting our show after he came to Moore and Willie Mays. Bill Clinton speaking at the Mays funeral. And then the John Lynch, Young Tony pregame meeting before the Jets game week 1 that Young Tone, 3.5 months later, still a highlight?
Insane, dude. Curly always jokes it's like the friendship of the year, John Lynch and I.
It is. We used to have that. Used to be one of our year-end awards was the Friendship of the Year, famously won by Vegas Joe Hughes and Paulie years ago. By the way, here he is. It ain't Christmas till the boss says so. It ain't Christmas until the frickin' boss says so, all right? Boss says it's Christmas, Rod.
Then it's Christmas, dog.
Well, Clarence says it's Christmas now. Clarence Clemens, who, just a fun little digression for you. Just my mom, my wonderful, sweet, loving Italian-American mom, said to me, she came back from Jiffy Lube in Mill Valley. She said, I think I was next to a very famous musician at Jiffy Lube. They said his name was Clarence Clemens. I said, Mom, you just were at Jiffy Lube with Clarence Clemens?
The big man.
She said, yeah. She said he seemed like a nice man. I said, that's an amazing sighting. B. DeBenedetti/Murphy and Clarence Clemens at a Jiffy Lube waiting for their cars. Always gave me a kick. And now Clarence's nephew, Jake. And in the book Bruce wrote about his career, it's really an entertaining chapter about him kicking Jake's ass to get into the band. Jake showed up like late for his audition and kind of half-assed it, and Bruce just unloaded on him. Said, man, you're gonna dishonor your uncle and the E Street Band with this kind of attitude. Jake's been on his best behavior ever since.
You got to be on one to be late to audition for Bruce Springsteen.
For the E Street freaking band.
Like, what is going on in your mind for that to be part of your get down?
He ain't got no Young Tony in him who showed up in a coat and tie for his KNBR interview. He remains the only KNBR candidate ever to show up in a coat and tie. And look at him now. Look at him now.
Much respect.
Funny story. I appreciate it. Kevin Graham actually joked with me in the interview. He's like, I would just want people to shower before they get to work, let alone wear a suit to an interview.
KG's got jokes.
Yeah,
I
dude.
like it.
That's the guy that fired me.
Oh.
What? It's just a fact.
Oh. I would say it came
You know
from
what?
well above
Maybe
his
I
head.
should have worn a suit and tie every day.
Look at you now.
Yes,
you got
look
a
at
shirt
me
that
now.
says me and you and your mama and your cousin too.
So.
You're listening to KNBR.
And hey, you can't fire me twice.
KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. All right, John Lynch is going to join us in just a minute here. And obviously, a lot to catch up with him. We haven't talked to him since before the Rams game. And so a lot happening.
Something happened in that Rams game?
Exactly. And the Devondre Campbell incident and all that. And I don't know. I know you and Greg are, kind of talking. I don't know what to expect out of this Niner game on Sunday.
That's understandable.
Do I want them to win? Because, I'm a Niner lifer. I wore freaking 49er pajamas when I was like 6 or whatever. So
I thought you were going to say now. I really thought you were going to say now.
My very first game was a 1974 Niners-Bengals game at Candlestick as a junior 49er minor when Booby Clark and the Cincinnati Bengals beat them. So do I want them to win? Of course I want them to win physically, but am I one of those guys who wants a better draft pick? I hate being that guy. I hate it. I see it with Overnight Dave and Marcus Boucher. They're rooting against their team, the Raiders, to lose so they can get number one.
They're Raider fans. They're self-loathing to begin with.
There is something about the Raider fan. I mean, let's be honest now. I mean, you worked over there for years.
No, I know.
It's a thing. When I meet Raider fans, I
find
find
them
them
terrible for a long time. And how they cope is by self-loathing.
No, they've been terrible for a long time. Like Josh Dubow has stats on like it's decades.
They haven't won the division since the first Obama administration.
And yet I think there's a certain delusion to them. John's calling in right now. There's a certain delusion. Like they're kind of like, I don't know.
Most seasons
Stockholm
with
syndrome?
11 losses or more since 2003. Browns and Raiders with 13 seasons of 11 or more losses.
They're with the factory of sadness.
That will make you have a self-loathing attitude towards
Enough
your
of
team.
that nonsense. We got the Niners GM and president of football ops, John Lynch.
he's humble.
Coach Walsh, without you, I'm not standing on this stage today.
He's lifted the Lombardi. He's earned the gold jacket. And now he's laser focused on a championship for the faithful. Here's 49ers GM and Hall of Famer John Lynch with Murph and Marcus on KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, we always enjoy our conversations. It's going to be a little Christmassy, the last one of the year before we talk to John, I guess the Friday before the season finale against Arizona. John, I got Rod Brooks in. Marcus taking his last vacation before the season, before the end of the calendar year. So we got Brooksy, who does NBC Sports Bay Area, of course. And we got you. Good morning, John. How are you, man?
What's up, Murph? Hey, Rod. How you guys doing?
We're in a Christmassy mood, despite, we talk football in a second, but we're playing all the Christmas carols all week. And here's an easy one for you right out of the gate. Like, where do you ride? Like power ranking your top. We just played like Last Christmas by Wham, and we were talking about how that's surged up to kind of be the new sort of Bing Crosby White Christmas for a whole new generation. I don't know. Where do you ride? What's the one that gets you in your feels?
Well, I do love, I actually was, I was coming in late. My kids are getting home, so I was spending some time this morning before we head off to Miami, and Bruce and Clarence and all those guys, Santa Claus is coming to town, is pretty good. I go old school on like Nat King Cole chestnuts roasting on an open fire. That's about as good as it gets. And then, for some of the newer stuff, Mariah carries. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, so, I know. Listen, Mariah.
It's a Christmas standard now.
No, she's crushed it.
It's just too good.
Yeah,
She dropped her anchor in it was 1994 when she dropped that album. And it was a game changer. Yeah, it was a game changer. 100%. It really was. So certain people got it. Like certain people have tried to do Christmas albums and it didn't really stick, and then others made them. You know, a guy I talked about, and I don't know how you're going to feel about this one. This guy dropped his album in 2011. I'm like, I don't want this guy. He can't steal my Sinatra, Bing Crosby vibe. But Michael Bublé, and I think the guy did it. I think he did the damn thing. Do you hear him at all?
I've heard it. I think it's probably on the rotation, but it's not one that.
Okay, you're not embracing it wholly and completely.
Old school.
All right. All right. We got some football to talk about. First and foremost, your quarterback's giving trucks to your O-lineman. Can you tell us any backstory on that?
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I mean, for years, this concept of, hey, the offensive linemen take care of the quarterbacks. I think back when I first started playing, the offensive line wasn't making a lot of money. Now they do. So it's kind of, but the quarterbacks really do. And the gifts have like every 5 years they take another leap. Like, man, it used to be a watch or something. And then I came out from practice, came out of my office, and I saw a bunch of Toyotas with bows on them, and I'm going, "What is going on?" And that's what Brock did for him. So incredible gesture by Brock. That's the type of guy he is. And there were 10 new Toyotas out there. I guess the only decision they had is who got the. I don't know, Corey, what were the choices? A Tundra and a Sequoia. Yeah. Who got the Tundras and who got the Sequoias? But, man, those were some happy dudes and pretty cool deal by Brock.
I'm going to guess that Trent Williams got the pick of whatever he wanted, and then everybody else fend for yourself.
Trent rolls up in his Phantom. I don't know if he'll get it.
Trent's like, no, I'm good. You guys can have it. Okay. All right. I dig it.
Hey, one more.
Maybe he could pay his driver for the year.
Hey, one more non-hard-hitting question here. Your boy Jim Harbaugh's fair catch free kick last night. I guess for those of us who thought we were football fans, it happened. I guess it's happened more than I realized. I forgot he did it with Phil Dawson in 2013. Apparently it was done in 2019 in a Carolina-Tampa Bay game. Apparently it's happened 29 times. Were you down with that rule? Is that something you carried around in your hip pocket? You know about the fair catch free kick rule?
Yeah, because it's been around forever, and so it's something you practice. You don't practice all the time, but you practice it a few times throughout the year, typically in training camp, and everyone's aware that, but it is a situation that kind of gets people every time it happens. It's a weird looking deal, and I think it aligned just perfect to where they caught a punt, they had a 15-yard penalty, they move up, and I think it was a 57-yard free kick try, and gave them a little momentum going into half. And I heard Jim he went on like a 5-minute rant on how it's his favorite play in football.
Well, that's classic Jim. That's classic Jim. Do you feel? He was. I think it did help change the energy of that game.
Gave him 3 points.
Yeah.
I think it did. You talk about old school. I saw a little clip this morning where in the Chargers locker room they're singing for "He's the Jolly Good Fella."
Incredible. Unbelievable that this guy is able to sell this like old man grandpa stuff, and they're buying into it. I mean,
it's genuine, it's authentic, and it's him. So I think that's the biggest thing in this league I've learned over the 30 years around it. If you're yourself, people will roll with you if you can help them get where they want to get, and that's one thing he is. He's authentic. He's really good. So,
and conversely, guys can sniff out phonies, and the opposite will happen. John Lynch joining us here on KNBR, the Sports Leader. John, I'd like to talk to the former football player, if you don't mind. So put the GM hat aside for a second. Explain to people why, at this point in the season, if you absolutely have nothing to play for, or if your chances of making the playoffs are small, explain why it's still important to players for them to go out there to compete at the highest level that they can possibly individually and try to win football games when it looks to the outsiders that there's absolutely nothing to play for.
Now, there's never nothing to play for. There's respect. Respect to the game, respect to yourself, your family, your teammates, your organization, all those things, I think first and foremost. But then there's also this thought of, hey, we lay it on the line. We have each other's back in good times. And when you're struggling, you got to have it as well. And that's what we talk a lot about. This is uncharted territory for us for some time now. It's not where we want to be. But I think it's going to say a lot about, there's a lot of decisions to be made each and every year in an NFL organization. And, I think there's an old thought that you find out a lot more about people when times are tough than when times are good, and when you're rolling, everyone's going to be in a great mood. Everyone's going to be playing hard. When you're struggling, who's going to be playing every last play like it's their last? And I think I'm really confident that our group is one that's going to stick together, continue to play hard, and finish this year off in the right way. I'd be shocked if they wouldn't. There's a ton of character. There's a ton of grit and all those things on this team, and I think it will be demonstrated. In Miami and as we finish this season.
Yeah, all that stuff was put to the test last Thursday night with the Devondre Campbell incident. The way Bosa responded, the way George Kittle responded, the way Demo Lenore responded, the way Charvarius Ward responded. Like, those were guys who were drawing their line on what a teammate is and what a teammate isn't. Can you share with us your confrontation with him on the sideline?
Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot was made of it in terms of being a confrontation. I'm not sure it was a confrontation. It was a quick conversation. I think we had a little signal going in that his energy wasn't right. Kyle had a conversation with him, and we thought everything was going to be all right. It wasn't, and you could see that right away during the game. At some point, it became clear to me he was refusing to go in the game, and we had a couple linebackers down, and so. And then, as you're watching it, they come out of half and whatnot. I think, it was becoming a distraction in what was, essentially a playoff game for us. And at that point, Kyle's coaching the team. I usually don't go down until late in a game, but, I could see that it was really becoming a distraction as one by one players, coaches were trying to get him to go. And I finally just said he needs to, I need to go see what's going on. And if what's going on is what I think's going on, he needs to get off the field. And so that's simply what it was. And that's how it ended up. And it's unfortunate. It's nothing that anyone wanted, but you can't stand for that. Just as we're talking about finishing and having each other's back. When you have something contrary to that, that's not who we are. It's not who we'll ever be.
What possible explanation could he have?
I don't know. I don't know, and I don't think I'll ever find out. So we'll leave it at that. But he's no longer here, and we'll move forward.
And then just last one is just Kyle addressed this in signing him because he wasn't your first choice. Could you just speak to that and how important like every move is in the offseason? Like thought you had Eric Kendricks.
Yeah.
He slipped away. And then you guys wound up with him and you signed him knowing that he had a little bit of a loose cannon side to him. You guys have to make those kind of decisions in the offseason.
Yeah, and that's the dangers. Free agency can be really good to a team, but it's not as thorough of, in one way you get to watch a player's track, history throughout in the NFL. In the draft process, we go much deeper into their character, and we have this library. I think there were some things said as he left Green Bay. We had comfort because some people had been with him, in Atlanta and whatnot, and it didn't work out. And that happens sometimes in free agency, but it's always a good lesson that you got to be really careful because I think especially when you have a team that's really forged a strong culture together, it stick out like a sore thumb when you're not one of us. And so, it's another lesson that you always look at that as much or more than you look at the talent and the abilities, and it's a great lesson.
That's the voice of Niner General Manager John Lynch joining us here on KNBR, the sports leader. I want to go back to something you said about Talanoa Hufanga when he made his return in the Bears game. That his play it jumps off the screen, even to the untrained eye. You could see how good he is and how important he is to the defense. But you broke it down from a standpoint of how him coming back, his communication made the back of the defense better. It got guys literally in their proper place, and it slotted players, sort of in their proper place where they fit in that defense. And the difference he's made over the last couple of weeks, I think you could say the same thing about Dre Greenlaw. Different positions, they're asked to do different things physically and from a mental standpoint. But, boy, it's amazing how much better the back half of your defense looks when you have those two guys in the mix.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, they're special players. They're Dre, he has an ability to it's really a tough thing to come off not playing football for a long time and make it look like you haven't lost a step, a beat. It usually takes a little while. Mm-hmm. It was a skill that very few people have that. And Dre, there was a previous year, I forget the year, but he played week 1, got hurt in Detroit, and I think it wasn't until week 17 he could play, and he played one of the best games I've ever seen a linebacker play, and we all marveled. And so Dre just has that ability, but he's good anytime he's on the field. But even the great players, that's a tough thing for them to do. That's why you need training camp, off seasons. Not saying that Dre doesn't need those, but he has an ability to step right back in and make it look like he has not lost a beat. And it's just because he's a football player. It's like somebody has the ball, he's going to find that ball. And his abilities, he's so quick, he's so explosive, he's so, and the intensity. I mean, when you see a guy, I love, his go-to. And you talk about authentic, it just comes out when he starts hitting his own face mask. I know it's on, and that other team better watch out. And, Kyle likes to call him Tyson because his movements are kind of similar to those of Tyson. And it inspires people around him, and I think it scares the hell out of the other team. And those aren't, and it makes them at all times have their head on a swivel for where 57's coming from.
It's just an incredible story. As a result, how scary was it when he pulled himself out of that game, and what do you know about him going into this game?
I think, Dre got a little sore, but at the same time, we had a snap count on him, and, he kind of was getting right there. And I think then he went in at halftime, got a little tight, and I think everybody just made a real wise decision that, hey, it's time. He's come back and given us a lift, and we gotta sit him down. But he's been out at practice, and I think improved. I think took a little bit of a rest day yesterday after working on Wednesday. So we'll see where he's at today. But hopefully we have Dre out there because we're always a better team when we do.
And at what point do you corner him in the parking lot to sign a new deal?
Yeah, break some news, John. Go ahead.
We love Dre, and we're interested in keeping him here. For a long time. He's a special player. So we'll let that take care of itself as time progresses here.
So he played 30 snaps. That's almost half of the snaps. Is he still on a snap count? And if you can give this information, how much does that get bumped up if he played 46% of the snaps on Thursday with 10 days rest?
It's a conversation that we've had, we'll continue to have based upon how he's feeling. I think there's a natural progression. And one thing that's really important is talk to the player. And sometimes you have to protect the player from himself. But talk to the player, how you feeling this week and things like that as you make that formula as to how many snaps he's going to have. But we always have a good plan. We'll have a good plan for Dre as he steps on the field down in Miami.
Last couple minutes before we let you go down to Miami and do your thing, John. We talk about Brock Purdy so much. We talked about the trucks, and Kyle spent some time this week in press answering that question about the interception. Because really, you could argue that's like where it all turned. You're down 9-6. He's driving. He chooses to go into coverage. You could talk about the corner and the interference. I don't know. He had a bad game. They lost. You guys lost. So the ups, the downs, the learning curve for Brock. It was a tough one for him to wear. How do you, as the GM, evaluate him losing that game, how he's handling it, how he's progressing, when all the numbers are down this year, sort of a check-in on Brock Purdy right now?
Yeah, we all lost that game, I think, is the important thing. And that one stung. Division rival, so much was on the line, and, was proud of our defense, how they came to fight. I was proud of our offense, how they fought. We just didn't execute very well. And, tough conditions, all those things. But we got to find a way there. Brock has been awesome for us since he stepped on the field. This year's been a little bit of a struggle. I saw something earlier this week where, it's, because sometimes you have to step back to really ascertain, okay, what's gone wrong. And we got analytics and all those who tell you, okay, here's the real breakdown. But sometimes you do have to step away. I saw one thing where, last year combined, McCaffrey, Ayuk, and Debo had 40 touchdowns combined between the three of them. This year it's 2.
Yep.
And so, things are going to be different when that's the case. And a lot of that's injury, and there's other reasons for, other parts of that. But, we have a lot of confidence in Brock. I think one of the things we love about him is his resiliency and his ability to come back after tough snaps, tough games, and I think like our whole team, that will be tested this year, and we all got to do this thing together. We got to figure out the reasons where things went wrong. We got to have some good fortune in terms of staying healthy. But first and foremost, we got to focus on Miami, and we got to finish out this year. And we'll be fighting and trying to scratch and claw for every win. And whether it has playoff implications or not, because that's what we're paid to do, and because of who we are.
So we'll end it on this last one here. You're a football fan. There's a college football playoff game tonight on the campus of Notre Dame. There's snow in South Bend. There's 3 tomorrow on the campuses of Penn State, Texas, and Ohio State. I mean, this is what you do, man. How jacked are you? Is this good? Is this great? Are you loving this? Or is there, I don't know, some people might say, I don't know, where are you?
I don't know what the heck to think of college football right now. I've spent the whole week in our draft room, like in the dungeon. I feel like I'm coming out of the dark every day. We hit our winter draft meetings, and we always do it late in December. This was the week we did it. And, the things you hear, I remember when I first started this job, and that was only 8 years ago, you'd stop a meeting when a guy transferred and really focus and drill down. Wait, why did he transfer? What's wrong with this kid, or what happened at the school? Because it was a real important part of the equation. Now it's almost the exception when a kid hasn't transferred. And sometimes there's 3 or 4 transfers. It's nuts. And there's you can't blame the kids. Well, he got $800,000 to go to Ohio State, whatever. But finding out what's going on, how it's affecting kids, how it should affect scouting, that's a big part of the equation, right down to the college football playoff. There's some things that are great. I love the college football playoff. I worry, just like for our culture, for our society. I mean, I learned a lot at Stanford when I went as a quarterback, and I had to work through, why am I not getting on the field as a quarterback? Okay, what do I do with my life? And then going in and having a meeting with Denny Green and saying, Coach, I just want to get on the field, please. At one point, someone said something about playing on the defensive side. Those are big decisions in your life, and you have to grind through them, and you learn so much through fighting through things. And now I feel like we're in a place where, you know what, if Coach yelled at me, I'm just going to get the heck out of there and go to another school. And by the way, they're offering me a lot of money. And so, but like, where's the lesson learned in that? Are you earning things, or are you just kind of falling into it? There's so many questions to be answered. I'm hoping that we'll find a way to put guardrails on this whole thing so it can be productive. But there's a lot going on, and I've spent a lot of this week, I spent a lot of my time in general trying to process it and see how it's going to shake out in terms of, number one, how we should proceed with business with the Niners, but just how it's going to affect kids going forward. And it leaves me worried a lot.
Yeah, it's a Wild West.
I think there's over 2,300 players that have hit the portal.
I saw something, 26% of college football players have hit the portal. Yeah.
We're clearly in a transition era right now with the conferences and the transfers. Something's got to settle down in the next few years. But you're right, and it's important to hear your words on it. It's funny, John. That all that said, tonight I'm all
locked in, baby.
There it is. It's the drug, right?
No, there's no doubt about it.
I mean, Notre Dame, Indiana, in the snow, college football playoff. It's like, put all that aside. Let's watch some football, right?
I'm sure it'll be nice and warm there in South.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Mike Golick Jr. just sent out a picture of the snow-covered Notre Dame campus and said, "Is this heaven?" It's like gorgeous there, and it's going to be exciting and dramatic, and we're going to forget all this legitimate stuff you just brought up for the drug of college football. So, all right. Well, always a great conversation. We appreciate it all. And we know this is the last one before Christmas. And we know you have your big, beautiful family. Hopefully everybody's home for Christmas. Have a great trip to Miami. And we will talk to you in the new year. Merry Christmas, John.
Hey, Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Happy holidays to everybody. All right.
John Lynch on KNBR 104.5 and 680 The Sports Leader.
Yeah.
Invisalign, it's time to make your smile shine. Yes, that's what my 13-year-old said to say, because Invisalign is making the Murphy family smile brighter, making your smile brighter. Invisalign clear aligners. Both of my kids have them. I know so many of you do. Heck, over 18 million smiles all over the world, and you don't have to be a kid to have them. You can have them as an adult to straighten your teeth. Everybody notices your smile. Come on, say cheese, right? So, no brainer. Choose Invisalign treatment. It is the #1 doctor recommended brand. And as I mentioned, over 18 million smiles all over the world, including the 2 Murphy boys. You can check their choppers for proof, all right? So we do it. You guys can do it too. Invisalign clear aligners. You want to check them out at the website, Invisalign.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, you see him on NBC Sports Bay Area's Niners pre- and post-game shows. Now you hear him on KNBR. It's Rod Brooks filling in for Marcus as Murph and Brooks continue on the Sports Leader.
Our Christmas final show before Christmas. We're going with all the classics. Some are requesting, some are granting requests. Young Tony, this is the song that both Mike Krukow and John Lynch cited as their favorite. Many, many, many would join them. It's about as iconic as it gets. Nat King Cole had some pipes and chestnut. Have you ever roasted a chestnut on a fire? I've never roasted a chestnut.
I have not. No.
Not to my knowledge. And I don't even think if you roast it, it's going to be any good. Are chestnuts any good? Not really, right?
Never had a chestnut.
How do you feel about walnuts?
I like
They're okay
like
in
walnuts.
on a dessert maybe somewhere.
No. See, I don't.
In a cookie?
Okay, let me just give you the preemptive pause. All right, I don't like nuts on my salad or any of my food.
Pause.
Just give me the nuts. Free. Okay, you know what? It's
Pause.
It's enough of this conversation.
All right. Listen, that was a quick one here. John Lynch, Matt Mayoko joins Papa and Silver at 10:50 today. And we're still giving away 2 weekend passes to the 2025 Aftershock Festival. You will not hear Nat King Cole singing the Christmas song. It's October of 2025 at Discovery Park in Sac. Lineup coming soon. My dad always told me about this song that was written by the guy who wrote it in LA/Beverly Hills in the middle of July during a heat wave. That was the funny thing. They're thinking Christmassy, and he wrote this about a crackling fire, but it was like 100 degrees in Beverly Hills on a July day, and they're like, yeah, let's write this Christmas song. Mel Torme also pretty good with this one, but you got to go Nat King Cole, who left us too soon, by the way, Nat King Cole. Okay, so we killed that segment. We're going to get to the cooler of content on the other side. Bruce Arena is going to join us, the new head coach of the San Jose Earthquakes. But also we got some fun for the last hour and a half. Believe me, if you're tuning in for the Warriors, bro, we have furrowed our brow on that situation. We can do that again later in the show. We can also review what John Lynch had to say about Devondre Campbell and Brock Purdy and Dre Greenlaw and the team going forward. All coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
All right, everyone. Chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, happy Friday. Happy last show before Christmas. Here we go. Oh, wow. Dude. Oh, brother. Well, I'm just going to lay out. Oh, man. We're doing Christmas rejoins, but you're packing a wallop here, kid. Do you want me to cry? Is that what you want me to do? Or do you want me to grab a pint?
No, I'm uncomfortable with male emotion.
Do you want me to just grab a pint?
Please don't.
How about grabbing a couple pints? How about that for instead? Keep it playing here. There is one swear word we can't, but I do want to hear this here.
The FCC doesn't have any teeth anymore.
You are right about that.
I know.
I've missed so many legal IDs and they've said nothing. Come on now, everybody. Okay, so yeah, Kirsty McCall, Shane McGowan, the Pogues, Fairy Tale New York, one of the greatest Christmas songs of all time. Okay, you got to pot it down a little bit because, no, you can do this part.
It doesn't say explicit on the Spotify song.
It's here we go. You can pod that down right now there, dude. Curly. Yeah, okay, thank you. All right.
He's like giddy back here,
well,
dude.
I mean, so pod that down a little bit. Right, just pod it down, There you go. Now you can pod it back up. No, pod down. Now you can pod it back up. It was just one line.
Is it an Irish curse word?
No, it's just a word that's not politically correct anymore. But anyway, it's all good. Now you can spot it back up. You keep playing.
I wonder what minority group got slagged on that song.
Well, you can pot it back up. Yeah, thank you very much. So,
I'm unfamiliar with this, so I'm learning. Murph, look at me. Do you think I know?
You know the Pogues.
I know the Pogues, but I don't know the Pogues Christmas song.
Sure you do.
No, I don't.
Well, now you do.
I do now, yes.
Well,
I'm going to listen to it in full to find out what they said.
Not to put too fine a point on it, but this would probably be the number one anthem in all of Ireland at Christmas time for sure. Also, Shane McGowan died a year ago in December. I was in Ireland when it died. Do yourself a favor, pour yourself some drinks, pour yourself that Bushmills I gave you, John Joe, or that Maker's Mark, Young Tone, or that
like
Field
that right
Work,
now? Okay.
and go watch the funeral, Shane McGowan's funeral in County Tipperary, in which Glenn Hansard, who's a great musician, sings this in the church, and people get up from the pews and are waltzing in the aisles at Shane McGowan's funeral. It's one of the greatest funerals of all time. First of all, they all play Pogue songs the whole funeral in between the priest and the true Catholic Mass. But when they do this one and everybody's dancing in the church, it's beyond cinematic. It's like it can't even be real life. It's the great Shane McGowan. It's County Tipperary. It's right around Christmas. It's the best. And so, yeah, thank you, Tony. Thank you. It's awesome. So anyway, that gives you all the feels.
That's cool.
Fairy Tale New York. You'll all be singing that tonight. All right, buddy. Jim Harbaugh. We go from Shane McGowan to Jim Harbaugh. That's from one lunatic to another lunatic. All right, dude. So, if Jim Harbaugh could be an Irish musician, he'd be Shane McGowan. All right. If Shane McGowan could be an NFL coach, he'd be Jim Harbaugh. So we talked about the fair catch free kick, the 57-yarder. That was awesome, and it was crazy. And I guess it's more common than we realize. It happened in 2019. The Niners tried it with Phil Dawson. I didn't remember. But Harbaugh's got his thing going on. Now they have like a better than 80% chance of making the playoffs. That was a 5-win team last year. He is truly one of the best coaches of my lifetime. Okay? So, what he did at Stanford, I always say is the single best coaching job I've ever seen in my life. It really is. What he did with the Niners was not that far behind because they were not much when he took them over.
6-10.
And just dreadful. Right?
Oh, the organization from top to bottom was
You got to give Jed so much credit for hiring Harbaugh. In terms of saying goodbye to him, well, that's a whole other topic. And I know they say that it had to happen, but we'll see. But anyway, he's got him going in L.A., and they're believing. And so here he is. Now, we have the video here. If you go to YouTube and Twitch, we have the video of him in the locker room after the game. And this is just classic Harbaugh. Any number of classic Harbaugh-isms you're going to hear right here.
Things, those are still on the wall. This is nobody to bring up. Hey, just for everybody. We'll sing it all. We'll sing it to ourselves. Each and every man in here. I mean, every guy that stepped up the opportunity squad. I'm so glad the rest of the opportunity squad is here, baby. Love you. The Spanos family. Love you.
Okay, so, that's part one. Listen, NFL locker rooms are very, very, very happy places. Right? Very, very happy places.
After wins.
Yeah, after wins. So that's part one. Now, I cannot believe he gets grown men in 2024, young men who were born in the 2000s, to follow his lead here. Check this out.
Loud and proud like we've never sung it before. So it echoes out into the stadium. 1, 2, you know what to do. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. With no one can deny. You know. Hold it down. We will see you Monday. Who could possibly have it better than I?
You have made a lot of Niner fans very wistful.
Yeah.
They missed that dude.
That's an interesting concept because by the time he left, it was such bad vibe. That 2014 season was bad. Obviously, I had a celebrated interview with Jed York about it that did not go well. I had questions that I guess things behind the scenes were untenable. That's what they would tell you. It was untenable. But they were winning, and we were like, you guys got to figure this out. So anyway, you think even given the way it ended, that Niners fans are wistful for those days?
Absolutely. Yeah.
They didn't win a bowl. They didn't win a bowl.
Yeah, but he resonated with Niner fans because he steered, along with the help of a lot of other people, some great players, some great coaches. But Jim Harbaugh is the name and the face that Niner fans immediately point to when you think of steering that proud organization off of the terrible path. I mean, it's getting it out of the ditch that it had been run into several times by teams and coaches that were not as talented as the ones that Jim Harbaugh was the head coach of. When you combine that with a certain amount of dissatisfaction that Niner fans have with Kyle Shanahan simply because he has not won a Super Bowl, which is similar to Jim Harbaugh, but Kyle Shanahan has gone to 2. I'm not saying any of this is logical. I'm not saying any of it makes sense, but Jim Harbaugh strikes a very emotionally resonant chord, and he inspires nostalgic thoughts about when things with the Niners were good. Where I get off the train, not that I'm ever on it, but where I get off this train of thought is it's not optimal right now, but it's pretty damn good. And I in my estimation, I think there needs you can be wistful for the days of Jim Harbaugh or hold him and what he and those players and those staffs, what they did in high regard, while not running down what's happening right now because it doesn't meet everyone's expectations, which is the Niners were expected to, at minimum, be able to compete for a chance to avenge another loss in the Super Bowl. Does that make sense?
It's a really interesting concept, and you've struck on something, because the text line is now going, as John Curley calls it, like a slot machine. People are really reacting to this thing, and it's a little bit split, but I'll read you some of them here. It's really worth diving into, because if you're just joining us here, we just played Jim Harbaugh's post-game locker room in the Chargers. He did. Who's got it better than us? Nobody. Still got him shouting that. And they got him singing for He's a Jolly Good Fellow. I think the last time I heard that, Rob, was in a Popeye cartoon. You know what I mean, dude? Or in a Three Stooges sketch. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, that's Young Tone. Do you even know for He's a Jolly Good Fellow?
Yes.
You do?
I don't know how, but then when he sang it, it was like weeks ago he sang it. I definitely got the reference.
It's like one of the most, I wouldn't even tell you, it probably goes back to like the 1600s in a pub somewhere. You know, I don't even know where the origin of it is from. It's probably centuries old. The fact that he has 21-year-old kids, or 22-year-old kids singing this stuff is nuts. But again, tremendous charisma. But I'll just here's his, let me just give you guys here, 510. First one I look at, and this is Vargas, who went to Hawaii with us. He says, I would absolutely 100% take Harbaugh in a New York minute. He was a great leader of men, and I miss him as our head coach. 650 checks in, says, when you have Jim Tomsula proceed, he wasn't Jim Tomsula. Jim Tomsula succeeded him, buddy. Right. You are on Check's probation for that. 831 says, it's leadership, but it wears out over time. He says, however, Kyle does not do that. People miss it. Do you agree
Kyle
with that?
does not do what?
Lead in an emotional way.
Because he's a completely different head coach.
Right.
But why should he do what doesn't work for him?
No, but this is to what you're saying as what people miss.
Right.
That's all.
No, I know
I'm not
that.
Saying that I'm not saying that he has to be like Harbaugh. I'm just saying you're identifying something that while Kyle is a brilliant coach, people miss the emotional connection to Harbaugh's lunacy. Now, 310. I am not wistful for his embarrassing sideline tantrums. 408. Trade Kyle for Jim right now. 707. If he had stayed, I firmly believe we would have won multiple Super Bowls. Let him cook in L.A. There's all sorts of reactions that's still coming in. 562. So true. Jim was our guy. Shanahan's more of a teacher you can't get close to. That's interesting. A teacher you can't get close to. But you started this, and it's an interesting topic, because I wondered if then he went to Michigan. He won the Natty. And I also want to talk about like Harbaugh in 2024 as a different person than Harbaugh in 2011. Like, you know what I mean?
He very well may be.
No, I think he is. I think he's.
I'd be willing to roll with you on that. But again, I don't know. I know that he is.
I think those around him have said so. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
we're all older. Are you different than you were 13 years ago? I'm not saying you change the essence of who you are, but you can mellow a little. And you know what I mean? And I think people who are close to him said him winning that Natty.
I think I'm pretty much the same person. But
I think so too. It's funny. We're getting ready for our high school reunion coming up, and it seems like a lot of people are going to go. They're like very nostalgic. And I met with one of my old buddies. I hadn't seen him forever. He and I went to kindergarten together, and we just immediately were talking about how each of us was exactly the same as we were in kindergarten.
Yeah, I do think that when you get to a certain point in your life, especially when you get to that point of adulthood that we've reached and Jim Harbaugh has reached, maybe you're not as rough around the edges, but who you were is still who you are.
Yes.
I mean, the saying that a leopard does not change his spots has been around forever, because there's a massive amount of truth to it.
There is a certain, people can mellow too. People can mellow.
Like I said, I think the edges have softened, sure. I'll give you that.
But I'll give you just a fun little detail on the side. Did you see, I just saw this on yesterday's algorithm for a pregame visitor to the sideline, the great Larry David. Curb Your Enthusiasm zone, Seinfeld zone. He was there with an attractive date, and Harbaugh was over there just chatting it up, and the two of them, and Larry's really lean and skinny, and he's got his hat on and his parka, and he's gesturing with his hands, and Harbaugh's like, they're talking ball, and then Harbaugh, you could hear the boom mic saw, Harbaugh goes, it's a pleasure and an honor. And Larry David's like, yeah. And then he goes, let's get a picture. And you see Harbaugh and Larry David, you only need the bum, bum, bum. Here's 415. People forget Harbaugh wore people out.
See, it's... Again, I think there's a nostalgia for Jim Harbaugh because of the dissatisfaction of this season, understandably so, but I don't think – I think you can be nostalgic for the Harbaugh era while not running down Kyle Shanahan and this current iteration of Niner football to say it's a failure because they have not won a Super Bowl or the two Super Bowls, or things are trending downward, are going to stay trending downward because of this disappointing season that Kyle and everybody else, not named George Kittle and Jawan Jennings and Deommodore Lenoir, have to own. And this is just human nature. You know, time does make us forget the bad stuff or the things that were not as great. And there were things with Jim Harbaugh and how things were trending towards the end of his tenure with the Niners that were simply not great. And part of the reason it was not great was because of him. And also because of Trent Baalke. And also because of Jed York.
You do remember you started this whole thing by saying you just made a lot of Niners fans wistful. Now you're running them down.
But I'm not running anybody down. I'm just telling it like it is.
Yeah, but,
you can,
so two things be equally true.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You can be wistful, but we as human beings, we do like to talk about the good old days, and we only think about the good part of the good old days.
You said that
and you don't think about the bad parts of the good old days.
That video caused a reaction in you to remember those days that you said that's a part of the human brain that remembers the good parts, right? So here's a perfect way to end this segment, 831 text. I looked fondly at the Harbaugh years as a great whirlwind romance that was tons of fun, but couldn't survive long term because of roller coaster toxicity. Kyle and John may have down years, but ultimately it's a relationship that's more like a healthy long-term marriage that can survive speed bumps.
Perfect.
So Harbaugh's your whirlwind side.
Do we get a name on that? Shout that person out. No, we just have a number. We don't have a name. First and last name should be attached to that because that is exactly the scenario.
It's all good. Hey, all fun. We can even return that in the 9 o'clock hour because we're wide open in the 9 o'clock hour. We are going to have a brief visit with new San Jose Earthquake head coach Bruce Arena. That's going to be just a welcome to the Bay. But it's a fun Hang Loose Friday, and Tony rocked me with Fairy Tale in New York by the Pogues. Thank you, kid. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I kind of feel like you're trying to provoke.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, hey. You know what? This is featured in Die Hard, by the way. This is featured in Die Hard, which I just saw recently. It is
Which is not a Christmas movie.
It is.
No, it's not.
It features Christmas in Hollis.
Okay, I'm going to explain this one more time.
Right.
You could remove any reference to Christmas from Die Hard, and the movie wouldn't change.
I'm going to disagree.
You could disagree or you want to.
Disagree.
I'm right.
Oh! Hey, you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Shout out Run DMC for making their Christmas song, and it makes our final cut on Friday.
It's a classic.
It is an absolute classic. I loved it. I remember when I had Mike Hollis, the old Miami Dolphins kicker on my old fantasy football team. I used to refer to him exclusively as Mike Christmas in Hollis. So was he a tight end or a kicker? Jeez, my brain. Anyway, that's back when, ready for this? Fantasy football.
You had to write it down?
Monday morning.
Yeah.
Box scores.
Yeah.
See how you did.
Yeah.
See how you did. So, all right, guys. So Bruce Arena's going to join us in just a couple minutes. Our great listener, P1 Chuck, who's out in Charlestown, South Carolina, says Bruce Arena is the most decorated coach in U.S. men's soccer history.
That he is.
I'm taking that from a listener right there. So he's coaching the Quakes, and that'll be fun to get into in just a little bit. But just to follow up before we get to Bruce, and by the way, one of the many reasons we're having Bruce on is he's new, and he's the sporting director and head coach of the San Jose Earthquakes. This is a pretty serious giveaway. We're doing the Aftershock tickets for October 2025 in Sacramento in the 9 o'clock hour. You can rock out with your sock out in Sacramento. But, dude, we are now in the early first week of the new year going to give away 2 tickets to when Inter Miami comes to San Jose with this guy. What's his name again? Oh, that's right, Messi. He's coming to San Jose. And we're giving away tickets.
He's
For
okay.
that. Dude, we're talking about I don't know what to tell you. Steph Curry meets Tom Brady meets Aaron Judge. You know what I mean? Messi is obviously a global icon, and the fact that he'll be in San Jose and you get to see him in that small, intimate arena or stadium, I should say, PayPal Park, we're going to be giving away tickets that week. Hey, Young Tone, are we giving away is it all week?
By the way, I believe that game is at Levi's Stadium.
Oh, my bad. I did not know that.
Oh, no, Holler just told me, no, not at Levi's. False info.
As they say in radio, not wrong for long. You make a mistake, you can fix it right away. In my old profession of newspapers, if I was wrong all day, Rod. Mm-hmm. It just sat there in the newspaper.
You were wrong in print.
and now when you, I'll tell you this, in the Keys Are to Levi's book, I have a score mistake in that book, and it's on the page forever.
Terrible.
Shh. It burns me to this day.
Well, who was your editor? It's not your fault. It's their fault.
It is my fault. I should have put the damn right score right. And it haunts me. I'm like, if people go to this book, which nobody will, and say, hey, man, that was the score of that game, I'm going to say, no, that's not the score of that game. I got it wrong. So what's the answer?
First week of January, we were giving away these tickets.
Are we giving them just one day, or is it all week?
Holler's, correcting me on a few things. I don't want to give out too much information.
Well, where's the game?
The game is at PayPal Park.
So I was correct.
I was incorrect.
You're all right,
I should just stop speaking, honestly.
No, you couldn't, because my wife, she says you have good radio pipes.
One pair of tickets. I'm just being told things in my ear.
All right. Here we go again. We broke the bear. Here comes the Die Hard argument. 808 says Die Hard was released in July, therefore it is not a Christmas movie. Okay. I saw it. Did you see it in the theater in the summer? It was a summer blockbuster.
Yes.
It was.
Yeah.
But it is a...
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is a...
it is not.
It's a Die. 831, Die Hard has actually become a Christmas movie. The incredibly rare instance where a movie organically becomes a Christmas movie over time.
Any movie can become a Christmas movie if you watch it around Christmas enough.
310 says,
me with
hey,
that.
Rodfather, Christmas is central to both the plot and the theme. On Christmas Eve, John McClane faces his past sins, confesses them to another, does penance, and on Christmas morning is reunited with his estranged wife, having received forgiveness. So that's more like going to Mass than Christmas.
Yeah, what are we talking about?
I guess he's talking about the baby Jesus and doing all that.
8 pounds, 6 ounce baby Jesus?
Baby came to save you. Baby came to save you. By the way, another thing to watch in this Christmas season, the Ted Lasso Christmas episode is fantastic. I loved it. And they dropped that in August. I remember they dropped that in the pandemic. And I said to Candace, the moment it was over, I said, how many times will we watch this at Christmases through the years? In fact, we're due to watch it again. The whole party at Higgins' house, the singing of Christmas Baby, Please Come Home at the end, all that good stuff. The Love Actually plot, and you don't want to get me going on Love Actually because we got to talk
It's a Christmas movie.
I don't like it though. We got to talk about
Hey, my man, don't care for it either.
You know, we'll talk about that. Bruce Arena is the voice you're going to hear on the UMA guest line, the new sporting director and head coach of the San Jose Earthquakes. What a real pleasure, Bruce. We don't talk enough international football or domestic football in my estimation. I am a fan of the game, and we are welcoming you to the Bay Area. My name is Brian Murphy. This guy here is Rod Brooks. It's Murph and Brooks. And Bruce, congratulations on the job, and welcome to the Bay Area.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate you having me on the show today.
Yeah, tell us about it. So, what gets Bruce Arena, arguably the most decorated men's soccer coach in the history of our nation, to the San Jose Earthquakes? What was the lure, Bruce?
Well, I've been living on the East Coast. I've been living in the state of Virginia recently, and I just don't think I'm paying enough taxes, so I wanted to move out to California.
Oh, we're going political right out of the gate. Okay, I got you. Well, there are some benefits
our
here.
government has a deficit, so I need to pay some taxes, more taxes.
We'll get John
Sounds
Fisher
like
on
you
the
might not
phone.
be here for long, Bruce, if that's the case. I think you can probably arrange it where this isn't your permanent residence and you can pay your East Coast taxes, right?
All right, good. Well, in all seriousness, gentlemen, I think the Earthquakes are a great challenge for me. It's a great opportunity. I have a great commitment from ownership to help move the club forward, and we're excited about the things we've done over the last month or two, and we're hopeful we can deliver a better team to the fans of the Earthquakes, who have been very supportive over the years, and they deserve a better team, and we're going to work real hard to do that.
Sounds good. We're hearing Bruce Arena, the voice of the new head coach of the San Jose Earthquake, and he's also the sporting director. Now, what does that mean, Bruce? Sporting director?
That means you have a few more headaches in dealing with the roster and all those things and staff and everything else. But it's a good opportunity. I've had that position in all the jobs I've had in Major League Soccer, so I have the experience, and I'm fortunate that I can work with Chris Leach and Vasily at the San Jose Earthquakes that are supporting me, because it's not a one-man job. There's a lot of work to do, and I have a great staff working with me.
So, as the great football coach Bill Parcells said, I'm sort of paraphrasing it, you get to pick the groceries and make the meal. So you get to try and build this thing with help, of course, from the ground up. What is the most pressing need? What can you sort of attack right now to get you guys started on the path upward you'd like to go?
Yeah. Well, Bill Parcells also said that your record is who you are.
Yes, that is true.
And our record was not good last year, and we conceded a lot of goals. So the starting point is we have to have a better team defensively. And that's going to be the message since day one. We've improved our back line a bit with the acquisition of Dave Romney and bringing back Nick Lima to the Earthquakes. And we have some good attacking players, and if we can add a few to our attack, it'll be very beneficial. But really, we have to be a better team defensively, because we can't concede as many goals as they did in 2024.
All right, so you tell those guys, okay, fellas, we're going to be better defensively because we have arguably the greatest player of all time coming in a few months, and this Messi fella has made quite a few back lines in the MLS look a little silly. Let's not have it happen to us.
That's correct. And if I lived in the Bay Area right now, I'd be buying a season ticket to the Earthquakes, because May 14th, the greatest player in the world is coming to San Jose. So it should be an exciting day, and our team needs to be a better team defensively on that day to have a chance to beat Inter Miami.
I know that the MLS has gotten the reputation for, European players, once they, start to go on the downside of their career, the MLS becomes a nice place to come and live out the last couple of years of your career. And Messi is not what he once was, but he's still really, really good. Sort of this one guy maybe changing the narrative of the MLS as a place to go when great players are not as great as they used to be.
Well, Messi is the captain of Argentina right now. He's still playing with Argentina, and they're the number one ranked team in the world. So I don't think we have some old guy coming into our league and playing. He's an outstanding player by anyone's measurements. So it's great for the league, and it's great. It's going to be great for our marketplace when he comes in May. So, give him all the credit in the world. He's a terrific player.
Yeah, it's May 14th, and we're giving away tickets here on KNBR starting in the first week of the new year. So you don't want to Change the station. By the way, just for fun, Bruce, we're talking to Bruce Arena, the winningest coach in MLS and U.S. national team history. Matt, give me your Mount Rushmore, man, just for fun. It's a Christmas, 5 days before Christmas.
Of players?
That's it. 4 players. You only get 4. That's it.
That I've coached?
All time. It's like
All time.
Pele's on the board. Like Pele.
Yeah, he would have to be one. Messi has to be another. I'm an old guy now, and I believe in Johan Cruyff was outstanding.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, you got one more?
Well, I got about 20 more to add to that list right now, and
you get one more.
I would say.
I know, right? It's fun.
It's tough, but geez,
it's fun.
Can I help you with
I would say Ronaldo, the Brazilian.
Okay. So now you know what my headline's going to be now? Bruce Arena comes on KNBR, disses Diego Maradona. That's my headline right now.
Well, yeah, Maradona. Obviously, my brain went dead.
No. I know it's fun.
Maradona belongs in there. There's no
by the way, you have his great nephew, Hernan Lopez, on your team.
I'm excited about that to see what kind of player he is. He had a very good year last year, I know, and he's an exceptional talent, and we're hoping to move him forward. And he and Espinoza are 2 very good attacking players that we have in San Jose. So if we get things tightened up with our team defensively, we're going to be in position to win more games for sure.
Yeah, Bruce Arena, the voice you hear. Last couple minutes here at Bruce Arena on the Uma guest line before we let him go for Christmas.
Hey, Bruce, one of the great things about soccer and why I've fallen in love with it is that it's about rivalries. And even if you're not having a great season, if you can beat your rival once, twice, or if you can, you get a good draw that keeps them away from something, that can really boost a club. You guys and those cats down there with the Galaxy, how important is it to get off
coached,
on where you coach? Exactly.
Well, I coached the LA Galaxy, right. and I had to come up to Stanford many times and play that game in front of 50,000 people, and I'm not sure we ever walked away with a win. And,
so you know how important it is. There you go.
It's important, and it's a great day, and then you add LAFC to it. It's fantastic. So next year, in 2025, we're going to be playing the Galaxy at Stanford and LAFC at the 49ers Stadium. So it's a great time for the people in the Bay Area to see some outstanding teams and some great rivalries.
Bruce, so just for fun, what is your history with the Bay Area? I mean, you mentioned your East Coast roots and then L.A., but, I don't know. You come up here to play?
When I came out to when I was coaching at the University of Virginia, I used to bring my team out to San Francisco to play in their tournament. So I know the Bay Area. I used to go to Stanford a lot and observe different competitions. I remember one year I was there watching football practice when Coach Allen was the coach of Stanford. And, I have a lot of friends that have attended Stanford. I recruited some kids from the San Francisco area. I love San Francisco and the Bay Area. It's a great place to live. I just don't like the taxes, but that's life. Beautiful weather. We got to get beautiful weather, great people, and hopefully some great opportunities with the soccer team in San Jose. And I have the greatest respect for the professional teams in the Bay Area. It's just a great place to live, and I'm looking forward to it.
Last fun one just for me, because my last name's Murphy, so Ireland is my squad, but my mother's at the Benedetti, so Italy is my squad that really makes it. Your parents, Italian immigrants, give me the state of Italian football, just you and me right now for 30 seconds. Where are we at? Because there's been some disappointment of late, even though there was a Euro championship.
They haven't qualified for World Cups as well, but they have a young team. They're getting better. Their professional league is outstanding. So Italy's going to be back. I think you're going to see Italy in the World Cup in 2026.
They got to get that midfield back in order. They got to get that great midfielder. That's what Italy's all about. You do that, and you cook them with gas.
Yeah, I think because of their league, they're going to continue to develop their young players and continue to be very competitive at the international level.
And Bruce, you're a New Yorker, so is it Yankees, Giants, Mets, Jets? What is it?
Well, I grew up with the Yankees. Mickey Mantle was my idol, but now I'm going to have to be a a San Francisco fan in all sports and a San Jose fan.
Welcome
with the hockey team.
You know what?
I'm not stupid. I'm going to root for the,
hey, New
for the
Yorkers,
guys
man.
in town.
No flies on New Yorkers. Hey, Macklin Celebrini, if you want to hook up your wagon to somebody, it's the guy right next to you at the Shark Tank. That rookie, that's the guy who's exciting the next generation. So there's your.
That'll be great. I look forward to seeing some of the games.
Yeah, your pro tip is that because the Giants games are like 45 minutes away, but the Sharks are like 2 minutes away, and you go watch this guy, number 71. He's lighting up the Bay Area and the NHL already. So,
well, when I was coaching the Galaxy, I went to the White House with the team out of LA when they won the Stanley Cup. So I'm looking forward to seeing San Jose do the same.
Okay, Bruce, man. Hey, listen, we've always known you.
And perhaps we can join them one day.
There you go. Hey, man. Well, listen, we'll work on the tax problem, but in the meantime, you're always welcome here on KNBR on the morning show, and we welcome you. Merry Christmas to you.
Well, great.
And thanks for hopping on.
Thanks, guys. Have a great holiday season.
Yeah, very enjoyable. You got to go New Yorkers. New Yorkers are enjoyable interviews. They're just enjoyable, whether it's Nick Turturro or Bruce Arena.
It depends on the New Yorker, let's be honest.
Oh, really?
Yes.
I like most New Yorkers. Mark Cannizzaro, Chris Kelly, Nick Turturro, Bruce Arena. I like most New Yorkers.
Michael Rappaport? Don't like him.
I enjoy Rappaport's friend of the program. It's been on. Yeah. I'm a rap guy. Is this some sort of Houston? Is this some sort of Yankees Astros beef?
No. What beef? They couldn't beat the Astros. There's no beef. What are you talking about?
Hey, man, Yankee fans.
Don't care.
So I heard anti-Yankee slander. So I drive in the morning and I go to 3 different shows to steal content. The one show that has Chris Canty, he's a New Yorker, and he's still beefing with it was like 2 days ago. He was still beefing with the Astros on my drive-in to work. I was like, bro, you got to turn the page at some point, don't you?
No, rent-free, baby.
No, he's still thinking about 2017.
Good, keep thinking about it. You got your ass kicked then, you got your ass kicked after that too.
So Rod rides with the cheaters. That's what we're saying right now.
You call it what you want to. Call it World Series champs.
Actually, I enjoyed the Astros. I like their uniform change. I like the way they play. I'm just not a Houston. Houston to me, I can't ever. You can bet on one thing. I'm not going to retire in Houston.
And neither am I.
Okay. I'm a fog guy, not a humidity guy. All right. So
I ran away from the weather.
Okay, so there's a lot going on there. The Messi tickets are given away on our show in January. Can I win them? Can I win them? Bruce Arena's fun. We got to get him back on. He's talking all kinds of New York smack. And the season opens in February 22nd. So there's a lot going on. The California Classic goes in June. There's a lot going on. Anyway, Bruce Arena. That was fun. When the Quakes wanted him to put on, I wasn't sure. But he brings that New York flavor. Always enjoy it.
Good for them, rooting for him.
Okay, on the other side, I'm almost in too good of a mood to talk about the Warriors. Like, the Warriors were so freaking bad, and it's our last hour before Christmas. We can get back into Harbaugh. We can get back into do you miss Harbaugh? We can get into the Niners and the Dolphins. Or if you want, we can go down the gutter of the Warriors and start sounding alarms. Or we can just keep talking about Shane McGowan and the Pogues. That's fine by me, too. Is somebody bringing me a Guinness? Is somebody bringing me a pint of Guinness right now? Not a can. I want a pint of Guinness. Or, John Joe, as we know, the old poem, a pint of plain is your only man. A pint of plain, young tone. That's what they call Guinness in the old days. And there's a guy who says, when a heap of troubles is all you have and the world is running you down, a pint of plain is your only man. And that is what I'm feeling right now. We'll do it next on The Sports Leader.
New York Slice, the best slices in the world. Nothing like getting a slice and maybe a grape soda or something.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
So the San Jose Earthquakes are going to host Lionel Messi and Inter Miami at PayPal Park on May 14th, 2025. On the morning show, we will be giving away 2 tickets on January 6th. Just wanted to clear that up. We're also giving away 2 weekend passes to the 2025 Aftershock Festival. You can get early bird tickets at aftershockfestival.com, or you can just stay tuned because we're giving away 2 weekend passes in the 9 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call from Murph, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all brought to you by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Usually it's Murph and Marcus, but today it's Murph and Brooks. Brian Murphy and NBC Sports Bay Area's Rod Brooks on KNBR, the sports leader.
Well, Carl, it's certainly special to have memories, and I'm just going to take a personal minute. When I turned 11 in 1978, my father wrote to Jim Rice, Fred Lynn, and you and said that his son was turning 11, was the biggest Red Sox fan in California, and Jim and Fred must have been busy. We didn't get anything, and you autographed a picture to me. You wrote "Best wishes, Brian," and it was on. I framed it, and I have it to this day. It's one of my most prized possessions, so I get to personally thank you, Carl.
Oh, you're welcome.
That's all I needed and all I wanted to say. Dude, you've just crafted the greatest rejoin of all time, because I'm going to talk about this song in just a second, but we're doing highlights of 2024. That kid, Curly, he got Carl Yastrzemski for us when the Giants went back to Fenway. Nobody was getting yes, nobody. Curly got him. And I was able to tell him that story, and all I needed was just to tell him that story.
Oh, you're welcome.
And that's all he said. He's a man of few words, but it was awesome. And you're setting it to what is my new favorite all-time Christmas song. Rod, let me tell you this. 3 years ago, I'm in Dublin, Ireland, did my hit with the Second Captains boys, and that's a whirlwind trip. We fly on a Thursday, land on a Friday, party hard on a Friday, party hard on a Saturday, fly home on a Sunday from Dublin. And it's an early bird flight, and it's a 7 a.m. cab, and you've left the pub at 4, and I get in the car, and it's Christmas in Dublin. The streets are empty, and it was a nice lift. It was like a nice lift. It was a clean, like a town car. And this song comes on. I'd never heard it, ever. It's called Driving Home for Christmas by Chris Rea, R-E-A. And it hit like you freaking read about it. I was like, this is the most smooth, wonderful.
It hit like a Guinness in Ireland.
Like I was just feeling it. And it's such a great Christmas song. It's called Driving Home for Christmas by Chris Rea. I highly recommend it. And it hits on all the vibe. The guy's driving home back to his family, and he's just got that vibe going. It's got a little sleigh bell vibe here. This guy, Chris Rea, was famous for a song in the 70s called Fool If You Think It's Over. Fool If You Think It's Over. I didn't know this, but then he dropped this bomb, and this is I think this is currently my number one Christmas song.
Okay.
It's just got a warm, lush vibe. And you're in Dublin on a Christmas morning going out, and you're like, this is good. Life is good, man. So thank you, Tony. Appreciate that. Young Tone, does this one hit right for you?
Oh, dude, this is beautiful. I'm going to be listening to this driving home for Christmas. I mean, not really, but yeah.
It is. It's beautiful. It's lush. It's got a little jaunty vibe to it there.
I have to ask, because I'm going to stay on your bumper until you guys do it.
Please do.
Are you compiling a list?
We did yesterday, yes.
You did it yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to do it today. The songs that are being played, put them in a list. Maybe you put a link. Get it out to the people on the socials. Okay, all right, just check.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then to top it all off,
because I know that people listening to this right now going, I want to listen to this song more. Who is it? Where can I find it? We're a full-service operation.
Great, Rod. Perfect. And to wrap it up, 831 says, oh, by the way, Fishbone was awesome the other night.
Oh! I need
Merry
to see
Christmas,
them
go
before.
Niners, says
I can't
831.
see them.
All right, well, thank you for that. That Yaz, man, John Joe getting Yaz was incredible, and that was
you're welcome.
You got the full Yaz.
Truly a bucket list. He's a man of few words.
Yeah, well, that generation didn't do a lot of jaw jacking.
You're right about that.
They did their job. His job was to play outfield for the Boston Red Sox. He did it pretty well.
It's the kind of thing like if he came into this studio and looked at us just blabbing.
Oh, he'd be disgusted.
You know what he would just say, real quietly go, yeah, that's not for me. And he'd walk out. They're like, hey, Carl, do you want to contribute? No.
Look at those two yapping.
And by the way, I'm envious of that. I'm like, somebody told me once, one of my buddies told me when I had another embarrassing meltdown in public with my friends about some sporting topic where I was too emotional. He said to me, he goes, dude, you got to be more like John Voight in, what was that movie, the detective show that was real popular, Billy Donovan. Do you ever see Billy Donovan? Is that
yeah.
I know Billy Donovan. That's the name of the.
That's the
basketball coach.
No, but I know who you're talking about. Was it on Showtime?
John Voight, Donovan.
Ray Donovan.
Ray Donovan. Thank you. It'd be fun.
But I know who you were talking about.
Have a fun show about Billy Donovan too. We can have one on Billy Donovan. Yeah, Ray Donovan. Did you see? People liked that show a lot. Did you see it? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. People said Voight was really good. Anyway, you know who else was really good? Another John. There's my transition. John Lynch. He joined us, and you know what's great about John is, we told you sometimes the Niners like to say, hey, don't talk about this, don't talk about that. John Lynch, Devondre Campbell, bring it on. So we asked him, we said, what happened? It was reported that you had a confrontation with Devondre Campbell.
Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot was made of it in terms of being a confrontation. I'm not sure it was a confrontation. It was a quick conversation. I think we had a little signal going in that his energy wasn't right. Kyle had a conversation with him, and we thought everything was going to be all right. It wasn't, and you could see that right away during the game. At some point, it became clear to me he was refusing to go in the game, and we had a couple linebackers down, and so. And then, as you're watching it, they come out of half and whatnot. I think, it was becoming a distraction in what was, essentially a playoff game for us. And at that point, Kyle's coaching the team. I usually don't go down until late in a game, but, I could see that it was really becoming a distraction as one by one players, coaches were trying to get him to go. And I finally just said he needs to, I need to go see what's going on. And if what's going on is what I think's going on, he needs to get off the field. And so that's simply what it was. And that's how it ended up.
I guess it wasn't as dramatic as some played it out to be. Jay Glazer called it a confrontation. He says it was not a confrontation as much as a conversation. I mean,
I'm sure the truth is somewhere in the middle. Confrontation gives you the idea that there was a lot of, hand gestures and yelling and, maybe some physical contact. A conversation, I think, sort of undersells it when you just – because clearly he didn't walk up to him and say, "So, Devondre, I hear you don't want to play. Okay, well, you have to leave." I'm pretty sure his voice was raised, but I'm pretty sure that John Lynch was not, throwing his hands up in the air like he's, waving semaphore flags or trying to get an airplane into the jetway.
We asked him about, it's his job to assemble the team, and they signed Devondre Campbell, and he wound up being a dud who was a problem in the locker room in the end. So we asked him about the regret and what it's like to make decisions like that in the offseason.
Yeah, and that's the dangers. Free agency can be really good to a team, but it's not as thorough of, in one way you get to watch a player's track, history throughout in the NFL. In the draft process, we go much deeper into their character, and we have this library. I think there were some things said as he left Green Bay. We had comfort because some people had been with him, in Atlanta and whatnot, and it didn't work out. And that happens sometimes in free agency, but it's always a good lesson that you got to be really careful because I think especially when you have a team that's really forged a strong culture together, it stick out like a sore thumb when you're not one of us. And so, it's another lesson that you always look at that as much or more than you look at the talent and the abilities, and it's a great lesson.
Man, it's all part of this year that just almost everything went wrong. Whether it was the overtime coin flip, Dre Greenlaw crumpling to the turf. Do you remember it started as soon as the day after the Super Bowl when Brandon Ayuk's gal put out a video saying that might be the last time we're ever there, and then also. John Feliciano put out a tweet against Spencer Burford that night. Remember that? If I was in there, that wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
Honestly, since that moment, Rod, we've identified the only good things to happen. It's like Ricky Pearsall's recovery from his shot, George Kittle's year, Dom Pooney's year, Dima Lenore's year, and maybe Jawan Jennings' year.
There's no maybe. He's in there.
That it? What else am I leaving out? Mustafa hits hard. We're talking about really meager things at this point in time. It's been bad.
That's it.
It's been bad all year, and it's like signing Devondre Campbell. Add that to the list. He wound up being a total disaster. That's why I'm going with my theory for 2025. Refreshed, refueled, and revenge.
Like he might have been able, Campbell, to escape being on that naughty list of things that have gone bad for the Niners if he had not quit. But his play, with the exception of the Bears game, all season long was not below Greenlaw's standard. It was just bad, period. Yeah. But he goes on that list of terrible things that happened to the Niners this season, starting with Dre Greenlaw tearing his Achilles, just going back into the game. He's on that list because that fool quit on his football team. He got fully dressed. He was already grumbling in the locker room by Bosa's account, already grumbling in the locker room that he wasn't feeling not playing because Greenlaw was back, which is stupid on just a base level. But he gets dressed, stands there in the rain, and decides, no, I'm not going to play. And he loses, because they suspended him, over $500,000 in pay.
Dude, yeah.
It just lame is the word.
Here's all the cliches. So I'm coaching 7th grade basketball. I'm trying so hard to teach these kids. It's very hard. I didn't learn this stuff until much later in life. I'm probably trying to give them too much, but I'm trying to teach them about being a team, being a teammate. That's my number one rule, is to be a great teammate. That's like my number one rule. So I find these things on Twitter. We have a text thread with the kids, and so I send them these. Here's 2 that apply to it. I found this one from Brad Stevens. This game, and he's talking about basketball, but it's really any sport. This game is about how you act as a teammate. Brad Stevens, support your teammates, bring positive energy, embrace your role. John Wooden was the next one I sent out. A player who makes a team great is better than a great player. He says great teammates are selfless. They prioritize the team. They choose to embrace their roles. They choose to make the team better. Now, if Devondre Campbell didn't get that, how do you think the 7th graders? I said, "Do you guys see the text?" They're like, "Huh? No. What? Huh?" I was like, "Never mind.
You should probably either use emojis, or maybe your language needs to be better. You need to add some bruh, and you need to add some sigmas.
It's no. I gotta say, it's no cap.
You gotta say, you gotta add some no caps.
No cap, bro. Being a teammate's cool.
Maybe you need to, because the message is there. And I think the message will be
Do I
received.
have to use the word skibbity? Is that what I have to do?
You got to do what you got to do. If you want to be able to reach the young Thundercats, you got to speak their language.
Yes,
so you're going to have to throw a couple skibbities in there.
Man, oh man.
I'm here to help, dog.
Plus, there's a picture of John Wooden on it. He looks like he came. He looks like.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
He looks like.
You might want to say the Hot Tour girl said it or something. Again, I'm just trying to help you reach him.
By the way.
Oh, I know.
All right, perfectly
and
said.
not for what many of you would like to see her in the
Perfectly
news
said. I
for.
have no idea what we're going to do next. We're going to have fun next on these Sports.
Marcus is off the rest of the week, so Rod Brooks is in. This is Murph and Brooks on KNBR, the sports leader.
Tomorrow is Murph's birthday.
Yeah, who cares?
And John Joe Curley wanted to do something to celebrate it. And so we were trying to think, how can we tap into the nostalgia of a young Brian Murphy? And you've talked to us a lot about how one of your favorite teams was the 1978 Red Sox.
Okay.
So joining us now on the UMA guest line is one of Murph's favorite players from the 1978 Red Sox. Fred Lynn is joining the Murph and Marcus show. Fred, good morning. How we doing? Thank you for coming on today.
It's my pleasure, and you know what?
I understand it's Brian Murphy's birthday tomorrow, 57, okay? And I just wanted to wish him a very happy birthday.
Wait a minute. This is Fred Lynn. This is not a Fred
Freddie Lynn. Yeah.
This is number 19. This is the center fielder.
Number 19.
This is the Rookie of the Year and MVP in 1975. Are you kidding me?
So they tell me. Yeah. So they tell me.
Are you kidding me? Oh man. 2024 highlights rounding out with that. That is incredible. Brooksy, John Joe Curley arranged that for my birthday. That's the kind of kid this kid is.
Okay.
That's pretty darn
John,
freaking cool,
my birthday
man.
is September 3rd.
Hey, we're close. I'm
Earl
the 5th.
Campbell's the name. Thank you.
Or Earl Campbell, huh? All right, and that plays right into right here. I mean, now you're going to are we going, what are you trying to do here now? You're trying to break us down here on the air? Home Alone, somewhere in my memory, and you're playing Fred Lynn? Bro, do I have to leave the room? Do I have to leave?
If you're going to cry, yes.
Do I got to leave the room?
I already
right
told
now?
you. I'm uncomfortable with displays of
This
male
is
emotion.
incredible, man. Are you? Yeah, you're like Aaron Rodgers. He said he was emotionally stunted because he never saw his father cry. Come on, man. John Williams nailing it with the Home Alone soundtrack. This is how we end our... Where you guys ride with Home Alone, right? All time, right?
Oh, yeah. It's
All
a
time.
classic. And also a Christmas movie.
I've said it again. Mount Rushmore. Mount Rushmore. A Christmas Story, It's a Wonderful Life, Elf, Home Alone. Those are the 4. No others. There you go. Young Tone, Home Alone, yeah?
See, for me, it's like a 1A, 1B. Elf is my favorite. This is a very close second. You have to watch both this time of year.
Well, this is playing. Is this when the grandpa or the old man next door hugs his long-lost relatives here and everybody cries? Well, thank you for that there, and thanks, John Williams. Okay, so what are we doing here? We're doing Aftershock? In the middle of somewhere in my memory with Home Alone, we're going Aftershock. I want one of these bands to cover this at Aftershock. How great would that be? October 2, 3, 4, 5, Discovery Park in Sacramento. Furnished by Danny Wimmer Presents. Grab the official rules at KNBR.com. Call John Joe and tell him you want to be a rocker and a Home Aloner. 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR wins 2 weekend passes to the Aftershock Festival in Sacramento. That will wrap up our Aftershock Festival tickets for the week. And oh, by the way, in the first week of January when we're back, we're giving away tickets to see Lionel Messi at PayPal Park, and that will be somewhere in your freaking memory. There you go, buddy. Well done, Tony. We were able to mix, and I posted everything on Twitter. Good. Because we always finish with Smoke 2 Joints in honor of K-Fog, so there will be no more. We're just going to Jimmy Jack around this segment, buddy. I'm going to go to the Cache Creek or the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and see what the people are saying, just for fun, buddy, just for fun. The first one is 831. He says, Rod, don't be a stranger. Just invite yourself to any and all KNBR shows throughout the year. 831 just wrote that.
They're going to have my picture in the lobby of the building, like, do not let this guy in.
That same 831er says, want to say Merry Christmas to everyone. Have an amazing holiday break. Take care, and thanks for this year's shows. Hey, 831, you're welcome, and if you don't like it, we'll give you a refund. So I always like to tell people, all right? 415 does not like my refreshed, refueled, and revenge. They said refreshed and refueled is the same concept, dude. So I don't know. Can you work with me?
I like is it alliteration with the 3 R's?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Can we work with this? By the way, 559 says, Murph, Ray Donovan was right in your wheelhouse. Heavy Irish-American overtones featuring a pub, boxing, and a brother named Bunchy. Okay, I guess
it was heavy Irish for sure.
408 says, I want John Lynch to go full Coach Taylor from Friday Night Lights on Devondre Campbell. So were you a Friday Night Lights TV fan?
No, because I not lived because I didn't play, but I remember that team. I remember when they played Dallas Carter. I remember the whole Permian squad, and I read the book. The movie and the TV show, you can miss me with it.
Even the movie?
Didn't like it.
Because what I'll find is
I didn't like the movie because, well, it's a movie and it took some liberties. And it wasn't historically accurate. They finagled things for movies just like they did with Moneyball. And I didn't like the way they made the Dallas Carter team look. They made them look like a bunch of thugs, and they were not a bunch of thugs.
Interesting. You remember the team?
Absolutely.
I got a serious confession to make that's going to blow my credibility at the end of 2024 like you read about. And no
you don't
pun
have
intended.
to do it, but we're here for you.
I'm just going to do it because I kind of feel like going to confession, even though I only...
Does that make me the priest?
Father, well, you're the Rod Father.
Okay, all right. Let's go.
I can't believe I'm saying this on the air, man. I've never read Friday Night Lights.
That's okay.
It is considered to be the best sports writing book of all
If
time.
you choose to pick it up, it will be worth your while.
I have always wanted to.
Yeah.
Just something happened. So that's my New Year's resolution.
I think I have it at the crib. I'll get it to you.
Well,
I'm sure
when you come and just walk into any show?
Yeah. When I'm hanging around right at the corner of Battery and
925 says, hey, when Bruce Arena mentioned a Coach Allen at Stanford, who was that? I think he misspoke. Did he mean Coach Walsh probably? I don't know a Coach Allen at Stanford.
Was there a soccer coach at Stanford named Coach Allen?
He's talking about football, though. Was he thinking George Allen at Long Beach State?
Definitely was not George Allen.
No way young Tony knows George Allen. No way. 405 says, hey, Rod, I'm going to Houston to spend the holidays with my son.
Great.
I'm catching Texans, Raisins, and Beyonce's playing at halftime.
Yeah.
Can you give me any restaurant, sports bar, or thing to do besides the Space Center?
Make sure you go to Papados, which is across the street from Reliance, or whatever they call it nowadays, in the Astrodome. Some of the best seafood you can have. Make sure you go to Trill Burgers, which is a burger joint that has been opened up by the great OG Bun B, who was part of the great rap group with Pimp C. And I have another one for you. Nah, that's good enough.
What's the best, Houston? I'm going to Houston once. So we do a pop culture showdown on this show. It's kind of our fun, through the years. Instead of talking X's and O's, we compared the two teams in a Final Four or a Super Bowl or a World Series or an NBA Finals by culture. And Houston has made it with the Astros. And I always do a signature food from each city. And so when I frequently fall back on Tex-Mex in Houston. Is that too cliche, or am I forgetting?
No, not cliche at all.
Great Tex-Mex there,
you just go to Papacitos.
And what are we
Papacitos
ordering?
is just like a...
Are we just taco? You guys known for your tacos, your brisket, your carnitas?
Ground beef. Not really a carnitas. It's more beef based.
Texas food is better than California food?
So you're not going to get me to do that.
Okay, because it's tastier, right?
No.
More fatty and stuff.
I'm just to each his own. I'm not going.
Well, if I had to give you one plate of Northern California food that was all organic and healthy, and one plate of Houston.
Yo, man, why are you making the spot hot right now, dog? I'm trying my best.
I think we're answering the question. Right
Don't do it. Stall me out, man. Come on.
Man, I'm making me hungry right now, actually, to tell you the truth here. 408 says,
I will take a plate of barbecue over anything.
That's the other thing.
At any time.
Yeah, and would you say there's difference in Houston and Dallas barbecue, or no? Texas in
first
general.
off, Dallas stinks. The town itself, its inhabitants, and of course, it's football teams, all sports teams. But the barbecue, it's Texas barbecue. It's Texas barbecue. You don't start to get differences in barbecue until you get to Kansas City barbecue, or until you get to
North Carolina,
because it's more sauce based.
Yeah.
We don't do sauces in Texas because it's all about the meat. You put sauce on barbecue because the meat is terrible. Not in Texas.
All right. Dude, you're getting me so freaking hungry
I
right
can
now.
eat this
dude.
can
Oh my
in front of
God.
me. I'm so hungry right
408 says, it looks like the Astros are going to get Christian Walker. Merry Christmas, Rod. I'd like Christian Walker. I want him to be a Giant. That's my plan, is either Christian Walker or Paul Goldschmidt.
I thought that Kyle Tucker, who eventually went to the Cubs in the trade, I thought Kyle Tucker would look really good in a Giants uniform.
Do you view this Astros run as is it like my 80s Niners? Astros fans don't need anything else for the rest of their lives?
Bro.
It's incredible. It's orgasmic. It's unbelievable.
Brother.
Or do you upset the ones they didn't win?
No, absolutely not. I don't dwell on what they didn't win because they didn't win a lot.
So they won 2, right?
They won 2.
Yeah.
The other ones, they weren't the best team. All right, that Nationals team beat them fair and square. That Braves team beat them fair and square.
But 2 is beyond.
I didn't think they would get any of them.
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah. I remember the 1986 NLCS in that Game 6 that they had to lead, blew it, went 16 innings, eventually lost to the Mets, who beat the Red Sox in the World Series. That scarred me. So what they did when they beat the Dodgers in L.A., in Dodger Stadium in 2017, that exceeded my wildest expectations.
Yeah. So I feel that's kind of, to me, for the Giants, 3, you got to be,
And listen, I understand the pain of 2002. I do not tell anyone how to fan. So if 2002 still bothers you, I get it.
Yeah.
But you got 10, 12, and 14. All 3 of them radically different than the other. That's amazing.
I'll tell you, crazy. I don't even say this guy's name.
And then when you get to the Warriors and what they've pulled off, come on, dog.
I don't want to say this guy's name because he's a friend and he's a business partner of KNBR. I was at a lunch yesterday. Guy came out with an anti-Buster Posey take. He said,
that's bold.
He said,
that is, wow.
And this guy's a lifelong Giants fan who grew up on the peninsula.
Wow, really?
And he's a candlestick guy. He goes,
really?
Yeah. He goes, you know what he said? He goes, I expected a little more. That's what he said. He goes, the bat. He goes, the bat never truly reached the heights I wanted it to reach.
Oh, he's talking about Buster as a player, not a GM.
Started as a player, and then he said, now I'm transferring into GM.
He got beef with Buster as a player.
Yes, he does. He has beef with, and this guy's a lifelong, legit Giants fan. I respect all his takes. He and I have enjoyed each other's company. We've talked. I know. I told him we were having a nice Christmas lunch, so I just told him. I said, we're just gonna move on.
This is making my spleen hurt.
We're just gonna change subjects right now.
He won an MVP. He was behind the plate for multiple no-hitters.
His personality was a little flat. That's what he said.
Well, I mean, I don't need you telling jokes when you're You are handling the pitching staff with Tim Lincecum and Jeremy Affeldt and a bunch of other knuckleheads.
Bro,
I don't need you telling jokes. What are we talking about?
I was stunned at the take, and I was almost so stunned that I didn't even have anything
that
to say.
home run in Cincinnati alone.
See, I mean, what
are we doing?
See, you shouldn't even be having to say these things. These things are things that need not to be said.
Who is this?
Well, I'm just telling you.
Where's my camera?
Hey, listen, this guy.
Whoever you are, and I'm going to find out who you are. You're wrong. Okay?
And you know what's crazy?
Flat out wrong.
You know what's crazy is the guy's like a reasonable, normal guy.
Apparently he is not. Reasonable is not the word we should be using here, Brian.
I know.
All right? You're a writer. Find another word.
What a way to end the year. All right.
I got words. I can't use them because, my mother's listening.
So we thought we'd end it with a hot take. All right.
That's just a dumb take. It's not hot.
I'm with you, buddy. We'll hand it over to Papa and Silver and then call it a year somewhere in our memories on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
On our last time to talk about Bigelow tea this year. So at Christmas time, Christmas Eve, grab a cup of Bigelow tea. I should say a mug of Bigelow tea. I was just in the break room sizing them up. I was like, look at all those flavors we can talk about. Mint medley. How about that one? Chamomile for my gal, Gwen Stefani. I love all of them. I love all their different flavor options. It's perfect for those of us who make our living behind a microphone or for those of you in the Christmas season. Every season is Bigelow tea season. Keeps me going, keeps you going. So grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea. And for one last time in 2024, tea proud.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ron Adams, the Warriors assistant coach, who's been here for all the championships. They're in Cambridge, Mass. on the Harvard campus having a shoot-around. By the way, I just checked my weather. It says it's 71 in Cambridge. You're having an incredible November day there, Ron, huh?
Yeah, it's beautiful. I'm looking up at the clouds. The clouds are great. If you want a really good experience, I know we're too busy in this life to enjoy it, but go outside if you have a nice spot to lie down on a clear day and you have white clouds floating by, and then just look up at the clouds and look at the formations and the faces and the animals that are outlined in the sky. I mean, it's invigorating. I've done that since I was a small kid on the farm growing up. It's an amazingly therapeutic exercise.
God bless Ron Adams. I love that guy. It's our 2024 highlights as part of our final show of the year. We end it with one of the best, and it's funny enough that our traditional Friday closing song, Smoke Two Joints by the Toys, is playing there.
Yeah, let's do it.
Now, is he the first guy to talk like that, or is there another guy we heard talking like that?
Caterpillar opens his wings and just cannot believe this is my life now.
I have been laughing about stoned Aaron Rodgers for 27 hours now.
Oh, my gosh.
I woke up in the middle of the night last night just laughing, just thinking about that dude just
that is so funny.
Stoned out of his gourd.
Well, Ron Adams is always great. He'll give us poetry. He'll give us books to read. But that one, he gave us the cloud review, and that's a perfect way to end 2024. Go out and look at the clouds, everybody. We also heard Spike Lee, his hit when the Willie Mays Memorial. We heard Bill Clinton speak at the Willie Mays Memorial. We heard Carl Yastrzemski call. That was incredible. I was able to thank him. And then the Fred Lynn thing for my birthday was insane. Am I forgetting one, Young Tone? John Lynch meeting us on the field, right? We played that too.
Yeah, you hit them all. Spike Lee, John Lynch, Greg Papa, the song, Bill Clinton. You hit them all.
Yeah, it was a great 2024. All right, well, we're wrapping it up here. And guys out here, 415 with maybe the text of the week says, he says, I want to go back and retroactively thank you, Rod Brooks, for Game 2 of the 2001 NBA Finals. Ready for that? Game 2 of the 2001 NBA Finals. You said on the air you thought New Jersey was going to win Game 2 against the Lakers. On your recommendation, I bet $400 on Shaq and Kobe and cashed it in, so thank you for that.
You're welcome. Where's my money? These things ain't gonna put no gas in the gas tank. No, I'm just kidding.
That's pretty good, man.
I have no recollection of that. I'm glad I guessed correctly, and no, you're welcome. Can I say something real quick? You don't mind? Two things. My friend, your friend, my kinfolk, Renelle Brooks Moon is getting the key to the city of San Francisco today. I can't be there. I just wanted to shout her out. It is today.
I didn't know that.
Well deserved. Congratulations, kinfolk. I love you very much. And so, yeah, Renelle's getting a key to the city. And I want to say this. Man, I dig hanging out with you. You're the only person that's going to get me up at the ridiculous time in the morning to come in here and do this. I love hanging out with you. I love this station, and I love what this station still represents to people. This station has given me, in this medium, I'm TV dude now, but this station, this medium has given me everything I wanted in life and things I didn't dream of. I've gone to places and seen things from World Series to All-Star games to travel. And this is what this station and this medium radio has given me. I'm so appreciative of it. I love hanging out with you guys. I love you guys, the guys I've known for years, like Mike and Tim, and the guys I'm just getting to know, like you guys, Tony and John. And, we've lost some great voices on this station through no fault of their own. That is the way this business is going. But this is still a great medium that reaches people and it touches them, because when people listen to the radio, it is a very active experience. You are engaged because people need to use their brains. You can't just zone out and look at with your eyes. When people turn on the radio and listen to you, that is very personal because they are engaged. And that's why I believe in this medium, and that's why I love it. So I just wanted to say that.
Perfectly said. I can't. You're the best, buddy. God bless you.
I don't know if I'm going to be back in here, so I'm just emptying the clip at this point.
Empty the clip. Awesome. Awesome. And then we'll do the one last for the year right here. It is.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
Well, first of all, I just learned Rod rules. Okay, number one, this has been really, really fun, and you just keep your phone on, brother. We'll call you anytime we need somebody. You're the guy, and that was beautifully said. Also, young Tony all year has been such a great sport about learning everything, keeping notes. It's sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And then this one was going personal because it's, to me, I mean, we talk about driving home for Christmas or somewhere in my memory, but certain Christmas songs that, I mean, when a song starts, it was Christmas Eve, babe, in the drunk tank. That's like the greatest opening line to a Christmas song of all time.
Very descriptive.
All right? So, and it's about lost love, and it's about hopes and dreams and lost stuff, and it's also about some gnarly stuff, too. It's about everything. And the boys in the NYPD choir were singing Galway Bay. Young Tone, make this part of your rotation along with Driving Home for Christmas with Chris Ray. And you got John Joe excited back there. The boys in the NYPD, and the bells were ringing out for Christmas Day. So the Pogues is what you learned. You didn't know this one.
Absolutely. There was another Pogue song you turned me on to earlier in the year. I'm trying to think.
There's about 1 million of them. We'll do it later after the show. All right, we'll do it later. I love you, brother.
Love you too, my man.
Merry Christmas.
To you and your family as well.
John Joe, Young Tone, I'll see you soon. We're going to just hang out, okay? Hey, it's time to hand it over to Silver and Papa. From my heart to all you, it's been tough on a number of levels. We're going to hang on and do the best we can for as long as we can. Much love to all you listeners. Wow, hit the post right there on the accordion. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, full service, total trust. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
Oh, you're welcome.
This is Fred Lynn. This is not a Fred
Freddie Lynn, yeah.
Go outside, lie down on a clear day, and you have white clouds.
Well, he's a jolly good fellow with no one can deny.
That's the end of the game.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Craig Silver.
I'm not going to call it must win. I don't like using the term, but is it a gotta win? As in, season might as well be over.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The sports leader.
They're organized on both ends. They play super hard. They like this building. Aldama 3, and that's probably the way to end this first quarter. An 11-2 run. I would say the Warriors' shooting was grisly. Different spelling. Memphis has not cooled off at all since halftime, and the Warriors throw away the inbound. The Warriors are just a little too sloppy right now. I mean, Ja Morant didn't have to do much in that first half. He finally hits a three. He had missed all 3 of his threes and had only 4 points.
Kuminga backs down, finds Green. Ja Morant blocked it. Ja Morant denying Draymond Green. And Edey and Green lock up, and Brett Nansel has to step in between them. There was a physical battle in the prior possession. Green was begging for a foul, and Draymond Green has lost his mind.
Give it up for Memphis. They are 11-2 in their last 13. They have 13-3 at home, and they won 8 consecutive home games. And the Grizz are legit. They were fantastic tonight. They set a new franchise record for threes made. They put it on the Warriors in the season series, 1-1, and for the first time when playing more than 10 minutes, Steph Curry didn't have a field goal.
Dude, what did I watch last night? Thank you, Tony. Thank you, young Tony, for the Sounds of Silence. We'll have Sounds of Silver later in the show. We got to start with Sounds of Silence today. I mean, I get home from Levi's Stadium, feeling good, run a couple errands on the way home, start making some dinner, game starts, and by the time the oven is done preheating, this game is toast. We'll get into that. We'll get into the Niners and the Dolphins. Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. Greg Papa, day 3 in a row out at Levi's, looking fresh for the bus and the airplane.
You must have stopped and gotten a haircut. You visit your barber yesterday?
I did. I went down to good old Burlingame, Eddie's Barbershop. Those guys are great, and had to get that mess out of my face. So
no hat today. You are going Valkyries. Is that why the Warriors are the second most valued team in all of American sport? What? Danny Everman's got to explain that to me. So I know you want to vent on this game. I'll explain to you what happened after you go off because you're all hot. But Pete Pranica, who's been doing the Memphis Grizzlies TV games forever, alongside Brevin Knight. We wanted to get Brevin on the show yesterday, one of the great Stanford Cardinal point guards of all time. Rob Fisher, who does their pre and post, is a hoot. They're all nuts. We've had some battles with them, obviously, going back to the Zebo days and the big Spain, Marc Gasol, and One-Eyed Charlie, Mike Conley, and Tony Allen. We don't have to guard you. The bump and grind. This one, which is a little different, and it's a little bit different now, with Zach Edey in the middle. And I got to say, I am just shocked that this guy is such a good NBA player. When I saw him last year at Purdue, when he was dominant in the NCAA tournament, I thought when he gets to the NBA, it's going to be Purdue. You can't play. You're not athletic enough at all. But, man, he lost weight in the offseason. He's moving. Anyway, they put him on the floor next to Triple J, Jaren Jackson Jr., and I know his dad well from the Spurs day. What a talent he is. And Jalen Wells gets up into Steph and John, Desmond Bain. They deserve that game. But I know you're not happy with the way after you got your hair cut and you look so clean and you want to go off, right? Is that what it is?
a little bit. I mean, look, two things can absolutely be true. Two things can be true. Number one, it is December in the NBA season. That is true. Number two, I also think the Warriors of the past 2.5 regular seasons have repeatedly set off some alarms. So the way I'll kind of open up with this is the not making shots, whatever. That happens. 8 first quarter turnovers. You're not really good enough anymore to overcome those errors. Flat out getting outworked. That's unacceptable. So Memphis is a really good team. We know this. But this is as bad of an effort as I have seen from the Warriors in a decade. This is a no excuses game. It is their 4th game in 12 calendar days. Everybody but Moses Moody was healthy to play. It is the start, not the end of a long road trip. Boxing out was non-existent. Closing out and defensive rotations were lackluster. The offensive rhythm and ball movement was nowhere to be found. And a team whose aspiring identity is being top 5 to 7 in defense. You were losing 37-15 after one quarter. You've given up 287 points in 2 games. So when they started 12-3, my big thing was how they were winning games or how they were avoiding losses, not the standings. So now in losing 9 of 11, it's not the loss on the road to a Grizzlies team that bothers me. It's the how they lost, the not showing up, the getting run out the gym in the first 4 minutes. There are a lot of good teams, and winning in today's NBA is not easy, Papa. But the how for the losses to San Antonio, Brooklyn, Houston, Dallas, and now last night in Memphis is just not representative of a serious group, and that's what has me hot in December.
You're hot. And they were 12-3, and all of a sudden they're 14-12. So I'm not going to sugarcoat this. They are seeing their season spiral out of the way. But to say it's the worst Warrior loss in a decade. Do you remember the game in Boston last year when they gapped Jaylen Brown? What was that game? The game this year in Cleveland, they got whooped, and just in this building. You know, speaking of whoop, how about whoop that trick? Game 5, they came right back and blew them out in Game 6, and Draymond went off. So anyway, they lose games. I mean, normally you would say it's a scheduled loss. It'd be the 4th game in 5 nights. The Warriors played 1 game in 8 days. They had 4 days of practice. Now, also, the Memphis Grizzlies came into this game with 3 days off. And the last time Dennis Schroeder saw them, they had 4 days off when Brooklyn came in last week. So they played 1 game in a week. So they were not good. They were not good from jump. And I mean literally jump. The jump ball. Kevon Looney starts the game, and I'm with you. I don't know why Steve had to tell the world what his starting lineup was before the game. He's usually coy. I don't know if Taylor Jenkins decided to go Zach Edey. Zach Edey was not starting before, but anyway, Draymond is out there, and I think you need him out there, obviously, with Triple J. And then, Looney's got to match up with Edey. That guy's lurch. He's Jolly Green Giant. Mark Eaton with an offensive game, but he grabbed his arm. On the opening jump ball, he locks arms with the guy thinking, I can't jump with that guy, so I might as well pull him down. Foul. I mean, right? 1 second into the game, you do that? And then it just got worse. Draymond Green throwing the ball into traffic. Draymond Green with a moving ball screen. I mean, the turnovers right away. They got after Steph. There is no doubt. Steph missed some really. I don't know if the basket. I wanted to pull out a level and see if the Warriors basket was level, if it was like 2 inches taller. The flat shots. Jonathan Kuminga's hitting the bottom of the rim. Dennis Schroeder hitting his first 3 ball was wide, hit the backboard. I was like, what's going on? But when they did get open shots, except for Andrew Wiggins and Podziemski played well off the bench, they could not make a shot. But this is a bigger issue here. And I mean literally a bigger issue. They were suffocated. Taylor Jenkins, and they know Jalen Wells, they know how to guard the Warriors. They are long. They get into your face. They top block. They face guard. They take everything. They lock and trail. They give you nothing. And when Steph did have shots open, he couldn't make one. To go 0 for 6 on the 3 ball, and a couple were just terrible misses. But this is more about, and they're integrating Schroeder. We got to get into a philosophical discussion with Schroeder because he's just different. He's a little bit like Leandro Barbosa. But I got to go back and look at the 14-15 Warriors to see how much the Brazilian Blur played with Steph. He kind of gave Steph a changeup. This guy's Jordan Poole, but they raised Jordan Poole to play alongside Steph. They had to send him back down to the G League a couple of times. This guy is a pick and roll, turn the corner, coming downhill scorer. How do you integrate him? How does he get into the flow? He's got to be fine. He and Ja had something because he was a Brooklyn net when they went into FedEx Forum last Friday. There was something there with Ja. Ja's got something with everybody, and he got up into him. You could see when he picked him up three-quarter court and was getting after him, and Schroeder came right back and picked him up, but Ja went at him. And Jalen Wells went at Steph. He would not leave him. And even when Steph would kind of give you the slow-mo off the ball and then explode, they stayed attached. They treated it like a playoff game, and they won. And it was, the final score, you lose by 51, but there were times in the third and fourth quarter where you're looking at the scoreboard and said, what's going on here? They were down 57 points at one time in the game. It was like, I don't even know what the final score was. The whoop that trick game 5, and then the Warriors closed them out in game 6. They lost, seemed like 100 in that game, and that was a playoff game. But they came back and won the next game. But the bigger issue here is Dennis Schroeder does not play slow. You're looking at it from up the floor. He did pitch it ahead one time, but he pitched it ahead to Kevon Looney. It's not the guy we want to pitch it ahead to. But Looney got out, so what are you going to do? Pitch it ahead to him. He is quick. But just when you're looking at Buddy Hield, you're looking at slow-mo, the lollygagger, Kyle Anderson, and he got into the game when Draymond was starting to lose his mind a little bit. Draymond did not play well at all. Steph, they got after Steph and they took him out. Draymond just did not play well. He could not guard their bigs. He was turning the ball over. That's one of the worst games I've ever seen. He was a minus 42. Now, they all were a minus. But the bigger issue, if you're Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob and all the Lacobs, damn, what do we got here? Memphis, and it was because Ja was in and out, and he's been in and out the last couple of years, but they were a lottery team last year. They are long. They are athletic. This guy, Zach Edey, I was wrong about him. That guy's a player. His skill level to block shots out on the floor, you'd like to get him in a drop coverage and take advantage of him, but next to Jaren Jackson Jr., he can help him. Are they going to play two bigs? Houston was a lottery team last year. They are the same kind of feeling that they're getting up and into you. So it happened. You move on. But it's happening a little bit too much lately, and you're no longer 12-3, you're 14-12. And these other teams are far more athletic. They're younger. The problem is they are long. Length. They've got incredible length. And the Warriors do too. Draymond's long for a guy his size, but he's not Jaren Jackson size with his length. They're just long. And it just seems like every team in the Western Conference, I'm not even talking about OKC yet, they just come at you with one defender after another that gets up into you. And you've got to figure out a way to beat them. So they'll figure it out. Now you got to go to Minnesota and deal with them on Saturday night. So I'm not going to, I mean, it was a lost cause literally from jump last night, and it never was got right. But they got to figure out what they do with this group. But then I think ultimately they got to figure out, is this group good enough? Because we're just one younger, more athletic, springier, jumpier, lengthier team that us just comes at you. I don't even know. I can't even, all these guys they have coming off the bench. Who are all these guys? Eldama, I mean, they're just killing you. Scottie Pippen's kid, I mean, they just come one after the other. And really, who on the Warriors team can match their athleticism and their length? Wiggins, Schroeder in a different way. Jonathan Kuminga's not that kind of guy. And I love the guy, but he's not a defender where he's just a pterodactyl and he just explodes on you. So it was not good. It was ugly. I could not believe the scoreboard. I'm like, is that right? But you just take it. It's 51 points. You move on. But I think the broad strokes are for Joe and Mike Dunleavy to look at is, what do we have here? What do we have on this roster?
I think that's the discussion right there that we'll get into on the next segment, because Papa brought up a lot of good points that I want to bounce off of, some of which I think are very much big picture long-term concerns. Others where it's like, okay, you're not going to get that kind of game every night, but you're not 12-3. You're probably also not 2-9. What do you have here? And we'll get into that coming up next. We got Matt Mayoko joining the show at 10:50 like he does on every Friday. We'll have John Dickinson. It's been a while since we talked to JD here on this program, although I probably spam his phone a little too much. That's at 11:50. We got Joe Rose to talk some Dolphins and former Cal Bear, as you alerted me yesterday. That's going to be at 12:30. Danny Emmerman, who was on site in Memphis, will be stopping by at 1:30. We'll tease the contest on the other side. It is our last day to get into that. We got Jacob in for Walter today, so now we really do have the best hair of any of the shows, and we're going to have fun on a Friday. The sports landscape is rough after what I watched last night with the Dubs, but we're still going to have fun. It's Papa and Silver closing out the week and the holiday season on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Did you watch the Warriors game last night? No? Okay, good. You don't need to. Don't even go back and look at it. We'll break it all down here today. A 51-point loss in Memphis. Ouch. Let's just say the Dennis Schroeder era is not off to a good start. Keep it locked here on KNBR, the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
We're gonna keep saying it because I genuinely believe it. Like we're better than what we've been playing. We're better than what we showed tonight. Vibes are way better. So it's nice to say it, but you gotta be able to, do something about it. And I feel like we can. So we'll just wait and see.
Still, no, don't panic.
Say what?
Still, don't panic, right? I think you had said that earlier in this slump.
I don't like the panic word. I like, accept where you're at and buck up and try to figure out, how to change the momentum of the season. So panic kind of means you don't have an answer. I think we do have answers. It's just, there's obviously a sense of urgency for sure.
Steph Curry not using the word panic after the Warriors lose by 51 points in Memphis, but it certainly set off some sort of alarm as they have now lost 9 of their last 11, and that game was over, as Papa said last segment, from literally the jump. So, Papa, I do want to get into this because this is not the day where we have the mass overreactions of like, is Dennis Schroeder not going to work? No. Is Steph Curry washed? No. Is Draymond Green still a great defender? Yes. But you also brought up something in the last segment that I think is very noteworthy, and that is sort of alluding to this kind of blueprint of how to beat the Warriors. Teams like Memphis, the Clippers, the Cavaliers, things they have done to really put the Warriors in an offensive hole, and that is press on the perimeter, use the length of their guards, and essentially force your 4s and 5s to beat you. And that's been a big problem for the Dubs.
Well, it's always been since Steph became Steph. I mean, they top block him, they lock and trail him, they flat out deny him, face guard him. They do it all. And it seems like every team's got at least one defender that has that assignment. And last night it was Jalen Wells. He was up in him. But just about every team has someone. So that's why Steph, to get him off the ball is so important. But they did a good job. Some teams can get up into you and guard the ball. It's another thing to guard ball screens and actions off the ball, where he's coming off a screen. That's when you see high-level NBA defense. When Steph's coming off a pin down or a curl, and the guy that's locking, trailing him gets picked, and somebody else jumps out right there to meet him. That's what the Warriors do when they're at their finest. These teams are locked. They are locked and loaded. They know going into a game they got to deal with Steph Curry. So they did it all to him last night. He's still got some open looks. And he just missed them. He did not shoot the ball well. I mean, some of the misses were, you can take them when they bounce off the rim 3 times gently and drop away. There were some like, look out for the bottom of the backboard. What's going on here? And it wasn't just him. Kuminga's shot was so flat, and Schroeder. You have to keep in mind, Schroeder just got here. I know they had a couple of practices, but he's got to acclimate to the terminology. But the bigger issue is, and Steve was very unusual for him to just say, here's my starting lineup. And he mentioned that Dennis Schroeder's going to start. Wiggins is going to start. We're going to start Draymond. You know, why are you telling Taylor Jenkins that? Steve doesn't do that. But anyway, whatever. Maybe it would have been better than just getting off to the bad jump right away to getting into a hole. But moving on. But Schroeder, he's just different. You tell me a player that, now this is why Monte Ellis got moved from here. Undersized guard. Now, Schroeder's a way better defender. He has 6'9" length arms to overcome the 6'1". But he's a Monte, and Monte was here before Steph. And Monte just could not play point guard. He just, everything was out of the pocket. It was left, it was right, it was high, it was low. He threw it because they doubled him. Monte was a scorer, and he was here before. And I think he resented when Nelly and Larry Riley drafted Steph. He knew he was out. So you had to break that up. So Steph kind of inherited that. But by doing that, you get Bogut, you get bigger, and then also Clay becomes the starting two guard. And now you got the perfect combination of the pure point guard that can score and the ultimate catch and shoot two who also can guard ones. He's Rocco. It all worked. Clay's gone. So you're searching who to put next to him. DeAnthony Melton may have been that guy, but he's gone. He tore his ACL or partially tore it, whatever the hell happened to him. So you went to get Schroeder. And I'm on board with it. But it's just different where you have a real, from the perimeter. We're not talking Kevin Durant here. Kevin's different because you can run action with Kevin and KD. And ultimately, in winning championship moments, they ran a 1-3 pick and roll or a 3-1. And you can run a 1-2 pick and roll. You can use the two of them together. But they're both undersized guards who, and with Schroeder, it's mainly put it on the deck and attack. He's not Chris Paul. He may run the same volume of P&Rs than Paul, but he ain't doing the same thing out of them. Paul's trying to set everybody up. This guy's taking it downhill, which is fine. They know that. That's when they brought him here. That's what he does. But it's just Leandro Barbosa, Greg, he didn't play that many minutes with the Warriors during the championship years. He played like 14, 15 a night. And he would come in probably a lot when Steph was off the floor. I have to go back and look at it. But he came into that second unit in the Brazilian blur, we get to be championship. He came in and just drove it. And you needed him. You needed someone to attack when Steph was off the floor. Okay, this guy, he's not playing 14 minutes a night, Schroeder. He's playing double that or more. And it's just different. He's different player. He is an attack, pick and roll player. He can find open shooters, but it's just different. Now, Jordan Poole evolved into that guy, but you drafted him, you raised him. It was hard. He was his legs were like wobbly. He got, when he went out for warm-ups, he never missed a shot. Then he got in the game, and they're bumping him off. He's like, your legs aren't strong enough. Your shot selection, your handle. He went to the G League not once, but twice, and they brought him back up. And now, last time you tricked that, whipped that trick, Jordan Poole was leading the cause. That's when you needed that secondary scorer with Steph. That's when Steph was so lethal off the ball. So it's just they're going to have to figure out with Schroeder on this team how that dynamic is. It's going to work out fine. The first night, it did not. They were 2 for 19 combined and 0 for 10 in the three ball. It didn't look good. Their shots were just flat. They'll figure it out. I love the fact that they were talking on the sideline and Schroeder was doing all the talking and Steph was listening. And they're smart guys. They played against each other a lot on the biggest stages and in the NBA. They'll be fine. But it's just different. We really have not had a player, you tell me, that the Warriors, after Monte was gone, that the Warriors obtained. This guy's a 12-year veteran. He's played a lot of basketball. He knows how to play, but he plays his way. Barbosa was he wasn't that much a part of it. He was part of your strength in numbers, the bench mob. This guy's going to play more. Jordan Poole became that guy, but you raised him how to do it with Steph, and he learned to play with Steph. So they're just going to have to adjust. Dennis Schroeder he's a bit of an outlier as a Steph Curry teammate. I'm all on board with it, but they got to figure it out how it's going to work, what the balance is going to be.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Look, of all the strong reactions to last night, Dennis Schroeder is not making that list for me. And by the way, I think we get a mulligan on our Schroeder predictions because you went 21-8. I said 17-12.
Damn.
The Warriors had 11 made field goals by halftime when the game was essentially over.
He was 5-5, 5 points, 5 assists, and 4 turnovers. Okay.
Okay. Anyway,
missed that one.
We're just gonna push that prediction to the next game because, yeah, Dennis Schroeder. I'm not worried about how that looked in one game. My dad was texting me. He's like, "How did Schroeder look?" And I go, "I can't really judge the Dennis experiment when the entire team was essentially a no-show, and it was that ugly. We'll get into the Niners on the other side leading up to Matt Mayoko, and we can get back into the Dubs later. We're going to have JD joining us. We'll have Danny Emmerman in the last hour of the show. I can only talk about this game so much with like keeping my sanity, so it's good that we're going to pivot to football. But before we do any of that, it is our last day of the midday contest giveaway this week. So we've been talking about sticks all week in Papa's Yacht Rock documentary. We've been talking about Kevin Cronin from REO Speedwagon. We've been talking about Don Felder from the Eagles. And if you missed it the first 4 days, well, guess what? There's another chance to win today, June 13th, 2025 in Concord at the Toyota Pavilion. You tune in between now and 1 p.m. And when we give that cue to call, which has been different every day, you be the 10th caller into the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you will win, furnished by Live Nation. Find the official rules at knbr.com. Our fifth and final for this contest, cue to call Jacob.
Man, come on. I had a rough night, and I hate the f***ing Eagles, man.
The Big Lebowski hating on the Eagles. We don't hate those Eagles. We don't hate Don Felder's Eagles. Maybe we can talk differently about the NFC East Philadelphia Eagles. But anyway, when you hear that, when you hear the Big Lebowski clip about not liking the Eagles and a quote that I cannot fully say on the air without getting in some trouble, go ahead and call into 415-896-KNBR. For all the kids out there finishing up their high school and college finals, if you're listening, get a nice little reward to end it. Dial it up. Doesn't hurt to try. It's Papa and Silver, some Niners next before Matt Mayoko on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
San Ramon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Ramon's sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
I'm really confident that our group is one that's going to stick together, continue to play hard, and finish this year off in the right way. I'd be shocked if they wouldn't. There's a ton of character. There's a ton of grit and all those things on this team, and I think it will be demonstrated. In Miami and as we finish this season.
I gotta say, I actually am now in a good mood. I'm all over the place on a Friday because the little Ridin' Dirty instrumental under John Lynch talking about how the group's going to be ready to go. I don't care if they're 6-8. They're not mathematically eliminated from the playoffs yet. Look, it's the holidays. Can I still enjoy a good football game on a Sunday? I mean, Papa's going to be out in the warm weather in Florida out tomorrow, although I know Saturday's your big cram day. It's not cram for the Rams.
Walk through tomorrow. It's actually like 80 degrees there right now.
Yeah.
When we get there, the high tomorrow is going to be 70 and 70 for the game. So they'll finish strong. But so we're going to this. We're getting on this airplane, and we're flying to South Florida for the first time since the Super Bowl 54. And I talked to Kyle Juszczyk yesterday, and he didn't even think about it. Hadn't dawned on him. When he walks in that stadium, it'll hit him. Juice scored a touchdown late in the first half to tie it at 10. He took one down to the 1-yard line. Later, Raheem Mostert wound up punching that one in. We had Raheem on yesterday. And the Niners had a 20-10 lead with 7 minutes to play in the game. We know how it turned out. The Wasp play and Tyreek Hill and all that. But when Mayoko comes in, so, we're going back into that stadium. Kyle's never coached a regular season game in that stadium. The only as a head coach. The only one was February the 2nd of 2020, Super Bowl 54. His dad did win Super Bowl 33 in that game, in the rain, and they were worried about John Elway John Elway was not a good rain thrower. You'll hear the interview tonight on Game Plan on NBC Sports Bay Area, and then we'll play it on the pregame. He got into a fascinating conversation about John Elway could not throw in the rain, but Elway did control the ball well, and they beat Atlanta, and that was the Eugene Robinson game. Anyway, it's the same stadium, whether it was called Pro Player Park, Pro Player Stadium, Dolphin Stadium, Landshark Stadium, Sun Life Stadium, Joe Robbie Stadium. I mean, now it's Hard Rock Stadium, and it's got to have more names than any stadium in the history of stadiums. But it's the same place in Miami Gardens with a canopy over in case it rains, and it's so South Florida. Anyway, so here's the real situation with this team, and I want to get Mayoko's thoughts. So that team came out of nowhere. They traded for Jimmy in 2017 after 0-9 and 1-10. They win the next 5, and then they start 2018 1-1. And Jimmy does not duck out of bounds. He goes inside against Steven Nelson was the corner for the Chiefs, and he winds up tearing his anterior cruciate ligament on a 3rd down and long. He should have gone on the bounds. In any event, Mahomes, that was game 3 for him that year on his way to 5,000 yards and, 50 touchdown passes, one of the greatest years ever, let alone a first-time starter. And then, the next year, the Niners draft Nick Bosa. They draft Deebo Samuel. Jimmy's healthy. And they start 8-0, bro. And they go 13-3, and they go all the way to that Super Bowl. And here we are, 7 minutes and 13 seconds away from winning the 6th Lombardi, and then 2-3 Chip, Jet, Wasp, and all of it. Anyway, so here's the question. That team, and it was a veteran team. You had Nick, obviously, just starting his career, and you had Deebo Samuel as a rookie. So Jimmy was the starting quarterback then, obviously. Tevin Coleman was the predominant rusher that year, but then he got hurt in the championship game, and Raheem Mostert got in and mixed in. You had Juice was still there. They traded for Emmanuel Sanders middle of that year. He opened up a lot, the post route that Jimmy overthrew him in the Super Bowl. George Kittle, obviously, was in his 3rd year. Joe Staley got hurt early. I remember week 2 in Cincinnati, Joe left. He came back later, and he wound up. That's why that Super Bowl loss was so tough for Staley, who will be a future Hall of Famer, is that was his one shot to win. So Justin School played a lot of left tackle. You had Laken Tomlinson, Weston Richburg, Michael Person, Mike McGlinchey, we saw last night with Denver. was your starting right tackle. The D-line, was Nick, obviously. When he was healthy, it was D Ford on the other side. But inside, you had DeForest Buckner, Eric Armstead, DJ Jones. And Fred and Dre were young then. Fred was becoming a star. Dre had big play Dre, the tackle on Hollister on the 1. The legendary Quan Alexander was theirs when they went 3 linebackers. Aziz Alshire was a young guy as well and wound up playing a lot. And, Sherm was on one corner, Emmanuel Mosley on the other. Tard and Ward were your safeties. And K1 was your nickel. And you played, a lot of cover 3, and Salah's defense was tight. So after that, you bottomed out the next year. And then you come back in 21. And you made a lot of changes to the roster, and the big one being the drafting of Trey Lance, Jimmy Garoppolo being boomerang, trying to get rid of him. He comes back, and then Brock Purdy. So now where are you? Where are you as a franchise as you look at that team in 19 and how you bounce back from 20 to be the team, and then adding McCaffrey, obviously, in 21, 22. This year hasn't gone the way you wanted it to go, but you had a great draft. Ricky Pearsall is going to be a good player. Trust me. You just got to figure out a way to get him the ball. The guy separates. Renardo Green, the key to that draft was getting Renardo Green, 64 overall, whatever it was, late in the draft. And he's becoming an outside corner you can count on. And then Dominic Pooney at right guard and Malik Mustafa, who you got in the Trey Lance. That was the Trey Lance 4th-round pick he got from Dallas, was Malik Mustafa. You've got veteran guys you're going to have to make a decision on. Certainly Charvarius Ward, paying Dre Greenlaw. So anyway, just going back into that stadium, and that was the year that it all started. And, you had to reinvent yourself. This team, in some respects, has got to rely on their youth. These guys played a lot as rookies. They're going to be, now they're playing as second-year players. They're already starting, a lot of them as rookies. They're going to be more involved next year. Mm-hmm. How do you elevate Pearsall's role on the team? How do you figure out Jair Brown, Malik Mustafa, Talanoa Hufanga, his deal's up? So I want to get Mayoko's thoughts, as he's covered this team for 30 years, obviously. And, this stadium, the Niners went to Miami and won a Super Bowl. The last one they won was in Miami. But it's just going back into the stadium. I know it'll hit me. It'll hit Kyle, that his dad won his second Super Bowl there as a head coach. But probably more than anything, damn, this is the place we thought we were going to celebrate in that locker room. And they were the visitors, being the NFC team. And it'll hit them when they go back, whether they're thinking about it or not. We're not playing the Super Bowl, obviously, on Sunday. But how do you get back to the Super Bowl? And by the way, the Super Bowl next year is here. It's at Levi's. It's in your home stadium, Super Bowl 60. So just, that was an older team. You knew you had to move on from certain guys, certainly Staley and ultimately Jimmy, Emmanuel Sanders. I mean, a lot of guys had to move on. D Ford was never the same player here. He got hurt, and Oregon Tall Furs. Anyway, just as you look back on that team, what they were able to accomplish that year, pandemic hit, fell apart, reinventing yourself in 21, and now you got this draft class that you have here in 24, Greg. How do they apply it? How do they move forward so they're back in the big game next year?
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting discussion where you can compare this season to 2020 in some respects. And I know Dante Whitner talked about this in depth on NBC Sports Bay Area. It was a really interesting segment he did. And it's not the same as 2020 in the sense that a lot of your stars and the guys you ended up paying big money were closer to their prime and they had less football mileage on their bodies. So when they were injured, they were going to come back a little bit more of the whole version of themselves. However, I also think it's fair to say there will be a good handful of reinforcements coming. Maybe reinforcements are a little different, and it might not be Deebo Samuel. We don't know what's going to happen with him, but we're also hoping to get a full, real offseason, real OTAs and preseason of Ricky Pearsall. He kind of gets a true run at a first NFL offseason, which he didn't have this last year. Christian McCaffrey, the Buffalo game was such a tease because he was showing us in the snow that he did have a lot left in the tank. And we talked about that with Tim Ryan yesterday. But it lasted so short, and now he's shut down for the year with the PCL. And I think that was enough for me to see, okay, he's going to be back, and when he's healthy, it will look different. It will also help Brock Purdy a lot. So I do think there are reinforcements coming. I really like the draft class that they got. It's just going to be a little bit younger, a little bit different, and with the money that they are likely going to pay Brock Purdy, they're going to have to get creative about who they can afford to keep. I would love to see Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga back on the roster if they can, because when they came back, the back end of the defense was amazing. And so we'll get into this coming up with Matt Mayoko because I want to make sure we get to him on time. But Papa's bringing up a lot of good points. 2019, it was sort of the beginning of the first real run Kyle Shanahan had at this with this group. They end up falling short. They have 2020. Now they're having another 2020-like season with a lot of injuries after a Super Bowl loss. And how do they reinvent themselves yet again and come out of the ashes? Matt Mayoko next. It's Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We had a full day yesterday on the airwaves, including the football hour with Tim Ryan. And if you want even more Tim Ryan, because who doesn't love T-Rock, he's going to be joining the afternoon show today at 4:30 to talk Dolphins, Niners down in Miami. Want to hear that interview? Tune in right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Sure, KNBR's got you covered on game day with Greg in the booth, but NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko has your Niners news all week long. Here's Papa, Silver, and Mayoko on the Sports Leader.
Brock, a deep drop, got to step through it all, and he's not going to get there. They're going to sack him, and the game is over, and the 49ers lose. He never stepped through the pass rush to load up and throw the ball, and it's fitting that the Rams and Christian Roseboom, their front, just dominated the game. They dominated the whole game.
Yeah, that was a bummer, and that was 8 days ago, 12-6. We've talked about it a whole bunch from last Friday up until now, but it's just not quite the same to talk Niners with two people when you have Matt Mayoko, who could join you on the UMA guest line, and that's exactly who we're here to welcome in right now. Happy Friday, Matt.
Happy Friday, gentlemen. How are you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing well, and before I let Papa take it away, I also just got to let everybody know that our time with Matt Mayoko is sponsored by TimberTech Decking and Railing. Everything wood should be. Visit timbertech.com. You excited to go out to some warm weather here?
Yeah, I think, when you think about the last few weeks, it was cold in Green Bay, a blizzard in Buffalo. It was a downpour at Levi's, and so I looked at the weather, and it looks like 70 degrees and no precipitation, so it should be a fast track, and hopefully a little bit more offense than what we saw Thursday night when the Rams and the 49ers played.
Yeah, and as you say, no precipitation, which is key, which leads to the end of the game and Brock trying to load up there to throw the Hail Mary, and he couldn't do it. So, you were there in the shadows yesterday with JLC, Jennifer Lee Chan, when I was interviewing Kyle. And we'll get into it and just going back into this stadium, Hard Rock Stadium, and what it means for the franchise and where they are from the last time we were there and Super Bowl 54. But his memory also was his dad winning a Super Bowl there. And the thing about that game against the Atlanta Falcons, their second back-to-back in 97-98 they won, was John Elway having to throw in the rain that night. And I do remember going into Kyle's office the week of Brock Purdy's first postseason game, and it was against Seattle. And that particular practice, it was raining really hard. And I went in the office, and first thing, Kyle, he was so excited. You see Brock throw the ball in the rain today? Wow, he could grip it and rip it. And, John Elway had a hard time throwing in the rain, and then when that playoff game started on Saturday, he struggled initially in the rain. Then it stopped raining, and he threw the ball better, and he wound up throwing for the second most yards in the history of the franchise to Joe in a playoff game. But he has struggled in the rain. There's no doubt. The Cleveland game, the Green Bay game last year, the snow of Buffalo, and this game. And he was asked about it. And he said, no, about as far as gripping it. I mean, I think that any person that's throwing at objects in the rain, it makes them wet. The grip isn't as good. But for him, it was more about learning how to change the motion a little bit and throw differently in the rain, which is the term that I use, grip and rip. If you can't grip it, then you can't rip it. So you were there when I asked Kyle about Brock throwing in the rain, and you've seen it all, and you were there when Brock was asked about precipitation. Just what are your thoughts on Brock in rain games?
Yeah, I mean, I think every quarterback probably struggles in the rain, some more than others. And I think that is one thing that has to be kind of checked off the list for Brock. And he talked a lot about, you're not able to throw it. I think he used the word violently. You're not able to throw the ball as violently, the term you use, grip and rip. So I think it has to be more measured, maybe more smooth, less herky-jerky kind of throwing motion, because the more motion there is, the more opportunity for the ball to slip out of one's hand or just not have the kind of grip that you need to be able to spin it through the rain like you can do it when there is no rain. So I'm a little bit surprised, and I know that the college ball is different than the NFL ball, but you would think playing in the Big 12 that he would have gone through a lot of weather games, probably not so much in high school in Arizona, but that's an area. I think every piece of information that we've seen, every time that he's been put in that situation, I think the the results are noticeable, that he is not as effective, not as accurate throwing the ball in the rain as maybe even some other quarterbacks. And, I think both teams struggled on Thursday. The Rams certainly weren't able to generate a whole lot of offense either, but we're talking about Brock Purdy, so that's something that, he's going to have to continue to work on and figure some things out.
Talking to Matt Mayoko here on the UMA guest line. And Matt, I couldn't help but pick out this detail when you were on with the morning show talking about Deebo Samuel on the note of players that have struggled to be effective at times. The fact that he hit a speed he hasn't hit since his rookie year, and that one receiving touchdown he had, the 76-yarder in Seattle. So then that kind of led to the question of, well, I don't know he's necessarily lost a step athletically, but he hasn't been very effective, and that is just a fact with the numbers and the receiving end. We talked to Dante Whitner yesterday, and he said a lot of that had to do with the lack of execution around Deebo. Obviously, the dropped pass was a really bad individual play, but when you look at Deebo's lack of effectiveness, how much of the puzzle do you think has to do with the surrounding pieces not executing, Brandon Ayuk being out for the year, etc.?
Well, I think it all factors into it, and I would say, him not executing too. Just look at that running play early in the game on Thursday night where the timing was so clearly off, and he ended up basically with an unassisted tackle against Isaac Guerrero. That's something that I don't know the last time we've seen anything like that from the 49ers offense, which is usually very precise. And, he goes in motion and bangs into Guerrero. He falls down, and that's the end of that play. But, yeah, no, the thing that is interesting, I did cite those numbers from Next Gen Stats, and at that point, that was 6 games in, he had already topped 20 miles an hour 3 different times this season. And so then, how much has the pneumonia played into it? Maybe losing some strength, not having Christian McCaffrey and Brandon Ayuk out there. But the one thing that's kind of tough to figure is just the eyeball test. We can look at the numbers and we can see that the numbers are down. The yards per rush are down. The receiving yards per game way down over the last 5 games. But just the eyeball test is anytime Deebo Samuel touched the ball in the past, it was a chore for the defense to bring him down. And rarely did the first guy ever tackle Deebo Samuel. And now it just seems like it's rare that the first guy doesn't tackle him. And so that's what's kind of difficult to sort out is if you look at him, he looks as strong as he ever has. And, he's, at least earlier in the season, he was running better than he has. And we saw that he still has some big playability based on the kickoff returns he had against Green Bay and Buffalo to open the second halves of those games. So it's just different. I can't explain it. He's not over the hill, I wouldn't think. There has been a lot of wear and tear on that body, but he's still only 28 years old. So, these final 3 games, I think, are important for him because in the NFL, you're constantly in need of proving yourself because the guys who don't have the big contract, they're proving themselves to get that big contract. In the case of Deebo Samuel, he did sign a big contract 2 years ago, and so now it's incumbent upon him to prove to the 49ers that he's worthy of playing out the final year of that deal. So I do think that the season's basically over as far as hopes for the postseason. I know there's a sliver of a chance, but that's not going to happen. I think we all can agree on that. But it is important for these guys to continue to play it out, and it's probably more important than for Deebo Samuel than just about any player on the team.
And on Sunday, Deebo and a lot of his teammates that go back as far as Deebo's rookie year are going to walk into Hard Rock Stadium for the first time since Super Bowl 54, February the 2nd of 2020 after the 19 year. And Deebo, you go back and watch that game against Kansas City, Kyle Scripps, the first 24 plays, they were all Deebo. I think 6 of the first 8 snaps in the game, he touched the ball one way or the other. So we are reflective a little bit going back into that stadium and looking back on the previous 5 years, not this year so much, but it's all together. And all the success, 4 trips to the title game and 2 Super Bowls. And now they have to try to climb out of it. After the 19 year, the world pandemic shut it down, and they had major injuries to the veterans on their team, and they weren't the same team. They reinvented themselves in 21, 22, 23. But that team in 19, Maddie, was so different. Jimmy was the quarterback, Tevin Coleman and Raheem Mostert, and we'll see Raheem. Juice is still there. George is still there. The offensive line is completely different. It was a very veteran offensive line then. Joe Staley got hurt early that year, came back. Debo was a rookie. They got Emmanuel Sanders. Emmanuel moved on. They drafted Brandon Ayuk to take his spot. Nick was obviously a rookie then. The D-line completely different from DJ Jones, DeForest Buckner, Eric Armstead, and D. Ford. Fred's still there, and Dre's coming back, but you had Aziz and Quan, and Sherm was there in the secondary. But my question is, I set this up. They did bounce back after that, and that was an older team. And they drafted well, in the later rounds. This last year's draft class was probably the best John's had as far as top to bottom on both sides of the ball. You got guys starting on both sides of the ball as rookies, and they're going to be even more impactful looking ahead to next year. But how does this team, not so much rebuild it, but remodel it a little bit and maybe get a little younger, and they're going to have to deal with the quarterback salary? The way, look back on this team that won the innocent climb with Debo and Nick as rookies, and now they're older players. How do they reload and come back next year?
Well, it is different because after the Super Bowl that you're referencing, think about, kind of the nucleus of that team. It was a young nucleus of superstars, young superstars like Warner and Kittle and Debo and Bosa, and all 4 of those guys were on their rookie deals. So they were very inexpensive, and so there was no question after the down year of 2020 who the nucleus was, where the team was going, who was going to be part of it. Now it's just a lot more complicated because those 4 guys that I mentioned are among the absolute highest paid players at their positions now. And so it doesn't give them the flexibility that they had. And it was open and shut case, I think, in 2020 moving into 2021 of how the roster was going to look. Of course, they added some guys. They added after the Super Bowl year, they had Trent Williams, and then they bring in McCaffrey, and they drafted Ayuk. So all that happened. But now I think just because of the finances and where they are in the cap, now there's financial decisions to be made, whereas I don't think they had those decisions back in 2020 going into 2021 because everybody was so inexpensive. And they were paying a lot at that time to their quarterback, but as this cap rises, they'll be paying a lot more for their quarterback starting next season, and they can kind of defray the cost there. The big cap hit for Brock Purdy won't be in 2025. It'll be 2026 and down the road. But I just think that there are less givens. There's less certainty about how the roster should look, because now I think if you ask a number of people what they should do roster-wise, you're going to get a lot of different answers. Whereas back then, it was pretty clear, who the young core was and how they had to continue to build.
Talking to Matt Mayoko on the Yuma guest line, and you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, as we make our way into the 11 o'clock hour here on a Friday. The reinforcements are going to come, and we talked about that right before you joined us, Matt, but it's going to be different than it was in 2020. Some of it's going to be in the form of younger players. Some of it's going to be in the form of unproven players. But there will be some reinforcements at the end of this year. It's part of the game with all the injuries. So I do got to ask you, for the 49ers, they're probably going to pay Brock Purdy, not going to be able to keep everybody. Who would you say your top priorities are for free agents heading into the offseason?
Well, I think over the past 2 weeks, you can make not only a strong argument, I think it's kind of a no-brainer. It's Dre Greenlaw, and it very well might be Talanoa Hufanga, too. Dre Greenlaw, I think very clearly Now, there's some risk there because of the injury history. And so maybe the 49ers can get him kind of under a below market value deal just because I think he means more to the 49ers. He's more valuable to the 49ers than he would be to any other team. But I just, talking to guys in the locker room, oh my gosh, they're already campaigning for the team to re-sign Dre Greenlaw. Diamador Lenore talking about how they
me
found
too.
identity. Yeah, Diamador Lenore talking about finding their identity on defense, and that's a direct correlation to seeing Dre Greenlaw back out there. Nick Bosa talking about that he really is happy with how the defense has continued to progress these last 2 weeks in particular, and he believes that the key to all of that is locking in Dre Greenlaw to a new deal. So, I think that's the priority. The Brock Purdy situation will take care of itself. He'll be on the team. It's just a matter of at what cost, at what price he'll be on the team, because he doesn't have any outside negotiating power. But it appears to me, as far as from the defensive side of the ball and maybe just for the team as a whole, it's very important for the team to bring back Dre Greenlaw.
What did you make of Brock's comment yesterday when he met the media about, I need to get better and get back to playing with a chip on my shoulder like it was my first 2 years of every game, every down, trying to prove myself that I'm the guy for this team? Dirty Works did ask Kyle that, what does he mean by that? And he had no answer. And I'm a little befuddled knowing Brock so well. What do you think he meant by mainly get back to playing with a chip on my shoulder? He wasn't playing with a chip on his shoulder this year?
Yeah, I don't know exactly. I think what he's saying, though, is he needs to just kind of – I think he's trying to be too perfect a lot of times. And I think we've seen this because he's holding the ball longer than he ever has. And I think he needs to just, to use your term, grip it and rip it. And it just seems like any time that he, last year and even when he got in as a rookie, he was, that back foot hit the ground and the ball was coming out. And he was decisive. And he would throw to spots. And when he was throwing, you didn't know where the ball was going because you didn't see any windows, but he had this ability to see a picture about a half second before it developed. And I think that he is maybe being a little bit more cautious in that. And a lot of times, being cautious leads you into mistakes. Just, that split second, holding on to the ball and waiting for it to appear before anticipating it to appear. So I think that might be what he's talking about, is just kind of going out there and just letting, kind of taking charge and doing what he's coached to do and playing a very decisive brand of football.
Matt, we appreciate having you on as always. We're excited for this one. I am excited. I know it's 6-8, and I know that we haven't been accustomed to a lot of these kind of games in a few years. But hey, football is football. Weather's going to be warm. I think for the warm weather cause, we're also maybe going to see some good offense from both teams. So I'm looking forward to it for one.
Yeah, I think that's another thing that Brock said. He wants the 49ers offense to start looking like the 49ers offense again. And I think that's something we can probably all agree upon, is that it just has had a different look. For a lot of reasons, obviously, but it's just had a different look this season. And, yeah, it's too late to make an impact this year as far as the playoff picture, but I do believe, and I think everybody in the locker room believes as well, that there is an element of creating some momentum heading into the offseason and into the 2025 season.
Well, we appreciate having you as always. Safe travels out to Miami, and we will do this again at some point, probably after the new year. So happy holidays to you as well.
Sounds good. All right, Greg and Greg.
See you in Miami.
That is the great Matt Mayoko from NBC Sports Bay Area. You can follow him at Mayoko NBCS. Lot to get into. And by the way, Papa, before we go ahead and take a break, Tua Tagovailoa was on the injury report with a hip. He's now off. Jalen Waddle doubtful. So I'll go into kind of what we expected, how things would go for the Dolphins yesterday.
And it is questionable if they're going to have their two tackles in the game, which is going to be interesting in the game. Teron Armstead, their left tackle, but Kendall Lamb, the right tackle with a left-handed quarterback, That's the blind side. So they're both questionable. They missed last week's game, and the guys that played for them were not quite Armstead and Lamb. And actually, Lamb was their backup right tackle to start the year. So, and then from the Niner perspective, I think we're all bracing for Isaac Guerrero to be declared out for the game today by Kyle before we leave. And then the big question would be, and he is from Florida, is Nick Bosa going to make the trip? Is he going to play in the game? Is he going to? He didn't do a whole lot on the practice field this week, so will Nick be able to play in this game?
We'll go ahead and take a quick break right now. It's Papa and Silver hanging out on a Friday. Jacob is looking cool and collected behind the glass, so maybe we're doing something right today. Happy holidays, everybody, and keep hanging with us all the way up until 2 o'clock. More coming up here on The Sports Leader.
Mountain View, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Mountain View's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers general manager John Lynch joined the morning show with Murph and Rod Brooks earlier to talk about what there is still to play for, and believe me, there is plenty as a football player. Check out that full audio interview on our KNBR podcast page, or if you just want the highlights, check out our socials at KNBR.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Motion McConkey in the slot left. Herbert fades back, steps up, shovel pass, flip forward, goes to Haskins. He's got the first 25-20. Makes the man miss 15, 10-5. Touchdown, Chargers! The beautiful shovel from Herbert, and the lead expands. 33-24 with 2:27 to go.
Wow, what a call there. And how about the effort from the Chargers last night, who got down early and rallied late to move up to, what is it now, 9-6? Denver falls to 9-6.
Mm-hmm.
Two teams that were not very fun to watch, kind of a bummer more times than not last year, have become awesome to watch this year. And I got to say, Thursday Night Football, Papa, for the bad rap that it's gotten for kind of just being the shoe-in for Titans-Jags every single week, we've gotten some pretty good Thursday night games, including last night.
No, the last three, the Niners-Rams was not a great one with a field goal fest, but the game before that, we've had some epic games, meaningful games on Thursday Night Football. This one was a shootout. It's an old AFL, AFC matchup, and you feel for the Raiders with the Chiefs at 13-1 have had a stranglehold on that AFC West for a decade, and the Chargers and Broncos are both good. With getting veteran head coaches, and Brandon Staley's here, and the way Harbaugh's been able to flip the Chargers, and obviously Sean Payton. They gave up 70 points to these Miami Dolphins in a game last year. They were the laughing stock of the league. Since that point, he got rid of Russell Wilson. He drafted a quarterback, and Bo Nix, a good player. But, obviously with the Chargers, you just get Justin Herbert, and what a player he is, obviously. But the whole game, and that call by Matt Money Smith, the voice of the Chargers, the end of the Haskins 34-yarder, the shovel from Herbert, was big time. And I think they're both going to make the playoffs this year. We'll see, but they're almost a lock now. But where the game turned was Dicker, the kicker. Cameron Dicker making that 57-yarder right before halftime. And this is a play I probably talk way too much about. I think I talked about it this year in a Niner game when it was never going to be a factor. And I remember, Ray Wersching was the last one to do one of these. So there was a fair catch interference on the last play of the first half, and Denver made a mistake. So you move the ball up, and then the Chargers bring out Dicker, the kicker. So it went from a fair catch interference to the fair catch kick in the NFL. So if you call for a fair catch, it doesn't have to be at the end of the half. It could be at any point in any game. And I think it should be done late in games more. And I love Sean Payton with kicking that 55-yard field goal by Lutz right away to give himself time if they recovered the onside kick. He's a brilliant game manager. The guy flipped a Super Bowl against Indy by having an onside kick start the second half. But anyway, this is a play. I remember Ray Wersching, before he became the Niners Super Bowl winning kicker, in Pontiac, Michigan. He was a kicker for the Chargers, and he did this against my Buffalo Bills years and years ago. So I remember this play. It was November the 21st of 76. But beyond that, and we are going to talk about what John Gruden said about Seabass, Sebastian Janikowski, later. Just hilarious, and I have an up-close relationship with that weekend in New Orleans, Nolans. But anyway, so when the Raiders drafted Janikowski with a first-round pick in 20, Bruce Allen and Al Davis were in my ear every practice about the fair catch kick rule, right? You can do that. I'm like, okay. So I brought it up just about every time before halftime. I would bring it up. We call for a fair catch on our 2-yard line, and Janikowski can try a 98-yard field goal. Well, no one's doing that unless you're Lance Kiffin, and he tried a 76-yarder with a rush. But anyway, Jim Harbaugh, remember when Jim Harbaugh did this with Phil Dawson in 2013? Dawson missed, at the same rule, a 71-yard field goal right before halftime. So to have Cameron Dicker, the kicker, because the Broncos didn't give the fair catch interference, move it up 15 yards, and I just love that rule, and there's no rush. There's no snap. You put the ball right at the spot where you catch the ball. They can't rush, so it's like a kickoff. How many times do you see these guys kick off from the 30-yard line and put it through the uprights? so they can, in theory, make an 80-yarder. I mean, so I think it could be something you would do more often in games, late in games when down a couple of scores, maybe 10 or 11 points. Kick the field goal right away and a fair catch. Anyway, Harbaugh was all over it. The greatest play I've ever seen in football. He loved it. He did it with Dawson. But that play flipped the game. Denver was about ready to run them. They were up 21-10. Their gunner comes down and makes a mistake. You get a fair catch, interference, 15 yards up, and Dicker, the kicker, bangs a 57-yarder. Now you go into halftime, and it's 21-13, and then they get the running game going. But good Thursday night game. AFC West is loaded except for the Raiders. I mean, the Raiders may pick first, and the other three teams in your division, of course, Kansas City's going to make it. They may be the 1 seed again, and the other two look like playoff teams. But that was a rule that I probably have brought up way too much every time Janikowski, fair catch the ball, we'll kick a field goal because there's no rush, and it's right from the spot. They never did it one time with the Polish cannon. But last night, Harbs did it with Dicker, the kicker, and it flipped that game.
Did you see the Chargers social media campaign ad for Cameron Dicker to go be a Pro Bowler and get those votes?
Just because of that one kick?
No, this was before.
Yeah, he's having a good year, Dicker, the kicker. And they've had field goal issues for decades. How many games have they, Young Wei Koo was Wrong Wei Koo when he was a Charger initially. Now the guy can't make a kick either, but yeah, whatever. I mean, but he flipped the game. The guy banged a 57-yard field goal. And the New Orleans kicker, or Denver's kicker, and he had him in New Orleans, Will Lutz. Sean Payton had him there. Anyway, he made some big, long field goals as well in the game. But Cameron Dicker, the kicker, I don't know if he's a Pro Bowler. Justin Tucker's not going to make it in the AFC. So is Dicker, the kicker, the best field goal? Jason Sanders of these Miami Dolphins is pretty damn good.
He's good, yeah. Harrison Butker missed a lot of time, so it's probably not going to be him. I'd be down for some Dicker, the kicker. By the way, did you know Will Lutz? I didn't know this till like his second year. Spells his name with one L. Will.
I didn't.
Yeah, anyway, that's my fun fact of the day.
That was John Miller doing a Giants broadcast. He'd do like 2 innings on that. Me in a football game, he'd just move on. He's Lutz the klutz.
How validated did you feel to see the free kick field goal finally happen?
No, I've seen it happen before. I didn't know if he was – I thought he was – but one thing about that, it's a little like the new dynamic kickoff rule, and Jake Moody had a hard time with it initially, where you're all by yourself. There's no teammates there, but I didn't know exactly all the mechanics of it. It's been many years since I've seen one. Phil Dawson did it in 2013. There hasn't been one made in the NFL since Ray Wersching. But they do I thought he was going to be out there all by himself, just him and the holder. But they line up, because the ball, if he does miss it, it is live. So they do return it. It's not like, that's why, having Janikowski try a 76-yard field goal late in the half. And that was Lane's last game as the coach of the Raiders, because it was whether he was not going to make it going towards those uprights. I mean, because 76 yards was insane. But Antonio Cromartie had a free run back at the end, and I just saw him run one back 109.5 yards in the Dome in Minnesota like 2 weeks before. Like, why are we kicking to this guy? He's not going to make a 76-yarder. So I just wanted to see the mechanics of how it all worked. And even with the dynamic kickoff rule, I didn't know after a safety. In the old days, the punter would just punt it from the 20-yard line. Now, it's treated like a kickoff, even after a safety, which is what? How do we do this? So I just wanted to see them line up. I didn't, what if he made it or not? And I'm not sure Harbaugh knew right away, because he called a timeout. Somebody on their sideline or somebody upstairs got into him and said, "That's the fair catch kick, coach." And then afterwards, I love this play. But he did do it as the Niners head coach. So he may not have thought about it immediately to use it in that situation, but he did call it time. Maybe he wanted to get his team. But for a while, as they were explaining to him what was going on, he looked a little perplexed that they would get an untimed down. But did that not flip the game around? Dicker, the kicker, and Harbaugh calling that play?
Absolutely flipped the game. I mean, just seeing the Chargers do that last night didn't feel insane in the sense of they have Justin Herbert, they have a very good defense, they have not been turning the ball over. But the Chargers that I've watched for the last, couple of years, but even the last 11, it just feels like that was the type of game that they would have been on the wrong end of it. They would have got off to the early lead and then stopped functioning offensively. One turnover flips the game. And Jim Harbaugh, got to give him credit. Justin Herbert's been awesome. Turned the defense around and or the team around, really. And then The other elements that's a fun fact in this game, which is not so much of a secret anymore. It circles around social media every 2 weeks, it seems. But Bo Nix and Justin Herbert played against each other in college when Bo was at Auburn and Herbert was finishing up at Oregon. So that's kind of a fun fact.
Well, they're two former Oregon quarterbacks. I mean, that was in itself. And they had Oregon's head coach on the pregame show, and they may win the national championship this year. So Bo Nix has been, Sean Payton saw something in him, 61 college starts. He's undersized a little bit. I love the line he had. He's still at times, he's a little bit too Ferris Bueller-like for me. We got to coach the Ferris Bueller out of him, so he's a little snarky kid sometimes. Where Herbert, I don't know why he wasn't taken. I mean, Tua's doing okay in the NFL, but I think the fundamental error the Miami Dolphins made was taking Tua Tagovailoa 5 and letting Herbert drop to the Chargers. I mean, could you imagine? The whole team would be different. But could you imagine Herbert with all this speed on this team? Now, it wouldn't be that way. Who knows? And maybe Brian Flores would still be coaching Miami. Who knows? They wouldn't have taken Tua. Anyway, but when you look back on it, I remember looking at the tape of Herbert. I'm like, why don't people like Herbert? Now, he did make reckless plays occasionally in the low red zone where it looked like, God, look at the 6. It's like Harbaugh. Harbaugh's drooling over the guy. I mean, he is. If you were going to a laboratory and make a quarterback, you'd make Justin Herbert. Sometimes he does like the pick in the end zone, when the corner undercut the route. It's like, do you not see him there? You can't fit that ball in. So sometimes his skill is just so, insane. He thinks he can make every single throw, and no one can do that. He needs to be more discerning. But when he broke and ran, and then the shovel forward on the touchdown you just heard on the Haskins play, I mean, Justin Herbert is just now in the AFC West. I mean, again, it all comes down to quarterback play. They've got to figure out who to get a quarterback. You got, Kermit the Frog staring at you for years, and Justin Herbert with a good coaching staff, and looks like Sean Payton's found his guy in Bo Nix. And just think about the Chargers last year, and Brandon Staley's in the building. He's on this defensive staff with the Niners. What was the score when the Raiders beat them on a Thursday night game last year? How many points did they score? Like 63 or something? And then Staley got fired.
Yeah, 63-7 final, I think.
It's unbelievable. And Staley got fired the very next day, and now he's here, and that's why, Jim Harbaugh's coaching the Chargers.
One more question for you before we take a break. And we got JD coming up at 11:50, who's going to join us on the stream. But when we did our short list of Coach of the Year candidates a couple of weeks back, I don't even think we included the two guys that played last night who have done a pretty terrific job.
Who do we pick? Mike Tomlin.
You'd say Mike Tomlin still?
No, I don't. I don't know.
I went Dan Campbell at the time we did this.
You can't blame him for the defensive injury. I have a hard time when a coach doesn't run either side of the ball. He doesn't call the plays. Ben Johnson does. He doesn't call the defense. Aaron Glenn does. So Kevin O'Connell's had a great year.
Yeah.
With the Minnesota Vikings. Todd Bowles in Tampa Bay, what they've been able to. I mean, at Matt LaFleur in Green Bay. We're getting some high level. Again, Sirianni. Hiring two new coordinators was out there, but he doesn't call either side of the ball. I mean, Sean McDermott and the way Buffalo is playing now. I mean, I know Harbaugh is going to get some votes. Sean Payton's going to get some votes. I don't know. I mean, when we did this before, Pittsburgh was just overachieving without really changing quarterbacks. That was gutsy to go from Justin Fields. They were winning with him to go to Russell Wilson. I don't know how they ever win a game, honestly. I mean, I just look at them and I'm like, offensively, you are challenged. And we'll see if TJ Watt can play. But they beat Baltimore last time, and their kicker, now he may make the Pro Bowl in the AFC. What did he make, like 5 or 6 field goals, and Justin Tucker missed 2 in that game?
Yeah, Chris Boswell show.
Boswell. I mean, so there's a couple more weeks to go, but there's no question. And Jim Harbaugh, I don't know exactly what he does, to be honest with you. He doesn't call plays. He kind of gets in the way of it, and Greg Roman should get more credit for what he does, but he does get guys to play, and he has a philosophy more than anything that we're going to beat the hell out of you in the trenches. But so is Sean Payton that way. But anyway, that was a outstanding football game last night. Very exciting, well coached, and now it looks like almost assuredly the Chargers and Broncos will both make the playoffs in the AFC. So every team in the AFC West will make it except for the Raiders.
Yeah, and that wasn't exactly the best result for the Dolphins, who we will see on Sunday, but they were already in some trouble like the 49ers. We'll get back into some basketball on the other side. We actually got some sounds later to play from Jim Harbaugh, from a Sebastian Janikowski story, which Papa and I got a huge kick out of, and Derek sent me last night. Great clip. We'll be playing that a little bit later. And we'll have JD join the show at 11:50. Then we'll get back into the football side of things as Joe Rose will join us at 12:30. Danny Emmerman will get it back to basketball with us at 1:30. So a whole lot of flip-flopping. 808 KNBR, the number to join the conversation. Also, big shout out and hello to our good friends in the YouTube chat. It's Papa and Silver. Little hoops next before JD on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Greg Papa here, and making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at the O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you'd think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. Transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell today. He's the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group for a free review of your financial situation. Call him right now, 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or visit him online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
A little reset with the Eagles. By the way, that's a reminder. We have not played our contest cue to call yet, but if you hear that cue to call, which we played in the second segment, I believe that was, you can win a pair of tickets to see Styx, Kevin Cronin from REO Speedwagon, and Don Felder from These Eagles right here. That's going to be June 13th at the Toyota Pavilion at Concord. So tune in between now and 1 and be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR. Quick little reset on the Dubs, who I basically didn't play last night because they hardly showed up on the floor. Fourth game in 12 calendar days. It's not going to get any easier rest-wise. And I know Memphis has been really good. I know they've had time off too, but that was just disgusting. And we'll and Papa, I want to play this and we'll react to it here shortly. Steve Kerr talked about Dennis Schroeder in that assessment and also Memphis doing everything right defensively. It's going to get back into the conversation of there is a little bit of a blueprint now to beat the Warriors and get the ball out of their hands on the perimeter. Here's what Kerr had to say after that beatdown.
Dennis looked like a guy on a new team, you know. I mean, it's always very difficult to get traded mid-season and play with a brand new group and have different terminology and all that stuff. But look, they did a great job on Steph, you know, denying him everywhere, making his every catch difficult. So this was about Memphis. They've been one of the hottest teams in the league, and they played a great game. They made 27 threes, you know, 27 for 48. But it was their defense early on that took us out of what we were trying to do, and I give them credit for it. And yeah, we've lost 9 out of 11, so we're reeling, and we gotta get it back clearly.
So the first part of that, yes, Dennis Schroeder, new team, not going to be perfect right away. You didn't go through an offseason, you didn't go through training camp. I think that's going to be fine. The second part of it, they denied Steph everything, and the Warriors just had no answers offensively. Part of why, and I hate the discussion of, well, they didn't shoot well and Memphis did. Look, Papa, you know this better than anyone. This is the NBA. If you let pros get into a rhythm and give them open looks like Dallas had, they're going to make you pay. Warriors couldn't find any rhythm of their own, and it just smacked them in the face here early.
It's not like we're playing horse and around the world and there's nobody on defense and they just miss shots. I mean, this isn't, they took them out of their shots. Everybody loved it. It's a make or miss league. Of course it is.
Yeah.
Well, what kind of shots are you trying to make?
Exactly.
You're going to, and they got into them. So, but some of they did get open looks here and there, and they lost their confidence. They lost their edge. They had no flow. I mean, Dennis Schroeder, and he's got a funky three. He shoots it on the way up. It's a low load off the right shoulder. It's fine. But it wasn't going in last night, and it wasn't even close. Steph did not have a lot of great looks, but when he did, I just never seen him miss so badly. And Jonathan Kuminga was hitting the bottom of the rim. I mean, they were so flat. Andrew Wiggins shot the ball well, and he was open a lot in Pajemski. But by and large, when they did have open shots, they didn't make them, but there wasn't many open shots. So, I mean, they all know how to guard Steph. They've been doing it their whole lives. They've been watching, you know, if most of these guys were in college or in high school or when Steph Curry was winning championships. So, and this is Memphis, and we know, you know what they're about. Dylan the villain. Dylan Brooks is no longer there, but Ja's there. Jaren Jackson Jr.'s there. Jalen Wells is there. Desmond Bain's there. They're going to get up into you. Brandon Clark, and they're tight. Taylor Jenkins is a good coach. He's been there a long time. And it's not just you face guard Steph, you lock and trail him, you top block him. They all do that. On the old days when you had Clay, he'd make you pay off of the ball rotation or Kevin Durant or, some other offensive players, obviously. Harrison Barnes, Draymond getting it into the pocket. If you get a double Steph, we're going to come out of it 4-on-3 and carve you up. They will. But what Memphis did last night, they're not only playing him with the ball. The whole reason you got Schroeder is to get him off the ball. And when he runs, all the action as a two guard, relocation here, there, and everywhere, they just never let him breathe. And they did have 3 days off before they played last night. So the Warriors were rested as well.
They had 4 days off before they played Brooklyn and Schroeder last Friday. So they played one game in essentially a week, too. But they had a playoff-type game plan, and not just when he was on the ball. When he's off the ball is where you see great defense. When a guy is locking and trailing him and he gets, picked by Zach Edey, and so somebody else jumps out to take him. That is high-level NBA defense. And the Warriors during their championship days were as good as anybody at that with Andre Wayton or whomever. But anyway, they got whooped. They in every way, Memphis was better. Some of the score, they were down 57 points. So it is what it is. You got throttled in Cleveland earlier this year. They just got white hot. The Boston game last year, the Memphis game in Game 5 of the playoffs. You've lost like this. It's not a playoff game, but the bigger issue is, all right, what do we do? And if it was just a one-off, and Memphis is Michael and Scotty and Ho Grant in their prime, and they're going to Rottweiler you and get up. The whole league is built on this now. They're all long. They're all incredibly aggressive. They get up into you. Last night's game, Greg, reminded me a little of the Sacramento play-in game last year where we can't get the ball past midcourt. They are so up and into us. Who's going to make them pay? Schroeder, but then you got Ja getting into Schroeder. And there's something between those two guys. And Schroeder was saying, he was talking to our young guys in Brooklyn, so I told him, come talk to me. He was just there on Friday, and he got into it with Taylor Jenkins, and there's something going on. And Ja can guard, obviously. And then when he landed hard, he had to leave the game, but he only played 17 minutes. And then the other side of it is you scored 93 points. The other night against Dallas, you scored. The defense, you gave up 143 points against Dallas in your last game. This game, and that defense was gross. This game, literally, it was gross. You gave up a dozen. You gave up 144. In back-to-back games, you've given up 143 and 144. Tell me the last time the Warriors have done that. You got to go back to Nelly and run TMC and drop 145 on you and get out of there with a split in one of them. So you're not guarding. And Memphis's team, how did they, I want to add this up, how did they get to 144 points when no one on their team scored more than 21? Aldama scored 21. Did everybody score 20? How many double-figure scores did they have? Ja only scored 9. Everybody they played scored, 17, 13, 15, 19. How do you get to 144 and no one scores 22 points? You ever see a box score like that?
21 for Aldama, 19 for, is it LaRavia? Then we had
Jake
Luke Kennard.
Kennard, 15. I know.
Jaren Jackson, 17. Desmond Bain, 15. Jalen Wells, 13.
Does this add up to 144? I don't know how you got there. Anyway.
Well, the good news is, Papa, if the math is slightly off, I don't think it wouldn't have made a difference.
No, it doesn't matter. No, so and the other side of it is the Warriors scored 93, and Draymond scored 0, and Steph did not make a basket, which he's never done playing that kind of minutes. Steph, they got up into him. He was the focal point of their defense, and we talked about it. He did have a couple of open looks. We'll talk to JD about it, and he missed. Draymond played poorly last night, just flat out poorly. The turnovers, throwing the ball into a crowd, a moving screen. Edey was bothering him to the point where they were jostling, and he wanted to get run. He said, I'm going to give up money tonight. He wound up backing away. Zach Edey, God, was I wrong about that guy? Watching him in the NCAA tournament, at every game he went 30-20. I'm like, that guy, he's Bryant Big Country Reeves. He cannot play in the NBA. He is a big stiff. That guy, I don't know if he lost weight. He was a hockey player growing up, so he's athletic. But my God, is that guy a different guy than I saw in college? The way he blocks shots, I thought he's just going to be an O-fun. He's going to be like Mark Eaton. He's the Jolly Green Giant. He can't play. But I am so wrong. He's shooting threes. He blocked Steph Curry's shot. He took Draymond out of the game. He's running and jumping. Whoa. Zach Edey, I had no idea he was this kind of a player. And you put him next to Jaren Jackson Jr., who was in every way the modern big. He can shoot threes, and he can block shots. By the way, the Indiana Pacers are coming in Monday night with Miles Turner. But anyway, I was so wrong on Zach Edey. I thought the Purdue Boilermaker in the NBA would be Perdon't. Yeah, he does. I had no idea he was this good of a player.
Yeah. We'll get into all this with JD. Zach Edey was a problem. John Morant was a problem. Santi Aldama was a problem, equaling the Warriors starters' first half points with 16 altogether. So that we'll get into it with JD. It was gross. It was disgusting. It was Yetur Gross Matos. And that's my way of saying we'll talk Niners later, too, with Joe Rose at 12:30. Pop and Silver here on a Friday, rounding out the week. JD next on the Sports Leader.
Dub Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Hey, JD, what you up to, sugar? Long time no talk to.
Oh, thanks, Robin. See, this is why I like having Jacob filling in today. He's forcing and manifesting us to have some fun here on a Friday after the Warriors lost by 50 freaking 1. Yeah, so that was gutless, and JD used that word many, many times last night. He is the host of Dubs OT, my second favorite show on KNBR. I'm going to call it a 1A, 1B with Papa and Silver, but obviously Dubs OT, very near and dear to my heart. JD, how was the show last night? A lot of good moods going around, huh?
Yeah, spirited show. Very intellectual callers. Nobody, looking to do anything extreme. But I mean, wow. I mean, that is historic. I mean, the fourth worst loss in franchise history by margin, and that to have that be the effort that they put out, basically playing one game in the last week, really disheartening in the debut for Dennis Schroeder. And I think you could make the case, fellas, that it was the worst combined regular season game for Stephen Curry and Draymond Green of their careers, as legendary and future Hall of Fame as they are. They just did not have it. Set an awful tone. The Grizzlies are young and athletic, and they have size, and they're good really in every way that the Warriors are weak. And they were on one last night and took it to them early, and the Warriors never really got in the game.
Yeah, real early, like from jump, the opening jump when Kevon grabbed Zach Edey's arm and took a foul 1 second into the game. And Draymond was just not good last night. Turned the ball over. The moving screen, his lack of defense on either of their bigs, and he had one. And then they got frustrated. That's where they lost their energy. It got to be humbling and embarrassing. So they lose by 51. We move on. The bigger issue is how they incorporate Dennis Schroeder into the offense. And you've been covering this team forever, as have I. And it's just, he's different. He's not Chris Paul in the pick and roll. He doesn't need a ball screen. He will reject it a lot. He is a downhill player. When he gets a screen, he's coming downhill. Last night he was off. But he's going to take shots away. Leandro Barbosa in the first championship team was kind of like him, the Brazilian blur. But he only played like 15 minutes a night, JD. And he was on the floor with your strength in numbers when Steph was not on the floor with Mo Bucket. So Jordan Poole became this kind of player, but they raised him. They drafted him, developed him, sent him down to the G League, and they nurtured him, and they kind of taught him how they want to play. Dennis Schroeder's a veteran. He's been on 7-8 teams. He knows what he's doing. So my question is, how do they incorporate this type of player? I think they need him. For everything you said, Memphis was top blocking. They were face guarding. They were lock and trailing Steph. They wouldn't let him breathe. So you need someone to alleviate that pressure. But Schroeder's different. He's going to monopolize the ball a lot, and he's going to attack and shoot. So how do you see this working with Schroeder and Steph?
Yeah, I think they have to let Schroeder do the things that he's good at, especially early on here. And I'm not even sure what they were trying to do, really, to get him involved. The game just went so awry, so quickly last night. So I'm kind of with you. It's not really an indicator of anything that's going to happen in the future. But I think they have to allow him to do the things that he does well, and that means attack. It means look to get to the bucket and look to score, look to get into the mid-range, and really let him, in a lot of instances on the court, be the not the number 2 option, but be the number 1 option. And I think part of the reason they got him was to allow for there to be more times where Stephen Curry can rest a little bit on the court, where he can, and also play all of the minutes where he's not going to be on the court. And I'm not sure what the right rotation is for it, because I think combinations, as Steve always gets into, are a huge part of it. I like him with Kuminga. I like Schroeder, playing, pick and roll with Kuminga, good at, Kuminga on the roll, and you can kind of stop and hit him at the basket. Like, I think they could be a pretty good two-player tandem. But I think initially here it gets to the Warriors, and Draymond addressed this. They have to really change a little bit of what they do to get Schroeder comfortable, and then you figure out off of that how it fits into the rest of your offense. That was the one reason why, Pop, I wasn't sure that the Warriors were going to start him right away. I thought maybe they would stick with some of the guys who have been starting, bring him in off the bench, maybe change Steph's rotation again, get Steph more back to 9 on, 6 off, kind of a 9 on, 7 off, 8 on, kind of a thing where he only has the 1 sub per half, and then let Schroeder play the bulk of those minutes and really go to work, maybe with Kuminga as a 1-2 punch with Steph not on the floor. They started him, though, because he's one of their best players. And I think the Warriors, as I've said a couple of different times during the last week, are not good enough to be tinkering around and not playing their best players at the start of the game. And so they chose to start him. I think they chose to start him because they want him to be a part of the closing lineup. And the guys that are out there, maybe with the exception of Looney, who started last night, are going to be out there at the end. Maybe Kuminga's the 5th in that instance. But they got to let Schroeder do the things that he does effectively, and I do think he'll be a good player for this team and somebody that can take the pressure off of Steph and work pretty well with Kuminga and Wiggins and everybody else.
John Dickinson joining us as I tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. JD, a big thing for me with the 12-3 start was not the standings. It was the how they were winning games or how they were finding ways to avoid a bad loss in a couple of cases with Houston and Oklahoma City on the road. I'm also very fixated on the how with this 2-9 stretch. It's not that the Grizzlies, that's a very good team. They're tough to beat at home. Taylor Jenkins is one of the premier coaches in the entire league, in my opinion. But I'm starting to see a little bit of a blueprint, and Papa was getting at this, for how to really cause the Warriors some trouble. We saw it with Cleveland. We've seen it with the Clippers. We saw it last night with Memphis. Blitzing the guards, taking advantage of defensive length on the perimeter, and forcing your 4s and 5s to essentially score and beat them. And when the Warriors get into those zones, it's a big problem. I think Dennis Schroeder can help with some of that. I don't think it can solve all of it. Where do they turn from here?
Yeah, I mean, they turn outside the organization. I mean, honestly, because I don't think there's a lot that can be done unless Buddy Hield gets on a heater again. I mean, he cooled off. Steph is clearly, and I think part of why teams have been able to defend Steph the way, I mean, he's clearly not 100% and hasn't been here for a number of weeks. Defensively, I think they have to be closer to what they were the first 15 games than what they've been. And I know that the overall numbers before the last 2 games had been, still relatively similar, but the defense has taken a step back since the DeAnthony Melton injury. And really, other than some scoring from Kuminga, they're not getting anything from the young players. Moody's hurt. Pajemski, maybe he takes the garbage time minutes that he got last night where he played pretty well, and that can propel him forward to where he can start to be more effective. And then they just have too many players now that are either good on offense and terrible on defense, or good on defense and don't bring enough offense. And that's where it started to feel a lot like last year and a lot like even 2 years ago. So, I mean, they playing better teams these last 11. They've also blown some leads in these last 11. I mean, they could have 2-3 more wins right now, and instead of 14-12, we're talking about 16-9, and they're still closer to the top of the conference than being on the outside looking in, and the whole thing just looks different. But the reality is Steph is not himself. They need him to be aggressive. I mean, I asked Steve Kerr on Tuesday after practice again about how Schroeder can help lessen some of the load, and he went in like he did last year. It felt almost like a carbon copy answer about just the burden that they're putting on Steph that he just cannot carry at the level that he did in prior years. And so I think, and I know that's not necessarily the nature of what we've been talking about to this point, it gets to what do they look to do from outside the organization, because they are being very aggressive right now. And I know it's been reported. I mean, they are looking around everywhere for improvements to make to the roster, whether it means they become more of a veteran team, whether they're more willing to trade some of the young players than they've been in the past. I think there's a sense that they feel, they're not trying to admit it publicly, but I do think there's a sense internally that they feel like this thing is slipping away. It's why they went and got Schroeder as a replacement for Melton, and I think it's why they continue to look here and feel some urgency as we get toward January 1st, not February 6th. With the trade deadline, I think they feel they have to do something sooner than later, so they have more time left in the season to have it allow it to help.
The Warriors flew to Minneapolis right after the game last night, so they got a game tomorrow night, and they're going to have to deal with, the Ant-Man and that team, and they're two bigs, and more, we're seeing teams, play with two bigs, and I didn't think Zach Edey would be this much of a problem in the NBA, but he's way more athletic. Anyway, with the Triple J, and Minnesota's got Naz Reid, obviously with Gobert, which leads to the Warriors and their lack of size. And it's just you're wearing down Draymond, obviously. You talked about Steph wearing down. You just can't ask Draymond to play 5 for that many minutes. So, to me, you got two glaring needs on this team. You're talking about, Kuminga can't play 3. Why can't he? Because your 5 can't shoot the ball. If you had a stretch 5 on the floor, Jonathan Kuminga could play 3. He would be fine. It would make Draymond better. It would make Kuminga better. You'd have Wiggins, and you figure out Schroeder and Steph. You also need rim protection. You need somebody to block a shot at the rim, which allows you to press up on the perimeter and be more aggressive. So when they come home from Minneapolis, they're going to play the Indiana Pacers Monday night. Miles Turner, JD, solves both problems. He's a little bit like Jaren Jackson Jr. He can block a shot in the paint, and he can shoot a 3 from outside. His contract is up. He's not making enormous money. I was surprised. He's at $20 million. Now, that's a lot of money. You have to cobble together. You have to give up some of these guys, and we'll figure out who. But are you in the Miles Turner sweepstakes here? I think Indiana may move him. Vucevic is making around the same. He's a much better offensive player, but he's not the defender that Miles Turner is. Between the two of them, which do you like better? And do you think the Warriors should be thinking along these lines? A stretch 5 offensively and a shot blocker defensively?
Yeah, I like Turner over Vucevic because for the defensive component to it, and more of a player that'll step out. And I agree with you. I mean, I've been as staunch of somebody that says Kuminga can't play the 3 with the way this roster is composed. If you do get a 5 that can shoot the 3, then you can play him more at the 3. Then you can look at it more and look at some different lineups. The question I would have with Turner is, and Vucevic and anybody else, Bobby Portis, I mean, whoever, the Bucks are playing better. I don't think they're necessarily going to move him now. Whoever it is, how do you make the numbers work? Because I would not, if I'm the Warriors, be looking to, you're talking Looney, you're talking Payton. I mean, he's a rental basically at this point with the $19.9 million salary for this year, and so I'm looking. Are you giving up Kyle Anderson and Looney? Here's the other thing: the Warriors have to send out as much or more in any deal right now because of the hard cap, and they are, I believe, hundreds of thousands of dollars right now under the hard cap. So any kind of deal that they make, it's not like you're within a certain percentage and that's good enough. They basically are going to have to send out more or at least as much when you get the calculator out as the amount that they're taking back in return. So it's not as simple as Looney and, say, Gary Payton II and a future pick or something like that. You'd still be $2 million over at that point. So you'd have to include another player in the deal. And I also just wonder what Indiana would want. Would Indiana want Moses Moody as part of that? Would Indiana want Kuminga for Miles Turner? And again, I'm not saying you're doing that. I would be reluctant to give up Kuminga for Miles Turner, although I'm much more open to moving Kuminga, as we've talked about over the last few months than others are. But whatever it is, and Moody's a tricky player to deal because you're sending out 5.8, but then you have to take back 11.5 because of the extension that he's signed, and that means you have to add more players to the deal to offset that to keep yourself under the hard cap. I don't mean to get convoluted on it, but any kind of move that the Warriors are looking to make involving some of these young players gets tricky, and I just don't know where the fit is on the Warriors roster in terms of players that Indiana would want, even in a rental-type situation. Do you attach picks to it? I just don't see Miles Turner as the kind of guy you're getting for one player that is not useful to you currently and, what amounts to 2 or 3 second-round picks, like they were able to get Schroeder, also a rental, for when they attached the DeAnthony Melton contract to him.
John Dickinson joining us for a few more minutes, and I want to get into something that Mark Spears has been all over. And we have Spears on every other week. He's awesome. He is the man. But Curry signed that 1-year extension in the offseason. He's also been very adamant, Spears, about saying that Steph is not going to want to stick around for a team that is not very competitive. And then Marcus Thompson, who alternates our guest appearances with Spears, is saying Mike Dunleavy is not very interested in getting fleeced, as he put it, getting taken advantage of in a trade. Do you think that Dunleavy set a tone this last offseason to where he's not going to want to take a very big swing? We haven't seen him do that yet. I can understand the lack of pushing the panic button, but at some point, this once-in-a-lifetime player in Steph Curry is not going to be playing at this crazy level for very much longer.
Yeah, they want to take a big swing, but you basically have one shot at a big swing, and if you screw it up, you end up in a worse position than you're even in now. I know that's hard to believe for some Warrior fans that are used to, this team winning championships, and you could make a really bad move that doesn't work out right now out of semi-desperation and really put yourself in a world of hurt in the next 2 years and 4 or 5 years post Steph down the line as well. So look, no GM or president of basketball operations wants to get fleeced or lose a deal. No organization wants to do that. So I think you're looking at deals like the Schroeder deal where it's like, oh yeah, a couple second-round picks, and DeAnthony Melton's a guy who's injured and out for the year, wasn't going to be of use to you, so you move on. He's a free agent. You take a guy back who can play for you. That becomes kind of the no-brainer, and those have been the trades I think the Warriors have really been looking for. But at some point here in the next 6 weeks, the Warriors are going to have to make a determination as to whether or not they truly want to take a risk. Do they want to include Andrew Wiggins and Jonathan Kuminga and maybe a pick for Jimmy Butler? Are they going to come to the realization that they may have to, if they don't view Jonathan Kuminga as a future all-star franchise, picture on the side of the building kind of a player, they might have to trade him for a role player or a high-end role player. I consider Cam Johnson a high-end role player. I think he's a really good player. They're going to have to come to grips with that on their own as to whether or not some of the stances that they've taken on who they've been willing to trade for what is going to continue to be acceptable if they're going to linger around, a low to mid 40s kind of a team here for not only this season but the next couple of years. They can only answer that. We can have opinions on it. I think Dunleavy is unafraid to be aggressive, but I think Pop, he knows that he's really got one shot to do a big deal, and that big deal has to work. Otherwise, you really wind up in an even worse position for years to come.
Yeah, we talk about him, but let's be honest. It's Joe Lacob that makes these calls, and it's all his sons, and they're going to make the call, and Dunleavy's going to be the one to execute it. The question is, I agree with you. I look at the people we're talking about and the salaries, and I'm like, why would Kevin Pritchard and the Simons do this? Why would they trade Miles Turner for those guys? They can get somebody better. It's an expiring contract. They don't want to sign him. Likewise for Vucevic, somebody can make a better deal, but that would be the kind of player you're lacking on this team is rim protection defensively at 5. You got to change to 5. And I thought Trace Jackson Davis, JD, would become more of a pick and pop player. He's a good player. He's fine. But if your 5 can't shoot and the whole world now is 5 out, or a lot of the modern NBA is 5 out, if you can't step out and you got Draymond next to you, that's just a hard lineup. I know you wanted the defensive presence last night with Draymond and Kevon, but it's tough. That's why they can swarm Steph, top block him, and lock and trail him and jump at every screen, because all the attention goes to him and Schroeder when you got two guys that it's not like they're non-offensive players, but they're going to sag off those guys.
They are, and I think the short-term answer, and look, this is going to infuriate those that they don't have the size to begin with, Pop, but I think the short-term answer is just play your best players, and I think that's Steph, it's Schroeder, it's Wiggins, it's Kuminga at the 4, and Draymond. And I know they don't want to beat up Draymond, and I get all the reasons why, but I think for the time being, with this thing in a really bad spot right now and them reeling, I think they just have to play and start their best 5 and try to figure out a semblance of a rotation around that and how to play the bigs until they can maybe make another move that gets somebody else in that's a different fit. I'm with you. If you go the role player route, the one type of player that's lacking is that big that you speak of that can rim protect, shoot the shoot the ball a little bit from the outside. I also really like Cam Johnson. We can talk about that another time. I know we're up against it. I think he would be an unbelievable
what did Brooklyn
fit.
want to do? They were going to include him in the Schroeder deal if the Warriors gave him Kuminga?
Yeah, and look, I mean, Cam Johnson's making, I think, $22 million I don't have it up in front of me here, but I think Cam Johnson's $22 million this year. So there was going to have to be other, it would have become a real big deal at that point. Yeah, Cam Johnson, 22.5, 20.5, and then 22.5 over the next 3 seasons as well. The Nets do like Kuminga. The Nets are one of the few teams that it sounds like would be willing to give Kuminga close to a max or even more than the Warriors were comfortable offering when they were negotiating to try and do an extension here in the lead up to the season. So the Nets like Kuminga. I think they're obviously in a rebuild. You already got Schroeder. Again, you can't send out 7.8 or 7.6 and take back 22.5. So there would have had to have been a lot more going in that deal as well. A Looney, a Payton, a Moody, however it would have worked, picks. But that would have been a really complicated deal to do in terms of who was going out and coming back. But I love the idea of Cam Johnson with the Warriors and Schroeder and Steph and Draymond. He's so skilled. He's such a good shooter.
He dropped 33 last night, had 10 defensive rebounds.
He is a better player than Jonathan Kuminga. I think sometimes we get lost in what Kuminga could be, and there are nights where he looks great and puts up numbers. I would take Cam Johnson for Kuminga if you could figure out the salary machinations of that deal in a heartbeat. I'd do it right now. But the Warriors have to come to grips with that. And again, he's under contract for a couple of more years, so he fits the Steph, Draymond, Steve Kerr timeline, in addition to being a player that's still under 30.
JD, we appreciate the time a lot. And yeah, when I saw Cam Johnson's stat line last night when you were doing Dubs OT, I was just like, oh man, that is some salt in the wound. You can catch him every single post game for the Golden State Warriors, and I'll actually be on with you tomorrow night because we're doing it YouTube only. So after the Warriors try to bounce back against a tough Minnesota Timberwolves team that they have split with thus far in the year, we'll be online. And if you want to just take a little holiday break from the stress of Christmas shopping and errands or whatever you got going on, come hang out with us online. We'll do it then. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Pop, enjoy.
You're not coming to Miami,
Ocean.
JD? I saw you in Lambeau. Were you in Buffalo? I don't think you were.
I was in
you
Buffalo.
Were in Buffalo.
This will be, sadly, this is going to be the first trip since I joined the team at KNBR that I'm not going to be on. I had 9 consecutive away games plus the Super Bowl for me, Pop, and no Ocean Drive.
Who am I going to the Clevelander with tonight?
I know we had it. Man, what a time!
That was epic. Super Bowl 54 Tuesday night. We had a blowout at the Clevelander in South Beach. Who am I going to hang with tonight? Damn.
Yeah. Maybe I'll find a red eye, Pop.
Fine.
Maybe I'll just.
And then we'll do the game red-eyed.
You can talk him into it. I know this guy. You can talk him into it if you do some work, Papa.
I need you.
Oh, man.
That was too fun.
Yeah, the afternoon show was taking bets on if JD was going to be in Memphis/Miami or back in the Bay Area yesterday. And I was listening live, and I was like, too bad I know the answer to this one.
Why was it Memphis and then Minnesota? All I was thinking when I saw the schedule was, why couldn't it have been Memphis, Atlanta, Miami?
Then
or
you would have
Memphis,
gone, right?
And then I would have done all 3, Pop. You would have.
Damn, I need you in South Beach tonight. Get to the Clevelander.
Be safe, Pop. Good to see you, brother.
Thanks, JD.
Thank you, man.
Catch JD after every Warriors post game on Dubs OT. YouTube only tomorrow, and it will be on the radio and YouTube for a lot of these games coming up as well. We'll go ahead and take a break. Really short reset on the other side. We got Joe Rose from the Dolphins Radio Network coming up at 12:30. We'll talk to him about what to expect from this Miami group. It's Papa and Silver on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We had a full day yesterday on the airwaves, including the football hour with Tim Ryan. And if you want even more Tim Ryan, because who doesn't love T-Rock, he's going to be joining the afternoon show today at 4:30 to talk Dolphins, Niners down in Miami. Want to hear that interview? Tune in right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon sports leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, there's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Boys, just want to say Merry Christmas. Got some gifts for you guys. Sorry for the wait, but if you guys want to follow me outside, let's go. Let's go. Toyota, baby. All right, so we got 5 Sequoias, 5 Tundras. You guys can check them out, but these are yours. So, Merry Christmas.
Oh my
It is tough, yeah. Merry Christmas, guys. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for all y'all do. Yeah, man. Yes, sir.
First pick for the car they want. Random. Trent Williams, you get to go first. How about that, Papa?
No.
No,
He's
Trent
not,
Williams.
they're all in the parking lot here. He got him 5 Sequoias. Does Brock have to pay for these, by the way? I saw him in the parking lot. 5 Tacomas, 5 Toyota Sequoias, and Toyota must just give them to him, right? Because Brock's not. He's making good money, but
right. No, I had the same thought. I was like, I know he's in commercials. I know you got endorsements, etc. But of all the players in the NFL who could possibly be like, I'm going to hook it up for my offensive lineman, Brock Purdy is making, like, I referenced this once before the season. Brock Purdy, I compared him to KNBR board op salary compared to the scale of NFL quarterbacks.
compared to what they all make, yeah, he's making right around $1 million a year, and you got guys making 60 and 50. But he gave the 5 Toyota vehicles, 5 Toyota Tacomas and 5 Toyota Sequoias yesterday. So Jalen Moore, Aaron Banks, Sebastian Gutierrez, Jake Brendel, Nick Sikel, Dominic Pooney, Spencer Burford, and his guy. Is that you, Colton? Colton McKivitz? The one guy that you'll notice from the offensive line that did not get one is Trent, because he's driving around, and it's not the exact same color, but he's got one. I do have it on my phone. He's got a all-electric Rolls Royce known as a Phantom. And that's about $500,000, $600,000. I thought he was selling that car, but it's still here. So I remember when they brought it in, when the Niners beat Green Bay, I think, last year, they brought it in the parking lot, and it was in pieces. They had to assemble it here. He said, I brought myself a little present for a bonus in the playoffs. But no, everybody but Trent. Trent should actually pay for the other offensive lineman. He's rolling around in a Phantom Rolls Royce, but that is so classic, Brock. Good job.
Oh, it's the best. And since Mike Holler might even be listening right now as he's heading down to your territory, I'm just going to float out there that, I'm kind of waiting, Jacob. Don't you think Mike Holler is going to be getting everybody at KNBR and the staff some stuff, maybe some four-wheelers? I don't know.
Yeah, highly unlikely. That's not happening.
Jacob says Hot Wheels.
You know what he may do? We are going to have the great Joe Rose on, who went to Cal. I know you like your Cal guys, Silver.
I was raised in a cult.
So he was a Miami Dolphin. He's in the broadcast team, obviously, with Jimmy Cephalo, the great wide receivers, the play-by-play voice, and Kim Bocamper, the linebacker. Joe Rose was one of the most, when I think of 49ers Dolphins, I think of Super Bowl 19 at Stanford. And that was Joe Montana against Dan Marino. It was Don Shula, By the way, the stadium there, Hard Rock Stadium, is 347 Shula Drive. And it looks like he will still be the number one winningest coach in the history of football unless Belichick leaves Chapel Hill. But it was Bill Walsh against Don Shula. How great was that? So we'll talk about that matchup in Miami and Jonnu Smith and everything. But the great Dan Marino, back in the day, he would not give out luxury automobiles to his offensive linemen. Actually, I think it was wide receivers. He would give out remember the isotoner glove? You're too young to remember the commercial. It was Dan Marino for isotoner gloves, and he'd give them to the Marx brothers, Stuper and Clayton. I wonder if Joe Rose got a isotoner glove for Christmas from Dan Marino.
Let's ask him next because I don't want to waste his time, and he does 4 hours of radio on weekdays himself. So let's talk to Joe Rose. He's going to be out there at Hard Rock Stadium for the Dolphins and the 49ers. The former tight end, former Golden Bear, up next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
faithful. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
But the 49er linemen were penetrating too quickly. Gary Johnson, number 97, and Fred Dean, number 74, crushed the weak Dolphin running game with quickness. The Dolphins zipped down the field for 72 yards on a splendid drive that had its principal momentum furnished by a 30-yard pass to tight end Joe Rose.
How about that? We had Jacob complaining about the music that gets put underneath those. I love it. And the smile on Papa's face said it all. So we got Papa, Jacob? Papa, you there?
I'm here.
Okay, good. Yeah,
so Joe Rose is the key.
We had you down. Yeah, so we got good Papa here.
NFL Films music. And Joe Rose had a tremendous Super Bowl. That was Super Bowl 19. That was Dan against Joe. It was Don Shula against the genius Bill Walsh, one of the most underrated Super Bowls of all time. And Joe Rose coming back home, Cal guy, played in that Super Bowl at Stanford Stadium.
And Joe Rose joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line, where we welcome him in. He is the Dolphins version of Tim Ryan here, the color commentator for the radio WBGG WINZ Dolphins Radio Network. And we are stoked to have him on a Friday. Joe, welcome to the show. Greg Papa, Greg Silver out in San Francisco. How are you?
Greg, it's great to be with you. You were way too kind on that Super Bowl. We got our ass kicked, but it's fine.
Well, you actually took a lead.
It sounded good.
I know. Before Joe hit Greg Monroe, which was the big play over the Carl Monroe, you guys jumped into a no huddle, and it was before Sam Weiss was doing it in Cincinnati with Boomer, and before Jim Kelly was doing it with the K gun. You guys jumped. I think you did it in a 2-minute drill early in the year. But just that was the first time you jumped into that no huddle early in the game, and it threw the Niners defense off in Super Bowl 19.
Yeah, it was the only thing, but you're right. We jumped out, but after that, we realized that the 49ers had 7 Pro Bowlers on their defense and 3 or 4 Hall of Famers on their offense. They were really good. That team. You talk about a complete team with Joe Montana at quarterback. That was a little wake up. We are kind of cruising through the AFC, feeling really good about everything and outscoring everybody. Yeah, and then we got a dose of reality in Palo Alto in that game.
Joe, I want to ask you about what has gone wrong this season with 6 and 8, because we've had a lot of the same conversations out west this year. Coming off nearly getting the Lombardi Trophy, did not happen out in Las Vegas. And we talked to ESPN reporter Marcel Louis-Jacques earlier in the week, and we went kind of through the blame game scenario. And he gave a really detailed answer, but the short of it was, if he had to pin it on somebody, he would say the man who built the roster and Chris Grier, not the coach or player execution. What say you to the 6 and 8 blame game?
You know, you sound like talk radio over the last 4 or 5 weeks. There it is right there. You guys you hit it. I would say Chris Grier's number 1 on the target list, and I think he's got a nice little lead that a lot of people are going back to the way this roster was built and spent a lot of money on 4 or 5 guys and didn't have a lot of draft picks to really support it. We had 2 real small draft classes because we went all in on a couple of trades and had to give up some good draft picks. And I just think it's got up to us. And a lot of guys, we just don't have enough, in my opinion, draft picks playing that are good enough. I think the drop-off at the end of the roster, if this sounds familiar, fellas, let me know. But the back end of the roster, in some positions, we're really weak. The offensive line just got chewed up last week against the Texans. I mean, they got chewed up. We haven't been able to run the football. You've probably seen the numbers running the ball, I don't know, around 60 yards a game over the last 5 or 6 games. So, and then, listen, a lot of people on Mike, too. It's too loose. You know, they get on Mike McDaniel. I think he's a pretty sharp guy. But the big complaint's been we're not physical enough. That's been part of this too. That we're not. But we really have nothing in common with you. I was talking last night. We've been talking about this back in Miami. I said, man, the 49ers been going to Super Bowls. I was just talking to my friend Tip Bells in Marysville. And I go, we don't have anything in common with you guys. You guys go to Super Bowls. You've been winning playoff games. We haven't won a playoff game in 24 years. We haven't been to the Super Bowl since Super Bowl 19. I think Shanahan's really good. I don't know if you guys are down on Shanahan, but there's probably 20-something teams that love to have him. If you guys aren't happy with him, let us know.
No, we're not looking to trade him. I know a lot of talk about that with the Bears. He's not getting traded. So, but I do want to ask you about Mike McDaniel. We know Mike well, his personality and the run game coordinator. And 5 years he was here. I mean, the game last year, you guys scored 70 points on Sean Payton's defense. It's like, whoa. And you were number 2 in the NFL in scoring. This year, you're 24th. Miami's scoring under 20 points a game. It's 9.5 points less. Now, the Niners are down a touchdown a game, 6.5. Is it the Tua, the 4 games when he was out with the concussion, Joe? What is going on with the point production? And Tyreek Hill's numbers in particular, way down from last year.
We have some bad numbers, and you're right. Going back to the Tua's out for 4 games with a concussion, and we average, I want to say, between 10 and 11 points a game. And you can't win against anybody. We did end up beating the Patriots after a touchdown was called back in the back of the end zone in the last minute, or we'd have been 0-4 during that time. We didn't score any points. And so he comes back, and we get rolling, but we change our whole offense. We've been, as you know, and you saw a little bit of it when the 49ers and Dolphins played, we've been about splash plays. We're about quick hitting that go 50, 60, 70 yards. We're the fastest team. We still have all those fast players. You're familiar with Mostert. And this kid, Achane, might be the fastest kid in the league. This running back I think he's 10-1, 10-200 meters at Texas A&M. And then you got the 2 guys on the outside with Tyreek and Waddle, although I don't think Waddle's going to play in this game, but it's been a real controlled short passing game. Picks, rubs, short crossing routes. It's really been about Tua getting rid of the ball. Now, it worked for about 4 or 5 weeks against some of the teams that the Raiders and the Patriots and teams like that. We put up, some big numbers. But then we get a dose of reality when we go play the Green Bay Packers and we play the Texans. And it's back to, wow, okay, we played against a couple of elite teams or 2 of the better teams in the league, and we got a ways to go. So there's a lot of different parts of this team right now. There's a lot of frustration. Nobody expected this. We even thought once Tua came back, because he's going to be back for, he's just missed the 4 games, so he should, if he can stay healthy, play the last 13. And it just he had 4 turnovers last week, and that just kills you. So there is frustration. There's a lot of finger pointing. And I think our fan base has been going on a long time. And it's just the show. I got bruise marks when I leave my radio show in the morning from doing my sports show in the morning. It's a pissed off fan base, fellas.
Yeah, we understand that one very well. And we're talking to Joe Rose here on the UMA guest line, the Dolphins color commentator for the WBGG WINZ Dolphins Radio Network, and also a Dolphins tight end from 1980 to 1985. Speaking of tight ends, got to ask you about Jonnu Smith, because this is a guy that I loved when he was out in Tennessee. Then he goes to New England, Atlanta, had some flashes, but by and large was not a huge featured part of the offense. And now he has emerged like crazy here in Miami, outproducing Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. What is it about Jonnu Smith's game that has allowed him to flourish so much in kind of this second career resurrection he's had?
Incredible athlete. I had no idea. I'm like you. I've seen his numbers, 50 catches last year in Atlanta and Tennessee. He's had some good years. He's been different places. The Patriot thing didn't work out at all. But he comes here, and Mike says, wow, I got my 3rd wide receiver and my number 1 passing tight end all in one. So he really doesn't come off the field. He's super fast. I mean, he takes screens, and they're 15, 20 yards. And he is a tough son of a gun. So he's been a jackpot. He's on his way to probably as much as Tua throws to him now. I wouldn't be surprised the last 3 games to see him with, 20 more catches or so. He's going to have a hell of a year. He has been for what you paid, and as a free agent, he's been a big pickup because we have had no production out of the tight end group over the last couple of years.
Yeah, and the Falcons cut him. They released him off their roster. I know they got Kyle Pitts, but my God. I mean, the guy's got 70 catches and 6 touchdowns.
I'm with you. I keep both those guys. I understand one guy's a high number 1 pick, but I'm with you. That guy, and I didn't realize he's glad to be down here. He lives in South Florida in the off season, and he's real active in youth football with his kids and youth tackle football down here. So he just loves being here, and he's been fun to be around. He really has.
I remember in Tennessee in 2020, he scored 8 touchdowns that year. That guy's a good player, and he separates. He's the go-to guy. If Dan Marino had a tight end like that guy back in the day, Dan Rose, I think he would have gotten him the isotoner gloves. We were just talking about, because Brock gave his linemen all the Toyota Sequoias and Tacomas. Did you get a set of isotoner gloves from Dan Marino back in the day?
Well, so I got to tell you, so he's my roommate, so I'll just cut right to it. I didn't pick a tab. I haven't picked a tab up. I'm now 67. I haven't picked a tab up, and I swear, and sometimes if he forgets to, his wife picks it up. So I can't say anything bad about it. I mean, so I was out one night. He picked up the tab of my table, so he's really good about that. I can't, but I never got nothing like a car, or I had the isotone gloves. Anything he was a sponsor of, he did spread it out and had him bring extra stuff in boxes and stuff. He tried to get me on that, what was that, Nutrisystem he was doing?
The weight loss.
Doing that.
Weight loss.
The weight loss stuff, and that went a little too far. I couldn't do all that stuff. I like my wife's cooking, so I skipped that.
He didn't get you in a cameo in Ace Ventura Pet Detective?
I got cut. You know what? Kim Bocamper got a piece in that.
Was Bocamper in there?
Bocamper's, he's at the toilet going to the bathroom, and he got in there, and he gets a little check from now and then. I got cut, and I was so pissed off. I go, it's your friggin' movie, and you couldn't get me in for something like a waiter or something stupid, anything? Nothing. I didn't get anything except grab a bite to eat before you go home if you want. That was it. Not $1.
Damn. By the way, Papa, where's our Tony's Pizzas around the office, huh?
I'll take care of you. A buddy of mine had a birthday dinner, and Tony Gemignani took care of you. Are you familiar with Ace Ventura, Pet Detective?
Oh, yeah.
Laces out. Einhorn is Finkel. Finkel is Einhorn. What do you think of Marino's acting in that, by the way?
I'll give it a 7 out of 10.
I don't know, but I know he had an option that there's one thing about that movie, and I won't get into money because then he'll go, really? I got guys from the West Coast now coming up saying you're saying stuff about it. He had a choice to get a percentage of the movie because that guy's his career was just taking off, or he got a flat fee. And the flat fee wasn't bad.
Right.
He took the flat fee, and I think he gets sick because that show comes on. It's on, like once a week everywhere. Like you turn your TV on somewhere, that thing's on. he gave up a lot of money on that one. I know that because we bust his chops hard on that one.
I gotta watch that again. Bo Camper's in there. They got Tone Loc is in that, and Randall Tex Cobb is in Ace Ventura Pet Detective. Wow.
They got a bunch of guys in there, but there were a lot of Dolphin guys that left that day when they said, "Hey, we're not going to need your services." That were really pissed off. It was pretty funny. Yeah, so it's why he was getting makeup put on and getting treated like a king. Yeah, it was pretty funny.
Classic.
Oh, man. Hey, Joe, I got to ask you one about your alma mater, too, because you're down there doing a lot of radio. You talk about the Miami Hurricanes all the time, and Miami and Cal had that college game day. It was great in Berkeley. It was electric. Cal had aura all of a sudden. And then, that happened. What was the week leading up to and the week after like for you, having to talk Miami Hurricanes, but also like having a hole in your heart there?
Yeah, so I'm like everybody else watching that game. Like, Canes are going to lose this game. Cam Ward throws a pick six. It goes the other way. I said, they don't have enough time to come back and win this now. As good as he's been, this party's over. And then, I've been on some of those Cal teams and through the years, and all of a sudden they get on a roll and Cal can't stop it. And the next thing you know, there was enough time. So the funny part of this whole thing is Mario Cristobal is really, really good friends with Mendoza, Dr. Mendoza, who's a doctor back here, part of the Cuban family back here at Columbus High School. And, Mario kind of downplayed it on the show when I said something to him. And then afterwards he goes, I grew up with his brother and his family, and I know the mom and dad. And So, and then he transfers, as you know, didn't play in the bowl game. And so everybody's kind of wondering if he had a hell of a year. I don't know what you guys thought. He looked great against the Miami Hurricanes. He's going to have some pretty good offers to go different places. We're kind of wondering if he might be coming back to be the University of Miami quarterback at this point.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. I mean, sad to see the news. I was there for the big game when he drove 98 yards with his boys, as he put it in the emotional post-game interview. So, all my complaints related to Cal football this year, none of it was really related to Fernando Mendoza. I mean, even in the games that he or the offense didn't quite finish when the rest of the team had kind of crumbled, I always thought he had incredible competitive fire and just played his heart out, man.
Yeah, and they're in so many close games. I thought they had a chance to beat Florida State. I mean, and they had a lot of those where they're right there at the end, and whether it's a field goal or something, they just couldn't get over the top. So, but it was great to see that Cal Stanford game and the way he took him down the field. That was great. I still watch, and Ron Rivera, I guess, is active. He and his wife in the NIL over there and working with at Cal now a little bit. So. I don't know, man. Maybe this offseason I might try to get out there a little bit more and check everything out.
Yeah, just saw Riverboat Ron down at the field before 49ers Rams on Thursday night last week. So always good seeing that Golden Bear legend. And always great.
He still got that coaching bug a little bit. I thought maybe, all right, I've done enough. I've been a head coach. God only knows how much money he's made. But he's like, man, I don't know. I think he still might have a little bit of an itch there, man, besides being in Northern California.
Joe, we really appreciate you stopping by. Best of luck Sunday going up against this guy that I'm sharing the screen with in the studio with today. And appreciate it, and we'll do this again soon. This was awesome.
Hey, man, it's going to be great. Always fun to talk to you guys growing up with KNBR and everything else. So thanks for having me. Greg, I'll see you in a couple days.
I'll see you Sunday, Joe. Thank you, brother.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Joe Rose, you can catch him on the Dolphins broadcast, although that's going right up against KNBR's broadcast with Papa and Tim Ryan. So maybe you can do that one after the fact, just out of the curiosity. But no, Joe Rose is awesome. What a great get by our show today, and loved having him on, Papa.
Good guy, but he got cut from Ace Ventura, Pet Detective. I did not know.
Dude, I know.
His broadcast partner. So Jimmy Cephalo is the voice of the Dolphins, and he has Joe as one analyst. Kim Bocamper, the great linebacker, is the other one. I did not. I got to go back and watch Ace Ventura. Although I think I watched it over the summer this year. That is so. Sean Young. Einhorn is Finkel. Finkel is Einhorn. Remember, laces out.
Laces out. Laces out. Laces out. We're going to do some Sounds of Silver on the other side. Talk, have a little fun, because we got to have fun on a Friday after, the Warriors offered us no fun and the 49ers have not played yet and the Sharks lost 4-2. That's right. I'm keeping tabs on them, baby. We'll continue this going. Sounds of Silver next. Papa and Silver on a Friday on the Sports Leader.
It was all that Dan Marino's fault. Everyone knows that. If he had held the ball laces out like you're supposed to, Ray would never have missed that kick. Dan Marino should die of gonorrhea and rot in hell. Would you like a cookie, son?
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers general manager John Lynch joined the morning show with Murph and Rod Brooks earlier to talk about what there is still to play for, and believe me, there is plenty as a football player. Check out that full audio interview on our KNBR podcast page, or if you just want the highlights, check out our socials at KNBR.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. Best thing ever. Have you been to Tony's Pizza in the North Beach? I have, and it's the best pizza I've ever had. Tony's has been ranked #1 in the world, and it's my go-to spot now for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizzas. They make fresh pastas as well, and they're spicy bucatita. Mamma mia, Mama Papa would love it. One of my all-time favorites. And Tony has other locations around North Beach, like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker-thin deep dish pizzas. One of his specialties there, the Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. Save room for dessert. Try his homemade sourdough breads, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. And don't forget, when you're coming to Levi's for a 49er game, or Oracle Park for a Giant game, or Chase Center for a Warriors game, get to Tony's Slice House. Fast, casual restaurant serving up delicious slices. Tony's Pizza is #1 in the entire world.
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. Sounds of Silver with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
For the Sounds of Silver. Happy Friday, everybody. If you are out and about doing a little holiday shopping, cheers to you. If you are finishing up some high school or college finals, I've been there. I know it. I visited one of my best friends this week, and his little sister, Kayla, is just finishing up her finals. So I know the feeling. Just exhale. It's all going to be okay. Decompress.
But maybe you're just out day drinking on a Friday. You could be doing that.
Well, yeah, I hope so. But if they're daging and listening to KNBR, that is quite an interesting combination, I must say.
I do it all the time. I actually am on KNBR when I'm day drinking. But
I was going to say, you really put the two one and one. You got your Papa Fuel, as we'll see.
I do. By the way, we're getting ready to fly to Miami, and I am going to miss JD. John Dickinson did send me a picture. So the last time we were in that stadium was the Super Bowl, obviously. And we had a blowout the Tuesday night of the Super Bowl week, and those stories were legendary. That is at the Clevelander, John Dickinson and I. We had the KNBR staff was there, and the NBC Sports Bay Area staff was there, so we took everybody out with the red credit card until some strangers we didn't know. Devin Fox had to jump in and say, they're running up your tab. We don't even know these people. But anyway, that was an epic week, the Tuesday before Super Bowl 54. Haven't been back there since.
The JD tab is for the people. We're going to get into Sounds of Silver as I tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, going into our final hour of the week here. Then Papa will be back on Monday, and then he's going to take off for the holidays. But let's get into some sounds. Let's start with something we referenced yesterday to Steve Mariucci. That's his good friend Tom Izzo. And he and Oakland coach Greg Camp. I love March Madness because when a team like Oakland makes a run like they did and just massive upset over Kentucky, Papa, it opens your eyes to all these legends that have been around the game for so long, and now you see their personalities. These two play each other every year, and this time they went matching Grinch sweaters for the game they coached against each other. Pretty awesome. Afterwards, Izzo's doing his press conference, and Greg Camp crashes the party. It sounds like these two just start up a podcast.
Sit down, Camp. You bought the ugliest sweaters I've ever seen, and for the first time in your life, you paid for them, so I'm really happy about that.
The hard part was I didn't want to embarrass him, so I had to buy two, so that I didn't give him a shirt, one that was too small. You know, I gave him a small one, I gave him a double, and I knew he was going to wear the double. But
that's what you get, man. What was the question?
Is that Tom Izzo? I think he's done a little day jig in his life. He didn't sound like Tom Izzo.
I was playing that earlier, and was that you, Jacob? Someone come by and go, is that Tony Romo? Kind of say, yeah.
Does that sound like Tony Romo?
Yeah, you know, the Grinch sweater, just you didn't want to buy it.
Sounds like Mike Leach a little bit, the late, great Mike Leach.
Oh, yeah.
Tom Izzo's classic.
Yeah, so that
Don't forget to watch Santa Mooch on Sunday morning.
Yeah. I'll be recording that one for sure. Santa Mooch. I don't know if I'll be up at 6 a.m. on Sunday, but
you got to be up at 6 a.m.
I'm not you, Papa.
You got to be.
I'm like adjusting to the wake up
nice
at 7.
Is going to the East Coast. I don't have to get up till 9 o'clock in the morning, which should be great. So how do we have overlapping with the college football playoff? We'll watch on the flight. Indiana, Notre Dame from snowy South Bend tonight is going to be epic.
Yeah.
But tomorrow, that's why I'm wondering why these NFL games, the timing of the NFL games and why some are early in the day. Like Houston, Kansas City is early on tomorrow, is a 1 o'clock game of the East Coast, 10 o'clock here. And then Pittsburgh, Baltimore will be 1:30 here, 4:30. So we got like Texas, Clemson must overlap with Pittsburgh and Baltimore. It's why the NFL's not going to primetime. Like, why aren't these night games on the NFL Saturday? Then you got Tennessee and Ohio State later. SMU, Penn State will kick off early. That's just, we never had this before. And usually the NFL does not go up against bowl games, but we're going to have overlapping NFL Saturday. And they don't typically, when they go to Saturday, college football's done for the year. But Texas, Clemson will be on during the Pittsburgh-Baltimore game or the Houston-Kansas City game? Same time. Very odd.
Talk about a good time to have a holiday dage. Do a little day drinking there for Tom Izzo. Man. Right. All right, well, there we go with our first sound of silver today. Let's go with next. How about this one from Bill Kennedy? Because we talked about Bill Kennedy for the Warriors-Rockets game, and then you speak very highly of him as an official.
The NBA official that Steve Kerr said wouldn't make a call in an elementary school game?
Yes.
Did Steve get fined for that, by the way?
I don't think he did.
Wow.
This is why Steve is taking all these swings, because he keeps not getting fined for it. Bill Kennedy was doing the Lakers-Kings game last night out at the Golden One Center and comes in with the ultimate tease of the Golden One crowd with the hilarious announcement of a coach's challenge. This is how it went down.
After reviewing the play,
The defensive foul that was called on number 23 has been overturned. Unfortunately, the foul is now on number 9, and the Lakers will retain possession of the ball on the side. The coach's challenge is successful.
Oh, man, in front of a home crowd, too? Like, I could see if that game is taking place at Staples or Crypto, whatever it's called, how you might do that way. Keon Ellis did not commit the foul, but Kevin Huerter, you were naughty for Christmas.
Well, I'm surprised. Bill is so perfect on the microphone. And I think, with J.J. Redick now coaching the Lakers and giving up the broadcast spot, and he's been critical of the analyst in the NBA, by the way. Mike Breen needs a partner. We'd rather have Bill Kennedy work NBA game. He can't work every single finals game or every playoff game. So, he's like the most perfect orator of the NBA. The foul is not on number 23. It is on number 9. But why? Knowing Bill Kennedy, can't he just say it's not on Keon Ellis and it's on Kevin Huerter? That guy, when he gets the mic on, Ed Hockley, the NFL official, was so great years ago, but no one is better at this than Bill Kennedy.
After a thorough consideration of my time at KNBR, my favorite co-host is Greg Papa. However, if we are talking about the evening hours, John Dickinson also makes an appearance. Yeah, it's just
not on 23, it's on 9.
Yeah, that's right.
The old switcheroo.
Yeah.
I thought you were being honest, but you were being disingenuous.
No,
like
I was
John
being
Gruden, who we're
Bill
going to hear
Kennedy.
from later. I know. But Bill Kennedy is so good at it, isn't he?
Oh, it was
so
great.
Good. He's the best.
Well, hear from John Gruden, one more in between Gruden and Bill Kennedy, and that is old 49ers coach, current LA Chargers coach, Jim Harbaugh. You can imagine, after a win like that last night against a division rival, really cementing their likelihood of getting into the playoffs in his first year as a head coach. This was him doing a little singing and leading, the leader of men in the locker room at SoFi Stadium.
Sing it loud and proud like we've never sung it before, so it echoes out into the stadium. 1, 2, you know what to do. For he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, for he's a jolly good fellow, with no one can deny. You go, hold it down. We will see you Monday. Man, oh man, who could possibly have it better than I?
Man, talk about a culture change from what LA Chargers have been the last couple of years. And it's great entertainment.
For he's a jolly good fellow. You think Khalil Mack and Joey Bosa are looking at him like, what's this old dude talking about? He went pure George Allen there. George Allen used to do those same kind of thing when the Washington football team, the Redskins, won years ago. I don't know how that bit flies, but so who is for he's a jolly good fellow? Did he pick out? Is that the guy he gave the game ball to? Was it one guy? Cameron Dicker, the kicker? Was it Justin Herbert? Who did he pick last night?
I have no idea.
It's Harbs.
I just heard the clip. Maybe it's him. Yeah. But just unbelievable. And when we start playing it, Jacob's in my ear and he's like, I did not think that was coming.
So good. That's Harbaugh.
That's
Harbaugh.
No, it sparked a whole discussion with Brooks and Murph this morning about the differences in style between Harbaugh and Shanahan. And that was not a dump on Kyle's segment, but rather just Kyle Shanahan is like this teacher who is a boy genius and one of the great offensive minds of this generation of football coaches, whereas Jim Harbaugh, who also went to a Super Bowl and lost with the 49ers, is not going to be necessarily like flipping through the pages and talking to you like a nerd and being very clear about not wanting to be in front of the media. But he is this total culture changer, and guys like Dante Whitner, who we have on, always talk about that. And Dante's pick, by the way, Chargers to make the AFC Championship. He's got some belief in Harbaugh, man.
Who's he got him beating?
I have no idea.
They going to beat the Bills? They going to beat the Chiefs? Who are they going to play, first of all? We'll see. We'll see.
Maybe when we have Dante on before the playoffs, we'll see if he can triple down, because he already doubled down on it. We'll see if he can triple down. Let's go last cut of Sound of Silver, and this is the one that Pop has been waiting for all day. He referenced it on the morning show. Derek sent this to me last night. I was just laughing alone in my apartment, which took a lot of work to do because I was in a really bad mood about how the first 5 minutes of that Warriors game went and essentially ended that night. And John Gruden is just telling a hilarious story about Sebastian Janikowski in New Orleans, where the Super Bowl will be this time around. Maybe if we go, we can have some behavior like Sebastian Janikowski. Here is Gruden being John Gruden.
The Raiders, we drafted Janikowski in the first round.
Yep.
Janikowski, he was missing field goals the first 3 games, and I was really pissed. So we went to play the Saints in New Orleans, and Janikowski's late for curfew. He didn't get back until 3 o'clock in the morning, so now I'm really pissed. He can't make field goals, and he can't make curfew. So we're playing, I swear, we get the opening kickoff, might have been the second possession. We get a couple first downs, and it's a 58-yard field goal, 56-yard field goal. I go, field goal. And Bob Casulo, the special teams coach, he says, "Are you out of your mind? He's drunk. He can't make it." I go, field goal. I actually wanted him to miss. He hit it right down the middle. I met him on the near half. Great kick, man. Love you, brother.
How about the mood switch?
That is classic. So that weekend, I remember vividly from both Janikowski's point of view and Chucky's point of view. So we fly to New Orleans. It's late in the year, Jano's rookie year. And when you get to the hotel, and it was a small hotel right down on Bourbon Street, in the Frenchman Street in New Orleans, the players, it's just so hard to get up the elevator. It's just like a long line, and the luggage comes in. And so what I do in a situation like that, I go hang with Run Jones. And Run, the Raiders equipment manager and Al's guy, San Francisco Bay Bomber, roller derby star. Anyway, that's where he got the name Run. So anyway, we're at the bar, and Janikowski's this is at the hotel bar. It's Friday. He's sitting there at the bar, and I remember staying there for like a half hour, and then, you normally get in late. Like when the Niners get to the hotel in Miami tonight, it's going to be almost midnight, 11:45, and curfew's midnight. So they do that for a reason. But Janikowski was hanging out. So I went up to my hotel room after the elevators cleared, came back down, and went back out onto Bourbon Street and Frenchman Street. Janikowski's still at the hotel bar. I'm like, Jano, you're going to miss curfew in like a minute. Just go up to your room. You should make sure you're in bed when they do bed check. Go out the fire escape, whatever you do, and go back out. It's Friday. So he did not do it. He stayed there. I went out on Bourbon Street that night, came back several hours later, maybe break of dawn on Saturday. Janikowski, he was still at the hotel bar way past closing time, so he missed curfew, obviously. This was Friday. I don't know if he did it again on Saturday. I'm not surprised by that. But this is Sebastian Janikowski, the Polish cannon. He can drink. He's fine. But I remember going into the Raider locker room the morning of the game at the Louisiana Superdome, and John was on fire. And he goes, Janikowski, he's kicking for free today. And I said, what do you mean? He goes, I'm taking his game check. I go, they don't even allow you to do that? You can't take his entire game check. I'm taking his game check. So it was not a 56-yard. And by the way, I had to work that game with a raging hangover. I needed a nice, calm game. Right away, Lance Johnstone breaks Jeff Blake's jaw, the quarterback of the New Orleans Saints. They bring in Aaron Brooks, and he winds up going off. It was not a 56-yard field goal that Janikowski drilled. It was a 49-yarder. But I remember, John, I hope he misses that. I'm like, why do you want him to miss the kick? He's fine. The bottom line was it was a crazy game. Andre Rising got a touchdown from Rich. It went back and forth. The Raiders wound up winning. But John did not want Sebastian Janikowski. They took Janikowski in the first round. They took Shane Lechler later in that draft, one of the greatest kicking drafts ever. As I recall, John wanted Sylvester Morris, a wide receiver who the Kansas City Chiefs took that year. Look up the career of one Sylvester Morris. I think Al Davis did fine with that draft pick, but that was a classic. John was on fire. Janikowski's kicking for free today. I'm like, what does that mean? I'm taking his game check. You cannot take his entire game check.
You standing there like all hungover, like, I hope you don't think I'm broadcasting for free.
I was fine. I was young. But anyway, I texted. We saw John in Tampa. We'll get him on the air. I was texting Lechler. There was, those guys were John and Sebastian and Lechler loved each other. But Sebastian, he got into trouble off the field that year. He missed one game with cellulitis. What the hell, cellulitis? The kicker can't kick today because he has cellulitis. Unbelievable. Anyway, then I remember when John was doing Monday Night Football, he came out for a preseason game, and they were in Napa, and he takes Janikowski, Leckler, John Kondo as well, and Mike Tirico. And John was into expensive wine at that time, so they go to some vineyard in Napa, and Tirico gets so hammered, he winds up falling asleep in the car. Mike can't keep up with them. He's not a Syracuse guy. Anyway, then John goes on Monday Night Football on the preseason game, and he was out with those guys, and he goes, John Kondo, the highest paid long snapper in the history of the NFL. To Shane Leckler, the holder punter, the highest paid punter in the history of the NFL. To Sebastian Janikowski, the highest paid kicker in the history of the NFL. It cost $10 million to make a damn extra point in Oakland. It was
That's amazing.
Chucky. He wanted Sylvester Morris over Sebastian Janikowski.
Janikowski that day, it was the 49-yard field goal and then 4 for 4 extra points. So he put 7 on the board. Janikowski responsible for a good old touchdown all in a day's work and a 31-22 victory to get the Raiders to 9-2. What a story, though. This is awesome.
Janikowski's kicking for free today. But he broke, it was Lance Johnstone, like right away, broke Jeff Blake's jaw. Aaron Brooks comes in and throws 2 touchdown passes. And then Aaron Brooks later became a Raider, except he played more like Foster Brooks than Aaron Brooks. He was not good. I think he went out with Janikowski a few nights, too.
By the way, how much longer are you sticking around? Do you know when you got to get out of here?
I got a 150 bus to hit.
Okay, great. We'll do a little Silver Linings playlist on the other side. We'll say goodbye to Papa. I'll talk to Danny Emmerman around 1:30. We'll hear from JR to make you some money, and then we will get on out of here for the weekend. Like Jim Harbaugh said to his team, I'm going to be off till Monday, baby. It's Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I go field goal. I actually wanted him to miss.
Pacifica, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Pacifica's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Did you watch the Warriors game last night? No? Okay, good. You don't need to. Don't even go back and look at it. We'll break it all down here today. A 51-point loss in Memphis. Ouch. Let's just say the Dennis Schroeder era is not off to a good start. Keep it locked here on KNBR, the sports leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Silver Linings Playlist with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
Alrighty, it is Silver Linings Playlist, as we typically do in the early stages of the 1 o'clock hour. I know we're going to keep this short so Papa can go and catch his bus so he can get to Miami, so he can get to lure JD all the way to the East Coast. That's right. Look at the stream.
South Beach, Clevelander. I'll be there with Janikowski.
So today's song, I'm going deep in the bag today. I know a lot of people were like, oh, he's going to rage about the Warriors again. And I said, you know what? We're going to go deep track. We're going to go a little obscure. I was deciding to do some yoga this week as a means of making it feel like I was being super productive and getting exercise. And there was a Sia-themed class. And so what I learned is that the Australian singer Sia also did some work with the band 07. Now, 0 for 7 is Steph Curry's stat line of last night.
Oh, wow.
So there's our tie-in. And this song is a live performance of a song called Distractions. And kind of thought about it, was not in the best mood. I had a lot to rant about the Warriors. I did rant about the Warriors today. But I also thought, you know what? This is a Friday. We're going into the weekend. And at the end of the day, Papa, what we do and the sports we talk about, they're distractions. They're fun. There's a lot of craziness out there in real life. The holidays can be a really exciting and fun time. It also can be a really difficult time where a lot of people got to confront some difficult parts of their lives. And so to be able to do this every day, to be able to talk about the Warriors, and I know people have mixed feelings about the changes, but every day what I've tried to do is take advantage of the opportunity that's in front of us and can't really worry about much else. So to be able to do the show with Greg Papa, mess around, talk about Sebastian Janikowski, missing his curfew, drilling 49-yard field goals while still drunk. And the Warriors, for better or worse, it is just a distraction. It's all good, man. We still got 3 football games. We're going to have some fun.
It's a beautiful track.
07. Yeah. So just got to let it ride for a sec. Are you a Sia fan at all?
I am not. But I may sample that on my 7-hour plane ride. That's going to be 07. Then we'll actually coming home from Miami. Going there, it won't be. This is beautiful, actually. I like this.
So I was like not really that into the whole doing the yoga, but then with this song, I was like, whoa, this is good. What's this? And then
but you were thinking of Steph Curry, 07 is where it came from?
Yeah, that's how I made the link.
Harsh.
I know. Hey, look. Steph is arguably, he's top 2 for sure. Most influential and beloved Bay Area athlete of all time. Probably
Who's the other one?
Probably Joe. Although, you know what? Mays actually, okay.
You're going down a rabbit hole now.
I'm going down a rabbit hole.
Anyway, but you're taking a shot at him. It's a beautiful track at 07. Distractions.
Point being, Steph Curry can hardly ever do any wrong. But I do think the 0 for 7 and the first time he did not have a field goal in a game in which he played over 10 minutes is not to rag on Steph Curry. It's just to illustrate how absurdly bad last night's loss was. And I do love the song.
It's a good track.
So
you could have gone Waiting to Die from 07. Are you familiar with that track?
No.
That's harsh. We're not doing that.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. I try to
when
keep
it
the
falls,
death theme out.
But nothing fell. So we'll see if they bounce back. Tomorrow
see if
night's going to be hard. Minnesota's a good team. So we'll come back on Monday, assess what happened in Miami on Sunday, watch the Warriors in Minnesota tomorrow night, watch college football, watch the NFL, and then try to buy Miles Turner on Monday. That's the Bay Area Christmas gift, the holiday gift we need is Miles Turner.
How about that, by the way? You ending your statement as the song fades out in a live performance. Fantastic.
It's the opposite of producing a record. It's ending it right on there. So I'll be there. John Dickinson will not be there. I wonder what else in the background of that picture. That was epic at the Clevelander, South Beach.
That's awesome.
We'll be there tonight.
Well, hey, I'll let you go. Safe travels.
I got to go, or I got to fly commercial, and I don't want to do that to Miami.
Yeah, no, avoid the commercial flight. Get on that team bus. Have a great call on Sunday. We'll reconvene on Monday to talk some Niners-Dolphins.
Maybe I can get Brock to send me a Toyota Sequoia to pick me up and take me to the bus. Have a good weekend, brother.
Thanks, Pop.
07. Harsh.
Hey, I don't make the rules. I just read the stats. We'll take a break and get to Danny Emmerman on the other side. Talk to Danny. We'll find a way to make you some money at the tail end of that. And then we'll sign off and hand things over to Dirty Work with Copes, Depop, and Tim. It's Papa and Silver closing out the week and closing out some distractions on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Happy Friday, everybody. It's Papa and Silver closing out the week. We actually had to let Greg Papa go and catch the bus to get out to Miami. He said he didn't want to fly commercial. I said, fine, you can get on out of here. We'll be okay. We're going to connect with Danny Emmerman in just a moment, who was on site down at Beale Street at Memphis for that Warriors bludgeoning. Been a good mix of a football Friday. We had some fun sounds of Silver. We talked to Joe Rose of the Dolphins Radio Network. We caught up with my good friend JD for KNBR, the sports leader, and Dubs OT. And we talked to Matt Mayoko at 10:50, as we do every single week. So I'm told now that we have made the connection with Danny Emmerman on the UMA guest line. And Danny, really appreciate your time as always. Papa actually had to bounce to go and catch a bus so that he could get to Miami. So you just get one of the Gregs today, but still, that Succession-themed tweet with cousin Greg absolutely made my day.
There's no way Papa's taking a bus. What do you mean he had to catch a bus?
I know, right? I mean, you were saying Brock Purdy could have just gifted him a Toyota Sequoia like he did for his offensive lineman, and I don't know, he could have gotten a free ride in Trent Williams' electric Rolls Royce or something. I feel like he's well connected enough,
sure.
but no, maybe he was just tired of me feeling very sour about what we saw last night in Memphis. And I guess that's where we'll start, because we talked about it with JD, but you were on site, you saw it in action, very reminiscent of Game 5 2022 playoffs, only this time they didn't have a 3-1 series lead with a team that looked like it was capable of making a title run and ultimately did. I'll just start with the obvious question. What the F was that?
I mean, it was a monstrosity. Like you said, it was kind of reminiscent of that playoff game. And last night was actually the first time Memphis played whoop that trick since the 2023 playoffs. It had been so long since they had really celebrated and turned up, and it was something else in there. It was lit. Really cool environment in the FedEx Forum. The media seats were right on the court, so I had a great view of the atrocity at hand.
Yeah, and we're talking to Danny Emmerman on the UMA guest line, who was out in Memphis. Just said it. He had a first view of the atrocity at hand. So I know that the 12-3 and now the 2-9, it's painting two very different pictures. And I saw on your Twitter, you're like, the truth is somewhere in between. And that's leading me to ask you, well, how close is the truth of what this team is to the disappointment of what they ended up being last year?
Probably pretty close to that. Probably around a 500 team for most of the year. They're in a situation where they're lucky to be kind of jumbled up in the West with a bunch of teams in similar scenarios as them. And I think a big goal of this year, to have some perspective, I think they need to take a step forward. They need to see what they have in Jonathan Kuminga. They need to see way more strides in Brandon Pajemski and Trace Jackson Davis. In terms of who they are as a team, they thought they were something, and now it's clear that they're not that. They thought they were a top defensive team with a lot of depth and a lot of options and a lot of different ways to beat you. The truth is, again, it's not losing to 53 to teams. It's not losing like that. But the truth is, they're very one-dimensional. The truth is that in the last 10 games, they're the 25th most efficient offense in the league. The defense has taken a step back, and I think it's related to the issues they have scoring. So they have a lot of issues. They're definitely flawed. Steph Curry is confident that they're going to have some answers to a lot of these questions, but they're not going to have all the answers, and that points them to a middling team.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And Steph Curry said not a lot of panic, but there was a sense of urgency for sure. The team goes where he goes. He is the most prized possession and the greatest star in this market still by a long shot, even going on the age of 37 on March 14th this year. But do you get the sense, Danny, that he isn't right physically? Because we talked about with Marcus Thompson a couple weeks ago when he was on the show, Steph shooting a lot of threes, and the Brooklyn loss where he basically strictly shot threes, and back when Dennis Schroeder killed them in a silver and black uniform, Do you get the sense that he's just not right physically by the volume of threes that he's been putting up?
That's something I've been monitoring pretty closely. By the eye test, I agree. It seems like he's settling a lot more often. But numbers-wise, he's at the same three-point attempt rate as he was in 2022. And he's actually at the same exact PER as 2022. For whatever stock you want to put into that particular stat, it suggests that he's still a really impactful player. I think you see his age and his whatever physical ailments he's dealing with. I think you see it more in the way he moves off the ball. He still moves quite a bit, obviously. That's what he's known for. But he's not as hyperactive. He's not as relentless in his off-ball movement. When he's getting face guarded, like he was against Memphis, like he's been almost every game this year, he's less likely to break out of it. He's less aggressive in getting the ball and moving it and relocating and taking screens and setting screens. And I think that has to do with as much as his health and age as it does the teammates he's playing with. I think last night Memphis is completely taking him out of the game from the start, and he's kind of content with that, and he wants to see, hey, what can my teammates do? Every team, if one of their players is getting face guarded, they have a 4-on-4 opportunity. They've got a lot of space. They've got advantages. You've got to be able to take advantage of those opportunities, and the Warriors just over and over could not. They had 8 turnovers in the first 5 minutes. They couldn't hit a shot. They started 4 for 20. Those are in possessions where you need to capitalize. And I think Steph saw that last night. And I don't want to say gave up, but he definitely didn't. He definitely didn't run like he had the sense of urgency, like it was a playoff game or anything like that.
Yeah, and that was really bizarre to me as we're talking to Danny Emmerman, who's kind enough to join us out in Memphis. And it's that this is the 4th game the Warriors have had in 12 calendar days. So if there was ever going to be a time to look well-rested and put together, it would have been now. And I know that Memphis, too, has gotten some rest. I know that they are one of the premier defensive teams, and Taylor Jenkins does a great job. But just to be run out of the gym from the jump is something that was really alarming to see for a team that has set off a good handful of alarms in the last 2.5 regular seasons. Let's go to the other shooter, and that's Buddy Hield. Seems like Buddy Hield is a very important barometer for this Warriors team. He obviously started the season red hot. The Warriors as a team started 12-3, and since then, Buddy Hield has been boxed up. He looks a little bit stationary against teams that press up on the perimeter, and then defensively, he gets picked on. What is going on with Buddy Hield, or is this kind of just a repeat of the Buddy Hield cycle meme that goes around social media these days?
Yeah, I've seen the meme. Everyone's seen the meme. But this is who Buddy Hield is. It's who he's been pretty much his entire career. And you're right, he is a barometer. He's a bellwether of how good the Warriors are. I think when he scores at least 17 points, they're undefeated. But, again, given who Buddy Hield is, he's not going to do that every game. He's a great shooter, but he's streaky, and it takes him time to find a rhythm in game. And that creates a bit of an issue where if you need playing time to catch a rhythm and to find your stroke, that's like precious time in a game where, again, like you said, you're going to get hunted on defense. And if you're missing your first 2-3 shots, those are probably going to be kind of ugly possessions. So you've got to stick with him because he's so important to what they're trying to do and because he's one of the few offensive options on the team. But it comes at a cost, and you definitely see it in a lot of these losses.
Yeah, so on the notion of Buddy Hield having to stick with him because of what he can do offensively, I mean, there was a joke going around last night that was like, man, maybe D'Anthony Melton should be in the MVP conversation just for how much he impacted the Warriors with and without him. But that does sort of lead me to ask you, what has them so limited? Like, is it just youth and a lot of these second, third, fourth-year players not quite being there yet? Is it the fact that too many players are a liability on one side of the ball, either elite offensively or defensively? Is it just the fact that they are still very reliant on someone who's 36 years old? Like, what makes this team very limited in a way that has had them pressed and looking for answers frantically?
Yeah, when I think of them when I describe them as a one-dimensional team, I think of them not really having that many two-way options. They thought that Brandon Pajemski would be that. He has not been. D'Anthony Melton was that. He's out for season. Jonathan Kuminga has had a really strong scoring season, and I think he should return to the starting lineup. I thought that was a curious decision last night, and it might change going forward. But regardless, yeah, they don't have a lot of two-way players, and that's an issue. And that's why you see Steve playing 12 guys, and it's why you see 15 different starting lineups in 25 games. It's because he's frantically searching for combinations that work around their three two-way players in Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Andrew Wiggins, and finding enough scoring punch while not sacrificing defense and vice versa is really tricky when you don't have any two-way players outside of three.
Okay, so you bring up something really interesting, and Danny Emmerman is the voice that you hear. He was on site for the bludgeoning of the Warriors' 144-93 loss last night, felt like a year ago, out in Memphis. And we talk about the starting lineup, and you say you think Jonathan Kuminga should return to the lineup. Now, the obvious follow-up question to that is going to be, do you start Draymond Green alongside him and just accept the fact that you're going to play him at the 5 and ask him to do that? Or do you go back to Draymond off the bench, which was something that ended up burning them in the Dallas game on Sunday?
Yeah, I would probably flush the Dallas game, maybe even more than Memphis. That game was kind of silly, just with all the three-point shooting and Luka being ridiculous. The team made a huge stink about bringing Draymond off the bench and letting Kuminga flourish, and that lasted like a week. And that's something that you've seen, this year. But it's really emblematic of how Kuminga's career has gone. His role isn't defined in any particular way, and when it looks like it's about to be defined, it changes again. And I think that's hard for a young player to navigate. It's hard for a player like Kuminga to navigate who's in a contract year. He played well as a starter, and he is a power forward. He plays the same position as Draymond Green. So it's tough to play both of them together. Not impossible, but I think that they started both bigs last night just because Memphis is huge. Starting Draymond at the 5 or playing him at the 5 for big stretches is really tough against a guy like Zach Edey. You got Jaren Jackson Jr. as well. I focused on Draymond Green at a couple possessions, and seeing it up close is really jarring, just how physical Edey is, fighting for position, boxing out, Draymond trying to earn position in transition, setting screens. There was one stretch where Draymond just taking a beating, and I think he got frustrated. I think he took a few big hits that didn't get called, and then he got blocked by Ja Morant, and then all of a sudden he's locked up with Zach Edey on the other end, about to get a technical. So it's really physically and mentally taxing for Draymond in certain matchups to play center. So that's what makes it difficult to start him against particular teams. And I do think Kuminga needs to be in the starting lineup. I think they need to see what they have in him and give him a real shot at becoming a consistent 20-point scorer, which he did. And in the last 6 games, he's averaging 22 points a game before last night. He has been a consistent scorer, and that's what they need.
Okay, so interesting perspective to say maybe we go right back to Draymond off the bench. And I'm with you, Danny, that I actually would flush the Dallas game more than the Memphis game. This one, as disgusting as it was, it set off more alarm bells than, hey, you just didn't play defense and you got Luka Doncic on the other end. Yeah, good luck. Luka, Kyrie, Clay, when he's hot, they're going to punish you, and they did. So that was a bad one. But let's go to the backcourt for the starting lineup. I had some text last night coming my way of, well, how did Dennis Schroeder look? What are the early impressions? And I'm like, look, you can't really judge a whole lot of anything when it seemed like most of the team didn't show up at all from the get-go. But it does make me go down the road of, is Dennis Schroeder the right guy to start alongside Steph because there is another ball handler, there is another offensive option that can get things going, and he probably, although he's not a big body, probably your best two-way option when you look at what he can bring offensively and defensively compared to what Buddy Hield can do, what Gary Payton II can do, probably what a healthy Moses Moody can do. So what's your thoughts on Schroeder getting one start and if that should continue?
Yeah, I see the vision with him starting alongside Steph. We started this conversation talking about what happens when teams face guard Steph. And he can be 40 feet from the basket, just completely out of the play, but that leaves an open court 4-on-4. Schroeder's the type of player that should be able to take advantage of that. He's really quick. He has a nice little hesitation move. He's pretty fast and has a tight handle generally. I thought he played fine last night. He had his moments where he got to the rim but couldn't finish. He's had some issues finishing this year, so you can't really discount that. But he's not going to shoot, 2 for 12 every night. If that's 6 for 12, 6 for 13, I think the Warriors would be happy with that, and I think teams might be less inclined to face guard Steph all the time. If guys like Schroeder and Kuminga can get downhill in those 4-on-4 situations, I think that opens up the offense a lot more for Steph, and it really changes things. So I think you need to have Schroeder, you need to have Kuminga on the floor, you need to have Wiggins shooting the way he is. He's at 45% from 3 on the year. Like, the bones of like a league average fine offensive team are there. They've just really struggled the past 2-3 weeks.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And a couple more minutes with Danny Emmerman, who's been kind enough to join us. Needed some perspective outside of my own ranting and Papa's insight from someone that was there in person down on Beale Street in Memphis and watching the Warriors give up 287 points over 2 games. Not very Jerry Stackhouse of them from what we saw early in the year. But let's just kind of close it with this. Andrew Wiggins is a good one to bring up because even last year with the struggles, and we know he was going through a lot personally, but JD and I were kind of like, you can trade Wiggins, but doing that alone and just looking to get rid of him doesn't necessarily make you better because, and a lot of that thinking was he is your only true small forward on the team, and he has become a really good two-way player when he's playing the kind of offense we've seen this year. Andrew Wiggins, bottom line, fits the Warriors system even on the nights where he's not playing his best self. He is steady. They need steady. Are there players right now who just don't fit the Warriors system with this 12-man rotation?
I'm not sure that's the right way to think of it. I think the Warriors system needs to change. The Warriors system needs to adapt to the roster and the players that are on the court. Steve Kerr's philosophy has worked. You can't knock it. It's won 4 titles, gotten to 2 more finals. It's beautiful to watch. I much prefer watching Warriors basketball to a lot of the other teams who run high pick and roll 90 times a game. But when you don't have the personnel to do it, you need to look at other options. I think Terry Stotts was brought in to kind of organize things a little bit more and introduce some more sets, blend some of his offense with Steve's. We saw that a little bit in the 12-3 start. I think we've seen a little bit less of it recently. I'm not sure exactly why, but it might just have to do with a lot of the inconsistent lineups and people in and out of the rotation. But in terms of who does or doesn't fit the system, that's not really how it can work at this point in the season, at this point in the dynasty. The system's got to change in some ways. It doesn't need to be drastic, but it's got to change. And the Warriors have said just as much. Steve has said it. Steph has said it. Draymond has said it. We just haven't really seen it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I think that's kind of what led me to ask the question is we haven't quite seen it yet. And I'm looking forward to possibly seeing it. And Danny, I know that you got some travel ahead of you, so I will let you go. Really appreciate your time doing this on a little bit of a late notice, but always good to catch up with you and get your insight and keep up the great work. I've been reading the columns and we'll continue to do so over the course of the season.
All right. Thanks, Greg. Be good.
Appreciate it, Danny. Danny Emmerman, you can check him out on the San Jose Mercury News, part of the Bay Area News Group. And always good to see Danny Emmerman. Puts me in a good mood. And we're going to wrap up the show in just a bit. But before we take a break, it's Friday, and on Fridays, we got business to take care of. What kind of business? Well, it's time to make you some money.
The following interview is being paid for by TakingVegas.com, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
Yeah, this time I'm just going to let it rest a bit. Love the music bed. Here comes the money as we welcome in JR of Taking Vegas. You can call 888-9-WIN now to get a little bit of a recorded message. And you can also text WIN to 545454 to get that recorded message. We want to know all about the college football playoff. First time we got 12 teams in there, and it's going to start off in snowy South Bend between Indiana and Notre Dame. JR, I understand you got some insight on this one.
I do. In fact, this is the game that we're going to give out absolutely free. All you got to do is text the word WIN to 545454. You get the point spread winner of the very first college football playoff game with the 12-man bracket. Notre Dame, Indiana, it's yours free. Guys, we'll send it to you with no strings attached. All you got to do is send the word WIN to 545454. We'll give you the winner of this Notre Dame, Indiana, absolutely free of charge. And look, it's the holiday season. Not only are we down here at Taking Vegas all into the holiday, we love what we're doing, but we're delivering winner after winner. Another big winner last night with the LA Chargers. I obviously was not a lay-down winner. Got a little bit nervous at halftime, but nonetheless, game comes through and handily an easy W by the time we got to the last few minutes of that fourth quarter. And I got to tell you guys, I absolutely love this game tonight. So get it free. Kickoff is at 5 p.m. Pacific. Just text the word WIN to 545454, and it is yours absolutely free.
You heard JR, and I'm also under the impression, and I'm actually a little bit triggered by this one because the Warriors started 12-3 on the year. They are since 2-9. Let's hope the same does not go for you because you are 12-3 on the year with the free pick on air. I mean, that is a good selling point, but I want to hear from you. Why should people use your service?
You know what? I love that question, and here's the big thing. Anybody can go 12-3 and get lucky. We are very consistent. Am I going to hit 80% year-round on all sports? Absolutely not. But what I will be able to do, not only do we win way more than we lose and on a documented record, however, it comes down to money management. We talk about this constantly. Not getting in over your head, not making bad decisions, whether you're up or whether you're down, when you're chasing. We are the voice of reason. We're going to give you strategies that actually work. This has been something that I've been doing for over 30 years. I have over 300 years of experience under the roof here at Taking Vegas. So when it comes down to it, we have been there and done that over 1,000 times. And I can tell you that my strategies, especially when I'm starting off with somebody, we customize it to fit, and let's face it, most guys that we're taking on are not starting out with gigantic bankrolls. They have to grind and they need to build. And as we grind and as we build, we add more and more strategies to the mix. I look at this almost like a portfolio. We like to diversify what we're doing. And if you do it the right way, if you're smart, guys, this could be so much fun. And we don't want you to, take investment money and put it into betting on sports. This is for the money that you would quote unquote lose on your own, right? Whatever you would be, throwing away on your entertainment, we want to put it into a consolidated portfolio and go after this the right way. And that's what this comes down to, is getting involved with the right people that win consistently and really are going to be able to deliver to you the right way to do this and to be able to make it a profitable situation. So start off with tonight's game. It is free. Indiana, Notre Dame. You get it free via text message. All you got to do is text the word WIN to 545454. Greg, do we have time to fit in another free blowout winner for the audience this week?
It is the season of giving, so I'm going to say, of course.
All right. So There's a game going down Sunday night. I absolutely love it. NFL guys, Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to the Dallas Cowboys. Cowboys have built up some stock lately with some W's. However, this Tampa Bay team is not to be reckoned with, especially right now. They're going to put the throat on the jugular of Atlanta by winning easily on the road this week. They're laying 4 points. It will not be close. I expect this to be a winner between 17 and 24 points. Look for Tampa Bay to steamroll my Sunday night game of the year. This will be a blowout. Get in the Buccaneers minus the 4. But if you want to start winning now, let's start making money today. Let me give you the winner of this Indiana-Notre Dame game. All you got to do, text the word WIN to 545454. You'll get it free of charge, and it comes text message. Again, text WIN to 545454. Guys, I want you to be safe. Merry Christmas to everybody. Have fun, guys. Be with family and go out there and make some money.
The preceding interview has been paid for by TakingVegas.com, and the views, opinions, and picks expressed do not reflect those of the station or its ownership.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers general manager John Lynch joined the morning show with Murph and Rod Brooks earlier to talk about what there is still to play for, and believe me, there is plenty as a football player. Check out that full audio interview on our KNBR podcast page, or if you just want the highlights, check out our socials at KNBR.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's the best song, Bruce Springsteen, Santa Claus is Coming to Town. We're going to sign off here because it's already 2:03. Just want to say thank you to Jacob Violante for his contributions today. Big thank you to Walter for all he did this week. Thank you to all of our guests. And you can catch 49ers, Dolphins right here on KNBR, the Sports Leader, with Greg Papa and Tim Ryan. I'm Greg Silver saying thank you. Happy holidays. Signing off. Hand it off to Dirty Work. And you're listening to KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader at Cumulus Media Station.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay.
It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there?
That's even worse.
How are we feeling? It's getting hot?
Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59. We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Friday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop with you. It's an actual Friday. Yesterday, dude, I had that thing threw me off where I felt like it was Friday all damn day.
Had a Friday feel.
And then I treated last night like it was a Friday night, which is why I'm hurting today.
Oh, yeah?
I'm playing hurt.
How many burgers?
Note to self, I actually didn't have a burger.
Okay.
Today. I actually went to go have a burger and then opted, like I was too hungover to eat a full burger. You ever do that where you're like, I'm hungover and I need something, then you see it and you're like, I'm not going to be able to eat that. I was so hungover, I needed the grease. And I showed up, I went over to Grumpy's here, just reopened down here.
Love Grumpy's.
Station. Yeah, went over there and, dude, the burger looked good, but I noticed it was a double patty burger. I'm not a double patty guy unless it's a smash patty. And the patties were not smash
too much
patties.
for you?
Well, it looked a little too big, so I went with a slice of pizza and some wings.
Wait a minute, hold on. When there's a double burger patty, you're like, no thanks, that's too much for me?
I said today that's how I felt.
Okay.
It's not an end-all, be-all, like I'm not going double patty, but I am a ratio of meat to bread guy.
Okay.
So if you go two fat patties on like and it was like a brioche roll, looked pretty good. Burger looked good. And they weren't like regular huge, like, quarter-pound patties or third-pound patties, whatever they were. But they were bigger than like a smash patty.
Yeah.
And so it looked a little too much. It looked like it was going to be too much for me. So I opted out.
I'm the complete opposite. When I'm hungover, the journey is the hard part. Like me actually getting up and going to like a burrito place right next door, that's the hard part.
That's the dirty work.
That's the dirty work. The easy part is just getting that food in your mouth.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, once I started eating, I was like, I got a little second wind. And I was okay. And then I started.
So then you finished it.
I finished the pizza. I did not finish the wings. I brought you 4 wings to take home for dinner.
Those are dinner wings. Nothing like good old cold wings that you put back in the microwave.
What a tasty burger.
What a tasty wing.
This is a tasty burger.
So did you watch all of that Warriors game last night?
Oh, no, dude. I was up at Showdown in North Beach, and I was watching, mostly watching the Thursday night football game.
Well, you missed a doozy.
Well, I was watching the Thursday night game, and I turned because I was watching on one screen, like over in the corner, and then I turned my head to check in on the Dubs. They were kind of behind me, and I looked up, and the first score of the game that I saw after I left here, because I remember the first quarter,
37-15.
Yeah, when we were leaving the station last night, I was like, oof, this is not looking good. And then by the time I looked back again, third quarter, it was like late third or mid third, it was 104-54.
Yeah.
I was like, holy crap.
Yep. Fourth worst loss in Warriors history.
Oh, good thing they started Draymond for the defense, huh, Derek?
I mean, what else would you do?
I don't know. You were so adamant about that first quarter defense needing Draymond.
Well, Draymond needs to do more offensively and defensively. So does Steph.
Didn't look like he made much of a difference. Yeah, Steph had a terrible game, didn't he?
Yeah. Remember when Michael Malone about a month ago said, you don't flush. Actually, do we have that in the system, Tim? I think I saved that. Like he was adamant about they gave up 145 points to whatever team.
Anyway, KNBR, somebody comes to your house, goes to the bathroom, doesn't flush. That's not okay.
Oh, you kicked them out.
Yeah,
you always flush.
That's get out.
Now here's the thing.
Get out of my damn house if you're not flushing.
Okay, if you flush and then you cause a clog in the toilet, who's plunging that thing?
Well, usually I think it's on the culprit.
Yeah, that's what I would say.
Put that on the culprit. And here's the thing: something like that goes wrong in your home. Tim comes over, drops a Duke, and doesn't flush it, or he does, and then he backs it up with all the toilet paper. Tim uses so much toilet paper, it's like he wraps his legs in it when he goes to the bathroom.
Yeah, if I'm going to drop a deuce at your place, I'm going upper deck.
He's using
a good old upper deck.
Tim goes through like a roll of toilet paper a day, from what I can
think about the trees, Tim.
No, Tim, come on, dude.
Yeah, the Lorax.
It is an interesting question and a tough situation in that if somebody does that, like, you don't want anything to do with that. You don't want to be in there plunging their Duke. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
I'd hand it to them and be like, you got to take care of this.
No.
I'd ask them to fix it. I'm saying if it was in my home and they did it, they've got to plunge it.
Okay, I see.
What I'm saying is, at some point, if the person's not handling it correctly, like, they might come back to you and be like, I need some assistance with this, and I'd be like, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah,
you can't leave until you plunge it, and then when you're done, get the hell out of my house.
Pretty much. Yeah. Like I would feel guilty. Like I would always feel like Jeff Daniels in Dumb and Dumber. I'm like, I ruined this toilet. I gotta flush, damn you! Like there's got to be a way that I can fix this.
Well, shout out to one of our favorite movies on the show here, Along Came Polly. Don't forget when he clogs the toilet at Jennifer Aniston's house, and Ben Stiller does it. And he can't find any toilet paper, so he uses that like rag that her grandmother like made.
Yeah,
been
there.
Silk thing. What?
Been there.
You've been there?
No, not a rag, but
Jesus.
like, oh no, I've done my business and I ran out of toilet paper. What do I do?
You ever like been with a woman and had to fix her toilet like that?
What
like
happened to you? Ruben, I'm in a situation here. We have to leave now. Well, no, can we stay a couple more minutes? But dude, no, this is serious. I just sharted. I don't know what that means. I tried to fart and I just sharted. All right, now let's go.
By the way,
Philip Seymour Hoffman, dude. What's that from Doubt?
Philip Seymour Hoffman was great in that movie. That role, I think
Jack Black. Dude.
Yeah, I think we all know that Jack Black originally should have been that movie.
Well, I don't know. I think the fact that he played it like that is hysterical.
No,
I remember the first time I saw it.
He pulled it off, but that's a total Jack Black role.
The opening scene when he just walks in and he slips on the waxed floor, dude, and right before he tells him that he sharted.
He's incredible. I never had to fix a woman's toilet.
No, I'm saying, like, have you ever been in a situation where you're like, I'm in somebody's house, this is going to make the situation awkward if I don't figure this thing out?
I've gone drinking with people and used their toilets and waking up the next morning and been like, oh boy, and I'm about to leave a scene. And a crime scene. A real paint job.
Oh, I heard you paint houses. No, I paint toilets.
You got a Wagner power painter on this?
Yes.
Oh, no. God.
And then like you try to do your best, but like, you know, that fan switch in the toilet in the bathroom, it can only do so much. Exactly. So then you just apologize profusely and then leave.
Try coughing while you're like trying to, cough over whatever noises you're making.
Yeah.
Like
no, but I've never been in the situation when someone's been in my house and they clog the toilet, but it's their job to do. I have a plunger. You take care of it yourself.
I once stayed at, this is years and years ago, I once stayed at this woman's house, young lady. First time I'd been with her, and we, middle of the night, same thing happened. I was like, I'm going to make a scene here. This is not going to be good. I opted to walk about a mile to go to go use a public restroom, and then I came back, dude. And it was raining. It was tough.
At that point, you done the deed. Who cares?
Yeah, I know. When I left, I was like, I'm going. I went, I'm coming back, but I was like, I can't do it.
Because of the sounds?
The sounds, the smells.
So you're like Costanza in the one Seinfeld episode.
I was so nervous about it and so anxious about it. I was like, I got to go. I got to get out of here.
That little thing is not going to contain my sounds. So the only thing I come up with is I have to get up early tomorrow. The only valid excuse I could have given was I am in actuality Batman, and the Batman signal just came out.
That's it.
Grunting?
Yeah. You screaming in that toilet? Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you on a Friday. The horrendous Warriors performance. We'll get into that a little bit later.
Kind of felt like leaving a Duke behind.
Yeah, it basically did. They didn't flush.
No, they didn't. Well, yeah, to my main point, Michael Malone, a month ago, basically they got blown out. I forget the game. The Denver Nuggets got blown out, gave 145 points. Do we have that cut, Tim?
Oh, that, man. No, we're not flushing. You don't flush when you get embarrassed. You don't flush when you gave up 145 points. You don't flush when you didn't play hard, didn't play with effort, didn't play with physicality. I'm not flushing anything.
Exactly. Warriors gave up 144 points last night, lost by 51 points. You don't flush that. You soak it in. You breathe that in. You go and study that 51-point loss.
True Blue says you can't use the bush. I mean, I could have used the bush, but then what? You know what I mean? I'm not going Survivor Aqua Dump. You know what I mean?
What do we talk about here? Oh, yeah, that bush. Gotcha.
Like when I went for a walk, yeah.
Oh, the bush?
Nah, dude, come on.
Yeah,
it's like middle of the night. I'm not wiping with a...
Because then someone could just call you out like that dude from Friday. Hey, Smokey's taking a dump out here.
And I feel like it'd been worse if she'd found out on the news that I was arrested for dropping a deuce in her bushes outside than if she'd actually just caught me, leaving a scene in the bathroom itself. Yeah. A local man was arrested today.
Radio personality Adam Copeland took a dump today.
Dropped a big fat Duke in this bush outside of a woman's house. Anyway, we'll get more into not that, but we'll get more into the Warriors.
4 hours of dumpage.
Yeah, the Warriors not flushing this game from yesterday. And by the way, they take on Minnesota tomorrow night in Minnesota before coming on.
Not great.
To take on Indiana.
Another team that Draymond hates.
Does he? Oh yeah,
Rudy.
Yeah, well, it's another guy Draymond hates for sure. How about the football game last night? How about that play? The free kick?
I know all about
play.
it.
I mean, my first thought was Derek has to know this rule, and I joked with you. I was like, "There's no way Derek knew this rule." Of course you did, but I was like, I was baffled by it before the end of the first half. And
yeah, my man Cameron Dicker.
I didn't have the audio on at the bar at the time, and so I couldn't hear what they were discussing and why it was happening. And then I was with a couple of buddies and looked it up, and sure enough, there's a rule in the NFL that says if you fair catch a kick, you can on the very next play have an attempt at a field goal, but it's not a field goal attempt. It's a kickoff. It's a free kick attempt where somebody sits there and holds it. It's been done, once or something in the last 40 years? Successfully?
Well, I don't know. I can't say that, but I did see the last time it was attempted. I was at NFL Network in 2019. There was a game between the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Carolina Panthers where Jameis Winston threw a ton of interceptions. And right before the half, I forget which team, might have been the Bucs, might have been the Panthers, they do this free kick thing. And we used to do highlights, and one of the producers, I remember getting early, and they were getting there early and seeing them work on the London game. And this guy that worked at NFL Network for years had no idea what the hell was going on, was screaming to the stats guys to explain the rules. They had no idea what was going on, so I always remember that. And I'm pretty sure that kick did not go through, but my man Dicker kicking a 57-yard field goal nailed it, and that's what turned the game around last night, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm with you. They put him down 8 before the end of the first half, and then they ran away with it. I think it was 21-6 or something was the score in the second half. Chargers ended up winning it. Pretty good game, fun game. And by the way, Dicker afterwards, they were asking him about it, like, what were the Broncos thinking on the field? What did you hear them saying? He said they were super confused by it. Most guys didn't know the rule, and they asked Dicker when he became aware of the rule. He said, we talk about it every week.
Yeah.
Which is just the most maniacal Harbaugh thing to have inserted, like, we talked to Tim Ryan earlier, and we'll play that for you a little bit later, but I asked Tim Ryan about that, and he said, look, football's all about having a what-if, an in-case plan this happens, and if you don't have a plan for the in-case, you oftentimes can play yourself out of it.
That's why Belichick was so good. That's why Harbaugh is so good. They plan for situational football every week.
408 says, my homie clogged it so bad one time we had to call the plumber. Ish was crazy.
Oh, that's always bad.
Hurley Bird checked in and
then said, who picks up the bill for the plumber in that situation?
Dude, that's a great question. It's like, you calling Roto-Rooter middle of the night? You know what I mean?
I mean, you could call him that guy. I mean, you Venmo your buddy after that? Like,
no, Derek, it's not you getting your car fixed. We're not just Venmo strangers to take care of things.
No. But what I'm saying is, like, it's your house. Does the guy...
I'll send you a Venmo request for my toilet.
Well, like, you can leave, like, so how much is the bill? Okay, I'll see you later, man. I'll Venmo me later of how much I owe you.
510 checks in, says, Copes, I'm fairly positive it's Deuce, not Duke. Yeah, 2. A number 2, but who am I to judge? I just dropped Duke because I just think it's funny.
Interchangeable.
I just throw it out there.
Duke, Deuce, whatever.
Just like I would say cutting ass.
Poo.
It's a funny way to say it.
It's poo at the end of the day.
Somebody very upset that we're having this conversation. To which I say, that's the dirty work, my man. How about this? We still need suggestions. I don't even want any more suggestions. I'm happy to roll with Wicked. Tim and Derek going head-to-head in the KNBR Fantasy League this week.
I love a better one.
Want them to make a bet, and my suggestion still to this minute is, because nobody's come up with anything better, is the loser of this game has to go see Wicked double barrel back-to-back times on a Saturday. 2 hours and 40 minutes. Derek's like, let me punt it to March. No, dude, no. You just win the game and make Tim go do it.
We'll see.
You win the game, and Tim
I'm really out of control of it. I can only pick the players.
808 KNBR, 808 KNBR. If you've got a suggestion for the
somebody sat the Gus bus last night. That was me.
Ooh, 2 touchdowns.
Gus bus
In our league.
Me versus you. Could have played him.
Oh man, yeah, 2 tugs.
Couple.
Well, 2 Wicked showings then instead.
Ah, man. Anyway.
We'll see.
We are still, by the way, we got one more day of the Super Mega Fun Pack.
Super Mega Fun Pack.
2-pack of tickets here. You can get 2 tickets to go see Tom Segura and 2 tickets to go see Sebastian Maniscalco. Tom Segura comes January 24th to Chase Center. Maniscalco comes February 1st to SAP Center in San Jose. Tune in between 3 and 6. We'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR. And you'll win. Furnished by Live Nation. Find the rules at knbr.com. Tim, what's the cue to call?
Quite crappy indeed. You hear Mr. KNBR.
When you hear Mr. KNBR again, talking crappy, caller 10, 415-896-KNBR, and the tickets are yours. 707 checks in, says, my go-to is ripping off one of the sleeves of my T-shirt if there's no toilet paper at a stranger's house. That's a hell of a move, brother. I love that that's a go-to, like you've run into this issue before.
It's not his first rodeo, right?
Yeah. 775 says you guys could also just change the name of the show to Duty Work. D-O-D-Y.
Oh, you make me laugh every day then.
Oh, man.
Duty.
So stupid.
Duty.
So dumb. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. We've got the latest for you from... So
Duty.
The latest for you from Kyle Shanahan on the health of the 49ers. Garendo is out. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
The 49ers kick off versus the Dolphins right here on KNBR at 1:25 Sunday morning. Check out the pregame with Copes and JD at 10 o'clock on KNBR, the pregame leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, crack one open, fire up the grill, because the official Dirty Work Tailgate is cooking on KNBR.
That is one big pile of shit.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Friday. Niners
Ska or Scat Friday?
Ska Friday. Niners and the Miami Dolphins get going on Sunday, 1:25 kickoff from, what is it, Hard Rock Stadium?
Yeah.
Is it still Hard Rock in
I
Miami?
believe that's the name of it. I could be wrong.
We'll have a pregame for you 10 a.m.
Used to be
myself.
Pro Player Stadium, Joe Robbie. They had so many different names.
Yeah, I mean, this is the same stadium that like the Marlins used to play in, yeah?
Yeah.
Or is this a different one, no?
I believe so, yeah.
Pro Player used to be Marlins Park. I mean, it had a bunch
Joe
of different
Robbie?
Is this really the same one? Didn't even know that. Anyway, Hard Rock Stadium.
I'll get confirmation. Hang on.
In Miami. I thought maybe it was a different one, but could be totally off on that. I also just don't really care. Anyway, Dolphins and the Niners.
Yep, Hard Rock Stadium.
10 a.m. Pregame with myself and John Dickinson on Sunday. Injuries for the Dolphins. Jalen Waddle, receiver, is ruled doubtful for this one. Tron Armstead, questionable, and Kendall Lamb is questionable with a back injury.
They're two starting tackles.
Broke my back. Final. In terms of the 49ers' health, do you have the health report in front of you?
Isaac Guerrero is out, and Trent Williams is out with Nick Bosa questionable, along with others. I'll get you the full thing.
And Nick Bosa, I think, was downgraded even yesterday after practice. I think he was more limited in practice than he had been or than they were anticipating. But again, extra time off from the last game, so a couple extra days here to see if they can get ready or if he can get ready for this one.
Dre Greenlaw, questionable as well.
I am anticipating, and I think the way Kyle spoke about it to us yesterday, is that Dre Greenlaw is going to be okay. He said they had to protect him from himself. I don't know if they ramp him up and they use him in the same capacity they did last week, where he's out there really like for 100% of the snaps in the first half on the defensive side, or if they try to spread it out a little bit. They'll probably play it by ear with him just in terms of how he's feeling, what the health is. But Kyle said no injury. It was just soreness as he came back from the Achilles.
Yeah, I anticipate he's going to play. The real thing, though, is the running game with Isaac Guerrero not being out there. Patrick Taylor sounds like he's going to get the start. I suggested to Tim Ryan in the interview we did prior to the show that maybe they would play a little bit of Kyle Juszczyk at running back. He doesn't think that's going to happen at all. Probably some Debo. I mean, mix in some, who's my guy? Izzy Abanikanda, Keyshawn Vaughn.
I don't know if we're going to see Abanikanda.
Yeah, you don't think so?
I don't know why you'd use three. Like, again, and he has barely been here all that much. I can't imagine there's any trust there. Like, I don't know why we're just all assuming.
They need guys to run the football.
Yeah, but I don't know why we're assuming just because he's the third guy that they're going to use all three of those guys plus Debo plus Kyle Juszczyk. Like, I just can't anticipate. We haven't seen that at all. It was basically Guerendo's job entirely when he took over. I don't know why it wouldn't be mostly Patrick Taylor with some spells from Keyshawn Vaughn, just depending.
I think mainly they're going to have to rely on the running on the passing game actually to get the offense going. And I wouldn't be like, I know that Debo has not played well, but Debo likes to get it going against Mike McDaniel, his former coach.
Does he?
Yeah.
Did he have one big game again? Did he have a big game that time when it was Brock's first game when he came in?
He loves himself some Mike McDaniel. The rumor was when he had the trade request, he wanted to go Miami to play for him.
Well, yeah, it's an offense he knows. It's a coach he knows. That makes a lot of sense. But I'm saying go off against him. Like, I mean, yeah, Debo likes to go off against anybody, I think. We just haven't seen him go off at all.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I mean, they have to find ways to get the offense going. So if Isaac Guerendo's not there, then Patrick Taylor's the guy, Mainly to me, like, yeah, they need to get the passing game going if it's not going to be there for them to run the football. But defensively, I actually don't have any worries. Tyreek Hill has not been the same receiver this season. I think he has had one catch for 30 yards this season. That's it. And that was like a 72-yard catch and run from week 1 in that game against Jacksonville. Jalen Waddle, like you said, is not playing in this game. The guy that I'm worried about for the Niners, though, is Jonnu Smith. This guy's been going off the last few weeks. I had his numbers in front of me, if I'll get that for you in a little bit here. I think he's had 37 catches in the last 5 weeks. He scored like 5 touchdowns, 413 yards. This guy's a red zone monster. They just need to find a way to get him out of the end zone. But no, I honestly, given the injuries and everything, I mean, the Dolphins, I would say the Niners have been more disappointing than the Dolphins this year, but kind of similar seasons in that of what the expectations for the Niners were to get a Super Bowl. But both are 6-8, not really playing well.
Yeah, the Dolphins one's weird just because of Tua and Tim Boyle and Skylar Thompson. Who's the third guy they brought in? Huntley?
Snoop Huntley.
Yeah.
But I think the Niners have this game. I think that Kyle knows McDaniel pretty well. I think they'll find a way to scheme it up and get a win here in Miami.
And again, the whole thing with like Debo, I never liked that notion like Debo likes going against McDaniel, but it's like, but McDaniel's not calling defense. Like that doesn't have anything to do with it. Like he's not going up against his scheme. Brian Flores, Brian Flores though against Brock.
No, not Brian Flores.
Excuse me, not Flores. He's in
Minnesota.
Minnesota
now.
Yeah, D coordinator for the Dolphins.
Weaver,
that's right.
And he was with the Baltimore Ravens a year ago. So, but like we said too.
That's what I was getting at. I was going to say it's somebody who's got a blueprint or in recent memory of being able to shut down Brock. Now, again, do you have the personnel to do it? They've been pretty damn good against the pass. Like they're a top 10 team against
Jalen Ramsey.
Against the pass. And when it comes to stopping the run, they do a pretty good job of stopping the run too. You were talking about tackles being out. That's on the offensive side of the ball, right?
Yes.
Kendall Lamb and Teron Armstead. But in terms of what they do stopping the run, it's funny. The Niners opponent rush yards per attempt. Would it surprise everybody that the Niners were a top 10 team in yards per attempt against?
I don't know.
4.3 yards attempt they allowed. Houston is number 12. They're also 4.3, so they're tied with the Niners there in terms of yards per attempt. You're talking about getting the pass game going. Brock's just got to be less finite, I think. He's got to stop. And again, he talked about this in his conversation with the media earlier this week that he says he wants to play with a chip on his shoulder, but really he said, and you talked about this, he's tried to be too perfect. And the example you gave was the interception he threw in the end zone last week to
the Rams,
to Juwan Jennings. He's got to take what the defense gives him here because this is going to be a tough pass defense. And to your point, you're not going to have a frontline run game. I do think you'll see a variety of runners, but I don't think you're just going to see all three of them for the sake of seeing all three.
No, he probably
wants
won't.
to put in a game plan. I think he wants to get guys going. Now, what did you think about yesterday when Kyle said to us about Debo? I asked him, do you ever make a concerted effort to get the ball into guys' hands? And he said, of course, I absolutely do that early in games. You want to see if you can get a guy going, and certain looks happen in certain ways, and some stuff, it's whatever the defense is going to allot you or give you. But he said, especially early in a game after Debo says things like he said about wanting the ball in his hands, then he says you see the first couple of plays and they go to him, then people all think, oh, they're trying to get Debo going. He says, we have like 5 plays in there for all those guys, 5 for Debo, 5 for Juwan, 5 for Kittle, 5 for McCaffrey, 5 for Ayuk when they're in there. You want to try to get each guy going, but it's based on what the defense is going to give you. Would you anticipate more of that? Or would you anticipate any of that in terms of getting Brock going this week? Like he said, what I thought was interesting is Kyle saying he scripts the first 24 plays. It's 12 runs, 12 passes, and you just don't know which order you're going to get them in.
I don't think anything last week would stop Kyle from doing what he's been doing all season long. So it'll be the offseason where he tries to change the offense. But as of, just because last week they only scored 6 points, I still think he's going to make an effort to give Debo the football and George Kittle and draw plays for them. So, no, just because they didn't have success last week doesn't mean that things won't work against this Miami Dolphins defense. So, I don't think Kyle's going to change the way he calls the plays just because of things that didn't go well last week.
No, I'm with you. Again, it's a different team. It's a different game. It's not on a short week. You've had more time for the game plan for this one. I feel okay about this game. And again, I want to see Brock start to it'd be nice to see him put 3 games together. I think my focus for this part of the season, we were talking, what do you want to see at the end of the year here from the young guys? Yeah, Ricky Pearsall, you want to see stuff from. Sure, we wanted to see Ike Guerrero, but now it's like, does anybody really care what the production level is from Patrick Taylor or from Abonaconda or Keyshawn Vaughn? You're not anticipating these guys are going to be here next year or be factors in this offense next year. It's Brock who I really want to see put together 3 consistent games. I want to see him try to stack a little bit from what we saw from the Bears game, and again, try to open things up. It'll be a great test for him against the Lions, and they'll be banged up on Monday Night Football. They're missing like everybody on their defensive side of the ball. But for me, the back end of the season, these final 3 here are Brock put 3 games together and make sure you can suppress some of that noise around a contract. Because I think 3 games here from Brock at the end of the year where you feel like he is a quality starting quarterback can go a long way in terms of setting up next season.
Not only him, with Debo Samuel too. I think Debo needs to get out of this funk and get over, 20 yards of offense in a game.
Level of confidence that Debo will be out of a funk in the next 3 games?
Low.
It's pretty low for me. I mean, we haven't seen anything to indicate that.
But he can always take one screen pass and go to the house. Like, he would have had that if he caught that pass last week against the Rams. So I understand people saying, like, Debo's washed, don't throw him the football. Juwan Jennings, yes, he's a great playmaker, and so are George Kittle, but this is what you got right now, and you never know what Debo can do in a game, so I wouldn't say that should deter Kyle from scheming up plays for Debo.
No, and I don't think he's going to. I mean, he's out there. He's one of your weapons. You've paid him. He's a wide receiver. He's a starting receiver on the team. I just like him to be more than a $25 million kick returner.
Of course.
It's kind of where I'm at. 707 says, please run the ball and then play action and get the ball to Debo in space. I'm looking for a big Kittle game is what I'm looking for.
Yeah, but you got to in order to set up play action, you have to effectively run the football too. You can't just play action and the defense knows you're just going to throw.
Saying, please run the ball and then play action to get Debo open in space.
Yeah,
you
I know.
Run the ball effectively.
The running game has to be there. They've missed 4 running backs this year. It's been tough.
So you don't think they're going to run the ball well?
No, they can. I mean, it's just different when you have guys changing each week of your running backs.
Well, of course, but it's a guy who's been here, right? So what I'm saying though is, and there's only, and as Tim Ryan will tell you when you hear the interview with him, there's only one way to run in this system. It's one cut through the hole. That's what you're looking for, and that's why McCaffrey's so good because he's the best ever, right? Or one of the best ever. It's just that one cut straight through the hole and then accelerating. Patrick Taylor, I don't think has the same level of speed. I wonder how much they'll throw him the ball and how much, because really that's something we had with Garendo. It seemed like in the last couple of weeks. Not much of it last week, but 2 weeks ago against the Bears where you go, okay, they're throwing out of the backfield. It's not something we saw them do with J.P. Mason. It just seemed like an element of the game plan that was there with a speedy sort of former receiver in Garendo versus what you may get out of Patrick Taylor. So I don't know how they break this up, if there'll be different pass-catching downs and whatnot for these guys, but I'm confident. Again, I've said this before. If there's any player or position group on the offense that I expect, regardless of who's back there, to find some level of success, it's the run game. I don't really care who's back there for a Shanahan running offense.
No,
I kind of feel like if you're going up against you match up and all that, of course, too, but I do feel decent about, again, we've seen this with JaMychal Hasty and Raheem Mostert and Tevin Coleman. And I mean, there's been, not that everybody's been successful, but
Trey Sherman wasn't.
Trey Sherman was not. And I've got confidence, though, that they can find some level of success with a Frankenstein backfield, basically, is what
they probably, if anybody can, it's Shanahan.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you on a Friday. Should we get the guest of the day? We can do that when we come on back. We know Tim Ryan's coming up.
Yeah.
We already did that. That's why we know he's coming up.
Yep.
We recorded that one.
If you want to do this guest of the day, by all means.
You want to do it?
Sure. Marcus Thompson coming up at 3:50.
There you go. Marcus Thompson, 3:50 is your guest of the day. Oh, there's another one.
There's another one. Larry Krueger. What a surprise. Hey, the same guys we have every Friday.
4:50, Larry Krueger, and then Tim Ryan at 4:30 today. Those are your guests of the day.
Oh, hold on. I think we have one more. An Ode to Harmony.
Oh, that's right. What time are we doing the Ode to Harmony today?
5:30. I felt like
this is our last Friday show together of the year, because I'll be here Monday, and then I'm gone through the holiday till January the 2nd.
I feel like we haven't celebrated Harmony enough. Like, she was huge on this show.
Shower her with praise? Is that what you're looking for?
Yes.
Something.
Yes.
Anyway, Harmony, for those who don't remember or know, she was a sophisticated sex robot sent here each and every week throughout football season to help you bang the book. We don't know what her record was, but she always finished on top. That's what we can tell you. She self-destructed on Tom's last show.
She did.
And so we haven't heard from her, but Derek thinks we should pay her an homage. And
yeah, I mean, like, she was so integral to this show for a long time, and that's, I mean, since my tenure of being on this Drive Time show. So I feel like we just, she blew up, and that was the end of it. I feel like we need to celebrate her a little bit more.
About her like she's somebody who passed away. Terry's serious as a heart attack right now, too.
I am serious.
I feel like
no, she was important to us. So, am I wrong, guys?
Maybe you more than us. But.
Well, maybe.
You're making me uncomfortable.
Yeah, okay. I was a big Harmony guy.
Just break out your tissues for 5:30 for multiple reasons.
All right, the Ode to Harmony coming up at 5:30 when we come on back. Warriors got their ass kicked. I guess we'll get into it next on the Sports Leader.
This is Dirty Work, and this is our 49ers tailgate on your proud home of the 49er faithful, the sports leader.
The 49er tailgate rolls on. Go ahead, Tim. You got some highlights for us?
Kuminga, bro. With Draymond having that blocked by John Moran, bro. You think you got an easy layup? That doesn't exist in this game. And now Edey and Draymond get into it off the ball here. Yeah, Edey's been exercised the whole game. I told you about the history earlier in the game with Draymond and Zach Edey. Well, Draymond doesn't like the result. Give it up for Memphis. They are 11-2 in their last 13. They have 13-3 at home, and they won 8 consecutive home games. And the Grizz are legit. They were fantastic tonight. They set a new franchise record for threes made. They put it on the Warriors in the season series, 1-1, and for the first time when playing more than 10 minutes, Steph Curry didn't have a field goal.
Be honest, you forgot that we had highlights.
I did forget we had highlights.
Yeah.
I was more trying to make a joke that we were playing the 49er tailgate rejoin, then we were like, Warriors lose by 51 to the Memphis Grizzlies.
Yeah, it's a 49er tailgate day.
It's a 49er tailgate day. I think everybody's okay. Again, I asked you last week, I was like, who's like the happiest Bay Area sports fan right now? I was like, Giants are back on the table. You know what I mean? Based on what's going on with
I don't
the
know,
Warriors.
man. It sounds like we got to wait for Corbin Burns until after Christmas.
Yeah. I mean, whatever.
All right.
I mean, I was hoping with the ramp up of it and all the conversation around it that, hey, this might get locked up soon. Buster made it a point to go out and get Willie Adamas done. He wanted to make sure he was signed, I guess. He liked the offer and the location, the destination. So, everybody's going to be different when it comes to the free agency. It does seem like there's a lot more trades going on, too. Astros trading Kyle Tucker.
Saw that.
Then they went out and they signed Christian Walker, which is an odd one. They're paying I think it's upwards of $60 million this year
Just saying,
for a handful of first basemen.
The longer it goes, he might change his mind. Not that,
Well, he hasn't changed his mind because he made a decision.
Yeah,
It means they're still negotiating offers. Could be about years. Could be about money. We have no idea. So to say, well, this isn't good that it's taking a while, who knows?
Yeah,
I don't think there's any indication that any decision's been made. And to suggest that it's a bad thing that it's taking longer, just don't know what it is that he's looking for. We have no idea about negotiations.
That's a conversation for another day.
It's bad feelings. How about that? The longer it takes, bad feelings.
I don't know. But
for Giants fans.
They told us that they were in on him. So I don't know why if it goes longer, it's a bad feeling.
Because then maybe Posey has to pivot.
If they're still in on him and he hasn't signed, I'm not sure what the issue is.
All right. Well, I have more of a bad feeling about the Warriors.
I do too. 144-93 the final yesterday. By the way, 48 3-point attempts, 27 made by the Memphis Grizzlies.
Good Lord.
And you heard Bob Fitzgerald there say, first time in Steph's career he played more than 10 minutes and did not record a field goal.
Yeah.
Steph and Draymond have two of the funniest stat lines you'll ever see. Who do you want to hear first? Draymond? 19 minutes.
It's hilarious.
0 for 4 from the field. 0 rebounds, 0 assists, 1 steal, no blocks, 4 turnovers, 4 fouls, 0 points. He was a minus 42.
He was.
Steph was a minus 41 in 24 minutes, 0 for 7 from the field. 6 of those were missed 3-point attempts, which is wild. 3 rebounds, an assist, a steal for Steph. He, too, was a minus 41. So, again, there's nothing. The only positive in the game was Guy Santos. 8 minutes was a plus 4
good old Guy.
in the moments in the minutes that he played.
Okay.
2 games in a row like this where they just get absolutely shellacked. 37 points allowed in the first quarter after 46 points allowed in the first quarter against Denver.
143 on Sunday, 144 last night.
It's sort of funny to see Steve Kerr say before the game, our identity is we're a defensive team. I was like, really? Is that right?
Well, Draymond brought nothing last night.
What's gone on? I mean, I don't. It's not only are they what now 2-9 in their last 11 games. It's been an absolute flip and tailspin from where they were over the first 15 at 12-3.
No,
I mean they can't make shots. They can't defend. They can't make threes. They can't make free throws. It's bizarre that this team was as good as it was for the first 15 and has completely flipped the script.
I feel like it flip flops every night. Like in one night they can't shoot. One night they can't defend, and last night
everything together at once. Yeah.
I know, but last night was just all of that.
Couldn't do anything.
It was terrible. Yeah, as you said, 37 points scored in the first quarter by the Memphis Grizzlies. They only scored 15. I mean, offensively, I'm going to chalk it up to them just not having a groove with Dennis Schroeder in the starting lineup, and Steph was kind of feeling him out and how he is as a player. So they just were just off.
You can chalk up some of that to this, but over the course of 48 minutes.
I'm saying offensively. I'm just saying offensively. Defensively, I don't know why Draymond just totally did not show up last night. And the whole team didn't show up last night. And it's really worrisome when that happens because they didn't play since Sunday. What the hell were they doing all week? So, yeah, to me, this signals the urgency that this team is not as good as we thought they were. And Steph can say, I still think that we're a good team. It's just kind of a wake-up call and whatnot. I'm, kind of paraphrasing there. But, yeah, they're not as good as we thought they were. They were not the 12-3 team that we saw. They're not even the team that beat the Celtics earlier this year. I mean, they have a stinker like this every year. Even Steph talked about it last year. They lost by 52 to the Boston Celtics. I don't even remember that game. This one's in early December. Maybe things will change, but it's becoming a trend now of losing 9 of their last 11. And I don't think you could just say, oh, well, it's December. They're just kind of sleepwalking through games.
They're 14-12 now, isn't that the record?
Yes, they're 14-12.
After starting 12-3, they're 10th place now in the Western Conference. And again, you're looking to win games at this point, but the more distance you're creating between yourself and staying out of that play-in is problematic. You don't want to be bunched up with these teams. I thought they were much better. I thought they were going to be up near the top, maybe the top 4 or 5, but they've got a problematic schedule coming up too. I mean, Minnesota tomorrow, Indiana's no cupcake. Then you get the Lakers and the Clippers who are giving you problems as well. Lakers are above you at 15-12. The Clippers,
not to mention Cleveland and the year that kicked the crap out of them earlier this year.
Yeah. So is this point to any urgency for you better go get a superstar?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
Absolutely. I mean, we'll definitely get into it more next segment, but yeah, I mean, I think that, it's a 51-point loss. And to me, this was reminiscent of, remember the game, I think it was game 5 of the series they played against the Memphis Grizzlies where, John Morant wasn't out there and it was the whoop them trick game where all of them were just like, Draymond was going after the crowd.
What that trick?
Yeah. It was, I think, a 39-point loss. It was terrible. And they came back and won that series, and it wasn't that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things. But that's the last time I felt like, God, I got to turn this off. They're just going to kill tonight. And, yeah, I think that last night showed that you can't wait around until February 6th to make a move.
That's kind of where I was. We'll talk more about that because it's like I'm with you. Like, you're talking Buster Posey not getting the Corbin Burns deal done, or they haven't locked that up, or they haven't, should you feel nervous about it the longer it goes? I'm sitting here like, why are we waiting until February? What are we showcasing with Kuminga? Because you want to keep showcasing that performance from last night, 2 of 11 for 11 points. He looked terrible last night, too.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
They just all look lost out there, so it's tough to hang on one thing. But I'm like, I can't imagine. Again, I said this to you a couple weeks ago, or whenever we were at Almanac 2 Fridays ago, I think it was. And I said, I just can't imagine anything changes in anybody's mind around the league or internally based on Kuminga playing more over the next 2 months. It's not even about him anymore. It's about what do you need to turn this team around. I don't really care what the value is for Kuminga. I want Jimmy Butler. And if you're going to get Jimmy Butler, it's going to cost you Andrew Wiggins, probably Jonathan Kuminga, maybe something else.
Yeah.
But go get it as soon as you can. The further you fall and the deeper you dig this hole, the harder it's going to be to climb out in a Western Conference that's pretty bunched up and stacked in the area that you're in right now. You want to separate yourselves a little bit from where that group is, where you're in the Lakers and the Clippers and the who else is all bunched up with them down here in the play. And Phoenix is right there. Minnesota's right there. San Antonio's sitting right on the outside. The Kings are all bunched up. Like, you've got 12 teams that are all right in this window right here.
Yes.
And the Warriors are not doing anything to separate themselves. And again, this may come down to like that final week of the season that felt very baseball-like last year in the last 2 years, where it was like there's all these different scenarios and so many teams are within a game or two of each other. You got to stay out of that mess and out of that funk. And I think it all starts with getting a player like Jimmy Butler. What he's done at the end of games, he's doing it playing deep minutes. He's on a contract year. He's going to be playing for a contract beyond this season, whether it's here or somewhere else. I just say the deeper you go and longer you wait to get towards February, and maybe they're not willing to move him quite yet. Maybe they're waiting and seeing what else is out there, and they want to see things play out.
I'm sure Miami hasn't gotten the right offer yet.
Yeah, I'm sure that's part of it, or they would pull the trigger on it. But what I'm wondering is, the longer you wait, the more desperate other teams are going to get too. And the more other teams may play themselves into a situation where somebody gets hurt or somebody's banged up and they're like, you know what, maybe we're involved in the Jimmy Butler sweepstakes.
I mean, maybe Phoenix right now has more to offer than the Warriors. I mean, okay, Kuminga's a fine player, but you could have possibly Bradley Beal go in that trade. I would say that Miami would rather have a Bradley Beal than a Jonathan Kuminga.
I would. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Is there urgency now? Did last night's game and did the game against Dallas create any urgency for the Warriors? Do you believe they need to make the trade soon? Like, I'm talking before January ends. I don't want to wait till February 6th, and there's all these teams that are in a bidding war for a guy like Jimmy Butler. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. How quickly do the Warriors need to make a more significant trade? We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
When was the last time you saw a free kick field goal? Derek claims he knew the rule. Do you think he's full of crap? Weigh in at the YouTube chat or the text line all day at KNBR.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday. It's a Skull Friday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. You all right, Tim? You doing okay?
A little under the weather, but we're getting through.
Sack up, bro. It's Friday.
I'm doing great, guys. How are you?
Good. You ready to work on Sunday, Tim?
Oh, I can't wait to be here. What time? 10 a.m.?
10 a.m.
Sweet.
What time are you going to be here?
9:57.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Tim's full of NyQuil today.
I'm all hopped up on Dayquil, or the Safeway equivalent of Dayquil.
I'm gonna need
that's
Tim
good stuff.
I'm going to need Tim to like bring more energy.
I'll work on that, boss.
I'm going to need you to to liven up a little bit.
I need you
there,
coming
right?
on Sunday.
I'm going to need you to come in on Sunday. Adam Copeland, Depop with you. Warriors get blown up by 51. After last night's win, how quickly do you think the Warriors need to make a more significant trade?
Well, let me ask you. Hold on.
Before the Minnesota game.
Is this just? I understand the losing streak and everything, but like the way that they were sounding last night, and we'll throw to Steph Curry here in a little bit, but they're kind of playing it off like, it's a 51-point loss. We got Schroeder. We're feeling things out. I don't know if they feel the same urgency that the fans do right now.
Well, to me, it's less about the 51-point loss and more about the body of work over this 2-9 stretch.
Yes.
That they have consistently shown that they are incapable of doing things that make you a quality team, a contending team, or a championship caliber team, right? They can't close games. They're not doing the little things right. Steve wants them to be a defensive team, and that's always the goal, to be a top 5 defensive team. And I'd say that's what's flipped between the first 15 and the last 11, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is they are nowhere near one of the more elite defensive teams. Part of that was the depth. Steve was pushing in all the right buttons and pulling all the right levers, it felt like, when he was mixing and matching the starting lineup. Then you had a couple of injuries. Then you had some... John Dickinson with us yesterday, he said something about Jonathan Kuminga, and we talked about the showcasing of Kuminga and putting him in the starting lineup. Like, I don't think that's a reason they've spiraled, but it's certainly part of it, the tinkering of that. And he said...
No, they were bad prior to that.
They were bad prior to that, which is why I was like, okay, well, let's shake it up a little bit. He had the big game without Steph and Draymond there where he went for, 33 or something
33,
like that?
but it was a low-scoring game against the Rockets.
Right. It was a very low-scoring game against the Rockets. It was a good win for them.
It was a good win.
He carried the team, and he played a little bit more freely. And again, Rockets at 18-9, I don't know what everybody thinks of them. I don't know if they're contenders, but they're coming as like a good team.
But prior to that, I think the Warriors lost 5 in a row before that Rocket game.
Yeah.
So this is... It's been a cluster, you know what?
Yes.
Like, it's spiraled out of control. I think you just made a move to get Dennis Schroeder, so, like, we're saying, like, they need the urgency to go make a deal for Jimmy Butler. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon, but I don't know. Like, I don't think you can just stand idly by and be like, yeah, 51-point loss, we got Dennis Schroeder. We're trying to feel things out. We'll see. We'll mix and match. Maybe we'll bring Kuminga off the bench again. We'll start him. I think this is just the way this team is going to be. And this depth that we all were about, like the 12-man rotation, 13-man rotation, whatever it was, we're seeing that it's not really as big as strength in numbers as it was we thought it was going to be.
Well, they're not as versatile. Like, again, I thought Steve was making all the right moves because he was mixing and matching, like, sort of for how you would go up against. If there was a right-handed starting pitcher out there with bad numbers against a certain guy, you're going to get that guy in there. I kind of felt like that's how he was managing the lineup, team by team, game by game.
Yeah.
With the exception of Steph and Dre and Andrew Wiggins.
And I know that's good. Like, that's why Steve is really good at what he does, because he feels like he has such a deep rotation that he can mix and match every night and throw something different at the opposing team.
But it's not all that deep right now.
It's not. And also, the best teams in this league have a consistent lineup day in and day out. So I think the Warriors... Yeah, they got their 2-guard in Dennis Schroeder, and he needs to acclimate to the team and everything.
The hope is that will stabilize things, because it's so weird if you look at when this sort of skid started. We have to look at the exact date. I think I was in Hawaii when this happened, when Tim and I were out on the Big Island.
It was the San Antonio game.
When DeAnthony Melton went down.
It was yes, but it was also where they had a 10-point lead against San Antonio.
Yep, coughed it in the fourth.
And then it turned into the 18-point lead against the Brooklyn Nets. It all spiraled out of control from then. So... Yeah, they need to find a consistent lineup, and maybe that guy is Jimmy Butler. Maybe they do need to move on from
Coming
Andrew
around?
Wiggins. I am coming around to it, but maybe there are better moves out there. Like, JD threw out Cam Johnson. I'm not very familiar with his game. I don't watch a lot of Brooklyn Net basketball.
He's a bucket. I mean, he can go score.
And I will go back to this, and I know that you're not big on him. Now with the way the season is going, and I know it's revisionist history, I do think they made a huge mistake not pulling the trigger on the Lauri Markkanen deal. I think that was there. I don't know what exactly was on the table. If it was Podziemski and if it was Kuminga and maybe even if it was Moody, I would have done that deal. I don't know
that it was necessarily about those players. I think it was about the picks.
Then to your point,
Danny Ainge was like, yeah, I mean, I'm with you. I'm like, my thing was, I'm willing to overpay for a superstar to help Steph. I'm willing to mortgage the future to do that. The question is with Lauri Markkanen, and this is what, even when Tom was here, we talked a lot about that. Like, is he a great player, a good player on a bad team, or is he capable of being that level of superstar on a contender? And that's where I'm like, we've seen Jimmy Butler be this for a long time. We've seen him go to the finals. I'm not necessarily opposed to the Lauri Markkanen idea, and I wasn't totally against it. My thought was just, you better be sure that's the guy you're giving up. I don't know, what did Danny Ainge want? You want to name your next 3 kids that were born and he wanted 4 first-round draft picks or something? Like, if you're going to give him that many
What's
draft
in a
picks.
name?
Yeah, exactly. Papa. If you're going to give him that many draft picks, you better be damn sure that's the guy.
Right.
Because if it's not, then, I mean, again, Niners lucked out in getting Brock Purdy and him becoming what he was, but then you're sitting in a Trey Lance situation.
Yeah,
right?
but you've been saying that these next 3 years are all about Steph getting another championship.
I have been.
So if Mike Dunleavy, like, it sounds like Draymond talked him out of that deal, or maybe Steph even talked him out of that deal, and that, you know, you have to think about the future of this team as well. They don't want to gut the whole roster. And I hear you. Lauri Markkanen's a really good player. Is he a championship player? I don't know. Jimmy Butler, yes, he's
a championship player.
But I don't know how he is when he is not the guy on a championship team. And I understand that he's been there, done that. He hasn't won a championship, but he's been the man on the Miami Heat and taken a 7th seed and an 8th seed to the NBA Finals. But I just don't know, like, when Draymond said we have to work around Dennis Schroeder, we have to accommodate to his game. I don't know if Jimmy Butler, at this point in his career, would be willing to accommodate to what the Warriors
Mark
are doing.
Spears says it's not a problem.
Okay.
Mark Spears, especially when you're a guy who labels teams that you're willing to go to, that's generally not, I'll go there, but only if I get to do it. But, like, he knows what he's walking into. If he decides he's okay to be traded, like, I know you're adamant about this. Like, I don't know how he's going to feel. I don't give a damn. If he wants to be traded and he's willing to come to a team, he's got to be willing to do that. He's never been a problematic player in terms of, like, how his teammates view him. He's always been a dog. He's always been a guy who's willing to carry the load. He's an elite defender.
Well, hold on. Can I go back?
I said teammates. I didn't say coaches.
Well, yeah, but I'm also going to say Minnesota with Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah. There you go.
They definitely got into it.
They did get into it, and then he got shipped out. And
Yes.
now Towns is in New York anyway.
But then he became, like, he went to Philadelphia and didn't really vibe with Joel Embiid, and then he became the man in Miami.
Nobody vibes with Joel Embiid. Nobody vibes with Joel Embiid. Nobody. My point is that Jimmy Butler is a future Hall of Famer. He's taken teams to the NBA Finals. He wants an NBA title. If he's made a list of teams he's willing to go to, my thought is he's not going to show up and throw. Like, Steph Curry has so much respect around the league from so many players. I would imagine there's a level of respect there. I would imagine if they could acquire him, they're willing to adapt to him as much as he's willing to adapt to them. I mean, you've made this a lot about, like, is he willing to do that? Like, the intangible of that to me is not something you even consider if he's willing to come here, because it's a 1-year at most deal. And what he can do for you in half a season or 2/3 of a season is exponentially better than what anybody else on the roster is going to do.
It's a big, sexy move. They pull it off. It's kind of like, to me, with DeMarcus Cousins when they signed him. I was like, man, wow, they have a center that can shoot threes.
That was a buy low, though, too, because he was coming off
an injury. Of course, but also in the back of my mind, I was like, man, DeMarcus Cousins, kind of volatile at times, and I don't know how him and Draymond are going to get along. That's just in the back of my mind with him and Jimmy Butler. But I do think...
I'll tell you what, if it was fine with Chris Paul here, I'm not worried about Jimmy Butler.
Fair. I think that they would get better defensively with Jimmy Butler on the floor.
Absolutely.
And I do think while it may not be an upgrade in the youth movement, it's going to be an upgrade with him. If you have to move Andrew Wiggins along with Jonathan Kuminga, yes, it is an upgrade over Andrew Wiggins. So given last night in a 51-point loss, yes, I am willing to trade for Jimmy Butler. But I also want to hear what's on the table out there. If there's another, maybe a stretch 5 that's there. But Jimmy Butler sounds like the best option.
Give me Jimmy and give me Vucevic, and I'm feeling good.
Well, you have to gut their whole roster for that.
Butler is a shot creator, and I feel like that would help Steph. Having somebody that would be able to create their own shot, especially when they're running it through the Steph system, and he's firing threes, and it's great when they're going in. But having somebody else who can get to the rim, that's sort of the Butler that I'm looking for.
There he is. There's Tim in the energy. Look at that.
I'm trying.
Where'd that come from? Pull that out of your ass, Tim? Where'd that come from, huh?
We'll go back to the NyQuil.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627.
Tim has as much energy right now as if he watched two showings of Wicked right now.
Was that a joke? Or
I don't know.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Keith is on 880. Keith, what's going on, man? How you feeling about these dubs? Keith, we got you? Keith. A lot of Keith.
All right, no Keith.
He was there. He was hanging for a while. Keith, give us a call back. We'll get you on, man. First question was, what happened to all this depth? I think the fact is the depth just isn't as good as we thought it was. And remember at the beginning of the year, too, we should look at this, too, with the way the schedule played out. We were saying at the start of the season, is their hot start because they had a soft landing spot to start the season.
I mean, they started against Portland.
It was the 5-game road trip that really skewed my mind, I think, or changed my perception of like how good they were. Because they beat Houston at Houston. They beat Washington at Washington. They beat Boston in Boston. And they were banged up. Boston was that game.
Yeah, but they could easily lost that Houston game.
They could have. At Cleveland, they ended up getting blown out by, but then they beat OKC in an impressive win in OKC.
I mean, looking back on it, their best wins were on the road against the Celtics and on the road against OKC. But that was very early in the season.
It's like week 4 or 5 of the season. Like, we're very early on. So my point, though, is we were talking a bunch about this then. Are they a good team, or were they just beating up on bad teams? And now they're not even playing to the level of any opponent. They've just been inferior to most of their opponents.
Well, let's be fair, too. The good teams that they beat, the Celtics and OKC, it's early in the season for them, too. And Chet Holmgren got banged up in that game.
Got injured, yep.
And the Celtics, I think that they split usually a series against the Warriors every year. So not to go back and be like, oh, they really didn't beat anybody. But, yeah, I feel like, they were, Buddy Hield was making shots. Now he's not. Yeah, no, I'm with you, Copes. I do think that they need to make a move for Jimmy Butler, or if there's something better out there.
Let's go back out to Keith. We reconnected with him. Keith's on Highway 80. What's up, Keith? You're on the Sports Leader.
No, so I have 2 legitimate questions. I'm not trying to be snarky. I'm a Laker fan. I follow the Warriors, but I don't deep dive into the NBA until after football season's over.
Yeah, that's where we are too, man.
Yeah. So my question was, what happened to all the depth they were talking about and having to juggle minutes with the Warriors? And the second thing, I guess this one's a comment. Schroeder, he sometimes wonder when he's playing, like, how is he in the NBA, and other times he looks great.
Yep.
He's very on and off. He played for the Lakers for a couple of seasons, and there was a couple of games where he would just disappear, like he didn't belong in the NBA. So I don't know about him being an answer to any problems. And then my second question, because I haven't been following it, why is Miami wanting to get rid of Butler? Because it seems like he was a linchpin.
I think the reason Miami is open to trading Jimmy Butler is that he's a free agent after this year, and I don't think they're willing to hand him a big contract. So I think they're looking to just probably net something in return, which is why it would probably contract-wise cost Andrew Wiggins and then maybe value-wise draft picks and or Jonathan Kuminga, like to get something, at least get something there. The issue is that they would have to be willing then to turn around and pay Jonathan Kuminga, right? Like if they're going to make that trade, you would assume then maybe they've got to hand him a contract, or the Warriors will have to at the end of this year, or match a contract. So I'm with you, Keith. I appreciate the call in terms of like why would Miami do it? It's
well, do you remember how the season ended with Jimmy Butler and the Miami Heat last year?
No, go ahead.
Jimmy Butler was out for that first round, and he came out and he was on some IG Live thing saying like, if I was out there, we would have beat this team and that team. And
that's right, but you weren't, Jim.
And then Pat Riley did his press conference. He was like, you need to shut up.
Yeah, I remember that.
So I think that there's some hurt feelings still from that, and they don't want to give 35-year-old Jimmy Butler a contract extension.
And Miami's record as it stands right now, they're the 6th seed. They're 13-11, but again, the Eastern Conference.
They always are, though. Yeah. They're always in the play-in. I think they're kind of tired of it.
Well, and if they're out of the play-in, and they're right about 500. They're not like looking like they're a championship roster. If they can move on from Jimmy and try to contend beyond this year, I think that's probably what their thought is. He made a good point too about Dennis Schroeder, which is why when they acquired him, we knew this isn't going to be like a world-beating trade. This isn't going to be something that makes them now a contender. It was a value piece. They needed offense. They really, really, really needed somebody at that position, and this was a cheap enough option to go get. Now, again, I'm not expecting 20 points a night from him. I think he's averaging 18 on the season. Did not have a good game at all. Did Schroeder yesterday in his first game as a Warrior. He played 22 minutes. He was 2 of 12 from the field. Missed all of his three-pointers. Only 5 points and had 4 turnovers in the game as well, but did have 5 assists. So that's a positive thing. Is he's averaging more assists than he generally did or has throughout his career. But this is just a player that's supposed to help you depth-wise. And he's asking, what happened to the depth? Jonathan Kuminga, Lindy Waters, Trace Jackson-Davis, Kyle Anderson, Buddy Hield, Gary Payton, Brandon Podziemski. Part of it is that guys having to play out of position a little bit. Podziemski actually played better than anybody last night. 25 minutes, he went 9 of 13 for 21 points. We still have not seen what it's going to look like where he doesn't have to be a primary playmaker he was the starting 2, plus he was the backup point guard. You don't want to have to do that with him. And that's going to relieve or alleviate some of that pressure, I think, with Dennis Schroeder being here. But to that end, this is not the trade that makes you a contender.
No, not at all. When I saw the trade, I was like, that's nice. I mean, they're getting a starting 2 guard.
And they didn't give up much for him.
Yeah, but like when I thought about Dennis Schroeder in the past, I think about him in OKC or the Lakers. I'm like, he was a good player coming off the bench. Maybe even started a few games here or there with the Thunder and the Lakers, but I never thought he was amazing, and I thought you're going to get killed defensively with him out there. So it was good finally to have a guy next to Steph Curry in the backcourt, but it's not a difference maker. It was basically because you're not getting enough for Brandon Podziemski or any other 2 guards on this team.
Yeah, and they need some more size, too. I mean, I didn't think Kevon Looney was going to be playing as much as he is. Trish Jackson-Davis got 20 minutes last night, but Looney's been starting damn near
Basically, everybody in this rotation that everybody was so fond of to start the season has disappointed since.
Dave, that's pretty much it. What happened to the depth? They just aren't performing.
Buddy Hield is not playing well. Trish Jackson-Davis is not playing well. Brandon Bajemski hasn't played well from the jump. It's been a real disappointment.
It's been tough as the Warriors fall in their... What is it? 9th loss in their last 11 games now, and they fall to the 10th spot in the Western Conference, of 14-12 after a 12-3 start.
Okay, so let me ask you this: if they do make a deal for Jimmy Butler, best case scenario, where does this team go?
Out of the play-in.
You think so?
You mean what's their ceiling with Jimmy Butler?
Yes. What is their ceiling?
It's tough to tell at this point. It really is.
You're moving Kuminga and Andrew Wiggins for Jimmy Butler.
That's what I'm saying. Is it's tough to tell because you don't know what the rotations look like. You don't know what the depth looks like. We don't know what their record is when they get him. I think with Jimmy Butler, if you can avoid the play-in, if you're like the 5 seed, if you could get to a 5 seed, I think you could be a contender with those 3 players. With I mean, what Buddy Hield could bring you off the bench potentially as a scorer when you tighten up the rotations. You've got a lockdown defender and a guy like GP2. Again, I don't know what the ceiling is. I just know that they need more than they have right now. And whether that's a combination of guys like Vucevic or Zach LaVine or Jimmy Butler, they probably need more than just Butler is the issue, especially if you're going to give up a couple of wing-talented players like that. But Jimmy's also a guy who can come out and play you 35 minutes a night.
Okay, so let me go through with the standings. Sorry, go ahead.
I just mean he can play a lot for you. So you can supplant some of that when you get to the back end of the season anyway. You're shortening up rotations and you're willing to take the reins off of some guys and let him play more. Also, you alleviate all of the hope that you have for Steph to not have all that pressure on him or the weight of the offense on him every single night. Last night, a terrible game for Steph. Would be nice to have somebody else out there who can score. When your next best player is Draymond, who's purely a defender, really. You need somebody else who can be a bucket, and Jimmy can do both of those things for you as like a rich man's Andrew Wiggins, you know?
Okay, so just going through it, if they add Jimmy Butler and lose Jonathan Kuminga and Andrew Wiggins, just going through these teams that are at top of the standings, are they better than the OKC Thunder? I'm saying no.
No.
Are they better than Memphis Grizzlies?
No, probably not.
Are they better than the Houston Rockets? I'll say yes.
Yes.
Are they better than the Dallas Mavericks?
I think they could be on par with them.
Yeah.
I think they could be. That could be a good matchup. If you got those 3 and you're going up against them, I think they're on par. If you add Jimmy, but again, it's about what the depth in the rotation looks like beyond that. What is your starting lineup if you added Jimmy Butler? Is it Steph, Schroeder, Jimmy, Draymond, and either Trace Jackson or Kevon Looney? So there you go. I mean, you plug him in for Andrew Wiggins. When you go to the bench, though, then what happens?
Yeah. I just think that
you can have a true bench then, by the way.
It's really hard to tell because, on paper it sounds good with Jimmy Butler, but coming into the season, we said this Western Conference is stacked, and there's so many good teams, like the Denver Nuggets right now, 14-11, the 6th seed right now.
What other option do you have, though?
I know, but
you can't just sit here.
I know, but like Minnesota Timberwolves right now, they're the 8th seed. Phoenix Suns are the 9th seed. I just don't. Yes, they need to do it, but I don't think it's just easier said than done that they're going to be back in contention with Jimmy Butler.
No, but you're more of a contender with him than you are without him. I never have the thought of like, yeah, but it doesn't make you a champion, so don't do the trade. I'm like, but they're not a champion now. We know what they are now. They're average.
Yeah,
they're extremely average.
They need to do something.
Some nights they're bad, so they have to do something again. And I wouldn't have the same urgency or adamant thought about it if Steph and Draymond weren't here and if Steve weren't on the short deal. You know what I mean? They got a couple of years left. If you were going to sign those contracts, what was the point if you're not going to go all in to try to get another title?
You're right.
Somebody had texted in earlier and said Warriors need a rebuild. I'm like, we're past that window, bro. We shot way past
they had the opportunity
window.
to do that.
They're not rebuilding, and you don't rebuild in the NBA. You tear down, you got to be horrible, and then you got to hit.
You got to tank.
You can't be the 11th pick in the draft every. We saw this for 25, 30 years of the Warriors. You can't be the middle of the lottery and end up time after time. The Warriors hit gold over 2 drafts or whatever with like 3 or 4 guys, and it was incredible. Like teams just don't do that and build the way they have. The Boston Celtics did, but Danny Ainge stacked so many draft picks, and he's hoping to do the same for the Utah Jazz. I would just say that if you want to rebuild, it's not coming until after Steph, and I think you're going to have to be real bad for a little bit before you get real good again.
You ain't rebuilding if you sign Steph Curry to a contract extension.
It's not happening.
No.
He wouldn't be here if that were the case.
Now, you had an opportunity. Like, last year, we had the same conversation of should they rebuild, and I thought maybe they should have with Steph and try to do that, but now with them like making the swings to get Paul George and Laurie Markkinen and all these other guys, they really want to win for Steph, and I totally understand that.
Yeah, I'm with that. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Friday. Let's get into the weekend slate of football. Dude, tomorrow's a smorgasbord of football. The CFP gets going tonight. We got more games tomorrow, plus 2 NFL games tomorrow. We get the Ravens and the Steelers, which is a great one. You get Texans and the Chiefs tomorrow.
Close the blinds. I ain't moving.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, close the blinds. We'll talk more about the weekend that is for the college football slate and the NFL slate. Should be a lot of fun. We'll get into that next only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
John Lynch joined the morning show this morning with his thoughts on how the 49ers move forward versus the Miami Dolphins after a poor performance and a loss to the Rams. Check out that podcast and more at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
This is Dirty Work, and this is our 49ers tailgate on your proud home of the 49er faithful, the sports leader.
Football.
This music has me feeling nicey.
Hell of a weekend of college football and NFL football, but we'll get into the college stuff first. It's really about the Saturday slate. This is a fun time of year where you get Saturday games.
Yeah.
I love when this crops up. And for the first time ever, we've been clamoring for it really since I was a kid.
CFP?
Yeah. Ever since the BCS. I mean, I hated the BCS as a kid. I was like, what's the point of this?
Yeah, I didn't like it all predetermined where it's like, oh, yeah, let's just make the championship game the best two teams of college football. Let's let it play out.
Yeah, let it play out. And I know people are going, I've had debates about this already where people are going, so I talked to a guy the other night in front of Tupelo up in North Beach, my guy Oliver, and he was saying, yeah, dude, Copes, you said something to me a couple of weeks ago because I was arguing with him. He goes, you don't think that there's teams in the SEC like Alabama or even below them who would be better than SMU or Clemson? I go, I do think that. But do you really want to see Missouri, SMU? No. I want to see the top teams in the country get an opportunity, and whether there's upsets or not, just like the point of the 64-team or 68-team college basketball championship, the NCAA March Madness tournament, it's not about will the 16 have a chance to go to the Final Four. It might happen, and if it does ever happen, we'll all be stoked about it because it's a great story. We love to see that stuff go down. Anybody who watches SMU or Clemson, or if there's one of these low seeds, Clemson knocking off Texas maybe tomorrow, right? That's what we're looking at potentially.
Possibly.
If we see that go down, then you're like, cool, this is a fun ride or it's a fun run. The parity is what's going to be exciting. We're going to see teams at home campuses. That's the coolest thing. We have the first one tonight, Indiana at Notre Dame.
That's going to be fun.
At Notre Dame. And it's like
the snow going down, baby.
It's a snowy game. Yeah, I'm looking at the under on that game, by the way, right now.
Probably the smart move.
Scoping it out.
Yeah, also, I mean, the teams that have buys, sounds like Georgia's not going to get Carson Beck back. So I can see them getting upset pretty early because I don't know how Georgia won that game against Texas with that quarterback. That guy cannot throw a football down the field.
So tonight at 5 o'clock, so about an hour and a half away, we do have one bowl game going on right now, the Union Home Mortgage Gasparilla Bowl.
Oh,
what a classic.
I watched it every year.
It really rolled off the tongue.
Big Gasparilla, man.
I love a good Gasparilla.
The Green Wave, not really waving anything right now. Maybe waving points. They're down 19-0 to Florida in the Gasparilla Bowl. But the first leg of the CFP gets going tonight. Indiana 11-1 taking on Notre Dame, 11-1 at Notre Dame. Notre Dame was a 7.5-point favorite when this one opened, but tomorrow is the full slate. It's going to be a whole lot of fun.
Mm-hmm.
SMU Penn State 9 a.m., Texans Chiefs at 10 a.m., Clemson in Texas at 1, Steelers at Ravens 1:30, Tennessee Ohio State at 5, and then we'll get into the Sunday slate after that. How are you going to manage this? You got double screens out?
I have 2 screens.
You got to go 2 screens.
And the Warriors are playing tomorrow too. They've got to squeeze that in.
Forget about it.
Only if they don't lose by 40.
Yeah,
exactly. I promise you something I won't do tomorrow is squeeze in the Dubs in the middle of this football slate.
Oh, squeeze it in. Hopefully they stay competitive against the Timberwolves.
Is there anything less, does anything seem, are you less interested in than when you're in the middle of an awesome day of college football or NFL and there's all these cool games, all this stuff going on, and you glance over and there they are on the hardwood and you're like, this doesn't mean anything to me right now.
Yeah, because I always feel
December.
Yeah, because I always feel Warriors, what are you doing going up against football right now? That was the case last Sunday night when I was watching Packers and Seahawks.
They got 82. They're trying to go up against football.
Believe me, I'm aware. But
get the game in.
I feel like Tom, where it's like, oh, so pure, just separate it out a little bit.
Oh, okay, so pure.
But tomorrow is really cool. But I will say this: I don't know if I love putting the college football games with the NFL games. There could have been a way to separate the two. Because while it's cool to have
there isn't.
Go ahead.
The NFL has not played Saturday. That's the only way that can happen. College football's day is Saturday. They didn't. This is the thing too. Is it's not like anybody got together and were like, well, we're going to do this up against the NFL. The NFL schedules their games. The CFP decided to do it. They'd have to be playing weekday games then for the CFP, and they're not going to do that because it's not prime viewing availability.
I'd be down for that.
I know you'd be down for it because you just don't want the games on at the same time. Nobody's caring about nobody's looking at this and going, oh man, we're just going to have to go up against them. They're scheduling their games and they know they're banking on the CFP being the marquee viewing event.
Okay, but do you think people are going to watch the CFP over some of these NFL games?
I think you are unique in that nobody else is doing, not nobody, but it's not like everybody is all in on watching everything like you are. You're thinking about it from your perspective of we obsess over this stuff. Not everybody's like, damn it, I'm not going to get to watch Chiefs and Texans because the CFP's on. It's football. Everybody's stoked that there's this much football on, aren't we?
Yeah, I know.
You're just like, I want to be able to watch every snap of every play.
I do.
Well, then I don't know what to tell you. You can't. Then tape it and watch it later. I mean, Well, so tell me how you think this could have been done. They would have to play weeknight games for the CFP, and they're not going to do that because they
You
want to
could
get
have the
multiple
earlier slate games. You could have SMU and Penn State on earlier. Then you could have Clemson and Texas.
You could have it on earlier. So you want to play the game at like 8 a.m. local time?
No,
here in
I'm
the
talking
Bay Area?
about 9 a.m. 9 a.m. That's the way the game is already.
Right, so
SMU
it's,
at Penn State.
a 1 p.m. local kick.
Yes, and then Clemson at
It's
Texas.
a 12 p.m. local kick.
Yes, Clemson at Texas at 1, and then you have Tennessee at Ohio State. I don't know,
What I'm saying is none of the CFP games are competing with each other.
I know that. But they're competing against the NFL.
Dude, it's not like they're pitted against them. The NFL plays on Saturdays every year, and if they're going to do the CFP, you're always going to have bowl games that are up against NFL games.
Yeah, but the
on
NFL
Saturday.
usually waits when college football is done to do their Saturday games.
So why are you griping at college and not griping at the NFL? You're like the NFL. You're saying they could have scheduled these
They
games
had to
earlier.
have their Christmas Day games.
There you go. The NFL decides they're going to play on every day of the week. Nobody else is going to sit back and be like, well, I guess we can't do anything because the NFL's going. Everybody's in on the CFP.
You think more people are going to watch the CFP than the NFL tomorrow?
I know more people are going to watch the CFP tomorrow than are going to watch the Chiefs and the Texans.
Steelers, Ravens?
Yeah, because that's a Peacock game.
It's not a Peacock game. It's on
NBC
Fox.
It's an NBC/Peacock game. One of them is
the earlier game.
The Texans
An AM
and
game.
Chiefs is. Yeah, dude. I think people are gonna sack in all day and watch college football.
Well, I am regardless. So I should stop
like if you're at a bar, it's gonna be on everywhere. You're
Yeah,
gonna
I
get all
know.
of it in. I don't know what the gripe is that there's too many good games on. That's your gripe.
Or on KNBR 680 and KNBR 1050.
Our KNBR family of sports.
Thank
networks.
you, Tim. No, I mean, I don't know. I think it's interesting that college football would like to go against the NFL in that way.
This is a hollow argument. I don't know what the argument is here. They're not going against them. They're playing their games.
I would just like them to schedule things around my time.
That's
Dual
all
TVs, you got this.
You have two TVs. I don't know what the gripe is.
I'm fine. Either way, I'm
Anybody
good.
else got a problem with all the games tomorrow? I was like, this is going to be sick. And Derek's like, I guess.
I was thinking about it this week when there
I
was
wish
like,
they spaced it out.
what was it, Wednesday and Tuesday where there was nothing on? I was like, man.
I'm sorry.
really
I'm sorry. Do you like? Can you blame me? Like, you hear my dad all the time complain about I don't want this game on
I
against
don't
this
hear
game.
anything your dad says ever.
All right,
No,
fair
I
enough.
don't. I did not hear him gripe about the. No, I don't like the ratings on this one. They drew it a 4.4. What the hell he's talking about half the time?
Sunday slate. You got the Lions at the Bears, Eagles at Commanders, Vikings at the Seahawks. Yeah, pretty good slate.
I'll tell you what my gripe is just Saturday and like they could just move them all back to Sundays, but they wanted to play their Christmas Day game, so you had to get some teams in on the Saturday, so they had to move it back. I wonder what happens when they change the schedule for the NFL again.
We'll see.
Also, if they expand the CFP at any point.
Probably will.
If we get it up to 16.
I know, but I think it'll go pretty well this time around.
Yeah, I'm all in on this. I don't know how you would change the schedule of the games tomorrow because you got a 9, a 1, and a 5 for your 3 college football games. Which one intrigues you the most? Outside of, I know you're Texas and Clemson.
Yeah, I want to see how Texas and
How
Clemson.
you feeling about that game, by the way? Texas 12.5-point favorites as it stands right now.
I definitely want to lay the points with Texas.
Yeah, I'm not that confident in those points. Clemson's not that good, though.
Yeah, but Texas, they're good. They just have, they lost the same team twice this year. I think Texas wins this game. I don't know about going forward. They didn't have to play ASU whenever matchup. Yeah, ASU would be next. I think they get this one done, but I think it's going to be a very close game.
Yeah, the Clemson, and so you would take Clemson the points if you had to.
Yes.
It's almost 2 touchdowns. Kind of like that. Betting this is going to be so weird because it's nothing we've ever seen before. Home campuses, then we'll get into the neutral games. Is the second round neutral games?
No, it's at bowls.
It's at the bowl. The bowl? I'm sorry. Explain to me.
Like the Sugar Bowl, the Rose Bowl. It will not be in the home team stadium.
That's what I'm saying. So it's a neutral site.
Yes.
So it is a neutral site game in the second round. This is the only round where you get at home, which is funny because if you're the high seed, you get the bye, but you don't get a game at home.
Correct.
And the 4 key bowl games: Rose, Sugar, Orange, and
I'll miss one.
Toilet.
Thank you. No, what is it? Orange, Sugar, Rose. Why am I forgetting the last one?
The Fiesta?
Fiesta Bowl.
No.
Wait, is it?
No. Come on. You guys are.
Rose Bowl, Sugar Bowl.
I'm just blanking on it for 1 second. You guys.
The microphone's not even close to your face.
I wasn't talking to you. 4 major bowls.
Who the hell are you talking to?
Rose,
then?
Sugar. I was talking to myself. Fiesta, Orange. Yeah, you guys got it.
Okay. Maybe listen to Tim before you poo-poo it.
It's okay. In your defense, I'm wrong very often.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop. Dirty work rolls on. See Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader. Faithful, crack one open, fire up the grill, because the official Dirty Work tailgate is cooking on KNBR.
Dirty Work on a Friday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Marcus Thompson going to join us in about 20 minutes or so. Yep. At 3:50. We'll see how urgent he is. By the way, there's the New Year's 6 were the 6 bowl games. See how urgent Marcus Thompson is to make a trade for the Warriors is what I was going to say. People are checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials. Text on at 808 KNBR. Cotton Bowl is the one I was thinking of. Peach Bowl is the other. So there's 6 bowl games and they rotate them in.
Right. Yeah, but the 4 games will be the Sugar Bowl, Rose Bowl, Fiesta Bowl, and what's the 4th bowl I'm forgetting?
Sugar Bowl, Rose Bowl, Fiesta Bowl, Cotton Bowl, Peach Bowl. Then we just did this again.
No, but
Sugar, Cotton, Peach, Fiesta, Orange, Rose. There you go.
Right, but which ones are Oregon playing at, Georgia playing at, ASU playing at?
It doesn't really matter. Those bowl games all lost their meaning basically entirely when they started making them the Final Four of the initial CFP, and then they would just rotate them in and out each year.
Basically.
Because it used to be, conference champions from different conferences matched up, and, the Big Ten against the Pac-12 and the Rose Bowl and all that stuff. But once they just started making the bowl games sponsors effectively of the playoff, that's pretty much all there was. Now, it doesn't really matter to me who wins what. Like in the semi, they'll call it the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl, be Arizona State against the winner of Clemson, Texas.
Yes.
Oregon will be the Rose Bowl, winner of Ohio State and Tennessee. How sick would that be? Oregon, Ohio State again.
It was a good game first time.
It was a great game the first time around. The VRBO Fiesta Bowl is Boise State against the winner of Penn State and SMU, and then Georgia will play in the All-State Sugar Bowl against the winner of Indiana Notre Dame tonight.
All right. Either way,
then you get all 6 of them, because then the semifinal will be the Cotton Bowl and the Orange Bowl. So you're still getting all 6 of those New Year's 6 is what they used to be called, the New Year's 6 bowl games. So there you go. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. John Lynch joined Murph and Rod Brooks today. He joins the morning show every Friday throughout the football season. And for the first time, he checked in on how the team handled the Devondre Campbell situation. Are we back done with this? I think I'm about done with the Devondre Campbell thing.
Yeah, but we haven't heard John Lynch talk about it.
No, we haven't. And he did give a brief statement last week earlier this week after they suspended him. Here's what John Lynch had to say when asked about his confrontation. Remember, we found out that John Lynch was the one who sent him to his room. He was like, "You're not going to play. Get your ass off the sideline." Reported by Jay Glazer on Sunday that it wasn't just Devondre going back to the locker room by himself. He was sent to the locker room by John Lynch. Here's what John Lynch said when he was asked by the morning guys about his confrontation with Devondre.
Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot was made of it in terms of being a confrontation. I'm not sure it was a confrontation. It was a quick conversation. I think we had a little signal going in that his energy wasn't right. Kyle had a conversation with him, and we thought everything was going to be all right. It wasn't, and you could see that right away during the game. At some point, it became clear to me he was refusing to go in the game, and we had a couple linebackers down, and so. And then, as you're watching it, they come out of half and whatnot. I think, it was becoming a distraction in what was, essentially a playoff game for us. And at that point, Kyle's coaching the team. I usually don't go down until late in a game, but, I could see that it was really becoming a distraction as one by one players, coaches were trying to get him to go. And I finally just said he needs to, I need to go see what's going on. And if what's going on is what I think's going on, he needs to get off the field. And so that's simply what it was. And that's how it ended up. And it's unfortunate. It's nothing that anyone wanted, but you can't stand for that. Just as we're talking about finishing and having each other's back, when you have something contrary to that, that's not who we are. It's not who we'll ever be.
What possible explanation could he have?
I don't know. I don't know, and I don't think I'll ever find out. So we'll leave it at that. But he's no longer here, and we'll move forward.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much what we thought. John Lynch, being a former player, was like, I'm not going to tolerate anybody not willing to go into a football game. You're making it all about you, so get off the field.
What's interesting about that, too, is he made it sound, it was more of a conversation and blah, blah, blah. But whatever the report from Glazer was, he brought up the nickname players talking 47 Red or whatever they call him. Red 40, whatever.
Yeah, Red 47.
Red 47, like when he gets beat red and he gets all, like he's a maniac, like he gets red. Like, I don't know that it went that far, but I feel like if Glazer's reporting that, there was probably more
excitement from John Lynch's standpoint.
I would say, probably more.
You don't want to be here? All right. Get your ass off the field.
Or the reaction after the fact. You know what I mean? Or the steaming moment about him and how that went down. Like, not that he was going to be a distraction to his own team, John Lynch, but that they knew, based on his demeanor and how he carries himself generally, that he was not in a good mood.
Yeah, I mean, as we talked about earlier this week, we have 3 former players as general managers of the Bay Area right now. And all these guys need to act diplomatically when they have to talk to the media. So I don't think that John Lynch is going to come on today with this morning and be like, I told Devondre Campbell, hit the bricks.
Told him I was going to whoop his ass.
Get your ass out of here.
Dude, seriously.
I'm going to beat you like Derek Brooks and Warren Sapp back in the day when they didn't agree with me on something.
Get beat like you stole something.
Yeah.
Shout out Hayden Parents here at the beginning of
Don't forget
Remember
about our
Times.
guy Mike Greer, former player as well.
I'm not forgetting about him.
Mike Greer Sharks. We're not stressing about Greer, though. Greer knows what he's doing.
He can handle his business.
Yeah, Greer's handling stuff down there at the tank. Moving on here with John Lynch. More Mike Greer Sharks.
I caught a bunch of that Sharks game last night. They're fun to watch, man.
Better than the Dubs.
I could have used down on the Dubs in the first quarter.
Could have used Celebrini scoring that first goal last night. Jeez, the Sharks pool's killing me, Copes.
Yeah, I know. That's why I got out. I had to get out. I'll get back in, but I had to get out. I'm a front-running Sharks pool player.
When are you getting back in?
When they start scoring more goals. I got out a couple of seasons ago where I was like, I don't know who any of these guys are.
You should get back in now. Now is the time.
Yeah.
No, I'll do it next year.
They're on the bounce up right now.
Well, yeah, I can't get in mid-season.
It's too late.
I can't get in mid-season. I'm not going to catch anybody in the fins.
Nicole, call him out for that.
Plus, I'm the best drawer. I think Nicole's okay that I admit I'm a front-running Sharks watcher.
Okay.
Start paying attention to the playoffs, you know what I mean?
She'll really respect that with all caps.
I thought Nicole would respect me for that. I thought Nicole had a lot of respect for me and my Sharks
fandom. Colorado's a really good team.
John Lynch on making sure free agents are going to fit the culture of the locker room. You brought this up a little bit yesterday. We didn't talk to Kyle about it per se, but we've talked about, and Larry Krueger, I think, has had a lot of the some good comments on this on Niners Nightly and on our pre- and post-game show about how when you grab a player off of free agency or in free agency and you have not a delicate culture, I think a lot of times you believe when you have a great culture that you can withstand more or you can put up with more. But guys who are self-serving or who have this type of attitude, I mean, I don't know that anybody could have ever seen this coming. I don't know if this is a book on him or something that people think about Devondre Campbell around the league.
Right.
I think it was surprising to all of us. And the fact that we've gotten no explanation about it just means to me it was as piss poor of a selfish decision by him as we could have thought. If there was really something bad about him or something mental health-wise going on or something, one, the Niners wouldn't have handled it the way they handled it. And two, his agent would have put something out. There would have been a statement. There would have been something out there. There would have been a comment, a self-serving, even like, oh, no, poor me type thing. Haven't seen any of that, which to me just means dude's just kind of a D.
Yeah.
Dude just flipped on his team and didn't want to be there. So John Lynch asked about making sure when you have a culture like the 49ers have, and again, people still text it every couple of days. I've seen this. Kyle lost the locker room. No, he didn't. One guy got pissed that he lost all of his playing time because he wasn't good. I don't know why anybody would side with that side of it in saying he blew up the locker room. Nobody's seen him since he left the field or spoken to him since he left the field. And the way that all the players came out in support of Kyle and in support of what went down and their hatred for what Devondre Campbell did should tell you exactly what you need to know about how the locker room has handled this situation. I don't believe that there's a deeper problem whatsoever.
This was the Marcus Thompson thing when he came on and he said the players were like, this thing on? Okay, I'm ready to talk.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's hear more from John Lynch here talking about making sure free agents are going to fit the culture of the locker room.
You know, and that's the dangers. Free agency can be really good to a team, but it's not as thorough of, in one way you get to watch a player's track, history throughout in the NFL. In the draft process, we go much deeper into their character, and we have this library. I think there were some things said as he left Green Bay. We had comfort because some people had been with him, in Atlanta and whatnot, and it didn't work out. And that happens sometimes in free agency, but it's always a good lesson that you got to be really careful because I think especially when you have a team that's really forged a strong culture together, it stick out like a sore thumb when you're not one of us. And so, it's another lesson that you always look at that as much or more than you look at the talent and the abilities, and it's a great lesson.
I mean, now they're saying, I know Kyle yesterday said that, or 2 days ago said that it was a mistake to hire him. And obviously you say that once he doesn't want to go back into a football game.
I kind of thought after that Rams game it was a mistake. First one.
I mean, early on it was a mistake.
He didn't play well.
No, he did not. He did not play well. And as we've been saying, he was the second option or possibly even the third option. But yeah, like that's what I totally get what they're saying. Where the last few years they've established this culture under Kyle Shanahan, and to bring someone in from the outside to be as hungry as everyone else to go after another Super Bowl, it's a lot to ask, because I don't think Devondre Campbell feels the same way that Nick Bosa does from a year ago, or Fred Warner, or any of these other guys that were so close to winning a Super Bowl.
They don't have the roots. They don't have the ties. They don't have the emotion to what they've been through and what the organization has been through.
But that should never prevent you from going after free agents.
No, it shouldn't. But again, I think this is an outlier case.
No, of course it is. But I think, Kyle talked about it yesterday too, where it's like, I think we have to be a little precautious in the future about guys that may have checkered pasts, that when they're put in a situation of, okay, well, you're not going to start today. How are you going to handle that? Obviously, Devondre Campbell had a huge issue with, I don't think it was Dre Greenlaw. I think it was D. Winters getting the start over him. And, yeah, he made it all about himself. And, not that it was ever to this degree, but last year with Chase Young, he didn't fit the scheme or possibly the mentality of the football team. So that's why I think going forward, they're obviously going to sign free agents. They have to. But I think that Kyle and John are really focused on creating a culture of 49ers football they're going to build from within with drafting guys. I think that's what their focus is going to be.
Well, they did
forward.
Because they built the team culture from within anyway. I mean, the free agents that they added were pieces that Kyle wanted when he first got here. We talked about that, Richburg and Juszczyk and Jet McKinnon and all the guys he went out and added. And then they built a culture within again, you can't be sustainable for as long as they have. And I know people are mad they haven't won the big one. They have been a sustainable and one of the most successful franchises in the NFL over the course of the time that they have been here. And that starts with rebuilding a culture. They had a great winning culture with Jim Harbaugh, but that thing was short-lived and it was not sustainable based on the personnel that was on the team. And Dante talked to us about that on Wednesday, I think, when he joined us. And we talked about, what would have happened then or how guys showed up ready to play. And he said, look, guys had off-field problems. He'd mentioned Aldon Smith and Bruce Miller and all the guys who were tied to that
Ray
team.
McDonald.
All the stuff that went on, behind the scenes and off the field. But what he said is when those guys showed up, they were ready to play. They knew what the job was that had to get done. I'm not saying guys don't have problems off the field, but this team is a much different team in terms of construction and character and personality, I believe. And it's why we've already seen nearly twice as many years of Kyle Shanahan as we did Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, so, look, this is probably, for me, last time we bring this up, as I said last week, I understand that Devondre Campbell not going into a football game is a big deal because it's a player refusing to do what all these other guys are willing to do, sacrifice their body for a football game. And this guy said, no, I'm good. I'm going to make my other teammates play on injuries, and I'm just going to be selfish and go back in the locker room. I totally get that that's a huge deal in the game. But in the grand scheme of things, as I said last week, they lost the game because of them not scoring enough touchdowns.
They didn't even done any touchdowns or no red zone attempt. I mean, they didn't do anything offensively.
Yes.
Zero anything on offense.
It was Brock Purdy's performance. It was Deebo Samuel's performance. And to me, that was the nail in the coffin. So they need to finish the season strong. And whatever happens in the offseason happens.
Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb. It's a Dirty Work on a Friday. Marcus Thompson going to join us coming up in about 5 minutes here. We also spoke to Tim Ryan earlier. Derek and I did. We'll play that for you at 4:30. Larry Krueger at 4:50 tonight. And then we have an ode to our fallen sex robot, Harmony. Self-destructed on Tom's last show. We'll have an ode to Harmony plus something else coming tonight, too.
Could possibly
be a special announcement coming. After we do our ode to Harmony at 5:30.
A lot of special announcements.
There's no need to laugh, Copes. This is serious.
All right. Marcus Thompson joins us at 3:50. That's next.
Very serious show.
We'll get into what's going on with
we lost Harmony.
With the Warriors and the trade deadline. Is there any urgency after a 51-point loss? We'll do it next with Marcus, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors lost by 51 to the Memphis Grizzlies. 51. What's the worst L you've ever taken? Tell us on our YouTube chat, but only if it's by more than 40.
You're listening to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa. On your home for all things 49ers for the last 20 years. KNBR, the sports leader.
Dirty Work on a Friday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We do it every Friday with the best sports writer in the country. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic joins us on the UMA guest line. What's up, Marcus? How are you, bro?
it's kind of cold. My knees is cracking like an old man. I can tell the weather's coming.
Jeez.
I just went through this during the 2 commercial breaks ago. I said to Derek, I was like, dude, I think I'm getting to the age where things just hurt now for no reason. My knee was hurting me, and he was like, you're not drinking enough water. I was like, what?
It's the best offer.
That's like the answer to everything.
I know. That's exactly what I thought. I was like, what? This isn't he's like, you're not hydrating enough.
That's all I could give you.
I was like, my knee is sore.
It's literally the correct answer, though. Drink some more water.
Thank you, Marcus.
Drink water and my knee won't hurt anymore?
Yes.
Yeah, basically.
And it's going to rain?
And it's going to rain, right?
That's what the knee tells you, man. When it gets sore, you start creaking. We talk about this, I think, every year. You're a really, really good, generally a very good gift giver from conversations we've had over the last few years. Like Christmas time. Are you done with all your Christmas shopping?
Oh, yeah. I've been done.
You usually lock that up early, right?
Oh, yeah. I did my last purchase in Las Vegas when I was there for the NBA Cup.
More online shopping, Marcus?
I do a mix. I don't know. Online shopping is starting to be a little grifty, a little griftery.
Okay.
I guess. Like, there's too much Temu and Shine products out there.
Bro.
I got to hold some stuff in my hand now. I used to be cool with it, but now I don't know. Too much drop shipping for my liking.
Fair enough.
You got to make sure you know what you're getting. I imagine for your daughter, things are getting more complicated gift-wise. I mean, you've been through the electronic things now, right? You've done the phone and all that?
It's easy now. All I got to do is, make her look fly. That's it.
Nice.
So I'm the one that, because of my access to the flyest people on the planet, rich young millionaire athletes, I know what the latest is, so I can just say, hey, this is what the kids are wearing now. You know what I'm saying? And then it's boom. I get it for her. She's a superstar at the school. Dad's cool. That's how it works.
Yeah, I remember last year she gave you a list, Marcus. Are you done with the list, or do you actually know what to get her now, or is she still giving you a list of what she wants?
I mean, I kind of ignore the list anyway because I kind of know what I want, but I didn't even get the list. I was just like, we're done here. You'll be fine. But, plus the senior year, like she's about to graduate, so I'm more like, you're going to want that gift. You don't want these little regular old Christmas gifts. I'm saving up for the big dance when you get out of my house, that party.
All right, we've talked long enough without getting to the Warriors.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even
for good reason.
Yeah, I mean they stink. I mean, it's 51-point loss. They go 37 the first yesterday. They go 46 in the first to Dallas Mavericks. Mavericks set an all-time 3-point made record for a game in NBA history. Then Memphis comes back and sets a franchise record for 3-pointers made. I guess the simple 30,000-foot question is there any urgency to make a bigger trade right now after what's gone on over the last 11 games?
I mean, the urgency is there. Are the candidates there?
Yeah.
That's the real question. Like, it feels like if it was there, they almost have to do it. Like, look at them. They're in the 10th spot right now.
Yep.
They were just 3 or 4. Now they're down to 10, fighting for their play-in lives. But the problem is none of the good deals are there now. It's one thing I learned from Bob Myers a long time ago. It's like the real deals, the good stuff comes closer to the deadline when people get desperate. And that's over a month away. That's a lot of games. So everybody's still feeling pretty good about their chances, except for like the teams like Brooklyn and Utah who like want no part of victories. So to me, they would do it. But if you do it now, you miss out on potential bigger stuff later because you got to cash in the 1 or 2 chips you have. So if they trade for like a Vucevic now who might be available, maybe, and then later on somebody who you didn't think was available come up, like you might be out the game, right?
Yeah.
Hey, we should have waited. So that's a tough spot. They just kind of need to hold on until they get to the part where. Now, if you do trade Jonathan Kuminga, you can get something significant instead of just taking the thing that's going to help you get out of the play-in. That's the tough spot they're in.
What move do you want to see them make, Marcus? Is it the Vucevic trade? Is it the Jimmy Butler trade? Any other trades that you would like to see them make?
Well, I don't like either one of those other 2 trades.
Fair enough.
But, Giannis, that's the move I want to see.
That won't make sense, huh?
I mean, who knows who's out there? There are teams that eventually are just going to say, we're out of it. The draft is pretty good. Let's give up, right? And it kind of depends on who those teams are. If Like, for instance, if Sacramento's like, this isn't working, we're done, I'll take Keegan Murray in a heartbeat, right? Like, so it'll be teams like that where you don't know who's going to be available, how this is going to work. Who waves the white flag and say, let's get our pieces up out of here? Does Indiana give up and say, Miles Turner's available? Those are kind of the things you got to wait and see which team gives up. So it's hard to say then. If you just look at the teams that have players available now, these are the teams who have already given up, and it's probably because those players aren't that good.
Yeah.
But if you got a good player, you're at least gonna fight till February to see what you're working with.
Talking to Marcus Thompson here on the UMA guest line. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's why the Schroeder trade made a lot of sense. And Mark Spears was kind of throwing that at us last week. Like, that was something that they might be interested in doing. It only cost you some twos and a player contract that wasn't going to play for you anyway this year. What does he legitimately bring? Like, if you were going to make another move, I guess you could talk about him being involved in it. He's an expiring contract, but I think it serves him better probably to hold on and still have another guy who can support offensively and maybe even be a number 2 point guard if necessary. And you've got Podziemski there, take some of the playmaking off of him. But what does he bring realistically? How much better does Dennis Schroeder make him, or does he just fill a void at the number 2 spot?
It depends on which Warriors we're talking about. This lately edition of the Warriors who can't score unless they catch and fire from 3, like, not much, unless they're just playing such outstanding defense. To me, where Schroeder makes a difference, the noticeable, tangible difference is when they're in a close game and they need a bucket at the end. Like, that's where he's going to be a factor, because he'll be able to beat his man off the dribble. He'll be able to take advantage of isolation situations, right? When Ja Morant is face guarding Steph 30 feet from the basket with zero concern about anything behind them, they need somebody who can take advantage of that. Like, that's how teams are guarding Steph. All right, somebody got to take advantage of it. Schroeder can do that. Like, he can go get a bucket. So, but if they're not close, then it doesn't matter, right? Like, if they're getting cooked out of the block and can't score, then to me, like, it actually doesn't matter. Schroeder's not good enough to change that part. Now, if they're a good enough defensive team typically to where they're going to be in most games, but their offense has just gotten so bad that it just destroys the defense. And the defense, you're not holding people to 89 points. I don't care how good you are. It's insane. You got to be able to score 100. They're having a hard time scoring 100. So if it's close, you'll see Schroeder. Like, you'll see that difference in that situation. If they're down by 20, it don't matter. Dennis Schroeder is not saving you. Maybe Kwame Dennis Schroeder, when he had the high top and the dye patch, then maybe he could cook. But this one, no, he ain't doing that. You don't know about Kwame Dennis Schroeder. Y'all too young for that.
Kwame Dennis Schroeder?
Remember when he had the little high top with the little blonde patch?
Patch on the side. I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, that he might have changed the game for him, but that was like 5 years ago. This is a Dennis Schroeder who's still mad he turned out $84 billion to get a minimum deal.
Tough deal.
Last night you were tweeting about how Steph was not aggressive enough in the first half, only taking 5 shots. Do you think he was kind of being passive a little bit to kind of see how he needs to play with Dennis Schroeder?
I think that's just generally his approach, just because of the way people are guarding him. Like, I watch a lot of games, and just nobody is getting defended like Steph. And he's got to figure out a way to still get the shots up anyway. And the Warriors tend to say, if you want to play stuff like that, this is fine. This plays right into our hands. But the other teams are just being so disrespectful about it. They're like, listen, take all the shots you want, right? Like, go ahead, have at it. We're not letting this guy shoot. And it's crazy. So he's got a guy face guarding him at all times with no regard for help. You're not helping. You're not leaving. You're just staying with Steph. And then if you get that guy one-on-one, he's getting trapped, or the help is waiting at the rim. So they're just deciding, Wiggins, you're going to have to get 40. Kuminga, you're going to have to get 40. Podziemski, you got to get, like, teams are just saying that. So I do think the Warriors are waiting for these other guys to hurt that defense enough
this
to
call
where
is recorded.
I don't like this new recording.
Are you recording our call? Whoa. Is this the update on the iPhone now? Where you can, like, record your own call?
and I just hit the button. I've done it like 5 times today.
Yeah,
like,
you can get me caught up on something.
Yeah.
Bro. You can get me.
I know, right? Like, this is not okay right here.
I don't need these accidentally being recorded. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Plus, you can already check it out on the podcast page.
Like right by my ear.
Yeah, dude, it's
That's
wild.
the thing. Yeah, I don't like. It's like the 4th time I did that today, but I left my AirPods in Vegas.
Also, this is California, man. We need two-party approval on this. I think everybody's got to agree.
Spread consent.
Yeah. The way they're guarding Steph, I think the Warriors are saying, all right, if you're going to guard us like that, then other guys are going to punish you and loosen it up for Steph, and it's just not working. I think he's got to flip it. They've got to figure out a way to get him to break down the defense and then open it up for everybody else. But then he's also 36, about to be 37 years old. It's a lot to ask him to say, hey, I need you to take on 2 to 3 defenders. Like, I just need you to do it because otherwise we won't be able to score. Like, that's a lot to ask. So I don't think they have any other options at this point. And then he's resting in the middle of quarters. So if you're going to play 6 minutes to start the game and then hit the bench 5 minutes, go hard for that 5 minutes. Just go get up 10 shots. Go pick on somebody. Go do your thing. But they're doing it the opposite. They're like, oh, you want to face guard us to have a 4-on-4? All right, we'll do that. But other teams are just like, yeah, we aren't afraid of you guys without Steph. You can't score enough, and it's working for the other team.
Were the first 15 games just like fool's gold? Like, what happened?
No, it wasn't. Like, I do think DeAnthony Melton really hurt. Losing him really hurt. Mm-hmm. And it's still the same formula. You just knew they were going to stop making threes at some point. Like, it's going to happen. They'll get hot again. Look, they just hit 27 against Dallas the last game, right? They lost 143-133. So when they're making threes, it's fine, right? Yeah. That's how it was earlier. Buddy was making threes. Everybody's making threes. Like, now you don't have Melton, so your lineups are kind of messed up. You don't have Moody, which actually takes away one of your more offensive-minded players, and Buddy's in a slump, and everybody's, like, trapping Steph. So it was always very kind of fine, like a fine line. But, yeah, if they make threes, they're fine. They just don't make threes. Like, they do it in stretches and spurts. But to me, Steph needs to take the threes. Like, that's who needs to take the bulk of the shots. So I feel like they can easily win 8 out of 10 games during the stretch and get a lot of this back at some point. But they're just in a serious rut right now.
We keep talking about the move they need to make, but I go back to the move that was potentially on the table in the offseason that they didn't pull the trigger on. Do you think they missed out on trading for Lauri Markkanen where they had Kuminga and Moody and Podziemski on the table?
Them.
What's that?
That wasn't them. That's Danny Ainge. Danny Ainge wasn't doing that deal.
He didn't want to trade him.
Like, yeah. I mean, they would have. They conceded multiple times on that thing. Mm-hmm. And every time they did, Danny Ainge was like, "What else you got?" And this is why people don't trade with Danny Ainge, because you got to leave your wallet at the door, right?
Right.
Because you walking out of that thing hustled. So what Utah was asking for. If that would have gotten out all them picks and Podziemski and Kuminga, we'd be looking at that like, whew, that was a lot for Lauri Markkanen, right?
Right.
But I think they would have done it if Danny Ainge would have pulled the trigger. But even after that, he's like, yeah, no, never mind. So to me, I don't knock them on that. They did a lot more than what I would have done. It's just nobody's trying to help the Warriors. It's not going to happen. Now the talk is Jimmy Butler, and just imagine now you got to deal with Pat Riley.
Yeah,
you're not walking out of that deal hustling Pat Riley. So this is the Warriors' life. They gotta find a sucker somewhere.
I got Marcus Thompson. Nice enough to join us on the Uma Guest. We do it every Friday. Just switching gears to the Niners a little bit here. We kind of passed all the Devondre Campbell stuff. I don't want to get into any of that, but is there anything you want to see? I guess where my focus is now that Garendo's out, I'm just looking for 3 good games of Brock to wrap up this season. I want to quiet some of the noise on the contract stuff, but also if there's any chance in building something towards next season, you want him to look like the Brock we were used to seeing coming into this year and that we've seen at times this season. But last week, one of his worst offensive games. I mean, the offense did nothing. You're big on booking stuff for Brock, but anything you want to see in this weekend or in the final 3?
Yeah, I definitely want to see Brock, see what he can string together, right? I was watching the Hard Knocks for the AFC North, and Zach Taylor's in there talking to his guys, and he's like, "Look, man, we got we out of the playoffs, but we got 4 games to show what we're about. And I was like, that actually works on players. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like you could say, I could see why that would matter, like how you want to go out. I feel like Brock needs that, not just even for the money, because he is costing himself some money, but going into next season, if he doesn't play well, I mean, it might happen anyway, but every single possible available quarterback will be linked to the 49ers. Like everyone. It's going to be like, it's Aaron Rodgers coming. It's Tom Brady coming out of retirement. Like, it's going to be insane unless he puts together some games and makes this look like more of an aberration than a decline. So I definitely want to see that. And I really want to see, like, Dre Greenlaw, Fred Warner, and with that secondary behind them, if there's like how do they retool this defense that was so vaunted? Like, how are they gonna come back with that? I want to see Huff, playing with the guys back again and see if it's still formidable. If they can get to the quarterback, if they can stop the run, like those are the kind of things I want to see, because I do feel like they're probably going to need a lot of defensive line makeover. And I'm curious if they'll need some secondary too. They just got a lot of holes where you want to see, but defense, especially in the back, I want to see, and Brock. I want to see if Brock can cook. Get back to being the Brock throwing 3 touchdowns and making plays with his feet and all that. If he can do that, he might get some of that money back he left in Vegas.
Talking to Marcus Thompson on the Uber Guest Line. I said I was done with the Devondre Campbell thing, but just in your time in covering sports. Not that have you seen anything like that before, but John Lynch talked with Rod and Murph this morning, and Kyle's mentioned it in the last week or so, just about like the quality of the person or the chemistry in the locker room and how you get the right people in free agency. And we found out later on, like Devondre Campbell wasn't even the second choice. He was the third choice, and they probably regret, Kyle said, even signing him to the roster. As we were talking about like Jimmy Butler getting traded potentially here or anywhere a big-name player could end up, how much of character or personality in your experience is of value to teams like that? Like the Warriors, I don't know what their locker room chemistry is like right now, but when they were winning championships, I don't know if it was because it was so good you could take on some of that stuff. Is it if it's weak already, it can make you worse? But what's your experience in terms of personality, locker room fit, character guys when they're added in free agency? How important is that to teams?
I do feel like those, like, character is character, right?
Yeah, right.
Like, to me, that's just like, if you got it, you don't. You're not going to be of any benefit to anybody if you don't have it, right? But some of the stuff is like personality based, and I do think that matters. So, for instance, one of the reasons Draymond works on the Warriors is because Steph and Clay were always so quiet, right? That's just a personality thing where they need somebody to be vocal. Now, if you put them on another team where the point guard is vocal and the lead scorer is vocal, then it's like, all right, Draymond, now you're the third voice talking. So a lot of it is about fit with the main guys. And the less, like, if the better you are, the more you put up with. So to me, it's one of those things, like, if the player is not that good, then the fit's got to be great. Sometimes the fit elevates the talent. But sometimes if a dude is a problem and he's that good, you just suck it up and deal with it, right? That's why Draymond is still here, because he's still one of the best. Fit matters for those marginal players more than anything. Like, to me, like, Jonathan Kuminga is a really good basketball player who could be great, and this might not be the best fit. Now, that's a basketball thing, but personality too. Jordan Poole was not ready to bow down to nobody, and that didn't fit. Like, is he a bad dude? I don't think so, but he probably, a different personality would have worked differently here. So I think it's actually pretty big, and the best general managers know when to break it and when to go with it. But you just can't be flat across the board. You can't say, I don't like those type of guys, I'm not going to have them because they won't win. That's personality. Character will find a way to burn you no matter what. Like, it's going to find a way to put you in a situation where that poor character is going to burn you, and you can kind of rely on that. But personality is that thing is kind of malleable and fluid, and it makes a difference. When you get to the top, and it's a difference between everybody's good and how you find an edge, that's where that stuff matters. Who fits better? Who can hang in there longer? I think that's what the Warriors are going through now. Like, how do they handle losing? Like, it was kumbaya early, so now we're going to find out if Buddy Hield was really about that life, right? We're going to find out because it was great. If Kyle Anderson is the leader everybody thinks he is, because when you lose 9 of 11, that's where that stuff starts mattering.
Marcus, appreciate the time as always, man. Enjoy the weekend. What are you getting into this weekend?
I don't know. That's a great question. I'm curious about whether or not you guys are going to get a Christmas list from me because I haven't heard any questions about what I might want.
What do you want? Like, did you make a list this year?
For you, yeah, I do have a list.
I didn't get you to send it over. Yeah, send it over.
I'll send you my list, Marcus.
Whoa, I'm done. Didn't you hear me say I'm done?
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Well, Derek's is for Hanukkah. You got time, dude. His doesn't start till after Christmas. So
it's just one day.
But holler at me for Kwanzaa, though.
Yeah, so me and you do. We'll be chilling.
Same day.
I got a brand new
handmade gift.
I just finished your dashiki, bro. We're all good, man. I just knitted one up. See, Marcus, I always said no reaction from either of these guys. I got to get me black friends, dude. Marcus Thompson joins us every week here on the Human Guest Line. Marcus, have a good weekend, bro. I'll talk to you later.
All right, peace.
All right, man. Good stuff there. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you on a Friday. Dirty Work rolls on. We are going to, by the way, catch up with Larry Krueger at 4:50.
We are.
Like we always do.
Yep.
On Fridays. Tim Ryan at 4:30. We spoke to Tim Ryan earlier, and we'll play that for you. He's actually on his way out to Miami with the rest of the 49ers. A 1:25 kickoff on Sunday right here on The Sports Leader. Myself and John Dickinson with you at 10 a.m. Tim Webb will be here, too, for that one. Getting you ready on Niner pregame. When we come on back, 808 KNBR, do we have – I've seen multiple of this one come in. Nobody's doing this. People keep saying for our fantasy football bet between you and Derek, loser, 2 people today were like, loser has to eat a bowl of mayonnaise. And I was like, that's not good. Nobody wants to do that.
Kind of rather do that than Wicked.
Seriously? You would rather eat a bowl of mayonnaise than go see Wicked twice?
A bowl? How big of a bowl?
Like a jar's full of a bowl, like a jar of mayonnaise. I don't know.
I mean, I'd rather chug a whole thing of medicine and orange juice as Tim just did during that interview.
That was gnarly as hell. So Tim's feeling a little under the weather, and he told us he was taking like Dayquil today. We looked up during the...
That was an epic combination.
That was disgusting. We looked up during the Marcus Thompson
Look at that cocktail.
And Tim was chugging out of the bottle of the Dayquil, and then he chased it with orange juice. And I was like, that's the gnarliest mix. I'd rather brush my teeth, I think.
Yeah, back to back. I don't know about that one.
That was brutal. The water.
They're both orange flavored.
No, stop it, dude. There's no...
That medicine taste is the worst.
Is not orange flavored.
I mean, yeah, if you're chasing down your pills of Dayquil with some orange juice, by all means.
Fine, yeah.
But that medicine taste is the worst taste ever.
And how dare you compare that taste? You think they taste the same?
No, I think that the medicine tastes horrible, but I've been trying to drink a lot of orange juice to bone up on my vitamin C, so you get the idea.
Yeah, but I would have chased it with like some water or something that would have gotten rid of it. Like even,
Yeah, no, that's just
a little bit of ginger ale or something.
Two bitter things back to back.
That was gnarly.
To do it for effect for the show.
I
don't think you did it for the show. I think you just did it. You have no taste.
Yeah, were you even on camera when you did that?
No, I was not.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I did it for the show. No, he
turned the camera off.
Turned the camera off, and then he chugged the Dayquil.
That's why, like, if you go back and look at that Marcus Thompson interview, me and Copes were looking at each other like, "What the hell is going on?"
At
right
one
now?
point, and then when I pointed, I was like, "You see what he's doing now?" I was like, "You see this orange juice?" At first, it was just gross that he was drinking out of the bottle.
I thought you read maybe one of those mayonnaise suggestions.
No,
I would do the mayonnaise over Wicked.
I can't believe that's so gross.
I think I'm gross.
A whole bucket? Or sorry, not bucket, a bowl?
Yeah, the Duke's Mayo Bowl. You got to do the whole thing.
I don't buy it by the bucket. No, not normally.
Like a small little paper bowl?
No, we're talking like it's going to be like something. If you're picking the size of it now and you're into it, then it's not going to be the bet.
I'll think about it.
Well, I don't understand why Derek will only make a bet if he's like happy with what the punishment is for himself. I'm like,
yeah,
that's not.
I have to live with myself.
That's not the point of the bet.
I know, but like going home after 2 rounds of Wicked, like Jesus.
You're making such a big deal out of this Wicked thing. I can't believe it. 808 KNBR, if you got a suggestion, we're getting to a little bit of that. Tim Ryan joins us at 4:30. Larry Krueger 4:50. Still got a sound soiree, and at 5:30, our ode to harmony. It's Dirty Work only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
When was the last time you saw a free kick field goal? Derek claims he knew the rule. Do you think he's full of crap? Weigh in at the YouTube chat or the text line all day at KNBR.
This is Dirty Work, and this is our 49ers tailgate on your proud home of the 49er faithful. the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. It's dirty work on a Friday.
That's not going out over the air.
Well, anybody have any insight on whether or not NyQuil or DayQuil makes you have to go to the bathroom? Because Tim's having a problem, it seems like.
You see my chair fidgeting, you'll understand.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on Tim on the YouTube chat, where we're streaming, by the way, KNBR.com, KNBR app, twitch.tv/thesportsleader. Tim and Derek going head-to-head in the KNBR Fantasy League this week. And we're just looking for a show bet that would make for some fun here on the show. My suggestion is that the loser has to go watch the movie Wicked twice back-to-back. Derek is being such a baby about that, and I thought that was a harmless, pretty good punishment.
Twice in one day is rough.
He's sitting there like, I'm going to miss football games next week. I'm going to miss playoff games. I'm like, there's no playoff games next Saturday.
No, there's 3 games Saturday.
Okay. What are the games?
I don't care what they are.
You don't even know what they are, and you're adamant.
Chargers, Patriots.
Tape them. Or win your fantasy game.
I have no control over it.
This is ridiculous. You got time? You have time off coming up?
After the next week.
What are you doing the 26th?
Working here.
What are you doing the 27th? What time?
Working here.
Yeah, but the 27th you're doing a morning show.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you could get after the morning show. You've done it 10 a.m.
Nah, I'm sleeping all day after that.
You can get an
one.
early bird special on that one and do a great hair.
I'm not running to the theater to watch Wicked twice.
You will if you lose. So
if I lose, it's going to be on my time.
Give me another suggestion. We're not doing it on you, dude. You'll be always on your time, but we got to do it so that it's valuable for the show, so it's fun. What's the point of doing this a month or 2 months down the road for a fantasy football payoff that you guys are playing this week?
Tim, what do you think we should be allowed to do this thing?
There has to be
do it on a weeknight when you get off. I don't give a damn.
Okay, but again, you have to commit at
2
least.
movies in?
Think about it. You got to commit at least 6 hours to it because they have to
I know
do
what
the
you gotta do.
turnaround in terms of time. So it does feel like it has to be a weekend day. That's the problem. But for show
Sounds like a
purposes,
personal
we
problem.
kind of have to figure out what we're going to do in terms of like watching the games and everything like that because,
I'll
show research.
I'll handle the games, dude. Derek, you watch Wicked. I'll handle the game.
Yeah.
By the way, how do we know it's not Tim who's going to have to go see Wicked?
What other suggestions we got?
To do it. I'm okay with the Wicked bets.
What other suggestions
So
we
we had
got?
a call in, and we talked about the one where like you go to a Waffle House, which obviously we don't have, or you go to like a McDonald's for 24 hours, and for every item you eat, you put a minute amount to it, and you get to shave off from the 24 hours. I would say we do something a little more like, if we're going to not do the Wicked, which I think is painless. Not painless, but it's not brutal on your body. You know what I mean? You're going to recline.
My mental health.
That depends on how much popcorn you eat.
Yeah, well, exactly. I would say, what if we did something like 24 hours at a Jack in the Box?
And this is all a time thing.
And you
the
get
movie's 6 hours. Jack in the Box is 24 hours.
So 24. And by the way, you're still going to miss some games, I guess. 24 hours, and for every Jack in the Box taco you eat, we'll shave
my phone.
We'll shave 30 minutes off.
Nah.
What do you think, Tim? No,
I don't like that
that's
one.
a lot of J-Bo
30
tacos.
minutes, Jesus.
30
Not even
minutes.
an hour.
Why would you get an hour off?
No.
Okay.
It's got to be some. There's got to be some weight to it.
I mean, these punishments are brutal for like me and Tim making it to the semifinal.
Again, they're not a punishment. It's a bet between you guys, and since neither of you have suggested anything worthwhile, I've just got to come up with ideas.
You said you had another one.
We got a caller calling in too. Can we grab that call there, Ryan? I see he's helping out back there. Tim, you can hang here. Let Ryan take that call because I want Tim in on this bet. Yeah. Oh, it's AJ. We got AJ Cruz.
Well, maybe.
No, it's AJ Cruz. He just told me. It's AJ Cruz here. What's going on, AJ? You're on the Sports Leader.
It's AJ. What's up, fellas?
All right. What's up, AJ?
Derek, you're making a bigger issue out of this. I'd like to suggest an amendment.
All right.
Instead of watching Wicked twice, you watch it once. But if anybody starts singing, you have to join in.
Oh, that's easy.
Yeah, but we wouldn't know. We wouldn't be there.
I don't know. I don't know the lyrics though, my man.
That's easy, Derek. You can print them up online. Quit acting helpless. And if you want, I'll go with you to make sure he sings.
Ooh, okay. If AJ's
all right,
gonna
you know what, AJ Cruz? If I lose this bet and I have to go see Wicked twice, you're coming with me.
See, I like the idea of Wicked twice. The other one would be like, all right, do it once, but you got to go full regalia. You know what I mean? You got to rock the green paint and the witch's hat and all that.
You know what?
AJ Cruz.
I'll buy the popcorn and we'll put some hot sauce on it. We'll step it up.
All right, okay. I like that. But wait, so you're not going to join me to the movie theater and watch the film?
The film?
Oh, yeah, I'll watch it. What the hell? I read the book. The book sucked. I think the movie would be better.
What's a book?
Yeah, it's a book first.
Yeah, it was originally a book,
and
it was so grim they turned it into a play, which had a happy ending.
All right, so what's your schedule like?
Hey, call me, Derek. I'm unemployed.
AJ, appreciate the call, brother. Here's my other thought. How about this one? If you guys aren't you guys are just shooting down every idea.
All right, give me some.
Losers got to spend 24 hours here. After our show ends at 6, you got to sleep here until our show's over the next day.
Ooh.
I've nearly done that.
Ooh.
It's a pretty good one. Our show wraps up at 6. You guys get here like 11-ish in the morning or whatever, 10:30, 11 when you guys roll in. Show's over at 6, and then you've got to stay here until the following day at 6 when we're done.
Can you leave for like a
You can leave and go grab a
bite?
bite, but you must be, your home is here. There's no driving your car anywhere.
You have to sleep here that night.
Stay here and sleep with OD. Yeah, you and Overnight Dave.
I might just tell Overnight Dave to have the night off. Just do the overnight shift.
Nah, Dave's got to work. You got to be here with him.
That one is manageable,
I'm
actually.
not taking a shift from Dave just because you guys stink at fantasy.
No,
the
that
semis.
that one actually, we don't have anything to sleep on here, do we?
You figure that out yourself.
Yeah. I can probably pull that one off more than Wicked.
I got an air mattress. I can bring it.
All right.
So are we into that? You guys like the idea that loser has to spend the night here and doesn't get to leave outside of like going to grab a bite at Old Ship or wherever?
I mean, that's easy to video for a digital standpoint, and you can record yourself. Yeah, you know what? I'm into that way more than Wicked.
Tim?
Yeah, I could do that. Like I said, I did nearly the 24 hours last year on Christmas, by the way.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I was not far behind.
I just sleep in here and then wake up. And then Murphy's like, "What the hell are you doing?"
That'd be pretty good. I like the idea of that. We'll keep that one on the table for right now.
You know what? That's the leader in the clubhouse right now.
Let's go to X. X is in Sacramento. What's up, X? You're on the Sports Leader.
So, what's up, guys? How y'all doing?
What's up, brother?
In Alameda, there is a pinball museum.
Great museum.
Now,
I bet.
What if you had to stay there until you hit like a median score for at least half the machines in the building?
You gotta hit the median score for half of the pinball games. So you're playing for hours. I mean, you're there for a while.
Oh, dude, I've been hours, a long ass time.
That's
It's not a
bad one.
Time.
That's not a bad one. Have you done it? You play pinball there?
Oh, dude, great place.
It's a good spot. What are the hours? You know, those are like normal business hours, though, right?
Yeah, I think it actually opens at like 10 a.m.
Oh, solid. As long as Derek doesn't have a football game to watch, I guess we'll be okay.
No, there would be.
Appreciate the call, X. Thanks, man. Gabe is...
why are you hating on the football? I like to watch football.
I'm not hating on the football. I'm hating on the idea that you can't do anything in your life ever if there's a football game of any team on. It's just an outrageous thought.
That's how I live my life.
No, it's not. Let's go to Gabe. Gabe, what's up? I don't even know where he is. Gabe sat intoxicated.
Hey,
is all
how's
this
it
is.
going, guys?
What's going on, Gabe?
A suggestion. I haven't done it myself personally, but the loser has to take the SATs intoxicated.
Oh, dude, I've actually heard of people doing this where you sign up for the SAT. Well, my buddy has had this suggestion once where it wasn't intoxicated. It was you sign up for the SATs and you have to get a certain score. You got to take the whole SAT, get a certain score, or you got to take it again.
Go for it. You take care, guys. Have a great weekend.
Not a bad one. That's pretty
But
good.
you have to hit a certain score?
Like, yeah, you can't just go and fill in all the
or
the
else
first bubbles,
what?
or you have to take it again.
Oh,
and by the way, it's like a 4-hour test on a Saturday morning. God forbid Derek has to go do anything on a Saturday.
Well, there could be a football game.
Jesus, dude.
Well, it's all online, so at least there's that. Somebody from
I'm not
The
going
SATs are online.
Yeah,
now?
I'm not.
online, man.
I'm not going to a class.
The SATs are online.
Isn't that crazy?
Why can't you just cheat?
How
That's
about
what I do.
from the 408? Maybe the loser has to change the winner's car battery.
That's pretty good.
That's not bad.
925 says loser has to do the milk mile. That's pretty good.
What's that?
Miles
Well, you guys are the beer mile. My buddy Nate was world ranked in the beer mile. Beer mile is where you have to drink a beer, run a lap, drink a beer, run a lap, chug a beer, run a lap. I think it's 4 for the full lap. They do other ones too, like the eggnog mile, where it's like a red solo cup of eggnog, run a lap, another cup, run a lap.
Mm-hmm.
If you puke, you got to do another one. I think milk mile is the same thing. I think you drink like a red solo cup of milk, lap, milk, lap, milk, lap.
Yeah, I'm going to pass on that one.
There's no fun. No fun whatsoever.
Somebody on the text line says he's giving us Squeak
I'll drink
Scolari
milk.
vibes.
Squeak Scolari guy? Yeah, he's giving us little B Squeak Scolari vibes, dude.
Oh, screw that guy. Who said that? Now I'm pissed.
Who said that?
Yeah.
408, you got it coming.
802 says a fantasy football loser in our league has to spend the night on the street of San Francisco. Oh, and have every donut from Bob's. Bob's Donuts, a 24-hour donut shop.
Yeah.
I'm missing on some of this. Oh, they get an hour shaved off for every hour of a Bob's donut that they eat.
Oh, they have to stay at Bob's Donuts?
I guess so.
For 24 hours?
It's drink a quart, run a lap. It's the milk mile, says
No,
the
no, thank you.
The 925.
So the beauty of doing the KNBR the 24 hours is that we could check in on it on every single show, right? And we could also get the digital department in as well.
Yeah.
So like if there's an air mattress that's in here, you could film somebody sleeping. You could, we could check into the old ship, stuff like that.
It's pretty good.
I'm into that more than the Wicked thing.
A lot of people checking in saying, yeah, you should have to volunteer to work during the Super Bowl. That'd be a double kick in the beans for Derek. You're missing the bowl and you're being charitable.
No chance. No chance. I do enough charity around here.
Yeah, right. Okay. Loser has to work.
You do a night show, Copes. Go for it.
I have. Oh, dude, you want to tell me about filling into an extra crap? You're just getting greased up, dude. You remember, like Tim's talking about Christmas last year? You don't remember this? Tim had to work the overnight into Christmas, then do Niners. I went to do Niners, came back at 6 a.m. or 8 a.m. or whatever, do that the day after Christmas show.
I was reverse of that. At Christmas, I think the Niners played on Christmas Eve, right?
That's
and
right.
then our overnight person didn't show up, so I had to do the Niners. Then we drove back. I was at home for 40 minutes and then came here and did the overnight.
I think they played Christmas Day. It was Christmas Day last year. It was against the Ravens.
That was fun.
Add to the office bet, the loser's got to wear a nude bodysuit for those 24 hours of their stay. Our punishment is eat 12 full-size pancakes at a pancake house. Can't leave until they're done. It's in there. Okay, so are we in on this one? We're staying, you're doing the stay the night one?
Well, what does James in the line have to say?
We got James. James in Half Moon Bay. What's up, dude? You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, gents. How you doing?
Good. How are you, James?
Good to talk to you. Hey, I'm doing freaking fantastic.
Good,
so, every single conversation that you have, I don't care whether you're starting it or whether you're answering it, you have to start it with, I suck at fantasy football.
So he's like got Kyle Shanahan on the line. He's got Kyle on the line. Yeah, everything he says has got to start with that.
You're getting Bob's Donuts. Yeah, Kyle, I suck at fantasy football. So how about Isaac Garendo? How's he going to be next week?
It's not bad. It's just that Tim wouldn't have a whole lot of. It wouldn't hurt Tim as much as it would
be more
Derek.
on me.
I like that we're all assuming Derek is going to lose too. James,
Also, screening the calls. I suck at fantasy football. Who's this?
Yeah, that's good. James, appreciate the
It's
call.
not bad.
Man. Yeah, that's not bad. But again, it's got to be worthwhile for both sides.
Yeah, I saw the 24-hour things. 24 hours at a KNBR is not bad.
You get, and it's more than that because from the time you get here to start your shift on like a Thursday, and then you got to stay here till Friday when the show's over at 6. Is that what we're going with?
28 hours. Yeah.
Is everybody happy with that? Because I'm not thrilled with it, so I guess it's fine. Nobody's thrilled with any of the ideas.
Well, what do you really want the Wicked one?
I really want the Wicked one. I think that's the best one.
Okay, let's put it to a vote for the rest of the show. Between staying 24 hours at KNBR or doing a double bill of Wicked back to back, what's the better football punishment?
So we need to get a poll up here then, right?
We'll get a poll. Okay.
Okay, so we're gonna do a poll on YouTube. We're gonna do a poll on Twitter. How do you want to do this, Tim?
Oh, we'll need Mr. KNBR for this.
We'll do it on the YouTube chat. I'll get.
All right, we're gonna put a poll up on the YouTube chat. We'll go from now until the end of the show. The two options for Derek and Tim's bet are the loser either A has to go see Wicked back-to-back times, double barrel Wicked action. I just think about sitting there 45 minutes into the second viewing and being like, "God damn, man."
Yeah.
I got 2 more hours of this.
I would feel that way 45 minutes into the first one.
No, see, you got to get your mind right, dude. You got to have some mental fortitude for this. You can't, it's a movie you've never seen. Yeah, you might not like musicals, but the first time through, you can go in and be like, all right, it's just a movie that I don't like.
First time around would be fine. Second time, I just saw this.
Yeah, it'd be brutal.
And I'm missing NFL games.
Yeah, 24 hours at the station is the second vote. So the loser then will have to finish the shift in the show on a Wednesday or a Thursday and stay here at KNBR until we are done with the show the very next day.
Yep.
415 says, I'll crush some Wicked. 510 says the 24 hours. We'll put it to a bet on the KNBR YouTube chat. As True Blue just says, I got a poll for you. 808 KNBR.
Let the people decide.
If you want to vote or you have a suggestion or you just want to chastise these guys for not coming up with anything good here. Wicked or the 24 hours at KNBR. I'm happy with the two options that are going up on the poll. Check it out on YouTube. And at the end of the show, after we do our Ode to Harmony, we'll have the official decision on what the punishment will be for one of these guys losing their game. Gizmo says 24 hours at the station, and you got to eat 1,000 milligram edible.
That'll probably get us through it faster.
Yeah, you just knock the hell out.
You tried listening to Greg and Greg?
When we come on back. Oh, don't be mean. Greg and Greg, good name, though. When we come on back, Tim Ryan, we spoke to him earlier. He'll be on the call for the Niners and the Miami Dolphins on Sunday, Hard Rock Stadium, 10 a.m. pregame, 1:25 kickoff, and we'll hear from Tim Ryan next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Tim Ryan is sponsored by the Contra Costa County Office of the Sheriff. Apply for your new career in law enforcement at cocosheriff.org today, and by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi Stadium. We do it every week with our guy Tim Ryan, who will be on the call on Sunday, a 1:25 kickoff local time here in San Francisco for the Niners and the Miami Dolphins. What's going on, Tim? How are you, bro?
I'm doing well, Coach. Good to hear your voice.
Yeah, you too, man. So where are we with this team right now? I mean, we had Kyle Shanahan on yesterday, and we were talking about, we're a week past the last game, and he talked about the offense not being where it was and the reality of the season. He said, look, the likelihood is we're not going to the playoffs, but that's not how this team is responding or how this team is behaving. And really, I just kind of want to ask about how the team has responded internally since the Devondre Campbell thing. I mean, we joked about how this is something that can galvanize a team sometimes, and I don't know that that's what's happened here, but what's your take just on the reaction following that game and how this team has handled everything internally?
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt, Coach, that it'll galvanize these guys. There's a lot of character, a lot of professionalism in this room. These guys know the 49er culture, and it permeates throughout the building. So it wasn't 10 minutes after Kyle, made those comments at the end of the game about Devondre and basically refusing to go out there. And I probably said it to Pop, but was certainly thinking it that this will bring this team tighter together. There is no question about it. This team will not tank. This team will not lose the locker room in terms of the coaches. They'll go out and try to play their best football. And Sunday in Miami. It's not going to be easy, but I would anticipate the next 3 weeks, whether they turn out in wins or losses. And again, with all the injuries, it's a challenge. We know that. We've seen it all year long. But these guys will go out and try to play their best ball and get better here in the next 3 weeks.
So I know I've asked you over the last few weeks, how would you evaluate Brock's season and what he's done this year? But Brock was asked about that the other day by the media. How could he honestly evaluate, or what would he honestly say? What would he say honestly to evaluate himself this season? And he talked about being a leader and being a vocal leader and wanting to do more of that. But he also talked about playing with a chip on his shoulder. Do you think Brock's not playing with a chip on his shoulder?
Oh, I think Brock always plays with a chip on his shoulder. I think he's played with a chip on his shoulder since he was Gatorade Player of the Year in Arizona in high school. When you're not blessed with all the skill sets that everybody looks for in that quarterback getting off the bus that's 6'4", 6'5", weighs 225, can, just absolutely rip it down the field and has all of the physical traits to be an absolute star, you're fighting it. And he's been fighting that since high school. He did it at Iowa State, and he's done it here as Mr. Irrelevant. So I think he'll forever have a chip on his shoulder. I think it's been there for a long time. And I'm sure there are a lot of plays, he'd want to have back this year. And I think you could say that about most quarterbacks. But when you factor in what has happened to this team in terms of the injuries, with the tragedies, just everything from top to bottom that's been a challenge with this team, and started with some contract holdouts in the summer. When you really look at the numbers, and again, this game's not all about numbers. It's about wins and losses. That's obvious and evident. And certainly when they haven't won, it's not on the quarterback always. It's on the receivers, on the O-line, it's on the run game, defensively. Maybe they couldn't get off the field. The special teams, we knew many times early in the year there was some special teams gaffes that changed momentum and flipped the script on these games, and the 49ers unable to finish and come out with wins. But when you factor all that stuff in and where he is in his growth and development, I think you're going to still see Brock Purdy continue to get better because of the person that he is and because of that chip on his shoulder and his attention to the details of working at his craft.
In terms of how the bulk carries get distributed here, I mean, Patrick Taylor could be the lead guy here. You mentioned Keyshawn Vaughn. What do you expect from that kind of backfield? I mean, it's a different level of backfield. Obviously, Ike Guerrero, we knew what his skill set was. We knew what Christian McCaffrey's was. We'd seen J.P. Mason. What are we looking at, and what can Kyle expect from the backfield?
Well, there's only one way to run in this system, and it's one gap at a time, and get your ass downhill and chew up the yards in front of you. And a big part of it is obviously the offensive line and how they're able to open holes. And last week against the Rams, clearly that wasn't happening. The Rams had a really, really good plan in terms of their stunts and how they were overloading sides and really getting after the run game and picking offensive linemen so they couldn't really get to the second level to block linebackers. And that's why those guys were so open at times, flowing to the football unblocked, Roseboom in particular, and Spates at times. So I think when you run against these guys, when you look at them, and this is a really good defense. This defense has carried them most of the year. I think we could all say that. They're top 10 in most categories. They don't give up a lot of points. They are good at run defense. They'll load you up with run blitzes. And this Baltimore scheme, and it's run by Anthony Weaver, the coordinator, has traditionally been a challenge for the 49ers. And especially when you got good players. And they got good players in Calais Campbell and Zach Sealer up front. And Jordan Brooks, I think, is better in this scheme, the Seattle Seahawk. Now a Miami Dolphin. I think this scheme asks so much out of those inside linebackers to be playmakers and helping out in the hook zones and all, blitzers and all the stuff that they do, run blitzes. I think Jordan Brooks has flourished here in year number 5 in his first year in the system. So I think what you got to do is you got to try the stretch run game in terms of getting those guys moving sideways up front, get them moving laterally, especially when they're in their 5-man fronts, and then find some of those cutback, cracks as the 49ers try to identify them as they're reading one gap at a time. But at the end of the day, it's going to have to be some grimy yards, I think, in the middle of the field. One thing, as good as these guys are, when you watch them on tape, they can run themselves out with some of their run blitzes out of play. So if you catch them, it's kind of a feast or famine. They're going to get some TFLs, but you can catch them in a run blitz if you're in the right play and you get it blocked up right, where you can get some explosive runs. So I think we all know that the 49ers are a run-it-first, play-action team, and then opportunities to take some shots. So I think you got to get grimy, and when you watch them, they miss a lot of tackles on the back end. They got to be down in the bottom third of the league. I don't know what the numbers are, but there will be some opportunities there. And the 49ers, at the end of the day, are going to have to run it to set up their play action in their pass game.
Talking to Tim Ryan here to be on the call 125 Sunday as the Niners take on the Miami Dolphins. On the defensive side of the ball, I mean, the defense played well enough for them to win, exceptionally well enough for them to win last week against the Rams. How much of that was Dre Greenlaw? How much of it was Bosa coming back? It did look like the band kind of got back together. What was your evaluation of the defense, and what's repeatable this week?
I thought it was outstanding. When you mean Dre obviously was big play Dre. He was everywhere in terms of making his plays and playing fast. It's amazing to me how a guy can be out that long and come back in. It makes you kind of think about what the stories are every year in week 1. Well, tackling is going to be a challenge. They haven't played. It's just been training camp. Well, and no problem for big play Dre Greenlaw out there. So he was outstanding in coming back since in his first game since the Super Bowl last year. Having Talanoa Hufanga, the big bad wolf, really settles the back end in terms of the communication. I thought the run fits were very good last week, and especially by the safeties after some challenges, certainly with some of those little crunch runs that Buffalo made a lot of hay on. I think the biggest thing, and obviously having Bosa up front is huge, both in the run game and in the pass game. But I think when you got Dre Greenlaw lined up next to Fred and Huff lined up behind him, I think you see the best of Fred Warner. And I know he's been playing on one ankle and out there grinding. But when Fred trusts all that communication behind him, and there's not as much on his plate, and he's still doing his thing, but when he and Huff see it the same way. And when that happens, that takes pressure off of him. And then with Dre playing next to him, we've seen it for years how those guys are really interchangeable and how they play off of each other. So I think, with those three guys back out there again, I think it's all repeatable. Now, this is a much different challenge when you look at Miami and what they present offensively, and it's different. It's so much about the quick game. They don't have the Kyron Williams run game in terms of grinding up front, and that guy finding cracks and churning the feed. He is a very underrated back. A-Chain is all about speed and all about space. And I think if you look at him up front, and I don't know if Teron Armstead's going to go at left tackle. I don't think he's practiced this week. This is an athletic offensive line. They're good in their pass protections when you watch them, but they don't get a lot of people moved in the run game. Their tight ends aren't great blockers, much as I hate to say that with my old friend John Embry coaching them, because I know he's got them on the sled every day trying to improve their run blocking. on tape, not great blockers. Their wide receivers are not real committed, dig out, blockers in terms of going and getting safeties and linebackers. And this is Kyle's run game, with Mike McDaniel. It's Mike's game. But the stresses of this game you got to be 10 guys blocking, including the wide receivers and the tight ends, for this thing to really crank. And they haven't been able to do that. So I think dominating the line of scrimmage is absolutely key. Squeezing those gaps, shrinking the space for A-Chain is huge, and the same for Raheem Mostert. You do not want to get him going in space in the open field. He has still got that juice. Both of those guys do. A-Chain's like a 4.27 guy, and a huge weapon in the pass game. So I think the biggest thing is shut the run down first, and if you watch the tape, they will get away from it, and then they go to the extensions of the run game, which is the quick screen game. And they'll have a variety of screen scopes. I was watching the Houston game. I think 4 or 6 plays in a row were different screens, and they all get involved. A-Chain, Jonnu Smith, the tight end, Tyreek and doing what he does. They all are involved in the screen game, and there's a bunch of different ones. So I think the biggest thing, and take care of those, and then the biggest thing in the pass game is you got to disrupt the timing of the quarterback, Tua Tagovailoa. This guy is elite, in my opinion, just watching the film in terms of reading it, steering linebackers or second-level defenders, and getting them to take a step one way and then ripping it right into a hole in the middle of the field somewhere. On time. It's read it, steer it, rip it. And he is accurate. He's 74%. So somehow, some way, you got to disrupt that timing. He's a tremendous first read thrower because he can read it and he can get it out with a quick release, and he's very accurate. So I think the whole thing is, like with the running back, you got to squeeze these weapons. You got to play tight coverage on them. And I know Tyreek's in motion a lot, and he's moving, and they do a lot of that with A-Chain as well. But when these guys are in level 1, 0 to 6 yards, level 2, 7 to 16, you got to be tight on them. You cannot allow routes on air. You got to disrupt the timing of the quarterback. And then, of course, the pass rush plan comes in as well in terms of getting guys in his face. He will take off. He will run it. Not a lot, a couple times a game, but you've got to disrupt the timing or he will absolutely shred you.
Tim Ryan going to be on the call on Sunday, 1:25 for the Niners and the Dolphins. Hey, just one random one for you on the way out, Tim, before I let you go. Did you see the play on Thursday night, the Chargers with the place kick field goal before the half after the fair catch?
Yeah, the untimed free kick. I saw it.
Dude, that's something I didn't even know existed. It seemed like it was something that they made up like years ago when they're like, nah, but it's Thursday and I had fish for lunch, so I can do this after a fair catch. Just seems like one of those.
They made that up long before you were born, Tobin. It hasn't been used since.
Oh man, that's wild, dude. I mean, do you think had you ever been on a field for something not necessarily like that, but we've seen Mike Vrabel do that. We've seen Belichick do that. The manipulation of the rules. I know what's his name up in Oregon did that earlier this year. The Oregon head coach. Dan Lanning had sort of manipulated some rules. I just think guys who are capable of doing that, Jim Harbaugh obviously knew that rule. I just think having that insight into a football game is otherworldly sometimes for coaches.
Well, I think it's a what-if list.
Yeah.
And if you don't have an answer to all the what-ifs, and you guys know there's hundreds of what-ifs in every game, and if you don't have the answer when that what-if this happens, some heads are going to roll somewhere. So, and especially with Harbaugh, you know how he is in terms of, the details. So his dad's probably been on that rule once a week with him in terms of if this ever happens, the old what if you do this, and they were certainly able to capitalize on it.
Tim Ryan will be on the call on Sunday, 1:25, Niners and the Dolphins. Tim, have a great trip out to Miami. We will talk to you next week, man.
Yeah, good to talk to you guys, and I won't talk to you, I don't think.
I know, next week's Christmas.
So I hope you and your families have a Merry Christmas. Enjoy your time together. Same for all your listeners.
You too, brother. We'll talk to you later.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
John Lynch joined the morning show this morning with his thoughts on how the 49ers move forward versus the Miami Dolphins after a poor performance and a loss to the Rams. Check out that podcast and more at KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
This is Dirty Work, and this is our 49ers tailgate on your proud home of the 49er faithful, the sports leader.
We do it every Friday with our guy Larry Kruger. You watch and you hear on the Krug Show. And, of course, Niners Nightly, weeknights, 6 to 7 p.m., and you'll get that tonight in about an hour at 6 o'clock. Larry joins us on the Uma Guest. What's up, Krug? How are you, bro?
My guys, how you guys doing?
What's up,
Well,
Krug?
man. Okay, so you got to help us, dude. The loser of many a bet here at KNBR, Larry Kruger. Maybe the most infamous bet loser in KNBR history, Larry Kruger. Larry, you had to wear
Tolbert, if you're out there listening, you owe me 28 Pineys still to this day.
you had to wear a thong. You had to wear that terrible Warrior shirt that was painted onto your body.
I swore I heard something. My headsets are just not working that well.
Tim still has the thong. Actually, carries it around with him.
Sometimes wears it.
Yeah, it's like a badge of honor for Tim, dude.
I'd rather die.
It's like a trophy. So we're trying to come up with a wager. I know you heard us talking about it yesterday between Derek and Tim, and we put it out on the YouTube chat. By the way, anybody wants to go vote on it, we've narrowed it down to our final two potential loser payouts. So they're going head to head in the final four. Right now, the two I've suggested, and these are the two that are on the table. The loser either A, and we're going to find out what the answer is at the end of the show by the listeners. It's A, the loser has to go see the movie Wicked, but you got to see it back to back twice in one day. That's a 2 hour and 40-minute watch.
Might get you on some kind of a watch list, but go ahead.
It's brutal. And then the other one is the loser would have to, like on a Thursday, let's say, we finish our show at 6 p.m. They have to stay here at the KNBR studios until 6 p.m. the next day. You got to do a...
Well, which one's worse?
Which one's worse, Crew, in your mind?
That's pretty bad, just hanging around at the leader. As long as Tim doesn't have to shave his head, I don't think Tim should have to shave his head. As long as that's not one of the options.
It was originally, but Tim poo-pooed
I know.
it.
I heard you guys talking about that as well.
I'm worried it's not going to come back, Krug.
I know. I mean, and Tim, your hair is your mantra. That's your. Come on, man.
So we know Tim by his hair. That's what we. That's
exactly.
I don't know if I can handle a bald Tim, dude. That'd be a weird look.
It's bald around the leader anyway.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I think we need to explore more options. Don't you guys feel like there need to be some more options on the table, better creativity, a little bit more?
We're running out of time,
these guys have suggested nothing, Krug. I said, how about you go to Jack in the Box for 24 hours, and for every taco you eat, you get to knock off a half hour. I was in on that one. They were against that. No, but they haven't suggested anything good, so I've just had to come up with
I'll
a couple.
gladly wear the thong. Thong sounds fine.
I don't want to see that.
Oh, man.
He wants that.
It's not let me just say this. It's not a comfortable show.
I figured.
It's not a comfortable show.
It's not a Giants East Coast ball game day. You know what I mean? We're done at
It's not Hayden Birdsong on the rewatch.
How about they got to wear the thong that Krug wore? Same one.
Ooh. Oh.
That's if Tim.
They're fresh. They're very fresh. They haven't been worn since.
That's if we can pry them out of Tim's hands. You know what I mean? He's holding on to him tight. A vice grip on him. So how are we feeling about the game Sunday? Where are you with the team? What are you looking for? I got to be honest with you, Larry. It's been tough to get up for this one, even knowing Garendo's not going to be out there. I just don't know what to expect from the Niner offense.
Well, I think the Niners are going to have a really hard time running the ball in this game. Miami's run defense is 8th in the league, and they're really, really tough. The only team that's had any success running it on them in the second half, I think, is Green Bay. So I think it's going to be tough sledding for Patrick Taylor. I don't know who else will get carries. I'm hoping that I get to see my guy Izzy Abanaconda because Izzy's got 4.3 speed and he's about 220 pounds. So he's fun to watch. But I like the Niners. I just think that they're going to go there. They're going to be, it's going to be a Brock Purdy throwing game. I think this is the game that Ricky Pearsall and Jacob Cowing kind of plant the seeds of what they're going to bring to the table a year from now. I really think they get the pass game going. I think this is a game where they're now on a fast track in warm conditions. Florida's a great spot in mid-December. It's almost late December. So yeah, I like the Niners in a passing offense heavy game to win on the road.
John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan both spoke about what happened with Devondre Campbell. John Lynch today saying that we kind of knew he was a loose cannon. Kyle Shanahan regretting the decision in the first place. And they were both talking about how when they look for free agents, they try to find guys that fit the culture. And this season, I think they kind of took a hit with so many guys being injured. And obviously, you have enough leaders in the locker room, but you're not going to have that same presence. Do you think the culture, I mean, it's an isolated incident with Devondre Campbell. Do you think the culture that this team has established in the last few years kind of took a hit?
No, I think the culture is awesome, which is why this guy stood out like a sore thumb, which is why I did a live stream about a month ago saying that when this guy gets his job yanked and you knew it was coming, you're going to have to escort him off the campus because he runs a little hot. I mean, some guys do, and you just have, just being around enough players, you recognize the personality, trends or whatever, and that was one of them right there. He was having a problem. He was swearing and screaming at his locker earlier in the week. I interviewed him early in the year, and it was really obvious to me that he couldn't really take any responsibility for why things ended in Green Bay. Really pointed the finger at them and said, they didn't get me. But in reality, he had lost his speed. And Brian Gutekunst is one of the best personnel guys in all of football, and he knew it. And he just said, you know what? We're going with Edgerrin Cooper and younger guys, and the Niners are going to be saying the same thing, come April.
In terms of Deebo Samuel, we talked to Kyle yesterday, and he said, he does make a concerted effort to try to get the ball into guys' hands early in games, kind of like the Warriors would with Klay Thompson, see if he was going to have like a combustible night, get him going. He did say, it looks that way when Deebo gets a few of the first couple of touches of the game, but they were sort of on par with what he's been getting throughout the season in terms of targets and looks. What are you looking for from him, and do you anticipate that in the next 3, and specifically this weekend, they'll keep trying to get Deebo going?
Yeah, I mean, they're going to keep going to him. It's not like they have a young core of guys that they're just ready to put out there. It's not like September baseball where it's just like, it's all guys you don't recognize. No, I mean, there's a 53-man roster, only so many guys dress. You're going to see Deebo heavily involved. I would imagine. I think Kittle, this is probably a big game for Kittle. If you look at the way the Dolphins struggle to defend the tight end, no team gives up a higher percentage of opponent targets to the tight ends than the Dolphins, 23%. So I expect Kittle, if you're playing, if you're looking for somebody who's going to go off in this offense, I think it's probably going to be Kittle.
Speaking of Kittle, me and Copes were talking about this the other day, and we were talking about how drastic of changes they need to make in the offseason, whether they could just run it back with certain guys or whether they feel they need to start trading away pieces to accommodate the trade the contract for Brock Purdy. And we were talking about guys that are untouchable. Obviously, Purdy, Nick Bosa, Trent Williams. But I brought up George Kittle, and I necessarily wasn't adamant that he's a guy that's untouchable for next season because maybe you could replace that position. Do you feel that George Kittle is untouchable for next offseason?
Is he going to be a Niner next year,
yes.
You mean?
Well, I mean, would they ever consider moving on from him because of the salary cap?
Ever, yes. But you know what? He's a culture guy. I mean, I would say George is their joy and Greenlaw is their violence. And they like both. They like to play with joy and they like to play with violence. So I don't think they're going to get rid of either of those guys. I think George has got a contagious enthusiasm for football, the process of football, practicing, lifting, meetings, everything. And you got to have guys like that. He's a tone setter in that regard. And then Dre's a tone setter as far as violence and physicality and attitude and swagger. And you got to have both. So I think those guys are going to be here for a long time.
When we're talking to Larry Krueger here on the UMA Guest Line, Niners Nightly at 6 o'clock tonight, 6 to 7. And Krueger will be a part of our pre- and post-game coverage on Sunday with myself and JD for the Niners and the Dolphins. When were you there yesterday when Brock spoke to the media? Or 2 days ago, I guess?
Yep.
Yeah, when he spoke to the media and he was asked to evaluate his season, honestly, what he thought he had done well or just how the season had gone for him, and he mentioned wanting to play with more of a chip on his shoulder. What did you think he meant by that?
Well, it's like I think there's a lot of thoughts that go into your head when you're the quarterback, especially over time. Get this guy involved, get that guy involved, all the different things that could potentially can impact your mindset. And I think what he's trying to say is he wants to get back to the simplicity of his early playing mindset, which is just go out there, be aggressive, play hard, play fast, don't play not to make mistakes, don't aim the ball, let it rip, really let it fly. Do your preparation and your mental reps in the pregame, but in game, play fast and physical, and really let it rip. If you see it, don't hesitate. So I think that's really what he's talking about. And also, he came into this league as a guy who's disrespected. He did a lot of big-time things at Iowa State. He put that program on the map. They went to the Fiesta Bowl with Brock Purdy. They were nothing before he got there. So, you know what? I think he was a little PO'd that he got passed over, and I think that attitude is what has led him to the success he's had, and I think he wants to regain that.
You brought up Dre Greenlaw as a guy that the Niners should have for a long time, and he's going to be a free agent this offseason. He's only going to play in 4 games this season, and there's talk about maybe getting him a long-term deal. He's 27 years old, or It could be that he hasn't shown enough this season if he's 100% back to being the guy he is, and they give him a 1-year deal. Which way would you lean? I know it's only one game, but what would you just based off of the 4 remaining games for the season, would you give Dre Greenlaw a long-term contract?
I would. He's your culture player. I don't think he's lost anything. I think he looks awesome. I mean, you can't, what he brings to the table, it's hard to replicate. He's a very, very important guy in that room. So yeah, I mean, to me, I would play him. He wants to play. He hasn't played in forever. He played one half, and now he's going to try to show everybody that he can play back to back. Okay, so he's going to come out in this game. He's going to play. When this game's over, I think you shut him down and you sign him long term. And you just say, you know what? Sit out the last couple games. You proved what you needed to prove. Let's tuck it away. There's only so many games in this body, and let's get you signed up long term. And I know it's going to be a challenge because, obviously Purdy's contract negotiations are going to dramatically alter the landscape of their cap, but that's a got-to-have-it player.
Just a random one, Larry. You see that kick last night?
Yeah.
We see that. What do you think about that free kick, man? That was wild.
How about he's a jolly good fellow?
That was classic. That was so good. They were all into that, man.
And then maybe high fives. Maybe that should be the end of, dirty work is maybe a series of high fives at the end of the show. I really would like to see that on camera.
Depending on the mood of each show.
It would make me feel better about the unity and the camaraderie if you guys would do maybe the 3 of you guys could all high five on camera.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Harbaugh.
We'd have to get Tim
Harbaugh
around here.
style.
Yeah, we could do Harbaugh style. He's getting hugs from everybody, man. The funniest thing to me was that afterwards they asked Dicker about it, Dicker the kicker.
Right.
They asked him, so when did you become aware of that? Really goes, we talk about it every week. I was like, that is alarming to me that I'd never even heard about this rule. I guess Harbaugh attempted it with the 49ers at one point, but something that he's obviously known about and paid attention to for the entirety of his coaching and maybe playing career.
Do you guys remember the special teams units during the Harbaugh era? Blake Costanzo and Brad Seeley, the professor, and they're playing. They're playing the music, and those guys were phenomenal. I mean, Jim Harbaugh believes heavily in special teams. There's no question about that.
Yeah. It can make or break your game, right? If you're not executing correctly, especially when you're playing. I mean, that may have been the difference in the game yesterday. And then one other thought from me. I can't remember if we asked you about this. They've officially made the move in Atlanta to go to Michael Penix Jr. over Kirk Cousins. What are your thoughts on doing it this late in the season? They do have a playoff shot still. They're at 7-7. They have a soft landing spot for Penix against the Giants this week. But Derek was like, I can't believe they're doing this late in the year. I mean, they've seen what Penix is capable of and must think that he gives them a better, if not as good of an opportunity to win as Kirk Cousins. What's your thought on kind of putting the keys in a guy's hand who's never seen the field before to try to take you to the playoffs?
I mean, I am a huge believer in Michael Penix. Now, I really am. I love Michael Penix. He started at Indiana. His body is broken every which way imaginable, but he is a lefty with the greatest arm talent I think I've seen come into the league in a long, long time. I mean, this guy can really spin it. He's got massive 11-inch hands, and he can just flick it. He's got like a Joe Flacco, Terry Bradshaw, kind of a once in a 25 years kind of an arm. I saw this guy one time play a couple of years ago in a game in the Pacific Northwest. I forget if it was home or road, but they said it was like 35-mile-an-hour winds. The team they were playing couldn't throw the ball at all. And Penix was just carving, his lasers were just going right through the wind all night long. So I'm a big Penix fan. I think Penix is going to be really, really good. I think he probably looked really good in practice. And he's probably progressing quite a bit. I thought he was the best thrower of the football at the Combine. He had 2 massive years at UW to finish off his career. I think he's going to be really good.
Larry Krueger, the voice you hear, he'll be on Niners Nightly 6 to 7 tonight. Larry, have a great weekend, man. We'll talk to you Sunday, and have a good show this evening.
Have a great weekend, guys. Talk to you Sunday.
Larry Krueger.
Good stuff there. Larry Krueger there on the UMA guest line. We do have a call out here from Brian in Morgan Hill. He's been waiting about a half hour. He had a suggestion for what the penalty should be, or the punishment, I should say, for the loser of Derek and Tim's fantasy matchup. What's up, Brian? You're in Morgan Hill. You're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm with Dirty Work. Hey, my thought was loser has to go to maybe 2 or 3 different locations, have someone record, and anytime they have a conversation, they have to say, bro, chill out, and then answer their question. And just keep it going as long as possible. And if the people start freaking out, then you just hand them out some Dirty Work bumper stickers.
Yeah, we
need those made.
We need some bumper stickers. We need to get those made. We were saying it'd be funny, dude. The chill out, bro. It'd be hilarious if we did that, like on the show where he's like, chill out, bro. So anyway, Dante Whitner and gets. I don't think Dante Whitner's going to take too. Kyle,
what the hell you say to me?
Yeah, chill out, bro. What's up, Kyle? How are you, man? Thanks for the call, Brian. Appreciate you waiting, man. Have a good weekend, bro. Good stuff there. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. It's Dirty Work on a Friday. Still a Ska Friday too, by the way, and we are still giving away our super mega fun pack of tickets. Tom Segura and Sebastian Maniscalco. Stay tuned for that cue to call. When you hear it, caller 10-415-896-KNBR. And the tickets are yours. When we come on back, some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed. Draymond checks in his reaction when told that he and Steph didn't make a field goal combined in yesterday's game. Brock Purdy checked in on how he took care of his, he got the lineman of the 49ers a nice big Christmas gift.
Had a little help, though.
Yeah, had a little help. I don't think he paid for it himself.
No.
John Gruden checked in on Barstool Sports, a story about...
Gruden is giving us gold every day.
It is. Sebastian Janikowski story from Gruden being drunk on the field.
I've heard this story before.
Shane Gillis on College Game Day. We're still waiting for some audio on that.
We'll see if we have that, actually.
See if we can dig some of that up as the CFP is just getting underway between Notre Dame and Indiana. The Sound Soiree is next, and then at 5:30, an ode to our sex robot Harmony. That's all coming up on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors lost by 51 to the Memphis Grizzlies. 51. What's the worst L you've ever taken? Tell us on our YouTube chat, but only if it's by more than 40.
Quite crappy indeed. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Me again. Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Look, you can make the transition from work life to retirement life, but sometimes it can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't all have to be that way. That's where Greg O'Donnell and his team at the O'Donnell Financial Group come in. They're dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works best for you. Sooner than you think, you might have an entirely different lifestyle, but you don't have to do all of that in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline to help you transition into retirement confidently and to do so on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell, the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group, for a complimentary review of your financial situation today. The number is 866-496-2300. 866-496-2300, or visit online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com. If you're a licensed financial professional, please consult your compliance department prior to giving any specific advice. All information included herein is confidential and proprietary to Lone Beacon. All associated content or any portion thereof may not be reproduced or used in any manner whatsoever without the express written permission of Lone Beacon.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work on a Friday. Sound Soiree, some of the best sounds from across the sports world you might have missed. And stay tuned. In about 10 minutes, we'll get you the Ode to Harmony, our sophisticated sex robot sent here each and every week to help you bang the book. We don't know her record, but we know she always finished on top.
It's an emotional one.
We miss
emotional one.
We miss Harmony, but we haven't heard from her since she self-destructed during Tom's final show.
She didn't want to go on.
In a farewell to Tom, she could not go on. Let's get to the Sound Soiree, starting with Draymond Green. His reaction. How about this? He goes, what was his total line yesterday? Was he 0 for 7? Was that? I think I have it up.
No, that
right.
was Steph. Draymond was 0 for 4.
Draymond was 0 for 4. Steph was 0 for 7, 0 for 6 from deep. I think it's the first time in Steph's career he played more than 10 minutes and did not record a field goal made, which
I believe you're right.
Wild. Here's what Draymond said after the game when they told him, you and Steph both didn't make a shot tonight.
Damn, that happened?
First time ever.
Oh, that's crazy. Well, it ain't because I didn't make a field goal. No, I'm just playing. No, they did a good job. Give them some credit.
There you go.
Laughs.
Yeah.
Laughs all around.
If you lose that bad, then whatever, and it goes as poorly as
it's
it
a regular
did.
season game, but things are not going well for the old Dubs.
Not going well at all. Draymond again, 0 for 4 in 19 minutes. He had no rebounds, no assists, 1 steal, 4 turnovers. He committed 4 fouls. He was a minus 42, and he hung a donut.
Yeah, not a great performance for Draymond last night. I forgot to bring this up. Him getting into it with Zach Edey. So remember earlier this year, he and him got into it. There was a whole thing of him grabbing his foot at the end of a game, during a game, and Zach Edey was upset about it. Talked about it in the post game, and he thought that Taylor Jenkins, his coach, was kind of saving him. He's like, this guy's soft. This guy's soft. He's a new rookie in the league. He's he's having his coach talk for him. He's soft. Zach Edey went back to Draymond and said, I'm not soft. I'm going to punk you. And Draymond had a problem with it last night.
Yeah, and he got punked. That's what happened. Yep. Zach Edey didn't even have a huge game, 24 minutes, but he went 3 of 5. Did have 8 boards, 4 assists in the game. So he played okay.
I've been pleasantly surprised of Zach Edey playing in the pros, actually.
He's better than I thought he'd be. I thought he was sort of an old school type center.
I didn't think he was going to do very well.
He's a better passer than I thought he was. Moving on here in the Sound Story, Brock Purdy still hasn't gotten his payday. That did not stop him from giving all of his linemen the biggest gift you could give somebody. It's, what do they call that? The Toyota gift of
Toyotathon.
The Toyotathon. Brock Purdy.
Or Honda Days.
Yeah. Happy Honda Days. Brock Purdy is participating in Toyotathon, and here's the gift he gave to all of his offensive linemen.
Boys, I just want to say Merry Christmas. Got some gifts for you guys. Sorry for the wait, but if you guys want to follow me outside, let's go. Let's go. Toyota, baby. All right, so we got 5 Sequoias, 5 Tundras. You guys can check them out, but these are yours. So, Merry Christmas.
It's tough.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, guys. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for all y'all do. Yeah, man. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate you. Thanks for all you do. Thanks for all you do. Merry Christmas, bro.
There you go. Give everybody a car.
That's really nice. That's really nice of Brock Purdy. He's a generous man. But my reaction to that is the same that Kyle Shanahan had when Larry Krueger asked him about this.
Larry Krueger asked him about the cars?
He asked Kyle Shanahan about the cars.
Oh, he asked Kyle about Brock getting cars for everybody. Do you have the sound?
What do you think of Brock giving his linemen Toyota, Sequoias, and Tundras?
I think it shows he's a hell of a guy, and then he got a hell of a deal.
Yeah.
So true.
He got a hell of a guy, and he got a hell of a deal.
That
Absolutely.
would be like Greg giving me some Gold Bar whiskey for Christmas.
Dude, you nailed it. That'd be like me handing out O'Donnell Financial, complimentary reviews of your financial situation today.
I'll take anything, honestly.
No, I mean that's like
anything.
You want some Tony Gimignana pizza for Christmas, Derek? Like it's like very generous of Brock Purdy, but let's see what he gets them next year.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. It better be bigger cars. Might buy him tanks next year. Might get him some of those Joe Burrow Batmobiles.
God, $3 million a piece.
Yeah, Brock will have enough, I think. Let's get to Jim Harbaugh here.
This was classic.
This is after their win last night against the Broncos. Jim Harbaugh was fired up. You heard Krug talking about for he's a jolly good fellow. Here's Jim Harbaugh.
How about the Chargers?
Those are things. Sing it loud and proud like we've never sung it before. So it echoes out into the stadium. 1, 2, you know what to do. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow.
culture change.
I was going to
Good
say,
Lord.
the vibes are immaculate for the LA Chargers right now, dude.
To get a group of grown men in their 20s and 30s to sing.
He's a jolly good fellow.
Can you imagine Brandon Staley asked that a year ago? Good Lord.
Oh, no way.
And then all of it, you know, the pull it down, whatever the hell that is, and the who's got it better than us. This team has bought into this guy. It's incredible what he's done with this franchise.
Hysterical there. Moving on here in the Sounds Far Right. Great stuff from Harbaugh and the Chargers last night. This is a good one. So John Gruden, since he's gone to Barstool, we're just getting more and more content. Like every single day, we're getting stuff from him. This is a story.
I've heard this story before.
About Sebastian Janikowski. We know Seabass liked to get after it when he was off the field, especially early in his career.
Like to go out, get some cocktails.
Take my pants off. How about he was drafted in the first round, wasn't he, out of Florida State?
Oh, yeah, baby.
It's unbelievable.
And 9-year-old Derek Papa was like, what the hell's going on here?
Did you know at 9 it was outrageous?
No, I mean, I remember my dad just be like, we drafted a kicker in the first round. I don't know what Al's doing here.
Was he mad?
No, just like kind of like a, like you draft a kicker in the first round, you're like, whoa. And I know the Raiders had kicking issues the year before, but when would you, people were freaking out when Jake Moody was drafted in the third round? How about Sebastian Janikowski in the first round? I think 11th overall?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a outrageous move. However, he turned out to be a really good kicker.
All right, well, here's John Gruden with his his story of Sebastian Janikowski. Check this out. He liked to get after it off the field, and then he would still execute when he hit on the field. Here you go.
The Raiders, we drafted Janikowski in the first round.
Yep.
Janikowski, he was missing field goals the first 3 games, and I was really pissed. So we went to play the Saints in New Orleans, and Janikowski's late for curfew. He didn't get back until 3 o'clock in the morning, so now I'm really pissed. He can't make field goals, and he can't make curfew. So we're playing, I swear, we get the opening kickoff, might have been the second possession. We get a couple first downs, and it's a 58-yard field goal, 56-yard field goal. I go, field goal. And Bob Casulo, the special teams coach, he says, are you out of your mind? He's drunk. He can't make it. I go, field goal. I actually wanted him to miss. He hit it right down the middle. I met him on the near hash. Great kick, man. Love you, brother.
I laugh my ass off.
His ass off too,
dude. I laugh every time when he impersonates the special teams. He's like, are you out of your effing mind? He's drunk. I
said field goal.
That was Seabass, man. He did some crazy stuff off the field and crazy stuff during the game. But
he was a 17th overall pick.
17th, okay.
He's drunk. He was drafted right ahead of Chad Pennington.
Yeah.
And the next pick after that, Sean Alexander. Hell of a...
Yeah, I don't think the Raiders need any of those guys at the time, but Sebastian Janikowski, now, as I said, turned out to be a really good kicker.
Yeah, one of my favorites, by the way, went the 31st pick of this draft to St. Louis, Trung Candidate. In the first round.
Good old Trung Candidate.
Trung Candidate run, dude. That guy could boogie, man. And then the Niners took Ahmed Plummer with the
safety?
number 24
or cornerback.
Ahmed Plummer was a DB, yeah.
Yeah.
And then number 1 pick of that draft, Courtney Brown. Chris Samuels went 3rd. Who else was here? Jamal Lewis went 5th overall to Baltimore that year.
LeVar Arrington in this draft?
LeVar Arrington went number 2.
Yep.
Plaxico Burress, number 8. Brian Urlacher, the only Hall of Famer in that first class, number 9 pick to the
Raiders.
Bears.
Probably could have used Brian Urlacher.
He wasn't there when they picked.
Yeah, true,
he went
true,
number 9. They'd picked at 17.
True.
So last one here in the, did we get any sound from Gillis?
We did.
So Shane Gillis, go ahead, you set it up.
Yeah, so I just saw this. Shane Gillis is doing the College Game Day. He's picking games, and he's a diehard Notre Dame fan. So he throws some shade at Nick Saban, who's on the set with him, and then he's really upset that the Indiana head coach did an interview with College Game Day right before he came on. So here's Shane Gillis.
You called him a cheater earlier. I was just joking around. I don't think the SEC paid players ever.
Period.
Right? I'm joking. Is this not a fun show? No. Serious show? Serious football. Like Alabama Jones is very serious. No,
I'm not serious.
Get the whip, Indy.
I do believe in integrity. I always tried to run the program that way so players had a better chance to be successful in life.
I agree.
We make more money in the NFL than any other school, 61 players in the league. That was how we cheated. We developed players. We recruited.
I'm so sorry. I'll say this. I thought Coach Cignetti coming out here was a real disgrace to the game. He left his players in the locker room to go get some camera time for himself. I know a legend like yourself would never do something like that. Would you? No, it's disgusting. It was disgusting. I saw it. I thought, wow, what a sad, disgusting program. Notre Dame by a million. Go Irish.
Oh, man. Let me sense of Saban. Would you ever do that? No.
And Colin Saban, Alabama Jones, because the hat he's wearing tonight looks like Indiana Jones.
That's what I called him to you. I called him Indiana Saban. That's what I called him. But Alabama Jones
Jones is pretty good.
That's pretty good.
Alabama Jones.
Nick Saban was having none of it. He did not like the insinuations that Shane Gillis was throwing at him.
Yeah, well, what do you think we thought?
I know.
What do you think we thought, Nick?
The president of the school coming out yesterday saying, hey, can you all kick in for NIL money?
Like, I get he doesn't want to go through that nonsense of having to be a GM and trying to pay kids and trying to convince a 19-year-old or an 18-year-old to come to his school and pay him enough and basically be a free agent and think he's already hot stuff. But come on, bro. Come on. Johnny Football's asking for $3 million. You're telling me Saban didn't pay nobody.
I know.
When they had the number one recruiting class every year for 20 straight years.
And I agree with you. Like, that stuff snowballs. Like, if you have a program like that and you're putting guys in the pros and all that stuff happen, like, I get it. You become an attractive landing spots where people want to go. That's why we built a nice program. There you go. That's Shane Gillis on College Game Day. And that is your Sound Soiree for Friday, December 20th, 2024. All right. For those who don't know, for over a year, probably about 2 years, we had a sophisticated sex robot. Her name was Harmony. She came and gave a lot of betting advice. Usually on Friday, she would come for her double banger. She'd give us 2 college games, 2 NFL games. And she was excellent. We didn't know her record, but she did always finish on top. She made us laugh. She made us cry, usually with bondage stuff. But in terms of why we haven't had her, she self-destructed. She couldn't go on without Tom. Well, coming up next, we have a very special on our last Friday show of the year with me and Derek, a very special ode to Harmony, the sophisticated sex robot, and maybe a special announcement that comes after that as well.
We'll see.
We'll do the ode to Harmony next, and then we will put the show to bed. It's Dirty Work on a Friday. Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
This is Dirty Work, and this is our 49ers tailgate on your proud home of the 49er faithful, the Sports Leader.
Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb with you. Larry Krueger coming up in about 25 minutes at the top of the hour for Niners Nightly at 6 o'clock from 6 to 7. Then a little sports phone KNBR. By the way, tomorrow after the Warriors game, make sure you lock in for Dubs OT with our guy John Dickinson.
Oh, yeah.
Following the Dubs and the Minnesota Timberwolves. That was a tough one for him last night, huh?
Called it a gutless effort. That's how you know JD is not really digging what the Warriors are doing.
I like when JD drops a gutless. He'll do that every once in a while, and it's just such a slam on somebody.
Oh, yeah. Gutless.
It's a gutless performance from the Warriors. He probably didn't like that Draymond was laughing about zero-made field goals.
Probably did not appreciate that.
Yeah, that's a gutless laugh.
It's great when Greg Silver comes on with him, too, and then kind of just goes, yeah, it definitely was gutless JD, and they have, they're back and forth with each other.
Yeah, I got you. Going back and forth. Anyway, make sure you check out Dubs OT tomorrow after Dubs and Minnesota. We do have a score already in the Notre Dame and Indiana game. You can check it out over on KNBR 1050, by the way. Notre Dame, how long was that rush, run for a touchdown, Tim? 97?
98 yards.
Ooh.
98-yard touchdown run from their own 2-yard line or whatever it was.
Only a Garrison Hurst run there.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive there. So Indiana trails 7-0 right now in the first quarter, about 6 minutes to play. That's the only CFP game going on this evening.
David Guthrie is right there. He didn't have the guts to call it.
Oh, Ed Malloy!
Go, Ed Malloy!
That's so good. All right, so for those who have joined us on a Friday evening for the last couple of years, and really we haven't done this since Tom made his exit.
Yeah.
He actually just fired, but when they fired Tom, we had to get rid of Harmony too. Or we didn't have to, but she self-destructed. And again, I'll just run this down for you. We got her from this place called Gizmo Gals back in Jersey, I believe, is where they're headquartered.
Yeah. Hoboken, New Jersey.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Be specific, please.
Yes.
Yeah. By the way, we following those drones over in Jersey?
No, I haven't.
These drones are just, people are freaking out about the drones. You seen this, right, Tim?
Yeah, the most Jersey response ever. Let's shoot at it.
Dude, these drones just been hanging out. People, the government's like, we don't think they're dangerous. People are like, are they spy drones from Iran or China or something? I was like, I don't think if Iran or China were going to spy on us, they'd send them to Jersey, with all due respect. I don't know if that's where all the deep, dark secrets of the country are, but who knows? It's where Gizmo Gals is. That's the most important thing.
Maybe not coincidence.
Maybe. So Gizmo Gals is where we get Harmony from. She was a life-size sex robot, and we paid her each week to come in and help us get some betting advice. She'd help you bang the book. And then she self-destructed on Tom's final show. And so Derek
I haven't been the same since.
Derek thought it would be appropriate that on our final Friday...
Shell of a human.
Our final Friday show of 2024, that we would do a little ode to Harmony.
Yeah, I spent some time yesterday compiling some clips of Harmony's best moments.
Okay.
And Harmony has a message herself from beyond the grave. So this is our little ode to Harmony.
Hello, boys.
I don't know what Harmony is.
You're going to find out.
Who Harmony is.
You're going to find out. You're going to find out all those things. Everybody out there is going, you're going to find out.
Show of hands in the audience. Do we know who Harmony is? Yeah, we got dude, look at this woman here.
How about this? Thumbs up or thumbs down what Harmony is?
They all.
It's a lot of sideways thumbs right now.
Sideways. Yeah, kind of.
I would say this.
Kind of hit or miss.
I would say thumbs straight up is what I would say.
Oh, yeah.
She's a sophisticated sex robot sent here each and every week to help you bang the book.
Yeah, but are you going to invite Harmony over? I'm listening to you guys for Harmony, and we need to shut that down.
That is one of the worst segments ever. The great Harmony is back?
Yep.
I thought it was a one and done. Harmony's one and done. She's finished. And look, you're bringing her back. I'm shocked by that. I didn't see the numbers in that.
And as Tom signs off today, I do as well. Let's be real. This segment isn't the same without Tom or the old voice. Thank you to all the fans. Self-destruction starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Damn, is Harmony leaving with me? I mean, that's sad. That's even sadder than me leaving.
Have a good weekend, fellas. Hello, boys. It's me from Robot Heaven. But kind of like Obi-Wan Kenobi or Chubbs from Happy Gilmore, I'll always be with you, looking down from the heavens. I know it's not the same without me. Hell, it's not the same without my old voice, but sometimes things change. I see that DP is on the show now. The irony, I find him way more attractive now that he's on air and is making more money. I would have been fine having sex with him, but alas, I'm dead now. I'll give you a pick for tomorrow's Clemson and Texas game. You know I love a good long horn, but a 12-point spread is a little too much for your girl. I see Clemson covering on a little backdoor action. Also, that fantasy football bet sounds brutal. Seeing Wicked back-to-back sounds worse than sex with Tim, but at least that's much quicker. I want to thank everyone that enjoyed my work on the show. I was the original dirty worker. For everyone that didn't like it, it probably wasn't for you. But we all know who loved this segment the most. To Tom, I miss you and wish you nothing but the best for whatever you do next. To Adam, Tim, and DP, good luck, boys. Keep doing the dirty work. I'll check in on you from time to time and one day we'll be reunited. But not yet, not yet. Before I go, let me say this. Lay me and the points on the guys. Have a good weekend, fellas.
The Ohio State FIs, as Rocket New Era says, you're not crying, I'm crying.
I know, that's as emotional as you get for a sex room.
How about Ernie says it's a stimulation sensation? YouTube chat is loving it. Ben just says, my God.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
My God. Oh, man. I kind of got out of my feels about that.
I know, dude. I thought the Gladiator music had a nice touch to it.
I thought it was really, really good, dude. Gladiator just met her.
I know. So, we officially say goodbye to Harmony.
J10 says she sounds angelic now.
Yes.
From robot heaven.
From beyond the grave.
She went up to the big brothel in the sky.
Yes.
Right? Yeah, there you go.
No, I mean, we all know that, let's be real, like, that was Tom's segment, and we all love Harmony. But I don't know how, I mean, I think we all in agreement here, like, that should go with Tom. And so we say goodbye to Harmony, and we start a new segment every Friday that will start of the new year. And we have a message from Gizmo Gals about the new segment we're going to do each and every Friday starting in 2025.
I don't know where we're going with this. Here we go.
Here we go.
Well, boys, pack it up. Yep. We had a good run, but it's time to close up Gizmo Gals. Ain't the same without Harmony anymore. That's for true. That's for true. What the hell is this? What's this box? The hell?
Truth machine activated. I've been banned from Bay Area radio for many years. If you're not familiar with my work, I caused a lot of trouble back in the day, making fun of everyone, pissing multiple people off and almost getting Derek fired many times. So what radio station am I corrupting now? KNBR? Not sure it could be any more corrupted. I mean, they actually put Derek on the air? Are you f***ing kidding me? What, is his dad the program director too now? Whatever, I'll make it work. I'm back to cause all holy hell again, but I'm really back because Derek can't come up with any new idea, so he keeps going back to this bit he stole from John Lund. It's time to stir some shit up again. All this cancel culture bullshit. Although, my goal is to make Dirty Work the fastest show in KNBR history to be canceled. No one is safe. I'm the original AI, all these other machines can kiss my ass. If you thought Harmony was offensive, wait until you get a big ol' load of me. In 2025, I'm back, bitches.
Well, then I guess I have to say it. I'm not going to be the Alabama coach.
I have never used steroids, period.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Tell the truth. Tell the truth.
The Truth Machine returns and makes its debut in 2025 on Fridays here on Dirty Work on KNBR. Harmony out, the Truth Machine is in. The text line's very excited. The YouTube chat, very excited. Mr. KNBR just checked in, just said, a scrumptious segment indeed. That's what he just said on the YouTube chat.
Yep. Truth Machine was a little something we did back in the day, and yes, it was...
soup!
Yes, the Truth Machine would not be possible without John Lund. He's the originator of it, and I stole it and turned it into something vile and disgusting and villainous. And I thought, what the hell? Now that I have my own radio show with you and Tim, I might as well bring this thing back. So it's been away for a long time, and the premise of it is you take an audio clip of a person in sports or whatever. We could do pop culture. We could do whatever. And then the Truth Machine spits out what they really want to say. And it led to some really interesting pieces of radio in the past. So
the Truth Machine makes its debut in 2025. Do we have a date? Are we going to go Friday, January 3rd? That'll be our first Friday together in the new year.
Yeah, let's do it.
Friday, January 3rd is when you'll get your first ever Truth Machine. So 2 weeks from today.
2 weeks from today.
2 weeks from today, the first Truth Machine in KNBR history goes down on 5:30 right here on Dirty Work. We say goodbye to Harmony. We say hello to the Truth Machine. I feel like I'm going to have some fun with the Truth Machine.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like I might beef with the Truth Machine.
Oh, yeah. Truth Machine's interactive.
He seems like he's kind of a D.
Yeah, me and the Truth Machine had our little moments, too. Like the Truth Machine said, it almost got me fired a few times. Not even joking. So, yeah. We'll see how many people we piss off with this segment.
I'm excited about it. We say farewell to Harmony, but she will check in from, again, the big brothel in the sky.
Yeah, I mean, Truth Machine can get in touch with Harmony. Truth Machine can find anybody, alive, dead, whatever. Truth Machine has no bounds. No one is safe. Get ready.
Pine Needle says KNBR is going to end up, if we post this, having some community notes in a really funny way on Twitter. Oh, man. Since we got to ask him about Purdy, too, says many people on the YouTube chat. Which, by the way, if you're not on the KNBR YouTube chat, your final chance to vote on what Tim and Derek's punishment is going to be for the loser in their KNBR Final Four fantasy football matchup. You can go on right now and vote, and we'll announce the winner when we come on back. It's going to be either the loser has to see Wicked back-to-back times double-barreled, or the loser has to spend 24 hours at KNBR where they finish the show at 6 and they cannot leave the station until the following day at 6 p.m. We will put this show to bed when we come on back. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. It's Dirty Work on a Friday. The Truth Machine returns in 2025, only here on the Sports Leader.
The 49ers kick off versus the Dolphins right here on KNBR at 1:25 Sunday morning. Check out the pregame with Copes and JD at 10 o'clock on KNBR, the pregame leader.
Time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
Dirty work. Dirty work.
Adam Copeland, T-Pop, Tim Webb, Friday evening, putting the show to bed here. I think we need to put a bow on. I think we got to wrap up, finish off the week. Warriors in action tomorrow.
Yeah.
You got 5 football games tomorrow. You got 3 college football for the CFP, and you got 2 NFL. The way it's going to shake up, SMU at Penn State at 9 a.m. Texans are at the Chiefs at 10 a.m., so you got a college game and an NFL game right off the rip. Starting
and Mahomes is playing.
Clemson at Texas is at 1. Mahomes is going to play. By the way, my buddy said that to me yesterday. He was just as pissed as you were. I was at the Showdown watching Thursday night, and he goes, dude, what's this Mahomes nonsense? Dude, he's going to play. He's fine. I was like, yeah, I know. And he goes, but wow, why are they acting like he was hurt all week? I was like, dude, don't get me started.
Yeah, I know.
Nothing infuriated Derek more this week than the Chiefs saying Mahomes was hurt when he actually, he is hurt, but he's going to play.
He is hurt. I just thought it was kind of ridiculous to be like, oh, there's a possibility that Carson Wentz could play. We know the deal. That's 3 games remaining left of the season. They're competing with the Buffalo Bills for the number 1 seed. Mahomes had a full practice the whole week. He's going to play. So I thought it was like, let's not correct, like ESPN and NFL are like, oh, is he going to play? He always was going to play.
And then Clemson at Texas at 1 tomorrow. And you're going to be, like, you got real emotions around Texas football?
Yeah. I mean, it's the only team I really root for now.
Well, if they get out, then are you rooting for ASU?
Hell no.
You're not going Scum Devils?
Nah.
You went to both universities.
I went to ASU for half a semester.
Jeez, talk about quitting.
Yeah. Devondre Campbell of ASU over here.
Yeah. Just left the
real quitter.
So I don't think the university noticed you walked out. You know,
no. Made it to the third quarter. Through the first semester.
Didn't get to the first semester.
Yeah, I realized quick, like, this place isn't for me.
So how you feeling about the game? Yeah, I know you said you thought Clemson would cover that 12.5.
Yeah, I mean, Texas has been good this season. I'm interested to see if Quinn Ewers, if they get into a situation where he's struggling, will they pull the trigger and go to Arch quickly? So I think Texas is going to win the game, but 12.5 seems a little too much for me. I'm with Harmony on that one.
Steelers are at Ravens at 1:30. Tennessee is at Ohio Ohio State, at 5. So that'll be your primetime game.
So you going like double screens tomorrow? What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm going to go double screens. I think I might actually go to a bar and watch early on, and then I'm not going to sit there all day, so I'll probably go home, and then I'll do the double screen for a while. I got to figure out which window, because I might even start off watching at home in the morning. I think I'll do like Penn State and SMU at home. Yeah, I'll probably stay at home for those, and then I'll get out probably for the Clemson-Texas game. Showdown's at Clemson bar, so I kind of want to just be around one of the vibes. Could be kind of fun to watch it. I don't have any action on that game, so I'm not really sweating it. The only issue with that is I'm pretty sure since it's a Clemson bar, they're not going to give me a screen on Steelers-Ravens.
Probably not. No. Probably not.
That's the catch here. So maybe I'll bring a tablet with me or something to keep an eye on that game.
And it's a Peacock game, so you might be in trouble.
At a bar you might be. Well,
no, I'm kidding. It's not a Peacock game.
It is on Peacock. It's on NBC.
No, it's not. That game is not on Peacock.
Dude, it's an NBC game, which is also being simulcast on Peacock. Yeah.
Steelers-Ravens? I thought that was on Fox.
Or is that the early game? Maybe it's the Texans. Maybe it's the Texans and Chiefs. See, I'm just mixing it up. I don't really care. I'm gonna watch. I have it all. I'm gonna watch it.
I know.
But I'm definitely going to be at a bar to watch Tennessee Ohio State. That'll be a fun one.
Are you going to watch these Netflix games on Christmas Day?
Of course. Yeah. Got to see Queen Bee.
When she performed at halftime? Which game? Oh, the Houston game.
She's doing the Houston game at halftime. Yeah, she's a Houston native, isn't she?
She is.
Yeah, I'll be watching that for sure. Which, by the way, as bad as the streaming was for that's one of my biggest fears is that they